All in Charisma, a LitRPG adventure. Written by Kyle West. Narrated by Rob Brinkman. Prologue. Justin unleashed a mighty belch, scattering a fine orange dust of Cheetos in a misty cloud of spit. He took a quick whiff of the cheesy exhaust before it could waft too far from his nostrils, then smacked his thin pink lips set below a wispy mustache. "Disgusting, Justin," Trina said over Discord voice chat. Damn it, he thought he had muted himself. He tried to cover the slip with a nervous laugh. "Sorry, one too many monsters." On the upper walls of the basement, the windows rattled with a peal of thunder. One of the said monster empties on his desk vibrated and tumbled to the floor. Justin only had eyes for the raid. His mom had said something about storms earlier, but he didn't care too much at the moment. He had bigger fish to fry. "Stay focused," Jorbo said. "He's almost enraged." Eyes bloodshot and fingers locked on the WASD keys, Justin's focus shifted entirely to the battle at hand. In the digital void of his Nightmare Realm server, a permadeath realm of EtherQuest, his game and drug of choice, his level 60 barbarian, Cragthar the Unbroken, towered amid the swirling chaos. 3 relentless months of grinding, sleepless nights bleeding into dawn, and a life lived with more intensity in pixels than in the real world had all led to this final stand. If they could finally take down the boss, Nixion, harbinger of unmaking, bragging rights for life would be theirs. Even with the boss teetering at 1% health, one perfectly timed combo, one chain of devastating blows could end this nightmare once and for all. Just the thought of the loot that would drop made him salivate. His character lagged a bit, followed by a notification. "Server connection is weak." "The fuck, Justin?" Jorbo said. "Don't tell me you're about to drop." Bit rainy here in Oklahoma," he said. "Nothing to worry about." A boom of thunder cut through the noise canceling of his headphones. He knew it wasn't safe to be anywhere near electronics. But he had come too far to back out now. "If your connection messes up the raid," Jorbo's warning trailed off as thunder once again rattled the windows in the upper part of the basement. Justin's first real Nightmare Realm raid with the Celestial Vanguards, the server's best guild, was not going according to plan. But at least here, he knew the rules. He knew how to play the game, how to measure success and failure in numbers and stats. Social interactions, though? He never knew what people wanted from him in real life. Online, he could just play his role and not have to see anyone face to face. "All right, we got him," Jorbo said. Burn him now." A pause. "Justin, pop overpower." "I'm on it," Justin snapped, his in-game avatar already mid-animation for overpower as he lined up a titanic cleave. Every muscle tensed, every finger danced over the keyboard with grace. Victory shimmered just a keystroke away. "Tank swap!" Rick screamed, his voice cracking under pressure. "No cooldowns left," Trina's voice blared over VC. "Ugh, I'm out of mana." "Just auto-attack," another voice hollered from the chatter. A heavy, sinking feeling settled in Justin's stomach as the voice chat became a chaos of panicked voices. It was amazing how fast things could go to shit. Thunder rattled the windows again. Then, from the inky void, the boss let out a guttural, distorted roar. The entire raid froze as the screen flashed a warning read, "Nixion casts Final Requiem." "Oh, fuck!" Jorbo shouted. In an instant, the boss vanished, plunging the arena into darkness. Justin's stomach dropped. A heartbeat later, a booming mechanical voice resonated across the battlefield. "All will be unmade." "Phase 5? What the actual?" someone screeched. "This wasn't in the guide," Jorbo howled. "It must be something new with the Nightmare Realms," Trina said. Did you grab the right guide? Her question went unanswered when, out of the blackness, dozens of ghostly apparitions surged forth, chaining each raid member in place. With a cruel flourish, Nixion reappeared, its health bar reset to 25%. Doombringer has fallen. His journey has ended. No! Rick howled. Fucking A! Dawn Light 78 has fallen. Her light has been extinguished. Kill ads! Kill the damn ads! Someone pleaded. I can't move! I'm rooted! Blitzfang the rogue cried out in a panic. Blitzfang has fallen. His soul has ascended. Justin, interrupt, damn it! Jorbo barked. Elder of Darkness has fallen. His journey ends. Desperation surged as Justin slammed his interruption move, but he was lagging again. One by one his party crumbled. Soon only Justin and a couple of stragglers remained standing. Jorbo, this is my main, Justin said weakly. I can't lose him. Retreat! Jorbo shouted. Just run! Just frickin' run! Abort! The portal should still be open! Cragthar the Unbroken sprinted toward the exit portal. Justin's heart pounded like a drum. One ally tumbled down beside him, then another, their death notifications flashing across his screen. They kept coming until, in the chaos, he found himself alone. Could he really escape? Could he emerge as the sole survivor of this digital carnage? A sinister laugh echoed in his headphones. You cannot escape. Nixion casts Unmaking Pulse. A shockwave blasted through the arena, sending debris and despair flying. Justin wove desperately between the hazards, but there was no escaping the rock about to fall right on top of him. Then, thanks to the lag, he blipped past the obstacle unscathed. Holy crap! He's gonna make it! Trina screamed. Go, Justin, go! The exit portal loomed ahead. With only 1% of his health remaining, every second throbbed with the weight of destiny. If he could pull this off, he would be a legend in the guild, his standing secure. Then, from the edge of the screen, a tiny, nearly invisible void tick mob scuttled up to Cragthar's ankle. Justin tried to swerve, but his avatar wouldn't obey him. Damn lag. No! Justin screamed. Please, God, no! No! It nibbled at Cragthar's ankle. There was a moment's pause as his connection dropped, then resumed. You have died. Your journey has ended. Justin blinked at the notification, unbelieving, before rage welled up within him. And then, from deep within his soul, he screamed, a raw, guttural sound that transcended mere inconvenience, channeling every failure, frustration, and disappointment of his 25 years on Earth into a single, unholy He got up and kicked over his stained computer chair and was about to give his monitor the same treatment before he saw in its black reflection his acne-ridden, pale and pudgy countenance. The image of his greasy auburn hair and acne-ridden face was so offensive and alarming that instead of making him want to rage, it only made him want to cry. The voices of his guildmates snapped him back to reality. Bruh, Rick said. Jorbo's laughter crackled through VC. Justin, did you just die to a trash mob? Dude, Blitz whispered, you got ticked to death. The channel erupted into a mix of wheezing laughter and teasing jabs, but Justin barely heard them. His ragged breaths filled the silence between their jokes. His hands hovered over the keyboard, fingers twitching. 1 month of grinding. Every sleepless night, every job he should have been applying for, all funneled into Cragthar the Unbroken. And now, gone. As were his chances of proving himself to his new guild. That he had gotten this far in 1 month, not dying even once, proved he could grind harder than anyone. Jorbo cleared his throat. Well, that sucked. But hey, that's what alts are for, right? We'll give it another go tomorrow. Justin, you've got a backup, right? Justin swallowed. This was my only maxed nightmare character. My main. I have a level 15 alt. Oh. A pause. So, I guess that means you're out for the next run. You'll have to roll a new tune, but, you know the guild rules. No mains under 60 in here. You'll have to grind back up in the Celestial Aspirants before you can apply to join the Celestial Vanguard again. Justin said nothing. Coldness washing over his skin. You let Trina stay when her main died last time? She told you that? Guess constantly flirting with the raid leader has its perks, huh? When no one reacted, Justin laughed weakly. Am I right, guys? Just spitting facts here. The silence that followed curdled in his stomach. He'd crossed a line. Again. Come on, man, Jorbo said. If you'd just be, I don't know, bearable for once, people might be willing to give you a shot. You've got to learn to win friends and influence people, bro. Justin felt a flash of anger. By dating the guild higher-ups? Thanks for the advice, bro. I'm sure that one will come in really handy. Jorbo cleared his throat awkwardly. That's not the same. Trina's a healer and the guild is short on healers. She gets special treatment. Yeah, but it proves the rules can be bent a bit. I'll do better next time. I can have my new tune up to speed in a couple of weeks. Promise. It was a tall order, but Justin was sure he could do it. The silence stretched awkwardly as Jorbo sighed. Sorry, man. I guess this is me telling you you're off the team. Maybe it's best if you find another guild. Another pause. And take this as a learning opportunity. This isn't the first time you've stuck your foot in it. And you should have told us about your connection issues. It cost a lot of people their characters tonight. For real, Rick said. Justin wanted to protest. He had been the only one who had almost escaped, the only one who had even seen the portal. If not for the storm, they might have even beaten the boss. But even he knew it was pointless to say all that. He'd made Jorbo look stupid, and even Justin was socially aware enough to know that was unforgivable. You have been removed from the Celestial Vanguard. Good luck out there, Justin. Jorbo's voice was insincere, already moving on. Now, does anyone know another DPS? Shouldn't be hard, right? They're a dime a dozen. His voice was cut off as Justin received a private message from the guild's Discord server. You have been banned from the server. Reason: violation of community conduct. His hands shook. The Discord icon winked out, leaving his screen barren. Just like his resume. Just like his life. Justin scoffed. I'm done with this shit. He reached down to turn off the computer when it winked off of its own accord. Justin frowned. Huh. That was weird. Then the lights went completely out. Justin removed his headphones, only to hear thunder and pouring rain. Damn, that was way louder than he expected. Even in the basement, he could hear the wind howling outside the basement's upper windows. He should probably check on his mom. Where was she, anyway? It was a rare thing for her to intrude on his underground sanctuary, except to deposit the odd meal. But this storm had him worried. Mom? Mom? The wood floor above him vibrated ominously. That definitely wasn't normal. Hell, just what I need. Decision made, Justin headed for the stairs. Though it was nearly pitch black in the basement, he knew his way by heart. He ascended as fast as his heft would allow. He entered the dining room, where outside the window the sky was terribly dark. The scene was positively apocalyptic, with a sepia sky filled with boiling clouds and violently swaying trees, and a strange, high whine. Tornado siren. He rushed to the television, but, of course, there was no power. This is what I get for leaving the basement? Mom? Where are you? Had she been out at the time the storm rolled through? There could be no other explanation. Before he could think to check his phone, the wind started pounding the walls something fierce. He realized that the best spot for him was right back where he had come from. Justin fled, or at least tried to flee, but he tripped over his own feet, taking a tumble on the floor. Before he could get up, at that very moment the ceiling was pulled out from over him as lightning slashed above. But the ceiling did not fall, as expected. Instead, it went up into the funnel of a tornado. Fuh! The din was so loud that he couldn't even hear his own voice. Everything in the room moved, including him. He was being lifted, almost gently, toward the lattice of lightning slashing its way inside the tornado's core. Faster and faster he flew, until all was chaos and noise. He no longer screamed. There was no point. In fact, it was at this point that a strange sense of calm acceptance overcame him. If he were going to die, well, the thought had crossed his mind before. It was just happening a little more quickly than he'd originally thought, that was all. He supposed it was the ultimate proof, given the course of his life, that the universe indeed hated him in particular. But before he could truly make his peace, the darkness deepened. To his surprise, he was still very much alive, with a field of endless black extending in all directions. That was when a blue light appeared, like a distant star, and that star seemed to pull him closer, an ovoid plane that flashed with potential. Justin tried to move, but he could do nothing to control his trajectory. He was heading straight for that light, whether he liked it or not. By fate, or perhaps luck, or even a mixture of both, he was thrown right through. 1. It always starts with goblins. And now we come to goblins. Nasty little buggers. They might be small, but they'll stab you in the back, steal your boots, and eat your rations all before you've even drawn your blade. Best advice? Keep your eyes sharp, your coin purse hidden, and bring a friend. They love nothing better than a solitary mark. Lord Captain Jorek Stain, The Mercenary's Field Guide. Justin blinked awake to the faint trill of bird song. Everything hurt, especially his head. Feeling it with his fingers, there didn't seem to be any external injuries. It was just the mother of all headaches. My Lanta, he breathed. What the hell happened? As his vision returned, he found himself in what appeared to be a forest. A thrill of fear coursed down his spine. He scrambled up, looking every which way, wild-eyed and afraid. Trees everywhere. Where could that tornado have possibly carried him? Oklahoma had its share of forests in the eastern part of the state, but not in Enid, where he lived. That would have meant the twister had carried him 100+ miles. Impossible. The aroma of earth and wild things filled his nostrils, while the cool air touched his skin almost like a kiss. Despite the situation, he felt a strange sense of calm in the surrounding natural beauty. Okay, what is going on? That was when his eyes focused on something before him, in the meadow, something he had completely missed in the confusion. It was a bright, glowing orb that swirled with every color of the rainbow, about the size of a crystal ball. An ethereal, melodic hum emanated from it, and it rotated slightly on its axis, as if it were a miniature world unto itself. It was just sitting there, waiting to be picked up. So he did exactly that. He grabbed the orb, gasping as it reacted to his touch. A prismatic rainbow of light entered his body. Justin felt an infusion of power and potential that was equivalent to a rapturous experience on a mind-altering substance. Congratulations! You have found a prismatic core. Please select any class. The voice echoed through his mind, smooth and resonant, its warmth both comforting and commanding. It didn't come from any direction, but seemed to fill the air around him, like a story unfolding in the quiet. In fact, it reminded him of Burt Reynolds, with an easy, confident drawl that made him want to lean closer, as if every word was a secret just for him. Justin blinked as a holographic screen projected in front of him. 6 words floated in the air before him: power, coordination, endurance, intellect, spirit, and charisma. Underneath each of these headings were 6 smaller words. Scanning them, he saw things like warrior, thief, ranger, wizard, summoner, merchant, and the list went on. There seemed to be about 30 or 40 choices in all. Suddenly, realization dawned. Justin had played enough video games to know exactly where he was and what was happening. There had been the tornado, of course, and that tornado had obviously knocked him out, sending him into a medically induced coma. His brain, therefore, was recreating a video game, which shouldn't have been a surprise. After all, he had spent almost every waking hour playing one. This, he supposed, was inevitable. All he had to do was play the game and wait for the docs to resuscitate him. But then again, there had been that strange portal. A common trope, to be sure, and arguably a cliché, but how else was an adventure like this supposed to get started? A tornado had worked for Dorothy and Toto, so why not him? Justin Talemaker. He rubbed his pudgy hands in glee. This could actually be fun. He noticed his hands were pale and freckled, the same hands he had in the outside world. He frowned in consternation. Couldn't he be an elf or something? Why was he still the same overweight individual he was in real life? Wasn't the entire point of video games to escape? To be the hero for once instead of the failure staring back at him from the mirror? Whatever the case, he could worry about it later. Aside from semantic differences, it seemed these core attributes were quite similar to many other games he had played. Power for smashing, coordination for sniping, endurance for tanking, intellect for outsmarting, spirit for magic-y stuff, and charisma. Well, there was something oddly satisfying about getting people to do what you wanted, but was it good enough for what appeared to be a survival situation? After thinking about it for a while, there was only one real choice he could think of. He would be a barbarian of sorts, wielding a claymore or warhammer. He didn't know why, but he always gravitated to such builds in the RPGs he played. There was something strangely calming about smashing heads in like overripe pumpkins. Although doing so in a game as realistic as this one might prove to be a bit of a different experience. He said, stroking his chin. Decisions. He went back up in the list, his eyes locking on the barbarian option. Then he scanned back down, finding himself at an impasse. Did he really want to be a barbarian? Maybe he could be an alchemist or an enchanter, craft things, make money. That could be a fun direction. It wasn't all about raw power, was it? Then again, selling things required people skills. Trying to talk to people, in his view, was about as useful as yelling into the wind. People had a knack for disappointing you, or worse, stabbing you in the back after you'd let your guard down. Then there was magic. A wizard, a summoner or a druid. He shook his head. Was a squishy glass cannon the way to go? He needed to pick a class that was good for operating solo. Now, which class had the most solo survivability? Not just combat ability, but the skills to survive, make money, and so on. As he deliberated, the memory of his disastrous raid surfaced. The panicked voices over Discord, the mocking laughter, Jorbo's dismissive tone as he kicked Justin from the guild, his inability to fight back with words. You've got to learn to win friends and influence people, bro. That was what it always came down to, wasn't it? People skills. The one thing he'd never mastered. Every job interview that went nowhere, every conversation that died awkwardly, every guild that eventually kicked him for being unbearable. His eyes drifted to the charisma column. Bard, merchant, cleric, diplomat, thespian, all classes that required dealing with people. A bard would need to perform for crowds, a merchant needed to haggle, a cleric had to tend to a congregation, a diplomat needed to, be diplomatic, and a thespian? He'd rather die than get on any stage. But then his gaze settled on Socialite. The description read, Masters of social manipulation and charm, the Socialite excels at making connections, extracting information, and bending others to their will. Justin snorted. Him, a Socialite. It was the exact opposite of who he was. But then, wasn't that the point? To become something different, something better? He thought of the countless times he'd fumbled social interactions, the way people's eyes would glaze over when he spoke, the cringe-inducing silence after one of his jokes. All things that had caused him to retreat into his self-imposed isolation. What if he could change all that? He was tired of being the awkward loner, tired of being kicked from guilds and friend groups, tired of watching others succeed through connections while he remained isolated. In a world where everyone else seems to know the rules of social interaction except me, Justin muttered, maybe it's time I learned those rules. He reached out and decisively touched the Socialite option. Congratulations, you have chosen Socialite. Your class excels in social situations, making connections and gaining favors. You now have a class and can access the ethereal interface. 10 points have been added to your power, coordination, endurance, intellect, spirit, and charisma attributes. Level up to unlock more attribute points. Language stack added. Aronthian. Justin did a double take at that last message. The language had changed to some strange form of runes, and yet he could read it perfectly. As a Socialite, you have unlocked your class skill, Poison Barb. Poison Barb? Well, that sounded promising. Was it some sort of ranged attack? He read the description that appeared before him. Poison Barb. You know precisely what to say to inflict emotional damage on someone, staggering them or forcing them to hesitate, with a chance to stun based on your charisma attribute. If your barb stuns them for at least 3 seconds, the cooldown immediately refreshes. The stun chance decreases with repeated use on the same target. Cooldown 2 minutes. Wait, what? Justin's excitement deflated. So my special ability is being mean to people? This wasn't what he had in mind when selecting a social class. He'd been hoping for charm, persuasion, and razzle-dazzle, not insults. Okay, not the end of the world, he said. Just the first skill of many, right? The mysterious voice returned to him. You are now level 0. Always remember that a well-placed insult can cut deeper than a blade. Good luck, brave adventurer. The voice retreated, leaving him once again alone in the woods. He was wondering what came next. when a hideous screech resounded from behind. He let out a yelp, whirling around to face the sound. 3 short and nasty goblins stood before him, all bearing crude clubs. They had sharp, bat-like ears, oily green skin, and slobbering mouths bristling with jagged yellow teeth that seemed eager to taste him. "Holy crap," Justin said. "Goblins? Why do these things always start with goblins?" The reality of his situation hit him like a bucket of ice water. He had chosen a social class in a world where the first encounter was with monsters who probably couldn't even understand him. Yep, should have gone with barbarian. He had to make do with his class skill. Justin activated Poison Barb. It seemed to happen naturally, without having to press any sort of mental button. He directed Poison Barb at the lead goblin advancing toward him. He felt himself filled with adrenaline, a sort of primal instinct rising within him. Words began flying out of his lips, unbidden. "You guys must have been born on a highway, because that's where most accidents happen." The goblins looked at each other in confusion. Justin wasn't sure the goblins understood sarcasm, or even if they understood him at all. But it still caused them to pause. Justin seized the moment and dashed through the trees as fast as he could. The goblins snarled from behind, giving chase. He had a stride advantage over the goblins for sure, but he was very out of shape. The last time he'd been forced to run was in 9th grade PE class, and that was years ago. His breaths came out in pained wheezes. Did this fantasy world have asthma? He sure hoped not. He swiped at the underbrush, pushing it out of the way, occasionally stealing glances over his shoulder. The goblins let out high, ululating cries, their bloodlust driving them as they tore through the underbrush like feral dogs on a hunt. Justin skidded to a halt, his heart dropping as he found himself teetering on the edge of a small cliff. With a shriek, he tumbled over the side and began sliding down the steep slope. He cried out in pain, wondering if this would be how he died. Fall damage less than 20 minutes in. At last, he came to a stop on a dusty wagon track, still conscious and hurting from head to toe. The goblins stood on the cliff above, yelping in vexation, seemingly not wanting to follow him down. Justin didn't understand why. They could easily end him in such an exposed state. It took a moment for Justin to realize he wasn't alone. A shadow loomed over him, blocking out the sun. Groaning, he turned his head and froze. Whatever it was, it didn't look friendly. 2. Not in Oklahoma anymore. Paladins, the class best known for making heroic last stands instead of choosing to live and fight another day. They'll moralize you into exhaustion and preach endlessly about their god of choice. But if you can stomach the sermons, you'll never find a more steadfast companion in an uncertain world. Vault Runner Tharic Wren, An Adventurer's Guide to Vaults. Justin felt something poke him, which he recognized as the shaft of a heavy weapon. He squeaked and stood up, and when he got a good look at the one doing the poking, he wondered if he should run again. The man stood tall and proud, his broad shoulders stretching the straps of his armor. His muscular frame was wrapped in a suit of gleaming steel. He wore white robes with the crest of a fiery phoenix on the breast. His chiseled jaw was set in a determined expression, and his blue eyes regarded Justin with a sharp intensity. Every inch of him exuded a quiet confidence and readiness for battle, as if he were born to be a warrior. He was perhaps in his late 30s or early 40s. He was a man, Justin thought, who had clearly invested in his power attribute. At that moment, Justin realized the pain was all over his body. Nothing was broken, but the bruises on his arms and legs were deep, while his skin was covered in scrapes and dirt. His head throbbed, and a sharp pain stabbed his left shoulder. The man stepped forward. "Here, lad, try to stay still." Before Justin could do anything, the man raised a gloved hand, which became wrapped in an aura of golden light. Justin felt the energy spread to him, cold and refreshing, like diving into a cool spring. His wounds, internal and external, were instantly healed. He looked down at his arms, amazed to see they were knitted anew. For a moment, he was at a loss for words. "What in the—" "Bind wounds, a basic healing spell all paladins get." "I see," Justin said. "My stars, that was magic, was it not?" The man frowned in confusion. "Yes. You've never seen a healing spell before? Well, I guess that's possible, but not likely." Justin changed the subject. "Where am I? What is this place?" The man frowned in confusion. "What do you mean? You don't know where you are?" Justin realized, without having to be told, that this man didn't think this was a game. An NPC, maybe? Although if he were an NPC, he seemed to be a very aware one. "What year is it?" "I don't know what you're on about, lad, but you've clearly got your brains all mixed up from that fall." "It was goblins." The man scrutinized him for a moment, then chuckled. "Goblins, eh? Well, not everyone can be a paladin, I suppose. I'm a socialite." The man laughed even harder, even wiping a tear of mirth. Justin merely frowned. "Now that's the funniest thing I've heard in weeks." "How is it funny?" "Well, for one, you rarely find those types here in the Wildwood Forest. They're up there in the big cities, looking pretty and being useless." The man looked him up and down. "You've got at least one of those things covered." Justin looked down at himself. "What do you mean by one of those things?" The man gestured to Justin's outfit. "That get-up of yours, I've seen nothing like it. It's certainly not armor." Justin looked at his outfit, realizing for the first time how out of place it must seem to this man. He was dressed in an Iron Maiden t-shirt, cargo shorts, and Crocs. Not exactly ideal for adventuring. To his embarrassment, he realized he still had a Cheeto stain on his gut. "This isn't my usual attire," Justin said defensively, though it most certainly was. The man raised an eyebrow. "Well, it's not doing you any favors out here. You might as well paint a target on your back." Justin sighed. How was he going to get out of this mess? All he wanted was to log out of this game and get back to his real life. "How do I log out?" "Log out? What are you talking about?" "I mean, this is a game, is it not? Am I on an RP server or something?" "Listen, son," the man said, taking him aside. "I can tell your head got jumbled in that fall. It has happened to me far too many times to count. Why don't we join up and I can see you safely to Mistwatch? Maybe someone knows you there." "Mistwatch?" The man shook his head. "Just 5 miles up the track here. Where are you from?" "Oklahoma." "Oklahoma?" "Yes," Justin said earnestly. "Where the wind comes sweeping down the plain?" "I have never heard of it. Funny name, that." This was getting worse and worse. "This isn't Earth, is it?" "You mean Eyrth?" "Yeah, no, Earth, pronounced Earth, not Eyrth." "You're a strange one, lad. Come on, we've got to get moving." "Alistair has invited you to join his party. Do you accept?" Seeing no other way out, Justin accepted the prompt with a mental push. "You have joined Alistair's party. You are now refreshed by his divine aura, granting complete immunity to the fear effect." Justin could only assume this divine aura was some sort of passive ability that benefited him as a member of Alistair's party. All he knew was it did little to ease the fearful knot that had formed in his stomach. There was nothing to do but to get moving. They were walking down the path for a few seconds when Alistair gasped. "Arion above? What? You're level 0? Yes, and? You must have just gotten your class then. What are you doing all the way out here?" Justin recalled the tornado. He considered telling Alistair about the portal, but he didn't know the guy, and it seemed crazy on the surface. "I'm not sure. I just woke up in the forest, got chased by those goblins, and here I am." Before Alistair could ask anything more, he peppered him with his own question. "How can you tell what level I am, anyway?" "You can inspect anyone in your party. It will give you some basic information about them, such as their name, class, and level." "Seriously?" "Yes. I suggest you open your interface. That's the connection between you and the ether, how you can look over your attributes and abilities. You do know how to do that, right?" Justin was about to ask how when a simple thought summoned a screen before him. It seemed he was the only one who could see it. To his surprise, he found that, indeed, he could see something akin to character screens he was used to in his games. It listed his name, class, and the 6 attributes the voice had already introduced to him. He had 10 points in each attribute already. Somehow he knew this was the default amount, what everyone started with. On the projection he saw an avatar of himself, along with his sweat, dirt, and Cheeto-encrusted clothing. Justin Talemaker. Class, Socialite. Level, 0. Experience to level 1, 0 of 1. Attributes. Power, 10. Coordination, 10. Endurance, 10. Intellect, 10. Spirit, 10. Charisma, 10. Skills. Poison barb. That was all there was to see, at least for now. He closed the screen. Justin considered the information above. If he was reading things correctly, it took a mere 1 experience point to get from level 0 to level 1. From that fact alone, Alistair had correctly surmised that he had just gained his class. One thing Alistair didn't realize was that this reality had all the trappings of a fully immersive VR MMO, such as the kind Justin was familiar with from his web novels. But the longer this game went on, the more real it was starting to become. Of course, Justin had always fantasized about this exact scenario as a way to escape his mundane life, but now, all he wanted to do was wake up from this nightmare. And to top it all off, he was this bloody socialite instead of literally any other useful and cool class. They walked for a few minutes before Justin broke the silence, mostly to distract himself. "So, what do you do, Alistair?" "I'm a paladin for the Church of Light," he replied, puffing out his chest. "A paladin? So you fight evil and stuff?" Alistair nodded. "That's right. I serve the Church of Light and smite any darkness that threatens the innocent." Justin raised an eyebrow. "That's cool, I guess." Alistair chuckled. "It's not all glamour and glory, kid. It's a tough job, but someone's gotta do it." "So, why are you helping me out, then?" Alistair shrugged. "I'm a paladin. I help people when I can. It's who we are." Then he gave a devious smile. "And helping the weak and innocent also gives me experience." "Seriously?" When Alistair nodded, Justin's mind raced with thoughts. He could help people too, and get level ups along with new attribute points and skills. Alistair laughed. "I see what you're thinking, kid. It doesn't quite work that way." "What do you mean?" "Well, depending on your class, you get rewarded for doing things related to that class. Paladins, for example, get experience for helping people, hunting the undead, and healing. I'm not sure what it is for socialites, but You guys probably get experience for, well, socializing. And not just any socializing, but making things go your way with your honeyed words." "I see," Justin said, considering this. "Well, I suck at social situations, so I'm screwed." For a moment, he thought back to the horror show that was high school, along with the sadness that was his brief college experience, before he'd dropped out because he couldn't get his EtherQuest addiction under control. He wouldn't have been surprised if he'd spent more of his adult waking hours in it than outside it. He had always repelled people with his general attitude and appearance. It had made him quite bitter over the years. Justin had accepted his lot with time. Video games helped a lot, along with eating. No one bothered him, and he bothered nobody. Plus, online he could be anyone he wished. But now, he was expected to socialize in a more real sense. And worse, there was no other way for him to advance in this world, and he only had himself to blame. "What if I had killed those goblins?" Justin asked. "Would that have given me experience?" "You only get experience if the action performed harmonizes with your core attribute." It was like he was quoting from a textbook. That sounded familiar. Hadn't the system voice talked about that? "What's a core attribute, exactly?" Alistair shook his head. "That fall must have been worse than I thought. Your core attribute is what you're born with, one of the 6. Like I said before, you only get experience for doing things related to your class. That's just how it works, and there's no way around it." Justin could only feel mounting horror. "So I have to talk to people? Then why am I not getting any experience from this conversation?" "Well, probably because you haven't charmed or manipulated me yet." "So if I told you a joke, that would level me up?" "Maybe. But you should be careful. The gods know when you're trying to fiddle with things, so it might not have the effect you want. There needs to be stakes, that's for sure. The bigger the stakes, the more the experience. But why don't you try it and see for yourself? Can't harm anything, and I love a good joke." Justin thought hard, though nothing truly funny came to mind. He could only think of a joke his chemistry teacher had used as an icebreaker on the first day of 10th grade. "Why don't scientists trust atoms?" "Why?" Alistair asked. "Because they make up everything." Alistair frowned, clearly not getting the joke. I've known a few atoms, and most have been upstanding people." "No, atoms," Justin said. "They're these extremely small—" Forget it. Apparently they didn't know about atoms here, which made sense considering Alistair was using a warhammer and wearing heavy armor. As the trees broke, opening into a valley surrounded by low hills, Justin spied a small town in the distance. The settlement was surrounded by a wooden palisade, smoke rising from chimneys dotting the rooftops. A Gothic cathedral rose from the town's center, many times higher than any other building. The multi-hued sunset only added to the idyllic scene. "That's Mistwatch," Alistair said, pointing to the town. "You'll be safe there." Justin nodded numbly. They continued walking toward the town. Justin could see people going about their business, blacksmiths hammering away at metal, farmers tending to their crops, and children playing on the road. Justin watched, somewhat dazed. It was as if he had stepped back into medieval Europe. As they entered the town itself, the cobbled streets were mostly empty. Most buildings were 1 or 2 stories, and a light fog had settled on the streets. Justin realized that was where the town had likely gotten its name. Not that he cared too much at the moment. Acceptance and the accompanying depression were both settling in. Alistair led Justin toward an inn. A wooden placard swung in the wind with a small winged creature. The creature had a cherubic face and rosy cheeks. The placard read, "The Drunken Pixie." "We'll stay here for the night," Alistair said. Justin followed Alistair inside, and they were greeted by the warm glow of a fireplace and the sound of merry chatter. A group of travelers was gathered around a table playing a game of cards. Most of the patrons looked up for a moment to size them up, some of those eyes lingering on Justin. He felt entirely out of place in his ragged clothing and general heft, neither of which was the norm in this society. Justin kept his eyes forward as he and Alistair approached the innkeeper. She was a beautiful woman who looked to be in her late 30s with fiery red hair that left Justin a little flummoxed. She had a welcoming smile that put him at ease. Her hair was pulled back in a loose bun, with a few loose strands framing her face. "2 rooms, please," Alistair said, walking up confidently. "Right away," the innkeeper said. "That'll be 90 coppers. A full silver if you want dinner and breakfast on the morrow." Alistair reached for his coin purse, handing over a gleaming silver coin. "Thank you kindly," the innkeeper said, handing over 2 small keys. "The rooms are upstairs, 3 and 4. She looked Justin up and down and smirked a bit. It was easy to understand why, from the dirt and tears in his sweat-crusted shirt. While his cheeks burned with embarrassment, he found he had nothing to say. Being embarrassed by pretty women was nothing new, so he would bear the shame in this world as much as in the last one. As they made their way up the stairs, the events of the day hit him in full force. He felt a despair such as he had never known. Why was he here? Was any of this even real? And if it was, how in the world did he survive? Survival. Was that really the game here? Maybe if he died, he would wake up back home in Oklahoma. Then again, maybe he was already dead from that tornado, and this was some sort of afterlife or weird quantum purgatory. It could be the universe's way of punishing him for playing games constantly instead of taking accountability for his life. Even if that was the case, this new reality might be his only chance to live. Did he really want to throw that away? Or maybe, just maybe, if there was a portal to this world, didn't it stand to reason that there might be a portal back? "Are you all right, lad?" Somehow they had ended up in the hallway on the 2nd floor. Alistair was looking at him with concern. "Just tired, I guess." "Get some rest. That's all you really need." He sniffed. "And order a bath." He reached into his coin purse and pulled out 10 pieces of copper. "That should cover it." "Do I just order it at the front?" Justin asked, not wanting to face the red-haired beauty again. Alistair smiled, seeming to guess his hesitation. "While you're down there, maybe you can try to negotiate a lower price, or make her smile. It looks like she's having a rough day. That might get you to level 1. Wouldn't that be a positive spin on a bad situation?" Before Justin could answer, Alistair left him with that as he went to his own room. Justin looked at the coppers in his hand doubtfully and went down to the common room. Before he could second-guess himself, he headed toward the beautiful innkeeper, who was looking into what appeared to be a ledger. Justin stood there a moment before clearing his throat, awkwardly. "Excuse me?" She didn't seem to hear him. Excuse me?" His tone came out harsher than he had intended, and there was a moment of affront on her face before she replaced it with a professional mask. Yes, this was going swimmingly. "How might I help you, sir?" "I was wondering if I could order a bath." "You may," she said, not maintaining eye contact. 20 coppers for a man of your size." A few men sitting at a nearby table had a laugh at that. Justin's cheeks colored, and he almost wanted to shout his protest, but he remembered what Alistair had said. Negotiate. He put on his best smile, which felt extremely fake. "Did I ever tell you how beautiful you are?" 30 coppers. And irksome? From her stony expression, she wasn't going to budge. "Never mind, I'll go find a river or something." He turned to leave. 18 coppers, she said. "Best offer." "I know it's not worth more than 10. So why would I pay 18? She looked him up and down. "We'll need to use more water." "Why's that?" "You're bigger." Justin couldn't believe this. "So you're basing the higher price solely on my size? That's discriminatory." She shrugged. "It's business. Bigger bodies need more water." "Well, if it's truly based on water usage, then I should pay less, not more." She arched an eyebrow as if daring him to go on. Justin cleared his throat, awkwardly. What I mean is, because I'm larger, I take up more volume. So you'd actually be using less water." He gave a sheepish smile. "That's basic arithmetic." "Are you being smart with me?" Justin could see the innkeeper was not amused by his comment, but he pushed his luck anyway. "Not at all. I'm simply stating a fact. You've already said the price is based on water usage." He forced a smile. "Plus, if I can get a bath for a price I can afford, well, I'll be less offensive on all fronts." Justin didn't know where all this was coming from. The words just seemed to flow from him like water. In normal circumstances, he wouldn't let out more than a squeak around a woman of her beauty. And to his surprise, his words were having an effect. The innkeeper sighed and gave him a small smile. "You're persistent, I'll give you that. This is a fine establishment, and you are rather filthy. And you'll be using our towels. In normal circumstances, yes, 10 is a fair price, but I can't let you bathe here for less than 15 coppers." "I don't have 15, Justin admitted. "But I have 10. I'll skip my breakfast tomorrow and we'll call it even." He patted his belly. "I've got plenty in the tank here anyway. Deal?" She considered for a moment. "Deal." Justin handed her the coins and watched as she wrote something down in the ledger. "Your bath will be ready in 30 minutes. We'll bring the water up." "To the room? Isn't that heavy?" "Don't worry about it, sir. Is there anything else?" "Nothing," Justin said. "Thank you." The innkeeper went back to her ledger. Justin couldn't help but feel a little proud of himself for negotiating a better price. It was something, however small. "You have gained 1 experience point. Your experience stands at 1 of 1. Level up available." He waited another moment, but nothing else happened. Why wasn't he leveling up? He opened his interface only to find the experience was 100% full. 1 of 1. Obviously, there was some other action he needed to undertake to level up. He would have to ask Alistair in the morning. He headed up the wooden stairs and into his room. 3. First Steps in a New World. Never underestimate an innkeeper. They may seem like humble hosts, but most know more than any king's spy. Dornall Flint. Lessons learned the hard way. 30 minutes later, a copper tub came, hauled by several strapping young lads. They set it in the center of his room, along with a couple of towels. The tub was rather small, more of a giant bucket, really, but just large enough for Justin to enter. They spent the next few minutes running up and down the stairs, filling the tub halfway. The final boy dropped a glowing stone in the cold water, inscribed with a couple of red runes. Justin watched, amazed, as over the next few minutes the water warmed in response to the magical stone, creating bubbles in the process. He locked the door and sank into the deliciously warm water. The warmth soothed his aching muscles, and he lowered himself into the water with a sigh of relief. The bubbles tickled his skin as he closed his eyes and leaned back against the tub. The stress of the day slipped away with each passing moment. He stayed in the tub until the water cooled. He would have fallen asleep had it not been for the knock at the door. They were probably coming to take the tub back. "Just a moment." He got up and, to his surprise, found a pair of basic clothes waiting for him on his bed that he had missed before. Tan breeches, a white shirt, socks, and boots. All seemed close enough to his size, which must have been rather difficult to procure. Justin assumed they were from Alistair. The man was truly too kind. He got dressed and unlocked the door, and as he suspected, it was the boys coming to take the tub. Justin was grateful they didn't comment on the filthiness of the water. They managed to scoot it into the hallway without spilling a drop. They also brought him some food. Nothing fancy, just a slab of cold roast beef, cheese, bread, and light ale. As soon as they were gone, he scarfed down his food, never tasting anything so delicious, despite the simplicity of the fare. After setting his plate in the hallway outside, he returned to the room's tiny bed and lay down. Such were the events of the day that he was instantly asleep. Justin blinked awake, only to find himself in a room that wasn't his. He had a moment of panic before he remembered everything that had happened. A groan escaped his lips, and he hid himself under the sheets. And he would have stayed there had the voice not entered his mind. "You have reached level 1. The world is your stage, and you've taken the first step in your performance. Charisma and wit will be your tools. Use them wisely, for every conversation can lead to opportunity." Much to Justin's surprise, he felt a sense of accomplishment and purpose, something that seemed to come from outside himself. And he realized he hadn't leveled up yesterday because it was waiting for him to sleep. It seemed to be how this system, or whatever entity controlled this reality, worked. He supposed, for simplicity's sake, he should simply think of it as the system, or perhaps the voice, at least until he learned more. You have 1 attribute point to distribute. Justin opened his character screen and saw that he could place the point into any of his 6 core attributes. It was tempting to put it in power or endurance, as that might help his survivability, but he knew he could not do so. He was a socialite, and his strength was charisma. All of his skills would surely benefit from it, and in fact, he could not level up unless he used charisma-based skills, at least as far as what Alistair had told him. He sighed, then locked the point into charisma and confirmed. Almost instantly, he felt his thoughts become clearer, and he sat up straighter. He wasn't sure if it was an effect of the stat increase or something else. He looked into a mirror on the wall and was surprised to see his cheeks were a little less pudgy and his eyes less red. The fresh air and exercise had done wonders for his complexion. He wasn't good-looking by any stretch, not even average, but he looked better than he did on his best days, of which, admittedly, there weren't many. Was it exercise or something else entirely? Whatever it was a step in the right direction. As a level 1 socialite, you have unlocked your class boon, Magnetic Presence. Magnetic Presence. People are more instinctively drawn to you, sensing an aura of trustworthiness or allure. As your charisma grows, your presence can inspire loyalty in allies and unease in adversaries without a single word. Justin rubbed his chin thoughtfully. In a world where he didn't know who to trust or even how to survive, having people naturally gravitate toward him might not be such a bad thing. Trustworthiness was a currency he could spend, and if enemies were uneasy around him, maybe he could avoid some fights altogether. It wasn't the smashing power of a barbarian or warrior, or the fireballs of a wizard, but it was a tool he could work with, something that would be useful in everyday situations. The more he invested in his charisma attribute, the more effective this class boon would become. And for that matter, what was the difference between a skill and a boon? A question for Alistair, perhaps. Now go and make your mark in the world, brave adventurer. Your potential is boundless. With that, Justin felt the warm presence of the voice depart. All right, he said, rolling his shoulders. Time to see if this magnetic thing works. Justin stepped back out into the hallway just in time to see Alistair leaving his room, all decked out in gleaming paladin gear. The paladin's face brightened at seeing him. Morning. All cleaned up, I see. I got to level 1. Well done, lad. You will always remember your first level up. Justin frowned. Heading out? Alistair chuckled. Yes, I'm afraid so. Zombies to slay and all that. But before I do, a parting gift. He reached into his coin purse and gave Justin 5 silver coins. Justin's eyes widened. Alistair, you don't have to. I know I don't. But something is different about you. That much I can see. I'd stay longer, see you on your way, but the church keeps me busy. Maybe as a first step, you can ask the innkeeper for leads on work around here. Or, better yet, visit the local cleric at the cathedral and see if he can do a bit of healing to help you with your memory. Good idea, Justin said. Before you head out, how do levels work here anyway? What's the difference between a boon and a skill? Alistair looked at him, marveling. You really don't know any of this stuff, do you? Justin hung his head. Hey, it's all right, Alistair said, his tone softening. Well, from birth, the gods know your strength, your purpose. All of us are born with the sacred spark of life, of the Creator within us, and that spark feeds your core attribute. You have a charisma core, Justin. For all your words about not being good with people, the gods think otherwise. It's up to you to build on your strength. You've handled yourself well so far. Who knows how far you can go if you try? Justin blinked at him, surprised by the encouragement. Alistair gave a knowing smile and a shrug. Trust your instincts. Words can inspire, cut, or heal, but only if you wield them with purpose. Arion, guide your steps, Justin. And remember, charisma isn't just about talking. It's about making others believe. With that, Alistair adjusted his shield and strode past Justin, his boots echoing down the stairs. Alistair has left the party. Justin felt a certain warmth leave him. At first he thought it was a sense of sadness that he was on his own again, but he also remembered that it might have been Alistair's divine aura dissipating. Whatever the case, he was on his own again, level 1 in a new world, with no proper goals or motivations. One thing was obvious, though. He had to learn more. As he headed downstairs, he could only wonder what the day would bring. 4. Emotional damage.
Attributes are multipliers, amplifying what is already there. A fool with a high power attribute will indeed strike hard, but a trained swordsman with less power will hit even harder. Master yourself first, and your attributes will magnify talent into true greatness.
Scholar Rindle Failstorm, Class Fundamentals. Checking out? The innkeeper asked. Justin nodded. I'm wondering where I might get some basic gear. A coin purse, a map, a pack. You'll want to go down to the market square, the innkeeper said. There are plenty of shops that sell those sort of things. You might also try the general store at the edge of town. Thanks, Justin said. One more thing, the innkeeper said. If you want your breakfast, I can get you a bit of bread and meat before you head out the door." She gave him a warm smile. "Wait right here." Justin nodded, wondering what could have inspired this change of heart. Maybe that one point of charisma had made all the difference, or even his new boon. She came back with the baguette laden with meat and cheese. It would be perfect to eat on the road. "Appreciate it," he said. "In return, just point any new customers to the drunken pixie," she said with a parting smile. "I have a feeling you might go far. Good day." Justin nodded and headed out the door. He was already out on the street before realizing he hadn't even asked where the market square and general store were. He walked and ate, and the market was easy enough to find, just a street over from the inn. Dozens of shops and stalls lined the central square, along with the towering cathedral, quite lofty for a town of this size, with the same phoenix Justin had spied on Alistair's armor. It must have been the Church of Light. Well over 100 people were gathered here, buying, selling, and haggling. The air was misty and cool. As the innkeeper said, there were vendors selling many goods, food, clothing, and even weapons. He spotted a store that looked promising and headed inside. A friendly-looking woman with wavy brown hair greeted him. He wasn't sure how far 5 silvers would carry him, but he already knew from fiddling with his interface this morning that 100 coppers equaled a silver, and 100 silvers equaled 1 gold. "Welcome, traveler," she said. "What can I do for you today?" "I need some basic gear. A coin purse, a map, and a pack for starters." "You've come to the right place. We have everything you need." She led him to a section of the store that was filled with backpacks, pouches, and other travel gear. Justin selected a sturdy pack and a small pouch to hold his coins. Despite their size, the shopkeeper assured him that both were enchanted to hold more than they appeared to on the outside. The pack, she also mentioned, was enchanted to prolong the life of any food placed within it, and was popular with local hunters. He didn't think he would be doing any of that. He simply wasn't equipped for it, but it was good to know. He also picked out a map that was enchanted to fill in details as he discovered new areas, and a few supplies, such as a pocket knife, flint and steel, a pot, a canteen, and some basic foodstuffs, on the storekeeper's recommendation. After that, there was little left to spend. "Is there anything else you need?" the woman asked, handing Justin his change. "A bit of information, perhaps?" Justin said, stowing the coins in his new pouch. "If you have the time." "Well, it's been a slow morning, so ask away." "What can you tell me about the Socialite class?" She frowned. "Well, I've heard of it, but I've met no one who has it. It's one of the basic charisma classes, of course. Everyone knows that. I think you'll find some in the big cities. Most of us with charisma cores learn something that's a bit more useful, if we have the means." She gave a sudden smile. "As for socialites, we don't have much need for that around here. Like any other basic class, the socialite class can be adopted on one's 20th name day by anyone with a charisma core attribute." 20th name day. So a person wasn't allowed to pick a class until they turned 20. And, as he had suspected, the core attribute for the class had to match. She looked at him a bit curiously. "Are you a socialite, dear? If so, you're far from the courts of Belmora." "Belmora? Where's that?" She watched him strangely. "That's the capital of Aranthia. Quite far from here, but you can make it in a couple of weeks by walking the Silver Road heading southeast from Mistwatch. Before that, though, you'll come to Silverton, about 50 miles away. Not the biggest city by any stretch of the imagination, but there's a lot of work there in the mines. It's definitely someplace all the young ones want to get off to. If you're aiming for something bigger, well, as I said, Belmora on the Golden Gulf is what you want." She gave a playful smile. "Are you running from something, lad? Or chasing a girl?" Justin smiled easily, the instinct seeming to come naturally. Why? Are you interested? She gave a good-natured laugh. Well, I do like him a bit on the heavy side, but you could do with a proper shave. Her smile softened. You aren't entirely unhandsome, though. Well, that's a green light if I've ever heard one. Green light? A strange expression. Where are you from, dear? Justin played it off with a grin. Oh, somewhere far and exotic, where charm is a national export. The woman chuckled, her eyes twinkling. He realized, with a start, that he was flirting. And more shocking, she was actually enjoying it. He couldn't remember the last time this had happened, if ever. She touched his arm lightly. You're too funny, dear, but much too young for me, I'm afraid. What do you mean? You don't look a day over 30. Her cheeks reddened. Oh, stop. I am spoken for, after all. Is there anything else I can help you with, young master? He smiled graciously. No, ma'am. Have a pleasant day. As he walked out of the store, he pondered the conversation. Such flirtations were not his normal character, so he had to wonder if it was his class that was causing him to act this way. It was almost like an instinct. You have gained 2 experience points. Your experience stands at 2 of 200. Well, that was unexpected. He opened his character screen and, to his shock, saw that the experience requirement for level 2 was a full 200 points, far more than the single point required to get to level 1. Well, he would get there, one day. Out in the market square again, he retrieved his enchanted map and gave it a good look. It seemed to be highly detailed up to 20 miles, but after that things became more nebulous, listing only major landmarks and settlements. Silverton was 50 miles away and was barely contained on the edge of the map. There was no sign of Belmora, so clearly this was a local map. As he examined the map, his eyes nearly popped out of his head. To his surprise, he could zoom in on the map and get a better sense of details, though it didn't reveal everything. He found Mistwatch, which was in the center of a place called the Wildwood Forest, in a country called Aranthia. The road to Silverton went southeast, over a range of hills, or perhaps even small mountains, called the Umber Range, with Silverton set in a pass within it. As the shopkeeper had said, it was about 50 miles, 52 to be exact. He briefly examined other points of the map, but found there wasn't much information, just some cities, forests, hills, and mountains. The map was entitled The Central Hinterlands. Interesting, he said. He looked around, not sure what to do with himself. A sudden sense of loneliness and homesickness overcame him. He thought about his old life, how he had taken everything for granted there. And now he was stuck here, completely lost and overwhelmed. He needed a goal, but what? Here he could make his own life and his own destiny. He took out a few coppers from his pocket, staring at them for a moment. He had a charisma-based class. Maybe he should try to make some money, start a business. Then again, he didn't have the merchant class, and wouldn't get bonuses for owning a store or anything like that. It seemed all he could do was schmooze with people. Could it get any worse? Justin decided to head to an inn, a different one from before, to get some information. It seemed to be the thing to do in the games he played, so he didn't see why it would be different here. At the very least, it was something to do. But as Justin walked down a random street, he couldn't help but notice how deserted it was. Skulking in the alley between 2 shabby buildings were 2 youths. They were both tall and thin, with greasy hair and scruffy clothes that looked as if they hadn't been washed in weeks. Their eyes flickered over to him, and they exchanged a few quick words Justin couldn't quite catch. Justin headed for the open door of a nearby inn, but the 2 youths stepped out in front of him, blocking his path. One of them, who was tall with a pockmarked face, snarled at him. "Hey there, Tiny. If you're lost, the pig pens are back on the farms over yonder." Justin tensed up. He was all too aware that he had nothing but the pocket knife he'd just bought to defend himself. He could see the glint of greed in their eyes, and he knew they were after his newly purchased possessions. Justin smiled as a line serendipitously came to him. "Lost? Just thought I'd take the scenic route and admire the local ambiance. But you two are really bringing down the local property value." The second boy, shorter and skinnier, laughed. "Some sort of wise guy, huh? We saw you at the market square. You've got some silver on you, don't you?" "Sorry, fresh out of silver. But I have a pocket full of sarcasm if that interests you." The boys didn't seem interested in his witty banter. "Hand over the silver, and we'll let you go," the taller one said, brandishing a rusty knife. "Otherwise, things are going to get ugly." Justin realized there was only one way out, since handing over his goods was the last thing he wanted to do. He realized he had no choice but to use his poison barb skill, and his barb would have to be so good that it would render the first boy speechless for 3 seconds, allowing it to immediately go off cooldown so he could use it on the second boy. That would give him enough of an opening to escape into the inn. Justin activated Poison Barb, looking the two boys up and down, feigning boredom. He felt a surge of energy, as if he were tapping into some deep well of mystical power. Somehow, the Poison Barb ability allowed him to read his opponents like a book, to know exactly what to say to hit them where it hurt the most. He perceived that the tall boy was self-conscious about his ragged appearance, while the shorter one was ashamed of being bossed around by the older one. Two scrawny weeds have sprouted from the cracked pavement." He eyed the taller youth. "And what is that? Unwashed hair? And are those garments you are wearing, or merely rags that have been scavenged from a garbage heap? I can smell the stench of your unwashed body from here, and truly your presence is an offense to my eyes. I would not be surprised if they became infected by your foul visage." The taller boy's eyes widened, and he seemed unsure for a moment. But after a few seconds, he scowled, and the shorter one couldn't help but chuckle nervously. Poison Barb refreshed. "You're going to regret that, you little," the tall boy said, suddenly coming to his senses. But before he could finish, Justin struck again. He was aware that the odds of stunning him again were lower, but as he saw it, he had no choice but to try. "Oh, I'm quaking in my boots. Do you want to know what really scares me, though? The thought of being stuck with your repulsive appearance for even a few more seconds. It's like you're trying to make me physically ill. I doubt even a rat would come near you for fear of catching something. You look like you crawled out of the sewer." Again, the boy watched him, flummoxed. Good. It had worked. Poison Barb refreshed. As Justin took another step forward, with confidence he didn't know he possessed, he turned his attention to the shorter boy. "And you," he said, his voice low and dangerous. "You're just a tag-along, aren't you? Can't even come up with an insult of your own. Just do what your master tells you. How pitiful." The shorter boy flinched, his eyes darting nervously between Justin and his partner in crime. Poison Barb refreshed. Justin continued his barb chain. "You're nothing but a scared little mouse. But don't worry, I'm sure your big, tough friend here will protect you." By now, Justin had caused such a scene that a crowd had gathered. The taller boy took a quick look around and breathed a curse. "Come on." He bounded down the alley, the shorter boy clipping at his heels. Justin watched him go with a smirk, feeling a surge of satisfaction. "You have gained 20 experience points. Your experience stands at 22 of 200. Justin shook his head. With the would-be attackers gone, whatever instinct had possessed him vanished, leaving his hands shaking. Without further hesitation, he ducked into the inn. 5. A working boy. If you're looking to hire a mercenary, heed this advice. A good mercenary won't talk too much about their exploits. Those who brag about slaying dragons usually haven't survived a chicken coop. Check their gear. Polished weapons and well-maintained armor are marks of a professional, not someone looking to pocket your gold and vanish. And finally, pay well, but not too well. Loyalty lasts only as long as the coin purse is heavier in your hand than in theirs. Captain Jeanette Dane, The Definitive Guide to Mercenary Dealings. Inside, Justin found himself in a dimly lit common room. The fire in the hearth cast a warm glow on the wooden tables and benches that filled the space. A few patrons were scattered throughout the room, nursing drinks and conversing in hushed tones. The air was certainly different here than at the Drunken Pixie, but despite the shabbier interior, the owner seemed to keep the establishment clean and in good working order. Taking a deep breath, Justin approached the bar, where an older man with grizzled hair and a bushy beard stood wiping a mug. He looked up as Justin approached, his eyes appraising. "What can I get you, lad?" the man asked gruffly. "Just a drink, and some information, if you have it." "Drinks are cheap. Information is pricier, depending on the request." What kind of drinks did they have in a place like this? Probably not a Harvey Wallbanger. Justin sighed. "Ale is fine." The barkeep nodded, sliding a tankard of dark-hued liquid across the counter. "That'll be 5 coppers." Justin fished the coins out of his pouch and handed it over. Taking a swig of the ale, he savored the bitter taste as it cooled his tongue. Judging by the price of the goods he had purchased, a copper seemed to have about the same value as a US dollar. That would be his prevailing assumption until proven otherwise. "I'm looking for some advice," Justin began. "I'm new around here, and I need to figure out a way to make some money." The barkeep raised an eyebrow. He had no real reason to help him, but maybe his magnetic presence boon would come in handy. "What skills do you have?" Justin hesitated. "I'm a socialite." He cleared his throat awkwardly. "Level 1. "You have a class?" the barkeep asked, a bit surprised. "Well, that helps you out quite a bit. Take on a few skills and boons and you'll be all right." "You speak as if having a class is a rare thing," Justin said, taking another sip. "I thought everyone of age had a class." The man looked at him as if he had grown a second head. "Well, classes aren't easy to come by. Maybe it's different where you're from, but by the time you're my age and half your life is spent, well, the cons of going into debt for one outweigh the pros. Count yourself lucky, lad. You've got your whole life ahead of you." Justin frowned. If classes were indeed rare in this world, maybe he should be careful about advertising the fact. "Would there happen to be a library in town? There's a bit of information I would like to look up." "Well, the church is your best bet. I believe they have a clergyman with a scholar class. Silas Penwell is his name. He'd be the one to talk to. But access to knowledge like that doesn't come cheap. Where I'm from, libraries are paid for by taxes." The man chuckled. "Well, I haven't heard of that. Where are you from, anyway?" Again, Justin had fumbled, and now he was stuck answering an awkward question. "Belmora," he said smoothly. "Anyhow, if you have any leads on jobs, I could pay you back with further business." The man shrugged. "Well, besides your class, do you have any other talents or education? Can you read and write? Can you do math?" "I can," Justin confirmed. "I have some book learning, but truth be told, I don't have much in the way of practical abilities, but I can talk to people." With that last part, it felt as if he were lying through his teeth. But who was to say that wasn't true? In his old life, he was a bumbling fool who couldn't string 2 words together to anyone who even slightly intimidated him. But here, he had more important concerns. Talking was easier now, and his thoughts were strangely clear. Either it was the fresh air, his class, or the endless dangers making pesky things like social anxiety take a back seat. Now he had anxieties of a different sort. The barkeep considered this for a moment, stroking his beard. Well, there are a few options that might suit you. You could look for a job as a merchant's assistant, helping with negotiations and deals or balancing the books. Or you could try your hand at being a courier or a scribe. People are always in need of someone who can deliver messages or write letters. That might suit me. It's not as bad as you think, the barkeep confirmed. You've got something of an education, and that puts you ahead of most. Aim for something that gets you at least a silver a day. Is that enough to live on? Maybe not in Belmora, where you're from, but here in Mistwatch, it's doable. If you want something a little more, the Royal Mail is always hiring couriers. It's dangerous, especially these days. In a town like this, the official mail only goes out once a fortnight, but sometimes people or businesses need their parcels faster and are willing to pay through the nose for it. You might make 10 silvers a week doing work like that, up to 20, depending on the danger and how many jobs you take on. 20? Now we're talking. Granted, a lot of your pay would have to go into financing your own coach, horse, and perhaps a guard or 2. It's a hard business. My advice is to try to work in the post office. A lot safer. I can't just deliver parcels by myself. It can't be that bad. The barkeep chuckled. Oh, you'd just be asking for it, even on the roads, especially on the roads. At least hire a guard. Justin thought back to those goblins and realized the barkeep might be right. Thank you for the advice. I appreciate it. The barkeep waved a hand dismissively. Don't mention it, lad. Just remember that sometimes it's not what you know, but who you know. Make the right friends and doors will open for you. With that piece of wisdom, Justin finished his drink and left the inn. He had no friends, so that advice was probably useless. Truth be told, he hadn't ever held a job in his life. His mom always got on him for that. She always told him to at least do something, even if it was working at McDonald's, but his pride would never allow it. Looking back, he realized it would have been good for him. He'd gotten more sun and nature in the past couple of days than he had in the last couple of years, maybe even the last couple of decades. Here, though, he didn't have to be his old self. He could be whoever he wanted, and there was no one to say boo. There was power and freedom in that. He would start by making connections, forging alliances, and learning everything he could about the people and places around him. And he would begin right here in the town of Mistwatch. He headed back toward the town square, looking at his map all the while. The town wasn't large, so it took about 2 minutes to find the post office. He strolled through the front door, the bell above the entrance announcing his arrival. The room was simple, with a long wooden counter at the end. Behind it, rows of pigeonholes were filled with letters and parcels, each one meticulously sorted by destination. Brass placards labeled each slot with names like Silverton, Belmora, Windfall, Dragor's Keep, Caraway, and Highcliffe. A middle-aged woman with a strict bun and spectacles looked up from her ledger as he approached. "Can I help you?" she inquired, her tone brisk. "I've heard you need workers," Justin replied, his voice steady. "I'm here to offer my services." She arched an eyebrow, her gaze appraising him from head to toe, taking in his basic clothing. "Experience?" Well, all those fetch quests and ether quest probably didn't count as experience, but Justin could pretend they did. He had to hope his 11 in charisma was enough to carry him through. He put on a confident smile. Yes, madam. I've handled many tasks, delivering urgent messages, transporting valuable items through hostile areas, and navigating dangerous territories to complete critical assignments. I've worked for high-profile clients, merchants mostly. Back in my last job, the routes weren't easy, but I made sure the deliveries were always on time and intact. As someone with the Socialite class, I always know the right words to get out of a hairy situation, and I'm skilled at handling high-profile clients. The clerk listened, her eyes widening with a mix of surprise and concern as he spoke. By the time he finished, she looked almost wary. Well, can you give an example of a hard assignment you've completed? Do you at least have a letter of reference? Justin hesitated for only a moment before replying. Unfortunately, I don't have a letter of reference with me. My last employer was somewhat secretive. They were involved in sensitive matters, and discretion was paramount. We agreed that any formal documentation could compromise that discretion. But I'm happy to tell you about one of my most challenging assignments. Then, with skill he didn't even know he possessed, he wove an epic tale regarding a specific fetch quest from EtherQuest that he had to complete. There was a time when I was tasked with delivering a rare vial of medicine to an orcish village deep in the mountains. The village was suffering from a terrible plague, and the medicine was their only hope. The path was treacherous. Blizzards and landslides made travel nearly impossible. But I knew the importance of my mission. Justin watched in amazement as the clerk's bespectacled eyes widened while she was rapt by the story. Good. This was going better than he had expected. Normally, he wasn't one to spin wild tales, but he could make an exception in cases of survival and, of course, landing a job. At one point, I was ambushed by a group of bandits who wanted the vial for themselves, thinking it was something valuable they could sell. I talked my way out of the situation using my charisma to convince them it was cursed and would bring them nothing but misfortune. That actually hadn't been what happened. In EtherQuest, Justin had used his Hammerstorm ability to make short work of the miscreants, but she didn't need to know that. Anyway, they let me go, and I continued on. Despite the odds, I reached the village just in time, and the medicine saved countless lives. The clerk's expression softened as she listened to his story, her initial wariness giving way to a mixture of admiration and relief. She actually believed him. Ye gods, that's quite the tale. Well, we're desperate for help, and most don't want to take the Silver Road these days. Sensing an opening, Justin swallowed hard and leaned in slightly. I'm aware of the risks, and I assure you I've risked far more. There's no better person for the job than I. Well, I'd be remiss not to tell you first that we have something safer if you prefer. I actually could use someone to do the sorting. My junior clerk quit last week. Pay? 50 coppers a day, she said evenly. Justin's face fell. That's poverty wages. I have a class, so I'm aiming for a silver a day. Just think of the value I can offer, especially as I unlock more abilities. She chuckled dryly. Even I don't make that, young man. We need help, but we'll pay you the market rate for it. Any old Jack could do it. I'm not any old Jack. Trust me, I want something more. I've got a fire in my belly and nothing can stop me. Tell me more about this courier job. She looked him over once more, then sighed. All right. You mentioned experience working for high-profile clients, and your Socialite class would be helpful there. I've got an important parcel that needs to be delivered to Baron Valdrick in Silverton. Normally, I wouldn't give it to someone as untested as you, and without an official reference, but I'm getting desperate because he can be quite
demanding. You deliver it and head to the postmaster there, and you'll get 5 silvers. Sound good? Justin blinked. The Baron of Silverton. This didn't sound like a simple delivery. But then again, if he were successful, it would give him a good amount of money. 5 silvers was a considerable sum. With one job, he'd make 10 times what he'd earn doing sorting. Walking 50 miles to Silverton would take 2 days at the most. Plus, it would get him to a bigger city where his class might be more useful. Then again, the clerk had made the mistake of saying she was desperate. "I'll do it," he said. "But I want 10 silvers." 5, the clerk said firmly. "This rate is set by the client and is non-negotiable. Sorry." No wonder no one had taken it yet. "Well, you mentioned no one wanted to take it and it's time-sensitive. Either your client can wait, or he can raise his bid." "I sympathize and actually agree with you. However, this client is particular that the pay be no more than 5 silvers. It's yours if you want it." Justin sighed. "Very well, I'll do it." She blinked in surprise before recovering. She handed him a small package, tied up with twine and sealed with red wax. The weight felt right in his hands. Plus, it got him paid more while getting him to a bigger city. "That's your seal," she explained. "It's enchanted. Once accepted by the intended recipient, it'll log with the Universal Ledger. Once that's done, head to the local post office for your pay." There was something in her eyes that suggested she knew he'd been stretching the truth. "Look, normally I wouldn't give this to you. A lot of couriers have gone missing lately. All of them have had one thing in common." "What?" Justin asked, curious despite himself. "They refused to hire help." Justin smirked. "At these rates, I can see why." The clerk was not amused. "The Mercenary Guild is just down the street. Please hire someone and don't be too picky." Justin nodded, placing the parcel carefully in his pack. "Understood." As he left the post office, the interface in the corner of his vision flashed with a new message. "Job gained. The Baron's parcel. Deliver the parcel to the Baron of Silverton. Upon successful delivery, go to the Silverton post office to collect your pay. Pay, 5 silver marks. Experience, 50. Justin couldn't help but smile. This wasn't just about delivering a parcel. It was a challenge, a game. Or at the very least, something to do. There was the risk, of course, but the prospect of 5 silvers and the experience points was too enticing to pass up. He retrieved his map and made his way to the Mercenary Guild, just down the street. So far, his interactions had granted him very little experience. He hadn't gotten any from his conversation with the clerk, probably because he hadn't negotiated a higher payment. Soon enough, he arrived. The guild was smaller than he'd expected, just a simple door that was open to the street. For a town the size of Mistwatch, it was a minor affair, quiet with only 2 armored soldiers sitting at a nearby table, each nursing a drink. Both leered at him dangerously. But sitting in the opposite corner, almost hidden from view, was a young woman, perhaps in her mid-20s like him. She had a lean face, hawkish features, and hollowed cheeks that spoke of more than a few missed meals. Her wide green eyes, framed by shoulder-length brown hair, watched him curiously. While the other 2 men wore heavy armor and carried swords and shields, she had nothing but disheveled clothing and several knives strapped to her belt. Justin approached the main counter, mannered by a burly orc with green skin and pointed tusks. A sight that threw him for a loop. It was the first time he'd seen a non-human in this world. Or really ever, in this world and in his own reality. It should have surprised him, but it felt oddly natural. As Justin cleared his throat, he felt the weight of battle-hardened eyes on him. "What can I do for you, sir?" the orc asked gruffly, his expression disinterested.
I need protection for the Silver Road journey, as far as Silverton. Very good. What kind of protection? The good kind. Well, it can be had if your pockets are deep enough. Justin considered for a moment. If he paid even 2 silvers, it would cut into his profits significantly. But it was still more than what the junior clerk position offered. I've got 2 silvers to pay, he began, trying to sound confident. On arrival, of course. Laughter erupted from the table where the 2 men sat, and Justin felt his cheeks burn. The orc grinned, revealing more of his yellowed tusks. 2 silvers? You want your hire to fight with a twig? No one here will risk the Silver Road for anything less than 5, especially these days. Justin had hoped to negotiate, but this was more than he'd expected. I can go as high as 2.5, the orc guffawed. Sod off, little boy. This clearly isn't for you. Never mind then. I suppose I'll have to go to Silverton on my own. Good day. Justin turned toward the exit, feeling deflated. If the post office was only paying 5 silvers, the risk would make the job almost pointless if he hired help. He felt a surge of anger because the post office clerk clearly knew that, but still foisted the unwanted parcel on him anyway. He'd been played for a fool. This baron had probably set a low-ball bid, hoping some desperate rube would come along and take it. But that still didn't make sense, because if the baron actually wanted the damnable package, wouldn't he set a reasonable bid to make sure it arrived safely? In the end, Justin had to shake his head. People's actions didn't always make sense, but it was certainly aggravating when they affected him. Emerging into the sunlight, he paused. Maybe he should just humble himself and take that sorting job at the post office. But now that he had accepted the parcel, something about it felt strangely binding. It was a job, and a job had to at least be attempted. Otherwise, he'd be stuck with this parcel for the rest of his days. Strangely, he didn't care about the Baron, but something about this package called out to him. It needed to be delivered, and he would be the one to do it. It was something to latch onto in this uncertain world. Plus, getting to a bigger town was his goal, a goal he couldn't fulfill so long as he stayed here in Mistwatch. Just as he was about to turn around and head for the town gate, a hand grabbed his arm, and he nearly jumped out of his skin. He spun around, meeting the intense gaze of the young woman from the guild. Her striking green eyes sized him up. Justin found her presence unsettling, but she didn't seem to mean him any immediate harm, despite the knives at her belt. "Lila Fairwind," she said, holding out a hand with a winning smile. "Those guildies don't know an opportunity when they see one. I'll escort you to Silverton for 3 silvers. Justin looked her up and down, doubtfully. "Where's your armor?" "I'm a bard, level 1, she said. "We don't use armor. I can tell you've fallen on hard times. We have that much in common." She drew one of her knives quickly, twirling it in her fingers. "Name?" Justin's eyes widened slightly at the sight. "Justin Talemaker, Socialite. Are you good with those knives? You're level 1, after all." She smirked. "Well, it's a little-known fact that bards are almost as good with knives as they are with music. Trust me, not a hair on your head will be harmed." "Uh-huh," Justin said, still skeptical. "And you want 3 silvers. It's a fair price. So, what do you say?" He hesitated. The path ahead would undoubtedly be perilous. In most games Justin had played, bards were known for their songs and musical skills, not martial prowess. But Lila seemed capable enough. Plus, he had no other options. "All right, here's the deal," Justin said. "I have half a mind to do it myself, but I'll be honest. I have little in the way of combat skills. But if I hire you for 3 silvers, there's no point in me doing the job. So how about we split the money? 2.5 once the job is done." Lila considered, then nodded. Deal. You won't regret it. Justin hoped not. In the corner of Justin's vision, his interface blinked with a notification. You have gained 2 experience points. Your experience stands at 24 of 200. Lila has requested to join the party. Justin accepted with a mental push. Lila has joined the party. You have assumed the role of party leader. You have shared a job with Lila, the Baron's parcel. It's official, she said, a bright smile spreading across her face. Ready when you are. Let's move out, Justin said. The unlikely duo set forth for the town gate. 6. Crossroads of Choices. People will argue all day about why the Creator turned his back on his creation. Some say it was our wars, others our pride and greed, and a few whisper it was simply boredom. But perhaps the simplest answer is this: even gods know when they've made a mistake. Git the Bard, Ale-Stained Wisdoms. As Justin and Lila made their way toward the town's southern gate, the hustle and bustle of the surrounding streets melded into a distant hum. The palisade walls were illuminated by the morning sun approaching noon. It had been a busy morning, and Justin wanted to get at least halfway to Silverton before the day was through so that they could arrive by evening tomorrow. It was quiet at first, and awkward. Justin wasn't sure of the proper protocol for hired muscle. Did they talk or ignore each other? He and Lila couldn't have been more different, at least on the surface. Appearance-wise, she definitely wasn't disagreeable. He supposed his mind shouldn't go to such places, but there it was. He was a man, and men noticed things. So, a socialite, Lila began with a smirk, glancing sideways at him. Can't say I've met one of those before. It seems to be a common sentiment. So, how does that work? Do you fight enemies with the power of charm and dinner parties? Justin couldn't help but chuckle. Well, words can be as powerful as any sword. And trust me, social situations are difficult. You'd be surprised at how much damage a whisper can do. Lila feigned a look of mock horror. Please spare me from your deadly gossip. Hey, don't underestimate the power of a well-placed rumor. It can break empires. Well, you're level 1, just like me. I think it's a little early to call yourself a breaker of empires. True enough, he conceded. If you want to know the truth, I could hardly convince the innkeeper to fetch me a bath last night. Lila laughed, shaking her head. Really, though, a socialite. You're obviously not from around here. It's a long story, Justin said. You wouldn't believe me if I told you. Well, now I want to know even more. Alas, I must maintain an air of mystery, at least for now. Suffice it to say, my class is powerful in the right hands. Okay, Mr. Socialite, here's a question for you. What happens when words fail and fists fly? Justin smirked, adjusting his pack. Well, that's why I hired you, isn't it? I trust you are handy with those knives, and that spinning move you did wasn't all just for show. You sound skeptical. Bards are far more capable in combat than you might realize. I don't just play with knives. I can make them fly as true as any ranger's arrow. Is that so? It isn't all just singing and dancing? Well, she said with a smirk, I am a wonderful singer. So, what is your class skill? Bardic Inspiration. It lets me boost any attribute by +2, and it applies to the entire party. That sounds useful. What about your level 1 skill? Well, you get a class boon at level 1, not a skill. Mine is called Artful Precision. It enhances my ability to play instruments and handle knives. Sounds fitting. So, what's the difference between a boon and a skill, anyway? She looked at him strangely. Again, he suspected he was asking a basic question most everyone knew. Well, a skill is something you actively use, if that makes sense. Most of the time it has a cooldown, so you have to be careful when and how you use it. Boons, on the other hand, work in the background, giving you a benefit without you ever having to lift a finger. I see, Justin said, nodding. One is active and the other is passive. That's right, Lila said with a smile. Though a smart person knows how to make the most of both. He set his thoughts on Lila's character, and to his surprise, his interface opened to give him more information. Lila Fairwind. Class? Bard. Level? 1. That was all there was to see. Justin dismissed the information. I put my first point in coordination, Lila said. That should help my accuracy. I invested in charisma, because it doesn't seem like I have many options, Justin admitted. But in case things get rough, it's good to know I have you at my side. She grinned, clearly liking the compliment. And don't you forget it. Still, I must admit, it'll be interesting to see how your unique skill set comes into play. At that moment, Justin got the oddest sense that Lila was inspecting his character. He wasn't sure how the thought had entered his mind, but he was certain of it. It was like the feeling of someone looking at him from a distance, but stronger. So, what are your class abilities? She asked. Poison Barb is my class skill, Justin said. It lets me inflict emotional damage on someone. My boon is called Magnetic Presence. It basically makes people want to help me. Huh, Lila said, raising an eyebrow. So that's why I volunteered to save your sorry ass. Justin smirked. You say that like you regret it. She chuckled. Give me a reason to, and we'll see. She tilted her head thoughtfully. What is this emotional damage anyway? Do you insult someone until they cry, or? It's like a stun, Justin said. Consider it a punch right to the heart and soul of a person. It's pretty amazing to see it in action. Lila shuddered. I'd rather get in a fist fight than have to deal with that. Justin looked ahead, finding that somehow they had already passed through the gate. The vast expanse of the Silver Road stretched out before them. In the distance, the Umber Hills waited, rising low out of the misty forest. Justin hoped to make it there by nightfall. Their banter faded as they left the city behind. The Silver Road stretched out like a ribbon through the dense wildwood, leading Justin and Lila to the opening of a narrow, steep-walled canyon as the late afternoon dragged on. The trees overhead formed a thick canopy, their branches intertwined, blocking most of the sunlight. The sun had been warm and bright earlier, but was now subdued beneath this verdant canopy. The distant chirping of birds and the occasional rustling of leaves were the only sounds accompanying their footsteps. As they approached the mouth of the canyon, Justin motioned for Lila to stop. He pointed to a bend in the road up ahead where muffled voices reached their ears. Silently, they crept closer to get a better view, and soon found themselves behind a massive boulder, using it as a vantage point. A group of rough-looking men, unmistakably highwaymen by their worn-out leather armor and crude weapons, had surrounded an elderly traveler. The man's horse stood nervously to the side, its saddlebags being rummaged through by one of the robbers. In the corner of his vision, Justin spied an alert. He set his focus on it, and it opened of its own accord. His heart raced as he read the message contained within. Quest available. Rescue the waylaid traveler. Recommended party level, 4. Average party level, 1. Risk level, almost certainly fatal. Proceed only if you have a death wish. Description: Highwaymen are robbing an elderly traveler on the Silver Road. Will you be the beacon of hope in these perilous times and stand up against the oppressors? This quest is high risk, but with significant risk comes a glorious reward. Experience points, 500. Rewards, whatever items the robbers carry, plus any potential bounties on their heads. Justin nearly gawked at those rewards. It would be enough to put him at level 2 and then some, and the amount of loot could be quite a bit, likely far more than his current job. Before he could tap the alert and accept, Lila grabbed his wrist, pulling it away. "Are you insane?" she whispered. "There are 4 of them, and they look like they've been doing this for a while. We'd be killed." "But we can't just let them rob and hurt that man," Justin whispered back, torn between his sense of justice and the danger in front of him. "I know, it's a hard thing to watch, but 1 dead is better than 3 dead, and I don't think your poison barb or my knives will be much against those broadswords." Justin immediately saw her point. This wasn't just a game. As far as he could tell, there were real consequences here. If he died, he really died. This might be his only chance at life. The will to live was a powerful thing, and Justin felt fear clutching his throat. He decided, perhaps, given the circumstances, that it was best to stay on the sidelines. The scene in front of them took a grim turn. After snatching all the man's valuables, one highwayman roughly pushed the traveler to the ground. Another unsheathed his dagger and, with a swift motion, ended the old man's life. It was quick and methodical. Clearly they had killed before, and this group might even be the source of all the missing couriers. The shock of witnessing the cold-blooded murder left Justin frozen, his mouth agape. The brutal reality of it hit him hard. This was clearly no game, but a ruthless environment where death lurked around every corner. Lila's hushed whisper pulled Justin out of his daze. "We need to retreat. Now." Without waiting for his reply, she turned and made her way deeper into the woods, away from the silver road. Justin, still trying to process what he had just witnessed, followed her. They walked in silence for what felt like hours, but was probably closer to minutes. The approaching dusk painted the sky with dark purples and blues. Lila finally stopped in a small clearing, hidden by thick foliage. "We'll set up camp here for the night. We're far enough from the road, and those brutes won't find us in the darkness." "Hopefully," Justin managed. As they started setting up a makeshift camp, Justin spoke, his voice tinged with guilt. "We should have done something." Lila looked up, her green eyes softening. "In a perfect world, maybe, but you've got to choose your battles. We wouldn't have stood a chance. I'm only level 1 for the gods' sake. And you?" She paused. "Well, you have no fighting abilities at all. Sorry, you hired me to protect you, and that's exactly what I'm doing." Justin sat down, feeling the weight of the world on his shoulders. This world, it's so real. The violence, the fear, the blood. I wasn't prepared for this. What happens if you get killed? Do you respawn somewhere at least? Lila gave him a confused look. "Resurrection, you mean? Well, true resurrection isn't possible, but certain classes, like white wizards, get powerful healing spells. It's said their magic can take even the smallest spark and fan it back to life, but as for what happens after, well, as an adherent of the light, those who place faith in the Creator and the 6 gods and behave justly will ascend to the ether realm upon death. Those who do not, like those men back there, are doomed to spend eternity in the nether with Morvath, the god of death. Others say it's all nonsense, and there is nothing but the great silence that cannot be heard. Whatever the case, I'm not ready to find out." Justin remained quiet, not sure what to say. He could only assume, from the man's dying screams, that the pain was indeed very real. It solidified for him that this was a real place, a place where nature and the system itself or its creators, were impartial observers and imposed their own rules over reality. Of course, there was the third option he wasn't ready to entirely discount, that he was in a coma or in some weird sort of purgatory he might wake up from someday. But with each passing hour, this idea seemed more unlikely. What dream was as realistic as this? Lila offered a reassuring smile. Look, every choice we make, whether to fight or flee, changes our path. The important thing is to learn and adapt. We survived today, and tomorrow we'll be smarter, stronger, and better prepared. We have our whole lives ahead of us. Let's not get caught up on something that was impossible to deal with. Justin nodded. But of course, it was hard to be satisfied with that answer, even if he knew she was right. That voice that talked to me when I got my class, when I leveled up, who is that? Lila watched him curiously. Where did you say you were from? I hit my head pretty badly a couple of days ago, Justin explained. Plus, I just got my class. The excuse sounded lame, especially since he had no visible injuries, but thankfully Lila seemed to accept it. That's the voice of Eyrth. Normally it's just called the voice. Eyrth is one of the 3 manifestations of the Creator. Basically, anyone who has a class and access to the ethereal interface can hear it when you gain a new level. Yes, but why? Why are there classes and levels to begin with? Where does it all come from? Well, all that's in the Book of Life. The voice tests everyone with a class so that they can become stronger, so their cores can transcend the mortal realm through trial and choice. The way she said that made Justin feel like she was reciting something repeated so often that the words had completely lost their meaning. But for someone like him, it seemed like something very important. The best he could figure it, leveling up was some form of spiritual purification. Hell if he knew. Justin wanted to ask for more information, but Lila was already suspicious of him. Whatever questions he had, it was best to ask them slowly over time. If he told her something completely crazy like being from an entirely alternate reality, there was no telling how she might react. Once again, getting access to a library would need to be one of his top priorities, so he could research things in peace without raising anyone's suspicion. As night drew in around them, they opted not to build a fire, for obvious reasons. They just had to hope no monsters or unwelcome creatures found their way into their camp. Justin's stomach growled. He hadn't had a bite since lunch that day. I'll take first watch, Justin said. No way both of us can sleep with those ruffians out there. No argument from me. I'm beat. As Lila drifted off to sleep, Justin wondered how she could do it so easily. It seemed that death in this world was a constant companion, where the very act of reaching the age of 20 was a triumph, and much more than that, gaining a class. It was enough to shift his perspective, at least somewhat. The sounds of the wildwood surrounded them, a symphony of the untamed wilderness. Justin found himself wondering about Lila. Like him, she must have just gained her class too, being only level 1. What was her story? What was she doing in that mercenary guild anyway? He supposed those were questions that would have to be answered another time. 7. The Star of Ilara. The Star of Ilara is the most famous tale to come out of Deloria. Every year, would-be heroes don their armor and gather their companions, all in pursuit of the legendary Ascendant artifact. Of course, for most it's less about the artifact and more about an excuse to drink, brawl, and swap exaggerated tales of bravery. Yet, even as centuries pass, the allure of the star endures, a beacon of hope,
or hubris that refuses to fade.
Scholar Bella Nafar, Legends That Never Die. By some miracle, Justin stayed awake for the first watch, waiting about 4 hours before waking up Lila. Thankfully, she didn't complain, and he fell into a fitful sleep. When morning came, he felt as if he had been hit by a truck. They had walked some 15 miles out of town, and that wasn't counting the backtracking they had done. Justin just wanted to sleep, but he knew they had a decision to make. "If we keep going," Lila said, "we can't use the road. It seems those bandits went into the woods to the east. Right now, we're west of the road. Therefore, if we go south a few miles, we should come back onto the road and avoid any nasty fights. But how will we not lose our way? Don't you have your map?" "Yes, of course, I'd forgotten." "We'll use that. Make sure we're heading due south until we're well past that canyon. Then we'll head east until we hit the road, then we'll head south again towards Silverton." "Sounds like a plan." They packed up their camp and began the day's journey. The walk was grueling, especially given Justin's exhaustion and the endless hills and foliage. To enliven their spirits, Lila began singing, despite the risk of being overheard. Justin had to admit she had a sweet voice, somewhat thin and trilling, and striking chords in his heart. He couldn't help but have a little extra pep in his step. He wondered if it was her bardic inspiration ability and if she had chosen to enhance their endurance attribute. A quick look at his character revealed that, yes, indeed, his endurance attribute was now 12. While the rest of the numbers were black, endurance was green, likely to show that it was being modified by Lila's skill. But then, after silence, Lila's voice took on darker tones as it spilled forth into a new song, weaving a tale of ancient love and loss. She sang of Elara, a radiant beauty whose presence enchanted Alden, a brave warrior. Alden promised Elara the sapphire star of Eyrth, a celestial gem of unmatched splendor. After a year-long quest, Alden returned triumphant with the star, but their joy was short-lived. As they journeyed to Alden's homeland, they were ambushed by ruthless highwaymen. Alden fought valiantly, but in the chaos, Elara unleashed the star's magic to save him, only for him to be struck down by a treacherous blow from one of the bandits he believed was dead. With his last words, he claimed that, though the star was broken, he would always keep her safe. Elara continued on, guided by Alden's love and the remnants of the star's power. She was ambushed by a cave troll in a seraphim range, and her prayer to the heavens was answered by a new star flaring to life in the sky above. With renewed strength, she vanquished the troll and found solace under the guiding star, now known as Elara's star. This celestial beacon, Alden's promise of protection, led her to a place of peace, where she lived out the rest of her days, where the star was buried with her. When Lila's voice faded, it was nearly half an hour later, and Justin marveled at the picture that had been painted in his mind. It was almost as if he were watching a movie, but the melody of Lila's voice made it far more emotive. A tear, unbidden, fell from his eye. What was that song? It's called The Star of Elara, a very old, very famous story from my homeland. You can still see Elara's star to this day. It's the brightest one in the night sky, and it points directly north. Useful if you ever lose your way. You've got a gift for singing. Lila smiled. Thank you. Some of it is the class, but I've always been told I'm a good singer. Well, is this story true? Is there really a sapphire star of Eyrth somewhere to be found? It sounds like it could be a powerful amulet of protection. Some go hunting for it, Lila said. I have no doubt it exists somewhere, but in these darker days, very few adventure for it in particular. My country, Daloria, used to host an annual festival where hunters of the star would set out every year, mostly an excuse for adventurers to go off and carouse, but some truly wanted to find it. Most go searching for the star in Karath, the land where Alara is said to be buried. The story is at least 1,000 years old, and probably more. If it has been found, none have said anything about it. I'm sure the star is worth a fortune. No doubt, but it's probably better to set our sights on more attainable goals, like finishing this job. Of course, Justin said. It grew quiet after that. Soon after the song ended, Justin felt his limbs grow tired. The going was slow, and it wasn't until late afternoon that they got back on the Silver Road, weaving its way through the hilly, forested landscape. The pair quickened their pace. There's an inn and a hamlet on the other side of these hills, Lila said. In normal circumstances, travelers can reach Whispering Pines from Mistwatch with a single day of hard walking, and then get to Silverton the next day. As it stands, it seems the inn is the only safe place we can stay tonight. How much will it cost? I only have a few coppers left. Well, that's hard to say. The room and 2 meals will be at least 60 coppers. Maybe you can try to talk it down a bit with that silver tongue of yours. Or maybe you could sing to get us a discount, Justin said. Perhaps, Lila said. It wouldn't be the first time. Thankfully, they made it to the top of the hills without incident. Once they crested the rise, the misty wild wood spread before them, and down a few switchbacks stood a cozy-looking inn with yellow-lit windows and a steeply thatched roof. Smoke curled out of the chimneys, promising a warm fire. Such was Justin's hunger that the savory smell of stew and freshly baked bread set his mouth to salivating. As they approached, Justin noted the wooden placard swinging in the cool breeze. The Whispering Pine, it proclaimed in fanciful letters. Apparently, the inn's name was the same as the hamlet's. Even from outside the door, he could hear the mumble of voices beyond. The pair entered. The inn's atmosphere was quite different from the drunken pixie back in Mistwatch. Instead of merriment and music, hushed conversations filled the room. The central topic soon became clear as they made their way to a table close to the bar. "Brutally killed right on the Silver Road," one man proclaimed. "He was a regular here, was he not?" a woman's voice asked. "A regular? Brennan was my brother," another woman squawked. "Highwaymen getting bolder by the day. By Arion, what is Aranthi a-coming to?" The innkeeper, a pot-bellied man with mutton chops, approached. "Evening. Were you two traveling on the Silver Road yesterday from Mistwatch?" While his tone was curious, Justin caught the concern on his face. Justin hesitated, deciding honesty was the best policy. "Yes, we were." Whispers filled the room as more patrons turned their attention to the newcomers. A stout woman with graying hair tied in a bun stood up. "Then you must have seen something. My brother was murdered. They left his body there on the road, the devils. Tell me you saw those responsible." Justin swallowed hard, feeling the weight of the room's eyes on him. He would have to play this delicately. We didn't see the actual event. We heard voices and hid. I'm a courier, you see, and new to the area. I was warned the road was dangerous, so I didn't want to take any chances." The woman looked at him incredulously. "So you saw nothing? Did nothing?" "Well, not nothing," Justin said, realizing he'd have to give her at least something or it would look suspicious. "We saw them leaving after they did what they did. Being just the two of us, we didn't want to get involved. We feared for our own lives. There were 4 of them, all well armed with broadswords and leather armor." Another man stepped forward, narrowing his eyes. His brown hair was styled in such a way complete with a red cap, that Justin couldn't help but think of Lord Farquaad from Shrek. "If you were on that road around that time, you must have seen something more than that," the man demanded. "Are you sure you didn't recognize anyone?" "They are new to the area," another woman interjected. "Remember?" Lila spoke, her voice firm. "We understand your pain and anger. It seems this man, Brennan, was well liked, but we truly didn't see anything beyond what we've just told you. Like any sensible person, we hid. It all happened so fast." A tall figure stood up from the back of the room, dressed in a dark green robe embroidered with intricate patterns of silver vines. Over his shoulder, a quiver of black feathered arrows was visible, complementing the long sword with an ornate hilt at his belt. "Enough," the stranger said, his voice deep and gravelly. "The blame lies with the highwaymen, not these travelers. Accusations won't bring the dead back. They did what any of you would have done, and that's a fact." The room was silent, save for the crackling of the fire. The innkeeper cleared his throat and turned to Justin and Lila. "Apologies for the interrogation. Emotions are high. Still, if you need a room, we have the space. I'll give you a special discounted rate. Half off, just for tonight. That's 36 coppers for the room and 2 meals. Least I can do for the information, as little as it is." "There's something more, now that I remember it," Justin said, realizing that giving any useful information might get them a free room. "We think they went off into the woods by that canyon, heading east. We got past them by doubling back and heading west off the road. We lost a whole day's progress because of it." "That would put them out by Raven's Rock," one man exclaimed. "I don't know this area too well," Justin said. "Just thought that the info might be useful." "We're grateful for anything," the innkeeper said. "I'll be reporting that to the county sheriff," the woman said, the sister of the murdered man. "It's something." Unfortunately, the innkeeper didn't seem to have a mind to give them the room for free, but he had already left and was bringing back a couple of pints. "Thanks again. I know it's not much, but these drinks are on the house. Hopefully justice will come of this." You have gained 6 experience points. Your experience stands at 30 of 200. Justin wondered for a moment why he'd gained experience until he realized that he'd navigated quite a prickly conversation. He'd balanced giving just enough information to satisfy them while not giving too much to make people suspicious of him and Lila. And he'd also defended their decision not to get involved, even convincing that stranger in the corner to side with them. His magnetic presence boon was helping him once again, perhaps. Maybe being a socialite had its perks. He took a swig of the cool lager, feeling it was well earned. "Well," Lila said, "if you hand me 18 coppers, I can go settle up with the innkeeper. I'm heading to bed. It's been a long couple of days." Lila left to do just that, letting him know before she turned in that they were in room 6, handing him a spare key. Justin looked over in the corner where the green-cloaked man was now smoking a pipe. Justin gave a grateful nod, which the man acknowledged and returned. Justin wasn't going to stay long, not really relishing the thought of conversation, when the stranger sidled over to his table. The man was tall and lean, with weathered skin that spoke of years in the sun and wind. His hazel eyes were sharp, and his dark brown hair was streaked with gray. He had a trimmed beard, and scars ran down his left cheek, hinting at past battles. To Justin, he was quite imposing. The stranger took a moment to look Justin over, sizing him up. "You handled yourself well tonight. Few can navigate the emotions of a room with such precision." Justin raised an eyebrow. "Thanks for standing up for us." The man chuckled. "Well, we rangers have a way of seeing the bigger picture. Like you, I'm a stranger to these parts." I appreciate it, Justin replied. The ranger leaned in, his voice lowering. The name's Eldrin. Justin. Pleased to meet you. I've been tracking these highwaymen for a while. By the nether, they've become bolder with each passing moon. Justin nodded. From what we experienced, it's clear they are not just ordinary bandits. You're right. They're organized, have a leader, and worse, they're growing in number. Why are they allowed to exist like this? It seems like someone should have taken them out by now. Well, you're right. But we live in strange times. The mayor of Silverton has his hands full preparing for the upcoming autumn festival. He has a vested interest in keeping any hint of danger away from the public ear, to ensure merchants and visitors still come. As for the sheriff, let's just say his loyalties lie with those who line his pockets the most. Justin frowned. You're saying the bandits are paying him off? Gods, no. I'm saying he couldn't give a flying fig unless someone were to light a fire under his arse. Trust me, that fire is not forthcoming. A lot of money flows out of Silverton, and money has the power to corrupt. I can see that. Point being, the roads will remain dangerous as long as those bandits are out there. Now, I've been planning to take them out for quite some time, but doing so alone would be risky, even for someone of my experience. You and your friend could be valuable allies. I perceive that you both have a class. Justin wondered how he knew that. Maybe rangers had some keen sense of insight not available to others. Justin hesitated, taking a deep breath. Look, Eldrin, I appreciate the confidence, but I'm a level 1 socialite. My skills involve persuasion and navigating social scenarios, not battle. Lila's just a level 1 bard. Are you sure we're the help you're looking for? Eldrin regarded him, seeming to size him up. Well, once you've had as many years as I have under your belt, you learn that level isn't always a measure of potential. You navigated tonight with aplomb. With the right guidance and strategy, even a level 1 can make a significant difference. And Lila might be a bard, but I can tell she has the heart and spirit of a fighter. With my experience and your combined potential, we could bring these highwaymen to justice. Justin looked into Eldrin's eyes, trying to gauge the depth of his belief. He thought of the parcel he was supposed to deliver. There will almost certainly be a reward, Eldrin went on. I'm keeping my eyes on the quest board over yonder. With the information you shared tonight, it's only a matter of time before something becomes available. He gave a nod toward the wall, a bulletin board filled with quests, bounties, and various odd jobs. A reward would be nice, but then he recalled the fear he had felt hiding from the highwaymen, the weight of the room's eyes on him, and the hopelessness of the woman who had lost her brother. It was by no means an easy decision, but at last he decided. The parcel could wait. Well, I can't speak for Lila, but if she's in, I'm in. Glad to hear it. Let me know in the morning. Sleep on it. Eldrin left the table, heading upstairs to his room. Justin headed that way a few minutes later. Justin turned the key in the brass handle. As he walked into the room, closed the door, and dropped off his things, to his surprise, Lila was lounging in a copper tub in the middle of the room. Startled, he spun away. Lila, sorry, I didn't know. Didn't know what? That you were... He was about to say, naked and taking a bath, but it seemed she didn't get the point. He cleared his throat. Sorry, it's just that where I'm from, things are a bit different. She laughed, finally understanding. Oh, I see. My mother always told me the people in Aranthia were a bit more conservative. Prudish, even. Prudish? It's not that. It's just... He trailed off, not sure where he was going with this. Maybe she was right.
In Dayloria, shared bathing spaces are common, Lila explained. I grew up with 3 brothers in cramped quarters. Privacy was a luxury we couldn't afford. Sometimes in bigger inns they might have a separate bathhouse or bathroom that is segregated, but a small country inn like this? Almost never.
Justin took a breath. After all, he was in a new world with different customs, and they had just witnessed a murder together. He supposed such experiences tended to accelerate bonds between people. He supposed he should feel good that Lila trusted him to this extent. Besides, this was hardly the strangest thing he had encountered since arriving here. He had seen literal magic. He set his pack down, half turning so that he could see her from the edge of his vision. I talked to that man downstairs who spoke up for us. His name is Eldrin, and he's a ranger. He has an interesting idea.
What idea?
Justin quickly recapped Eldrin's proposition to go after the highwaymen at Raven's Rock. From Lila's face, Justin instantly knew she didn't like the idea.
Sounds risky. Are you sure that's smart? We barely escaped them last time, remember? Both of us are just level 1, and we don't even know this Eldrin. How can we trust him?
He reminds me of someone I know.
Who?
Aragorn, son of Arathorn.
Aracorn? What kind of name is that?
Never mind. Lila, how do you expect to level up if you never take risks? Lila's green eyes narrowed.
Careful with your words.
Without warning, she stood and reached for a nearby towel in one fluid motion. Justin politely averted his gaze until she had wrapped it around herself. Such was her matter-of-factness about it that he was starting to accept it as normal.
The innkeeper only brought 1 tub of hot water, she said, gesturing to the bath. You should use it before it gets cold.
She gave a slight smile.
After the day we've had, you could use it.
Justin considered this. In his old life, he would have been paralyzed by social awkwardness. But here, practicality and survival took precedent over discomfort. Makes sense. No point in wasting warm water.
I'll turn around, she offered, already moving to face away.
Thanks, he said simply. He made sure she was really looking away before undressing. He'd been overweight for most of his life, and it was always something he was insecure about. Lila was the exact opposite. But it seemed all the body shame that existed in his own world, reinforced by mass media, was far more absent here. It was a silver lining, however small. He settled into the bath, finding it surprisingly soothing. It was exactly what he needed. He cleaned himself efficiently and dressed in some fresh clothes he had purchased in Mistwatch.
All done, he said. We should catch some rest. We have a long walk ahead of us tomorrow.
She blew out the candle and rolled over in bed. As Justin made himself as comfortable as possible on the floor, he reflected on how quickly he was adapting to this world's differences. Perhaps it was a necessity. Or perhaps it was the strange bond forming between him and Lila after their shared experiences. He cleared his throat. Think about Eldrin's offer. We might do some real good and get some experience to boot. It was a moment before she answered.
I'll think about it, but don't hold out hope. We have a job to do, remember? One that's practically guaranteed not to kill us.
Justin realized she had a point, but all the same he hoped she would agree with him. He didn't have the chance to think about it much longer because he fell asleep. 8. The Ranger's Proposition. Rangers are more than bow-wielding hunters. They are survivalists, pathfinders, and watchers of the wild. In the end, it is not the sharpness of their arrows, but the sharpness of their instincts that keep them and their party alive.
Perseus Dalvik, Ranger of the Verdant Expanse. The morning sunlight crept through the windows of the inn's common room, where Justin and Lila had seated themselves at a secluded table, their breakfast of fried eggs and toast on plates in front of them. Eldrin wasted no time as soon as he came down the stairs, completely outfitted with his pack, bow, and longsword. He sidled up next to Lila on the bench. "Eldrin Thornwood," he said with a winning smile. "I trust you've heard about my noble plan." Lila speared her toast with her fork, her eyes thoughtful. "I've heard about it, but I still have reservations." "Well, I hope to put those to rest. I have much to say about the subject, and by the end, I think we can come to an agreement." "We'll see about that," Lila said doubtfully. Justin took a sip of coffee from his mug. "I'm all in, but if Lila wants us to keep moving, well, I won't lose sleep over it." Eldrin said nothing about this. Instead, he watched Lila for her reaction. Her gaze was still uncertain. "I'm just a level 1 bard, Eldrin. I don't have the skills or the equipment to take on a group of dangerous men. This is too much, even if it comes with a reward." Eldrin nodded, taking a moment to consider his words. "It's not just about the potential rewards, Lila. These highwaymen are causing chaos and pain to the county. The mayor's too caught up with the coming festival, and the sheriff, well, I have my doubts about his intentions. We might be the only chance this hamlet has, not to mention the dozen men and women that have disappeared over the past couple of months." "You're appealing to the wrong thing," Lila said. "I'm very practical, and others' troubles don't trouble me. What's the reward for risking my neck?" Eldrin smiled. "Thought you might ask that." Thanks to Justin's intelligence, the good innkeeper had enough information to make an official report to the Silverton Mercenary Guild. It is now an official bounty, tacked onto every quest board in the county, and maybe even outside of it. All the families of the victims have come together, and the reward for justice served is generous. And by fate or the gods' will, we are probably the closest party in a position to seal the deal. Yes, there's a risk with you both being at such a low level, but nothing ventured, nothing gained. Trust me, now that this is out there, these bandits won't last too much longer." "As if I need further convincing," Justin said. "How much is the bounty?" Eldrin smiled. 80 silver marks. Lila's eyes widened. 80 marks? That's a lot, Justin finished. 80 silvers was 16 times the amount the courier job was going to pay. True, the reward would be split among the three of them, but even so, it would go a long way to securing Justin's position in this new world. "Here's what I'm thinking," Eldrin said. "Given my expertise and the fact I'll be pulling most of the weight, it's only fair, upon completion, that I get 50. Each of you can have 15. "That's not fair at all," Lila said. "We're risking just as much as you, maybe more since we're only level 1. "Well, it has to be worth my time as well," Eldrin said. "Simply, this is a job I could do on my own. It wouldn't be as easy, but there it is. This job would take a solid 2 or 3 days to complete." Each of them looked at Justin, wanting his opinion. "Whatever's fair or not, what's important is that everyone feels valued," Justin said. "I understand your position, Eldrin. As you said, you will do most of the work. I'm a socialite, so there's little I can do but lob insults at our enemy. However, it's premature to say we won't be doing as much work as you. No one knows how this will turn out, and it's quite possible it's far more dangerous than we realize. Lila is right. Since we are at lower levels, the risk to us is much greater. By that metric, perhaps we should get more." Eldrin stroked his chin. "Yes, you have something of a point there, socialite. But the fact remains, I'm the one who came up with the idea, and I will do most of the work. Can either of you bring yourselves to kill, even when you're in the right?" Both Justin and Lila were silent at this. Eldrin continued, "50 silvers is fair compensation for my role. But it's also important to keep everyone happy," Justin pressed. "And my instinct tells me you need our help, because I doubt you're purely doing us a favor. Maybe you can take half the bounty while Lila and I split the rest." Eldrin took a moment to think it over before guffawing. "Well, you have something of a point, too. It's not something I'd normally do, but, as you said, it's important that everyone be happy with the arrangement. And time is pressing down on us. I'll concede. I'll take 40, with the remaining 40 being yours and Lila's to split." From Lila's expression, she didn't seem happy about this, but Justin agreed readily. "Deal. I'm glad that's worked out. However, I'm concerned about the potential for conflict over the loot if we don't hash out an agreement ahead of time. Assuming we succeed in our venture, whatever the robbers possess becomes ours. Absent any identifying information or core binding, it will be impossible to track down the original owners." Justin assumed core binding meant items that were explicitly attached by the system, or gods, to an original owner, making them unusable for others unless, perhaps, that owner was deceased. "That's a fair point," Justin conceded. "Assuming we can't agree, you'll get half the value of whatever loot we find, while Lila and I split the remaining half." "That's a compromise," Lila said. "The fairest option is to split 3 ways, levels be damned." "And while we argue about it," Eldrin said, "another party will nab the prize." "A fair point," Justin said. Lila seemed to consider for a moment, weighing her options. "If we can come to an agreement," Eldrin said, "Justin will need a proper weapon. Perhaps you don't gain experience from fights, like Lila and me, but it's essential you have something to defend yourself with. I still have my old dagger. It's been with me through many battles. It's still in great shape and a good weapon for a socialite, at least until you can get a cane. You can have it." Justin was touched. "Thank you, Eldrin." He frowned in thought for a moment. A cane? Was his class supposed to be like a pimp or something, complete with a feather jacket and scarf? He put the thought aside for now. "Now wait a minute," Lila said. "I still haven't agreed to anything." "An equal distribution of half the bounty," Justin said. "That gives each of us 20 silvers. Just imagine what can be done with that money, Lila." Her green eyes became glazed as she imagined the possibilities before she seemed to think better of herself. "No use for money if you're dead. With Eldrin, we are in capable hands. It's the question of the big reward or the sure thing," Lila said. "Yes, I can throw knives in a pinch, but I'm supposed to be singing and spinning tales by the fire, not fighting." Justin realized that her hesitancy was less about fairness and more about confronting her fears. "I thought you said bards were as good with knives as they are with music." I was just trying to sell my services. Which brings me to my main point. My job is to protect you, Justin. Which is exactly what I'm trying to do. That means keeping us out of fights and away from strangers." She looked at Eldrin. "No offense." "It's a fair point," Eldrin said with an amused smile. "I'm not well known around here, but I've done a few jobs for the innkeeper. Ask him if you need a reference." "Look, I understand it's risky," Justin said. "But this is a way to do some good and get paid for it. Imagine what you can do with that money, Lila." Lila looked from Eldrin to Justin and back. Justin gave what he hoped was a reassuring smile. Lila let out a breath. "I feel out of my depth, but it seems Justin is sure about this, and the money would be nice. It would solve a lot of my problems." Finally, she smiled. All right, you've got me. Eldrin gets half, Justin and I split the rest. When do we start? A blue notification ticked in Justin's vision. You have gained 4 experience points. Your experience stands at 34 of 200. Justin blinked at the message. Another negotiation handled with care. We leave now, Eldrin said, answering Lila's question. When I join your party, you'll get the benefit of my party tactic, Pathfinder's Pace. Then, we head for Raven's Rock. What does Pathfinder's Pace do? Justin asked. Rangers have a natural affinity for traveling faster in the wilds, knowing just where to step for maximum speed. I think you'll find we'll be going just as fast through the wilds as on the roads, and sometimes even faster. You'll also be able to walk farther without rest. That's amazing, Lila said. What's a party tactic? Justin asked. You unlock it at level 5, Eldrin said, watching him closely. It's basically like a boon, but it benefits the entire party. Party tactics upgrade automatically every 10 levels after they're first adopted. I see, Justin said. Eldrin shrugged. It's the gods' way of getting us to work together, I suppose. Like a paladin's divine aura, Justin said, proud that he actually knew something for once. Exactly like that. All right, Lila said. Let's join up, although Justin is currently the party leader. Justin realized it was on him to invite Eldrin to join, and not only that, but to take over the party. He did so simply with a thought. Eldrin has joined the party and assumed the role of party leader. You now benefit from the expertise of his Pathfinder's Pace. Eldrin has shared a bounty. Bounty received, Highway Justice. Recommended level, 4. Party level, 4. Risk level, normal. Your party is suitably equipped to handle this bounty. Details. Recent reports show a group of highwaymen causing chaos in the county. They were last seen heading toward Raven's Rock. A generous bounty has been posted by the Silverton Mercenary Guild, and families of victims have pooled their resources. The reward stands at 80 silvers for the capture or dispatch of the bandits. Experience, 250. 500 if you capture the bandit leader, to be brought to the Mercenary Guild in Silverton for inspection. Bounty, 80 silver marks to be divided among the party. Loot, whatever items the robbers carry. All right, Eldrin said. Let's go after those bandits. Justin grinned, relieved that Lila was on board. She gave a nervous smile. As they walked out of the inn and into the cool morning air, Justin couldn't help but feel a bit excited. Yesterday, things had seemed all too real. Even if he knew this world was real now, it felt like a game at the moment. And not only that, but the experience. Completing the bounty would easily put him at level 2, while the harder option of apprehending the leader and bringing him to the Mercenary Guild would impart 500 experience points, which might even be enough to put him at level 3. They started north up the road, backtracking the way they had come. And that was when something shot out of the sky and straight for Justin. 9. Ambush at Raven's Rock. In the days of yore, the Silver Road was a mighty highway, stretching proudly from Silverton to Erebar. Along its length stood many prosperous towns, their markets bustling and their banners flying high. But now it is little more than a dusty track, winding through ruins, trees, bandit camps, and the occasional hamlet clinging to life. The Silver Road is a somber tale, a stark reminder that the prosperity of today can wither into the poverty of tomorrow. Time
after all, is the only road with no end.
Chronicler Elisar Vane, Echoes of Forgotten Glory. That something soon revealed itself to be a bird of midnight black, its dark form cutting through the sunlight before alighting on Eldrin's shoulder. Its black feathers shimmered with hues of dark blue and purple, giving it an almost mystical appearance. Both Justin and Lila watched the magnificent animal with awe, which looked at them both with its intelligent eyes.
Shadowflight, Eldrin introduced, stroking the falcon's head tenderly.
The bird nuzzled him. The bond between the two was obvious.
"You have a falcon?" Justin asked.
"Just as he has me," Eldrin said with pride, as they continued their way up the road. "Shadowflight is my bonded animal. Most rangers get the privilege of choosing to bond with a wild creature. That creature becomes an extension of ourselves, sharing in our senses and even our emotions."
"I knew about animal bonds," Lila said, "though I've never seen it in action."
Justin couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy, looking at the bird, equal parts beauty and deadliness. He doubted he'd ever have a cool ability like that. He set his mind on Eldrin's character, and some basic information popped up. Eldrin Thornwood. Class, Ranger. Level, 10. Justin wondered if there was a way to see his boons and abilities, but despite trying, it didn't seem like it was possible.
"So, what kind of skills do you have?" Justin asked.
Eldrin looked at him matter-of-factly.
"I have a mix of skills related to archery, pathfinding, trap detection, and potion making. The Ranger is something of an eclectic mix, but it is useful for making a life in the wilds."
"I see," Justin said, impressed. "And will it be enough to deal with these bandits?"
"Of that, I have no doubt. I think it might be a good idea, at least temporarily, for us to form a party pact with one another."
"A party pact?" Justin asked. "What's that?"
"It's a formal agreement forged through the interface. It will allow us to better see each other's abilities and attributes. That way we know what everyone in the party is fully capable of."
"Sounds like a good idea," Lila said. "Although Justin and I each have only one skill and boon."
"No matter," Eldrin said. "It will still be useful. And at any point you can retract the agreement if you want to go your own way."
"I see," Justin said. "Let's do it then."
"Eldrin would like to form a party pact with you. Do you accept?" Justin accepted with a mental push. "Party pact formed with Eldrin Thornwood. You may now inspect Eldrin in greater detail." Justin did so immediately. Eldrin Thornwood. Class, Ranger. Level, 10. Attributes: Power, 10. Coordination, 15. Endurance, 12. Intellect, 13. Spirit, 10. Charisma, 10. Abilities. Skills: Ranger's Insight, 0. Eagle Eye, 2. Nature's Cloak, 3. Hunter's Mark, 7. Boons: Ranger's Intuition, 1. Animal Bond, 4. Nature's Bounty, 6. Botanical Insight, 9. Survival Instinct, 10. Party Tactic: Pathfinder's Pace. Justin thought the information over. It seemed that, even with the pact, he could not get specific information about each ability he had. Still, it was easy to imagine Eldrin's uses simply based on the ability names. It seemed he got a mix of ranged combat bonuses, a stealth ability, plus things that helped him and his party survive in the wild. In short, it only reaffirmed Justin's decision to join him. The number beside each ability had to indicate the level at which it was acquired.
Eldrin continued leading the group northwest as morning passed into early afternoon. Once well past the hills, Eldrin veered eastward, entering the thick of the forest. Now things felt less like a game and more like reality. Those bandits had melted into these woods just yesterday. As they moved, Justin felt a lightness in his step, realizing that despite the thick underbrush and uneven terrain, they were traversing the wilds as easily as they would a well-trodden path. "You have a knack for picking the best way forward," Justin mused. Eldrin chuckled. "That's my Pathfinder's pace for you." "You said that, but now I'm really believing it. Even my pack feels lighter." Eldrin lapsed into silence. It probably wasn't wise to speak so loudly when danger was getting closer. Lila seemed more alert, always having a hand on the hilt of one of her throwing knives. Without warning, by a stand of pines, Eldrin stopped in his tracks, raising a hand to halt the others. He bent down, brushing aside some reeds to reveal a large pit, its floor lined with wickedly sharp spikes. "A common bandit trap," he whispered. "A single misstep, and one could find oneself impaled." Justin shivered, thankful for Eldrin's sharp senses. With a gentle whistle, Shadowflight took to the skies, disappearing from sight. "We'll let him scout ahead," Eldrin said. "Now what?" Lila asked. Eldrin held up a hand. Lila's voice had carried farther than she had probably intended. He nodded toward some underbrush just a few steps away. "Over there." They followed the ranger, waiting in the gathering darkness without saying a word. Minutes later, Shadowflight returned, landing deftly on Eldrin's arm without a single sound. Eldrin closed his eyes for a moment, his face a mask of concentration. Justin could tell he was communing with the animal. "4 of them," he murmured. "Just as you said, Justin. They're camped out by Raven's Rock, cooking their evening meal." Justin and Lila exchanged glances. The sun was descending, casting a golden hue over the landscape. Nightfall wasn't far off. "They're half a mile from here. We can speak a bit more freely, though you would be shocked at how far sound carries in the wildwood. It's a quiet forest, and the outcrops of rock can produce echoes that only amplify sound." "What's the plan?" Justin asked quietly. "We'll use the cover of night to our advantage. Shadowflight can distract them from above while I use my nature's cloak skill to approach undetected. I then set up a good ambush point and ensure my first hit lands true on their leader." He looked at Justin. "That's part of the reason I wanted you here. I need you to tell me what he looks like." Justin hesitated for a moment, the image of the bandit leader forming clearly in his mind. "He's tall and broad-shouldered. He has a long, unkempt beard that's streaked with gray. A scar runs from his temple to his jaw." Both Eldrin and Lila watched him, impressed. Even Justin was surprised that he could recall the face so easily. He had always struggled with remembering faces and even names. He wondered if it was a passive gift of his class, something not exactly mentioned by the voice to him upon adopting it. "Good recall," the ranger said. "He won't stand a chance." Lila gripped the haft of the throwing knife in her belt. "And if things go south?" "That's what you're there for, Lila," Eldrin stated simply, meeting both their gazes. "You too, Justin. They'll do one of 2 things when their leader falls. They'll split or they'll fight. I imagine the former is the most likely. You're there for backup in case they decide to charge me. You two can hold them off while I take more shots with my bow. With luck, neither of you will have to lift a finger. But battle plans never go off without a hitch. That's the reason I wanted backup. And of course the bandit leader might have a class. We must be ready for any surprises." "What surprises?" Lila asked nervously. That we will have to see. Hope for the best, plan for the worst. They ate a light meal as they waited for the full cover of darkness. The moon hung high in the night sky, its silver light filtering through the trees of the wildwood. They stood at the edge of the tree line, watching the meadow where the 4 highwaymen lay on their backs, all but one clearly asleep below a high pointed cliff that could be none other than Raven's Rock. In the nighttime darkness, its shape was reminiscent of the dark bird, the cliff's point as sharp as a beak. As planned, Eldrin activated his nature's cloak skill and melted into the shadowy dark grass like a wraith. Justin was shocked at how quickly he was lost to sight. Justin and Lila remained in the shadows of the trees. There was no chance either of them would be spotted. Up above, Shadowflight circled, waiting for the ranger's signal. Justin waited, having long lost sight of Eldrin. His heart pounded in his chest, while sweat ran cold down his neck. At any moment, Shadowflight would. The falcon's high shriek sounded out of place in the night. Immediately, all 4 bandits roused, including the leader who stood head and shoulders above the rest. He was perfectly open to Eldrin's shot. Eldrin's bow twanged from somewhere in the distance, and then something quite unexpected happened. As the missile made its approach, it didn't land true in the bandit's chest, it only pierced his right arm. "Ambush!" the leader roared, clutching the arrow. The 3 other bandits drew their swords and charged into the darkness toward Eldrin. "Come on," Justin said, drawing Eldrin's dagger and heading out of the trees. "We can't let him fight alone." Justin's voice was louder than he intended. Thinking he was the source of the arrow, the bandits immediately turned and sprinted his way. They would be upon him all too soon. But that was when Shadowflight swooped down, his talons gripping the shoulder of the most laggardly bandit and digging in. The bandit screamed, flailing, but Eldrin took advantage of the distraction, rising from the underbrush and advancing like a shadow, bow drawn. This arrow shot true, directly into the man's heart. He crumpled, lifeless. That left 2 more bandits. The first was charging toward Lila. Not knowing what else to do, Justin willed himself to perform his poison barb skill, unsure of its efficacy in this situation. He got a lock on the bandit's face, and at that moment gained insight into the perfect insult that would emotionally damage his opponent. Justin cleared his throat. "Isn't it tragic that you'll never amount to anything more than a failed pawn, forever overshadowed by your more talented and handsome brother?" Even Justin was startled by the scornful insult. There was something about his voice that wasn't exactly his. Without having to be told, he knew he had assumed the mannerisms and inflections of the bandit's shrewish mother. The bandit froze for a heartbeat, his face blanching as if memories of childhood rivalries and endless comparisons were surging to the forefront of his mind. It was a wound, deep and painful, and Justin had just poured salt into it. The comment didn't stun the bandit exactly, but it at least made him falter, giving Lila the second she needed to gather her courage. With a cry, she lunged forward and launched her throwing knives. They twirled through the air, one landing true right in his throat. The man's scream became a bloody gurgle as he went down. Eldrin dispatched the last bandit with a clean, lethal shot. You have gained 20 experience points. Your experience stands at 54 of 200. Eldrin lit a torch and inspected each bandit to ensure they were truly dead. Justin watched, wide-eyed, his heart feeling as if it would beat out of his chest. It had all happened in less than 30 seconds. Eldrin nodded toward the leader, who was still lying injured by the campfire. "Come on," Eldrin said. "This isn't quite over yet." They approached the bandit leader, whose eyes were closed. At first, Justin thought he was dead too, but he was shocked to see that the man was still breathing. Without a word, Eldrin quickly secured him with some rope, expertly tying his hands behind his back while attaching another rope around his waist, fashioning a makeshift leash. He finished by tearing up some old fabric and placing a blindfold over his eyes. The arrow that had pierced his arm was more like a dart, hardly lethal. "You meant to shoot him in the arm," Lila said in realization. "You poisoned that dart, didn't you?" "Aye. Duskbell flowers and the venom of the blue-spotted tree frog. He'll sleep all night and well into the morning. The poison will also stop infection in its tracks. Even dragging him along with a leash, we'll reach the mercenary guild in a couple of days and get double the experience for our troubles." "Nicely done," Justin said, impressed. "Yes," Eldrin said. "Even if they weren't supposed to come after you both like that, it all worked out in the end." "Thanks for helping," Lila said to Justin. "But no thanks for drawing their attention." Justin shrugged. "Win some, lose some." "Let's see what we've got here," Eldrin said, looking around the camp. "Once we're done having a look around, it might behoove us to head back to the road rather than pass the night here. I don't think there are any more of them, but one can't be too careful." "What about him?" Lila asked, nodding toward the bandit leader. "It's but a mile to the road from here, and with my Pathfinder's pace, we can bear him with ease." Eldrin paused thoughtfully. "One more thing. This bandit is a level 5 thief." "Is level 5 bad?" Justin asked. "It's a bit higher than I expected, so we'll need to be careful toting him to Silverton. Sometimes thieves get skills that can help them escape a tight spot. Just something we need to be wary of. I'm confident that with Shadowflight keeping watch, he won't get far, even if he manages to escape." As in agreement, the noble bird gave a dignified squawk. They rummaged through the bandits' possessions. Most were worthless trinkets and the weapons Eldrin judged too worn to be worth the wait, but among the valuable loot, they discovered a gold chain, an ornate silver dagger with a ruby-encrusted hilt, and a velvet pouch filled with 24 silver coins and 70 coppers. "Not bad," Eldrin said, pleased. "But that knife is worth far more than the coins, especially if it's enchanted. From the size of that gem alone, it'll easily sell for 80 silvers, or even more to the right buyer. If it's a nice enchantment, it could sell for a crown, or even more. The chain will sell for about 5 silvers. Whatever the proceeds, I'll take half and you two can split the rest." Justin and Lila nodded in agreement. After seeing how tonight went down, Eldrin was right to say he required most of the compensation, especially if they got the bandit leader back in one piece. If anything, he was being quite generous in his dispersal of the loot. The trio hoisted their unconscious captive, making their way back to the road. Justin felt a mixture of exhaustion and triumph. The rewards hadn't been settled yet, but if his calculations were correct, anywhere from 40 to 50 silver marks was coming his way, 20 for the completion of the job, and an additional 25 or more from the sale of the loot and distribution of the coin. So new to this world, he couldn't even guess how he'd spend the money. The Baron's parcel seemed so inconsequential in comparison. From Lila's smile, however, it seemed she knew exactly what to do with her reward. Setting up a makeshift camp just out of sight of the roadside, they prepared to rest. Shadowflight perched on a nearby branch, on the very tree Eldrin was binding their captive. The bird's sharp eyes watched from above, ensuring he made no moves. Eldrin nodded, satisfied, before starting a fire and settling down to sleep. Justin watched him concernedly. "Are you sure your falcon will let us know if he wakes up?" "That bandit isn't waking up till the sun has gone up a fair way," Eldrin said. But if he wakes before that, you have nothing to fear. Shadow Flight will do a far better job than any of us with those eyes of his. As you've seen, he's very capable." Justin nodded, satisfied with that answer. "Good enough for me. Good night, all." He slept with his back to the fire. When morning came, they would finish things up and start their journey to the mercenary guild in Silverton. 10. The Road to Silverton. Silverton, as ever, remains an important center of the Crown's wealth, its mines and forges fueling great prosperity, even more so these days. The barony was a prize coveted by many, but Baron Voldrick has proven himself more than capable, and I say that begrudgingly. Following the untimely passing of the heirless Baron Drenmar 5 years ago, all of Aranthia watches Voldrick's progress with great interest. Duke Darrow Glendwood. A letter to Queen Eleanor II. The embers of the fire provided scant warmth as the chill of the morning settled around them. Suddenly, a grunt broke the silence, followed by rustling noises as the bandit leader regained consciousness. Justin awoke to the commotion to see him struggling against his bindings, thrashing about wildly while uttering a litany of curses. He moaned as his injured arm strained against the ropes. Eldrin calmly approached him, blocking out the morning sun as he cast a shadow over the bandit leader's helpless form. "Listen closely. Escape is a fantasy you can't afford. In a few minutes, we're going to march down that road. You'll walk or face a fate much graver than Silverton's courtrooms." He motioned to the sky, where Shadowflight circled ominously. "Try anything, and my falcon up there will make sure you never get far. Plus, these ropes can get a lot tighter." "Piss off, you fuck," the bandit said with a growl. "Delightful," Eldrin said. He forced a canteen to the bandit's lips. The man hacked and coughed, but eventually had no choice but to drink whatever was offered. "Why waste water on the likes of him?" Lila asked. "Not just water," Eldrin said. "I mixed in some mendleaf paste. It should make things go easier." They ate a quick breakfast of smoked deer jerky and a handful of berries Lila had foraged, and flatbread heated on the rocks around the fire. Soon they got on their way. Eldrin roughly undid the rope that held the bandit to the tree, giving him a little push for good measure. He stumbled and tripped in the dirt, and Eldrin roughly pulled on his leash to stand him up. "Can't you at least take my blindfold off, you spineless lump of rotting toad guts?" the bandit retorted. Eldrin smirked. "If you play nice, sure. But you have to earn it." The bandit looked as if he was about to curse again, but thought better of it. "You learn quickly." With the warning delivered, their journey south to Silverton resumed. By noon, they passed the top of the Umber Hills to find themselves back in Whispering Pines. Now, in full daylight, Justin could see the hills spreading into the distance, the first trace of red autumn gracing the leaves. On the horizon rose a line of low mountains, between two of which was a smoky spot. No one was about in the small village square. Justin figured they were probably out on their terraces on the sides of the hills, reaping the harvest. "Silverton," the ranger said, gazing into the distance. "One more night in the wilderness will see us there tomorrow morning." Eldrin removed the bandit's blindfold, and Justin did his best to avoid the man's gaze, though he could feel his beady, hateful eyes leering at him. He was mindful of Eldrin's warning, that he might have some ability that would allow him to escape, but the ranger didn't seem concerned, so Justin told himself it was okay. The rest of the day passed uneventfully. The bandit sunk into sulky silence, and by evening they set up camp in a meadow off the road. They met a few travelers on their way, a lot of them with their eyes popping at their prize. None asked any questions. Eldrin led them off-road toward a meadow where they could take shelter. Shadowflight went off to hunt and keep watch over their camp. Eldrin forced the blindfold on again and tied the bandit to a tree. He complied because of previous dosing of mendleaf water. They were so fatigued that, after dinner, they all went immediately to sleep, even the bandit. Morning dawned again, cloudy and colder than the day before. They broke camp quickly. As they approached Silverton, the landscape changed gradually. They saw more people on the roads. First, farmers heading to their fields, then traders with their mules and carts. They passed a couple of hamlets, small clusters of houses built from timber, surrounded by fences of stacked stone. The path eventually led them to the city's imposing stone walls. The gates stood open, guarded by men in uniform, a crimson tunic over chainmail, with a silver heron clutching a silver coin in its talons, a fitting emblem for the city. Each soldier bore a pike and wore a conical helmet. Justin could see that the city was built strategically within the pass, with its stone buildings and towering walls making it a fortress against any threats. As they neared, Eldrin turned to Justin and Lila. Silverton is key to the Eyrthian plain beyond, and currently we're in the Eyrthian hinterlands. It's a stronghold, a beacon of security for miles. Justin wondered why he was telling him this, but maybe the ranger was suspecting he wasn't from around here at all. Not just Eyrthia, but this entire world. Eyrth, Alistair had called it. Eventually, he was going to be found out. As they passed through the gates, Justin marveled. The city bustled with activity, with the distinct sound of hammers and anvils resonating amidst the background hum of wagons and chatter. Stone and wooden structures, predominantly 2 and 3 stories high, spread out like a sprawling mosaic. Thin streams of smoke arose from the many smithies and workshops, speaking of a city that thrived on industry. Up the mountainside to the west, grand mansions stood overlooking the town, symbols of the elite and their affluence. But what caught Justin's eye the most were the roofs. The beautiful bluish-purple tiles looked as though they were borrowed from an idyllic Eastern European town, reflecting the hues of the sky and adding an air of charm to the industrious city. The building's sides were probably once painted white, but years of smoke and soot had stained most of them gray. Eldrin navigated the streets confidently, leading them to the mercenary guild toward the center of town, directly across from the cathedral in the main town square. The guild was an imposing stone structure, with tall, narrow windows and a great oak door that was probably always kept open during business hours. Above the entrance, a large emblem of a crossed sword and arrow shone in the morning light. It was clearly a larger affair than the one in Mistwatch. As Justin entered behind Eldrin, Lila, and their catch, it was to the sight of a cavernous hall bustling with activity. The clinking of coins, murmurs of negotiations, and the shuffling of armored feet echoed through the chamber. Eldrin led their captive through the throng of mercenaries, bounty hunters, and guild officials. Justin could see the sidelong glances and raised eyebrows at their hall. At the far end of the hall, seated behind a massive oak desk, was the mercenary master. He was a human with a stout frame, a weathered face, and sharp eyes that seemed to miss nothing. Eldrin approached with a confident stride, producing the bounty bill he had picked up back in Whispering Pines. "Master Branton," Eldrin addressed the stout man with a curt nod. "We've brought the bandit leader, as specified in your bill." Master Branton looked the captive over, his keen eyes taking in every detail. "Aye, he matches the description." Without further ado, he motioned for a pair of armored men to take the bandit away. While the man was restrained, Eldrin unbound him, carefully coiling his ropes and placing them in his pack. As the guards dragged the bandit off with a yelp, Master Branton reached into a drawer and retrieved a small pouch, which jingled merrily. "Your reward," he said, handing it to Eldrin. "Thank you for your part in securing the Silver Road." As Eldrin counted the coins and doled them out, Justin felt a rush, an almost physical sensation, as a blue notification bar surfaced in his vision. Bounty, Highway Justice, complete. Experience gained, 500. Money received, 80 silver marks, to be distributed among party members by party leader Eldrin Thornwood. Loot, 1 ruby-encrusted dagger and 1 gold chain, to be appraised and sold or kept, as decided by party leader Eldrin Thornwood. Your experience stands at 554 of 200. Level up available. "Congratulations all," Eldrin said. "Let's head outside." Emerging from the guild, the trio found themselves back on Silverton's bustling streets. Curious, Justin took a moment to check his interface, his eyes widening slightly at the experience bar reading 554 of 200. A check inside his coin pouch also revealed he had just over 31 silvers. That number would go even higher once he completed his courier quest and paid Lila her part, and when he got his share of the sold loot from Eldrin. Justin couldn't suppress a grin. Such was the experience he had gained that he was almost certain he'd get not 1, but 2 level-ups on his next sleep. "Just 1 good sleep away from leveling up," he said. "Same here," Lila gushed. "This was so worth it." "Is there a way I can research the skill I'll unlock next?" Justin asked. "You could try the local library," Lila answered. "They probably have a skill book for your class, but just be warned, progression isn't the same for everyone." "What do you mean?" Eldrin cut in. "Certain skills have a way of showing up for most everyone in a class, but there's also an element of randomness to it, or even skills that are completely unique to a person. Traditionally, you'll be presented with 2 skill choices for every prime number level you attain. A class will always grant a class skill upon adopting a class, and as far as anyone can tell, they give the same skills to everyone. Level 1 will always confer a class boon." "Interesting," Justin said. "What influences which skills are presented?" Eldrin shrugged. "Normally, lower-level skills are presented earlier, but this isn't always the case. Scholars have developed various formulae to denote how likely or unlikely a skill will be presented, but I wouldn't trust them as reliable. Basically, some are more common than others. If you're lucky, you might even get an option for a rare skill. They tend to be better than the non-rare options. Your actions can determine just what skills show up." "Well, that makes it dynamic," Justin said. "And what about boons?" "Boons work a bit differently. For every non-prime level, you get to adopt a new boon, and every non-prime level thereafter, assuming it's not a multiple of a previously adopted boon." Justin frowned. "Care to explain that one?" "Take mine, for example. At level 4, I got my first boon, Animal Bond, and at level 6, I got my second boon, Nature's Bounty. But at level 8, the next non-prime number, I didn't get a new boon. Rather, my Animal Bond boon upgraded to Improved Animal Bond, which gave me and Shadowflight additional benefits. For example, it increased Shadowflight's strength and recovery. When you adopt a new boon, you also have to consider how it might grow with you." "Interesting," Justin said. "So, I have something to look forward to with every level up." "That's right," Eldrin said. "And you'll always get a new attribute point to distribute. And what's more, your actions will determine the skills and boons you're presented with." He nodded back toward the guild hall. "Take our bandit friend, for example. He had the thief class. That much I could see. Well, if he made a lot of decisions to rob and murder people, He might have been presented with skills that helped him do that better and been rewarded with experience. Horrible to think about, Lila said. However, if he'd just burgled houses, then no doubt he would get skills related to stealth and lock-picking, for example. Justin wondered how it would work with him. There's no point in researching ahead of time, then. You may, if you wish, Eldrin said. Just don't expect things to work out as you expect, as often is said in Eyrth. The gods roll the dice and mortals guess the numbers. He adjusted his pack. About time I headed to the market to offload our loot. That'll give you two a chance to drop off that parcel. Why don't we reconvene at the Moonlit Alehouse later? Cozy place just around the corner. They also have fine rooms available that won't break the bank. Sure, let me just check my map. Justin pulled it out, only to find it was completely blank. What the hell? I thought this was a world map. Eldrin laughed. It takes a lot of rare and magical objects, plus a top-level enchanter to create a complete, dynamic world map like you're talking about. I'm guessing the one you bought wasn't too expensive? It was to me, Justin said. A couple of silvers, if I remember correctly. A local map, then. The dynamic range usually doesn't extend beyond 10 miles, but that's all most folks need. Beyond those 10 miles, things get hazier. Justin was learning more and more. How much would a dynamic world map cost me? Lila whistled. A lot. Even a blank map with dynamic capabilities is at least a gold crown. If you want one completely filled out, well, that's almost priceless. All that for just a blank map? Well, it doesn't stay blank, Lila said. You go to a local enchanter, and most can add anything of note in their local area, if they're worth their salt. Start saving, Eldrin said. But in the meantime, if you need a map, a good local map will only put you back a couple of silvers in most places. In bigger cities, it might run you 3 or 4, but it's not worth it if you're not staying long. He pointed his feet. The tavern is just in the square over there. I'll head that way once I've found the right buyer for these items. Lila eyed him suspiciously. And what's stopping you from taking the loot and disappearing? Eldrin merely chuckled and slipped a finely crafted signet ring from his finger. This should be enough collateral, he said, offering it to Lila. It's enchanted and worth more than our haul. Justin looked at the ring. While it didn't seem valuable, it was well worn. Eldrin would surely be loath to part with it. Go ahead, keep it, Lila said. I trust you. Lila and I had better take care of that delivery before it's dark, Justin said. Farewell, Eldrin said. We'll celebrate tonight. Eldrin has left the party. You are now the party leader. Shall we? Justin asked. At Lila's nod, they moved through the bustling streets. Justin ducked into a tavern to ask a pretty barmaid about Baron Voldrick. He noticed her brief surprise at the question, and Justin got the sense that the Baron was a well-known figure here, perhaps not in a good way. It made his stomach churn a bit, but 5 silver marks were 5 silver marks, and a delivery was a delivery. Once Justin was confident he had the right directions, he and Lila headed to the slopes of the western mountain bordering Silverton. 11. The Baron's Offer. What's the difference between an elementalist, a wizard, and a sorcerer? Good question. An elementalist's magic is inherent, awakened from the moment they absorb their core. A wizard's magic must be earned through years of studying the foundation language of Arcanus and poring over dusty tomes. And a sorcerer's magic? Well, let's just say they likely made a very poor deal with something they really shouldn't have been talking to in the first place. Saldrin Maris. What they don't teach you at magic school. The narrow, winding streets of Silverton grew steeper as Justin and Lila made their way uphill.
Indigo cobblestones gave way to staircases cut directly into the rock and adorned with vibrant flowers. Buildings became more spaced out, their architecture grander, and balconies lined with wrought iron that gleamed in the sunlight. Before long, they left the bustle of the town below and were heading up a secluded pathway that twisted its way around a dense grove of pine trees. The air was fresher here, laden with the scent of mountain flowers and undergrowth. Justin felt his thighs burn a little from the incline, but didn't want to admit it. Perched atop a crest overlooking the city was Baron Valdrick's mansion, easily the largest they had seen. The impressive residence was crafted from gray mountain stone, its tall spires reaching toward the sky, while large windows with ornate wooden frames offered breathtaking views of the pass below. The property was surrounded by manicured gardens, a splash of color against the gray and green backdrop. As they approached, they were met with an intricately wrought iron gate depicting a raven in flight, apparently the symbol of House Valdrick. A pale-faced guard in a deep maroon uniform adorned with the same raven emblem stood watch. He studied their approach with sharp eyes, but then, recognizing the seal on the parcel, pushed the gate open. "This way, please." As they approached, the mansion loomed large, its tall spires and Gothic architecture lending it a haunting air. Once inside, they were led through a series of beautifully decorated halls. Gilded portraits adorned the walls, mostly idyllic scenes of nature. Justin could hear the distant sound of harp music, indicating some leisurely activity in a distant room. But despite the displays of wealth, the air was thick, almost tangible, like they had walked into a room full of unseen watchers. Cold drafts seemed to come from nowhere, causing candle flames to flicker while sending chilling tendrils down Justin's spine. The guard led them to a dim hallway where thick velvet drapes were drawn, allowing only minimal light, while much of the ornate furniture was shrouded in white sheets, giving the impression of lurking phantoms. If this was truly the Baron's residence, it didn't seem as if he entertained much, or even spent much time living here. Baron Valdrick awaited them in a cavernous study, its high ceilings disappearing into shadow. He rose from an ornate chair, his tall stature made even more imposing by his finely tailored black velvet coat. A thin beard traced his sharp jawline, and his piercing gray eyes seemed to see right through them. His fingers, adorned with various silver rings, drummed a slow rhythm on the table's surface. "Finally, the parcel," he drawled, his voice smooth but carrying an undercurrent of menace. He carefully examined the seal, then shot a lingering, probing look at Justin. "Took you long enough. I expected it days ago." "Sorry for the delay, Baron," Justin replied, swallowing hard, feeling the weight of the Baron's gaze. "I hope it's to your satisfaction." The Baron seemed to have already forgotten him, when something about Justin seemed to catch his eye. He tilted his head, studying him. "Curious. A socialite, reduced to errands. How peculiar. Tell me, from which esteemed family do you hail?" Justin quickly tried to think of something acceptable. He remembered a town from his map. "The Caraway family, from the western hinterlands." The Baron's eyes narrowed slightly. "The Caraways, you say? They must be a minor house, for I've never heard of them. Although I've heard of the town. They raise swine there, do they not?" "Yes, sire." The Baron smirked and leaned closer, his probing gaze making Justin feel like an insect under a magnifying glass. "And you're now delivering parcels for barons. Why waste your talents on such mundane tasks?" "We've both fallen on hard times," Lila said, trying to rescue him. Valdrick's gaze shifted to her, and then back to Justin. "Unfortunate indeed. Perhaps, Mr. Carraway, I could offer you a position in my household. I pay well, 15 silvers a week for one of your class. I could use a socialite like you. They are quite rare, even in a town of this size. You could gain valuable training to boot. However, should you accept, you will be exclusive to me."
Justin felt a knot tighten in his stomach. The gloomy atmosphere combined with Valdrick's intense scrutiny made him desperate to leave. "I appreciate the offer, Baron. I'll think about it." Valdrick's eyes darkened.
"I'm not used to being kept waiting."
Lila, sensing the growing threat, said hastily, "We must be going. We have another delivery." Valdrick's eyes flickered to her, then back to Justin, before giving a slow nod.
"Think about it. I could make a powerful friend, a gateway to reclaiming your old life. Those of us with charisma cores must stick together, no?"
"You have a charisma core too?" Justin asked, unable to help his curiosity. Valdrick smiled, revealing his sharp canines.
"Yes, verily so. I'm more than a mere charisma core, though. I'm a lexicant."
"What's that?" Justin asked before thinking better of the question.
"Well, we are a unique advanced class. Not everyone has heard of us. We combine the charisma core of a socialite with the intellect core of a wizard."
"You can combine cores?"
"Yes," the Baron said with a satisfied smile. "Certain cores can combine at level 20 to create an advanced class. Lexicant is just one of many possible combinations. So naturally, I am always interested when I meet a socialite, especially when it's not expected."
"I see," Justin said. "What can a lexicant do?"
"Our claim to fame is speaking the foundation language of Vranthilis. It allows us to manipulate reality in intriguing ways."
"Sounds cool," Justin said. "Anyway," Lila said, pulling on Justin's shirt sleeve,
"I understand you must leave, but before you do, Mr. Carraway, I will have you know that there is much I can teach you. Some even say that Vranthilis can even become the gateway to other realities."
Justin couldn't help but widen his eyes at that. Gateway to other realities? Did that include his own? It was at that moment that Baron Valdrick produced an ebony staff, then chanted with an otherworldly resonance,
"Terenthial lantra vrakur."
A chill passed through the room. The air was dense with the weight of those words. "What does that mean?" Lila asked, startled.
"It means you will go far, though of course the translation is not exact. All words in a language have multiple meanings, depending on context. It's just a taste of Vranthilis for you."
From the coldness of his smile, Justin was sure the phrase meant something far more sinister. "We should go," he said.
"Of course," Valdrick said easily. "Good day."
They quickly left, the heavy mansion doors closing behind them with an ominous thud. As they descended the mountainside, the oppressive aura of the mansion seemed to lighten, but Justin still felt uneasy. Job updated. The Baron's parcel. The parcel was successfully delivered to the Baron of Silverton. To claim your reward, please speak to the clerk at the Silverton post office. "Good riddance," Lila said, glancing back at the looming silhouette of the mansion. "We were lucky to get out of there alive." She glanced over at Justin. "I don't think you should take his offer." "Yeah," Justin agreed. "He was weird, to say the least. Best decision you'll ever make. I don't care what he pays." They made their way to the post office at the heart of the bustling central square.
White stucco buildings with their customary roofs of indigo framed the area, while a central fountain in the shape of a gargoyle dominated the center of the plaza, water cascading from its outstretched wings. Market stalls were set up, selling goods from exotic fruits to woven fabrics. The sun had set over the western mountain slopes. They entered the post office and approached the counter, where a middle-aged woman with her hair tied in a bun looked up, adjusting her round glasses. She could have been a sister to the clerk in Mistwatch.
"Ah, what brings you?"
"We've completed the delivery to Baron Valdric," Justin said.
"Let me check on that."
She consulted a ledger, and to Justin's surprise, words shifted around, rearranging themselves in response to his presence.
"Very good,"
the clerk said.
"The seal is no longer active."
Reaching into a drawer, she pulled out a small pouch.
5 silvers for your service."
Job completed. The Baron's parcel. You have gained 50 experience points, and 5 silver marks have been added to your inventory. The Aranthian Royal Mail thanks you for your service. Your experience stands at 604 of 200. Level up available. Justin counted out 3 silvers and handed them to Lila. "Your share?" "Excellent," she said, handing back 2 25 copper coins. "This has been a productive trip." The clerk cleared her throat.
"If you'd like any more work, I have a package that needs to be delivered to Belmora. It pays well."
"How well is well?"
10 silver marks."
"It must be 200 miles to Belmora," Lila said. The clerk looked from Lila back to Justin.
"Well, this one has been sitting for a while. The office will add an extra 2 silvers to get it out the door."
"With the roads as they are?" Justin asked, sensing weakness. "Better to make it 5 extra."
6,
Lila corrected. She looked at Justin.
"This job we're splitting evenly."
The clerk sighed.
"I'll have to talk to my boss about it, but I think we can arrange it. Come back tomorrow. It's here for you if no one else takes it."
"It will be," Lila said. "Let's move out. Eldrin's probably waiting for us already." As they walked out the door, Justin couldn't help but feel light on his feet. They made their way through the crowded streets to the moonlit alehouse, the unnerving behavior of the Baron already a distant memory. 12. The moonlit alehouse. Never get romantically involved with a bard. They'll sing you the sweetest ballads, make you feel like the hero of every story, until you're not. Then you'll find yourself the villain of a tune that every tavern from South Cape to Land's End will be humming for the next decade. Don't ask me how I know. Dornall Flint. Lessons learned the hard way. As evening fell on Silverton, Justin and Lila approached the moonlit alehouse, the soft glow of hanging lanterns and the faint strumming of a lute hinting at the merriment within. But as Justin pushed the heavy oak doors open with a muted creak, the full scale of the tavern's cozy grandeur greeted them. Inside was a symphony of golden hues, honey-colored wooden beams stretching across the ceiling, supporting an array of chandeliers made of wrought iron, each holding glowing orbs that emitted a soft, moon-like glow. The walls were lined with shelves of ornate bottles filled with liquids of every imaginable hue. Plush burgundy seating lined the perimeter, and in the center, rows of sturdy oak tables were surrounded by patrons engaged in animated conversation, laughter, and song. The majority were human, but mixed in there was the occasional orc. Musicians sat on a raised platform, drawing lilting melodies from lutes, flutes, and hand drums. "Quite the place," Justin murmured, glancing around. His gaze lingered on a corner where a group played dice. Several cheered raucously as coins changed hands. Lila nodded toward the counter. "I want to book a room. Care to join?" Justin followed her, not sure if she wanted to share a room again, now that they could each afford their own, or if she merely wanted him to accompany her to the front, where the innkeeper waited behind the oaken counter. Before he could ask her, the innkeeper spoke, taking them both in.
"Looking for a room? It's a silver a night for a single and 2 silvers if you want something bigger." "Anything cheaper?" Justin asked. "We have the dorm for 50 coppers a night. It sleeps 12. "No dorm," Lila said. "Do you have anything with double beds?" "We have one left. That's 1 silver and 40 coppers." Lila looked at him sidelong, smiling slightly. "Do you mind sharing again?" Memories of 2 nights ago came flooding back, and before Justin could stop it, his cheeks were coloring. "Yes, that would be fine. Well, we have been through a lot together, haven't we? Might as well be comfortable." At her suggestive smile, Justin felt his pulse quicken as he swallowed a nervous lump in his throat. It sounded like Lila wanted to celebrate with more than just drinks. The innkeeper looked between the two of them, giving Justin a sly wink. "Very good. Will you be taking a bath or breaking your fast tomorrow?" "Yes to both," Lila said. "And make sure the tub is big." "Why big?" Justin asked. Lila just smiled. Even the innkeeper was having a chuckle at that. "Our largest tub is 30 coppers." Lila nodded. "Bring it up just short of midnight." "Yes, madam. It shall be done." They settled up, Justin deciding not to question anything. Sometimes the best thing to say was nothing at all. That was when they were interrupted by a familiar voice. "Over here!" Eldrin, seated in a dim corner, waved them over, his chiseled face illuminated by the glow of a nearby lantern. He was nursing a pint of dark, frothy ale, and, by the look in his eyes, it wasn't his first. "Another round for my friends," Eldrin called out, raising his mug in salute. The serving girl promptly arrived, placing 2 more mugs filled with the same deep amber liquid. As Justin and Lila sat, the girl placed the mugs before them. "To victory and spoils," Eldrin said. "Victory and spoils," Justin and Lila echoed. They clinked their mugs and drank deeply. "Well?" Lila asked. Eldrin flashed a smile and opened his coin purse. From it, he counted out 30 silvers for each of them. Justin's and Lila's eyes popped. "A good haul," Eldrin said. Lila looked to be near tears. "I never thought I would have such luck." Justin took his share, adding it to his coin purse. 63 silvers and some odd coppers earned over the past few days. A good haul indeed. "It's yours," Eldrin said. "You'd think I was a merchant from the way I haggled that man to give me a fair price." The scent of roasting meats wafted in from the kitchen, making Justin's stomach rumble. Lila flagged down their server and placed an order for a sumptuous banquet. Roasted fowl with a tangy berry sauce, seared venison steaks, and an array of fresh vegetables and seasoned potatoes, with rhubarb pie and whipped cream for dessert. As they waited for their feast, the atmosphere grew more intimate, setting the stage for an evening of revelations and stories. For 2 hours they sat, talking, laughing, and eating as the evening deepened. Justin couldn't remember ever feeling such camaraderie. In his old life, he spent almost all his waking hours downstairs in a basement playing video games. He almost felt like an imposter here. After all, the warmth of this companionship in a single evening was more than he'd gotten in years. The candlelit glow from the walls turned the cozy tavern into a realm of dancing shadows. The music slowed, turning more soulful, and conversations in the tavern seemed to hush a bit. Eldrin, after sharing a tale of an unexpected rainstorm during one of his hunts, turned to Lila. "So, what about you? What's a lady like you doing adventuring with us misfits?" Lila hesitated, her fingers playing with the rim of her mug. "It's complicated." "Isn't it always?" Eldrin said with a chuckle, taking another sip of his ale. Lila exhaled, the weight of her past clear in her eyes. "I didn't want to get into this, but by the nether, why not? I'm 4 drinks in, and both of you seem like the okay sort. And it would be good to get this off my chest." "You can trust us," Justin assured her. She paused for a moment. I did something very foolish. I bought a class core on credit. I thought it would be a smart investment for the future. Eldrin raised a brow. That's a brave move. They cost a fortune. Justin didn't know exactly what they meant, but he nodded sympathetically. He wasn't quite ready to betray his ignorance yet. She nodded. I intended to buy a merchant core. I already had a nice business. Just general sundries, nothing fancy. I thought it would take me to the next level, you know? It belonged to my father before he passed. Her eyes became misty with remembrance before darkening. But she paused, taking a deep breath. I was swindled by my contact. I got a core all right, but it wasn't a merchant core. It was a bard core. I was so eager to use it, I didn't even bother to read the rune inside. I just assumed it was okay. It was the right color, after all. But I'd signed a contract. As you know, merchant cores are quite expensive. Well, I paid the merchant core's price for the bard core. By the time I realized the truth, it was too late. I had already absorbed it. Justin leaned forward, his brow furrowed. And now? Lila bit her lip, looking down. I owe 60 crowns. Maybe more now, with the interest. A fortune I don't have. And every day the interest grows. Eldrin let out a long whistle. 60 golds? Who on earth gave you such a hefty line of credit? Lila's voice was soft. It wasn't always like this. Remember that business I talked about? It was my collateral. But such were my interest payments that I could no longer make the business work. They took bloody everything from me, and by the time I barely had a shirt on my back, I still owed. It didn't take long for them to send their thugs after me for the rest, but there was nothing left to give, so I did the only thing I could do. I ran. Justin studied Lila for a moment. But you're only level 1. This must have been recent. She merely sipped her drink, avoiding his gaze, neither confirming nor denying. I've already said too much. It's been about a month since then. Deloria to here in a month? Eldrin asked, surprised. You must have been running like the wind. She was silent on this point. Now the both of you know what a fool I am. You're not a fool, Eldrin said. It's a story I've heard before. Everyone wants a class, and there are a lot of bad sorts who'll take advantage of that desperation. I should have known, Lila said. With a merchant core, I could have made it work, but now I'm a bard. So what if my core allows me to sing like a nightingale? That won't pay back my debts. I fear they will never stop hunting me. And if they find me... She trailed off, not wanting to say anything more. I know this might not be what you want to hear, Eldrin said, carefully. But you could set sail. Plenty of ships to catch in Belmora. Passage isn't cheap, but it's far cheaper than a debt you can't pay. I doubt they'll chase you as far as Caledon, especially if they know you have nothing to offer. To live among the orcs? Lila asked, draining her glass. It sounds like a lonely life. After a somber moment, Eldrin cleared his throat. Well, my turn, I suppose. I've been living in the wilds of Serenthel for the past 7 years. Justin remembered seeing the name on his map. It seemed to be the name of the entire continent of which Aranthia was a part. The thrill of the hunt, the chase of treasures. That's what I live for. I was running too, though from something else. We won't go there. I imagine you'd lose a lot of your goodwill toward me if we did. Anyhow, my proper story begins 5 years ago, when it started snowing something fierce. That was a terrible storm. I remember that winter, Lila said. Cold enough to freeze your blood. Eldrin nodded. Well,
I was out in it in the northern Umbers, of all places. Somehow, I made it to a cave for shelter. I went as deep as I could to escape it. That's when I saw something orange glowing in the darkness of the cave. I thought I was hallucinating. I didn't dare believe it could be what I thought it was.
No, Lila said. It wasn't a core.
Eldrin nodded. It was, right there in front of me. The priests have always told me my core attribute was coordination, and I knew enough to recognize it was a ranger core. Whether I'd sell it or absorb it wasn't even a question.
Wait, Justin said. Can someone explain to me more about class cores? I understand it's how you get a class, but you're talking as if your cores could only give you one class. I feel like I'm missing a crucial piece of the puzzle here.
Lila and Eldrin exchanged glances. Justin didn't care if what he was asking was common knowledge, or if it made them suspicious of him. He had to know these things if he was going to make it in this world. At least long enough to get back out again. Eldrin began. All right, lad. I'm not sure how you've gotten this far in life without learning about this stuff. But a class core is a magical artifact. They are the only thing that allows you to gain a class. As long as the person is 20 years old and they have the core attribute to match the core, then they can absorb the core and gain the class, assuming they don't already have a class, of course.
And they're incredibly rare, Lila added. Most are bought up by the rich. Commoners like us have to get more creative. Loans, pledging years of fealty to an institution or lord that will help us out. Even stealing them. They can rarely be found in the wilds, like what Eldrin was describing, or in the vaults.
Vaults? Justin asked. Magical formations that arise from Earth's interaction with the ether realm, Eldrin explained. Think of them as magical chambers filled with challenges and treasures. These vaults can be anywhere, deep in forests, under mountains, even within cities or underwater. It varies. One might pop up for a week and disappear, while another can exist for years, decades even, without anyone ever clearing it. And they're highly dangerous, even the less challenging ones. But you'll know one when you see it. Better make sure you have powerful friends before you try your luck. It's by far the easiest way for an adventurer to die.
Some even make a profession of it, Lila added. They call themselves vault runners. Most don't live long, but those who do can become very rich. They take their profits and start businesses, and some even buy their way into nobility.
Interesting, Justin said. The concept of vaults sounded similar to dungeons from the games he had played. How much does one of these class cores cost?
Lila shrugged. It depends. Anywhere from 30 to 200 gold crowns, depending on rarity and demand. Some are even more.
Justin sat back, absorbing all the information. The tapestry of Earth's mysteries was slowly unveiling before him, and he realized just how little he truly knew. After a deep sigh, Justin looked into his drink, swirling the amber liquid. You know, what you mentioned about finding cores in the wild? That sounds awfully familiar. When I was in the Wildwood, north of Mistwatch, I stumbled upon, well, something I can't explain. Eldrin raised an eyebrow, his interest piqued. What did you find? It was an orb, shimmering with every color you could imagine, like a rainbow trapped inside a crystal, Justin said. I picked it up, and it seemed to flow into me. Lila's eyes widened.
You found a class core in the Wildwood. Just like that?
Justin nodded, looking sheepish. You said earlier that a core only contains one class, and it has to match your core attribute. Except this core allowed me to choose both my class and my core attribute. I thought it was normal, since I'm new to all this, so I never brought it up. Lila and Eldrin exchanged a glance, disbelief evident in their eyes. That's extraordinary,
Eldrin murmured. Justin regretted mentioning it, feeling the weight of their disbelief. I know it sounds strange, but it's the truth. Lila leaned forward, her skepticism obvious. See, the thing is, Justin, class cores only give one specific class, and it only resonates with those possessing the right core attribute. But what you're describing, Eldrin finished her sentence, sounds like a prismatic core. Justin's brow furrowed. Prismatic what now? The memory returned to him. The voice had mentioned he had absorbed a prismatic core, but until now he hadn't realized it had been anything truly extraordinary. Lila's gaze was intense. Prismatic core. They're legendary artifacts, more myth than reality. Most people in Eyrth don't even believe they exist. Such cores allow you to choose any class you want. If you already have a class, well, you can make use of it once you reach level 20 to gain any advanced class you want. You can pretty much customize your destiny. Justin felt his breath catch. How rare are they? The stories say only 4 show up every year, Lila said, during both solstices and equinoxes. When did you find that core, lad? Eldrin asked. Justin counted back the days on his fingers. Let's see, it would have been... He paused. 4 days ago? September 21st, Eldrin said. The fall equinox. There's no way, Lila said. Her eyes were amused, expecting a punchline that never came. Justin thought back to his choice of Socialite for his class. If he'd truly found this prismatic core that comes only 4 times a year, then he'd bungled the biggest opportunity of all time. He could have been anything he wanted, a luxury others born in this world could only dream of. But maybe he'd appeared next to that core for a reason. Somehow, he'd come into this world. Maybe the act of taking on the prismatic core had given him a core attribute to match. After all, he wasn't from here. As far as he knew, he didn't have a core attribute before that. He kept this speculation to himself. You know, thinking about it, maybe I just found a socialite core in the woods. I don't know. I'm new to all of this and hit my head pretty hard. Eldrin and Lila exchanged glances again. It was the ranger who spoke. Justin, you should know us better than that. Both of us know you didn't hit your head, and you're asking questions that just about anyone would know. It's not easy to lie to a ranger, but I also want you to know that neither of us means you any harm. If there's something you feel we should know, well, now is the right opportunity. Justin hesitated, realizing he was on the cusp of a decision. Should he trust these newfound friends with his incredible story, which in their eyes would be even more unbelievable, or continue weaving tales? He looked into their expectant eyes and knew he couldn't lie any longer. So what if this came back to bite him? It wasn't as if he was fighting for anything except the infinitesimal chance he'd get to leave this place someday. All right, he began, taking a swig of his ale. You want to know the truth? This is where I'm really from. 13. Ghosts of the Past. And therefore, the Creator Supreme closed the shining gate to the ether realm and banished the races from its splendor, for they had been deceived by Morvath, the god of death, who whispered false promises of dominion over life and eternity. And thus, the ether was sealed, and the races were left to wander the shattered worlds, seeking the path they lost, never to return until their cores came unbound by the curse of death. The Book of Life, Chapter 7, verses 22 through 23. As Justin began his tale, the firelight cast a golden hue over their faces in the corner of the moonlit alehouse. The laughter and chatter around them seemed distant, drowned by the weight of the revelations and confessions he knew would soon pass his lips. He began hesitantly. I'm not from here, I guess you could say. Not from Aranthia, you mean? Lila said. Yeah, we figured. So what? I'm from Daloria myself, all the way past the Umber Range. You don't understand. I'm from another world entirely, not from Eyrth. Both of them frowned at him, confused. Eldrin broke the silence. What do you mean, lad? There are other worlds, of course. Some say they host life, some don't. But I don't think that's what you mean. I'm from an alternate universe. I'm not sure if that concept exists here. A world without magic, classes, and levels. A world that's completely mundane. He saw he was just confusing them more. As he suspected, this was all they knew. An entirely alternate universe where magic and levels were baked into the quantum fabric of reality. Justin didn't know how else to explain it to them. What's your world called? Lila asked. Earth. That sounds quite similar to our world, Eldrin observed. A coincidence? I think this world is a part of mine, Justin said. A smaller part, except there is no escape. Then again, I could be wrong about that. No escape, Eldrin said, laughing nervously. You make this world seem like a prison. Justin realized that it could be the truth of things, at least from his reckoning, but didn't say as much. All I know is I was in my mom's basement playing video games, and then a tornado came out of nowhere and swept me up. It threw me somewhere over the metaphorical rainbow, and somehow I found myself here, right in front of that prismatic core. Several heads at a nearby table turned at that. Eldrin looked in their direction, giving a winning smile. He's drunk. Justin realized he had been far too loud. Sorry, sometimes I forget where I am. That's all right, lad. Listen, I'm not quite sure what has happened to you. I'm not willing to rule out magical means of memory erasing. It's been known to happen. There are certain rare potions that will do it. No, that's not right, Justin said. If that's the case, how can I know anything about this other world? I mean, I'm talking about things that are so detailed that I couldn't possibly make them up. Things like what? Lila asked. Where to even start with that? Over 4 billion years of history on our planet alone, of which humans have only been around for a small part. Countless empires have risen and fallen, triumphs and tragedies. Mozart, Beethoven, hell, Michael Jackson, Rihanna, and Bieber, not to mention all the rest. He looked at them helplessly. Radiohead? Who is this Bieber? Lila asked. He seems like a mighty lord of great renown. Oh, you wouldn't believe it. He's a proper bard, all right. Though this world is different. Everything is recognizable as something that can be found in my world. It's like someone from my world designed this place. I just don't know how I got swept up in it. I'm thinking that maybe I died and got sent here, or maybe all tornadoes have portals? Who can say? Maybe L. Frank Baum was onto something. Or maybe on something, Eldrin said with a smirk. Whoever he is. Both of them were looking at him as if he were crazy. Justin knew this had been a mistake. Just forget it. I'll humor you, Eldrin said. What was your class in your world? There are no classes, Justin said again. It seemed hard for them to accept that fact. I guess you could say I was a NEET. A NEET? Eldrin asked. Strange name for a class. Justin shook his head. It's not a class. It's short for not in education, employment, or training. Back in my old world, I didn't exactly have an admirable life. He glanced up, assessing their expressions before he continued. A NEET is someone who has just given up. They do nothing and add nothing of value to society. That's what I did. I just sat in the basement of my mother's house. Sometimes I wouldn't go outside for weeks. My only social interaction came from other members of my guild. Being part of a guild is good, Eldrin said approvingly. It's important to forge connections with others to get ahead. Justin frowned as he realized he and Eldrin were talking about two different things. Maybe. I don't see how you can just do nothing, Lila asked, alarmed. Were you sick, maybe? Did you not have to hunt or sell things to survive? Well, to say I did absolutely nothing is a lie. I spent most of my time playing video games. What are these video games you speak of? Eldrin asked, somewhat stumbling over the unfamiliar term. Like dice or cards? I don't know how to describe it. It's like a virtual world, I suppose. I spent all my time there because the real one seemed to have nothing for me. Lila's eyes softened, a sympathetic smile gracing her face, even if it was clear she didn't understand the meaning of his words. Justin, everyone has a past. It doesn't dictate who you are now. He shrugged. But it feels like it does, sometimes. I was a loser, Lila. I had no real friends. I was always made fun of, to where if someone actually was nice to me, I thought it was a trick. I have some stories there, but it would just depress me to tell them. Eldrin leaned forward. And these video games, as you call them, became something of a refuge for you, given the misery of your life. That was a rather blunt way to put it. Yes, exactly. I could be someone there, someone important, someone who mattered. But when the screen turned off, there was nothing. Just my face staring back at me from the black screen, and a silence so deep that it echoed inside my soul. Lila reached across the table, her hand finding Justin's. That sounds lonely, Justin. A kind of loneliness that shouldn't exist. Justin's face twisted. The raw honesty of Lila's words struck deep. It was. It took everything he had not to cry. He couldn't let himself do that. Eldrin's voice took on a nurturing tone, one that seemed to bring warmth and light to the cold corners of Justin's memories. You said you lived with your mother. Did she not notice? Help you find another path? A bitter laugh escaped Justin. I think she gave up on me. I could never meet her expectations. I mean, I don't blame her. Connor was always the golden child. Connor? Lila asked. Who was that? My older brother. He was everything she wanted. Perfect. As long as she had him, she could stand me. And for my part, I loved him too. He was the only one who seemed to see the real me. We would game together sometimes. Justin lowered his face. But he died in a car accident when I was 18. A car accident? A vehicle that moves fast in my world, Justin explained. After that, my failures just reminded her of what she lost. Many times I've had the sense that she wished it had been me. There was a long, dark silence. Justin couldn't believe he had said so much. And he couldn't believe that they had the patience to listen to him. Whatever your past, Eldrin said, you're one of us, Justin. Though we've only known each other for a few days, we have the bond of adventurers, no matter where our travels take us. When one member of the pack falls behind, it's for the others to make sure he can keep up. That's not something I've ever experienced. I guess I never really had the chance to be anything else. Long story short, I've always been different, and maybe my parents didn't know what to do with that. They didn't guide me, didn't show me how to live in the real world. My dad passed away when I was 10. My mom, well, let's just say the light went out of her life, not once, but twice. I don't blame her for what she was like. Well, no one knows everything, Eldrin said. Every one of us is figuring this life thing out. By the nether, you think I have it figured out? I've got my own demons. Like Lila, I'm running too. From what? Justin asked, curious. Eldrin shook his head. I'd rather not talk about that. But fair's fair, though, right? I can tell you something about it, at least. Enough to give you an idea. Justin and Lila waited quietly for Eldrin to continue. Like I've already hinted, I wasn't always a ranger. I come from a different life. One with responsibilities I didn't ask for and wasn't ready to bear. My family, they had expectations. Expectations I failed to meet. What kind of expectations? Justin asked, but Eldrin shook his head. It doesn't matter now, he said. I thought I could escape them, carve out a life of my own, free of obligations. For a while, I did. But the gods, they have a way of reminding you that freedom often comes at a cost. Lila frowned. What happened? Eldrin hesitated. There was a time when people depended on me, when I should have stayed, fought for them. But I didn't. I ran. I thought I could start over, leave it all behind. But no matter how far you run, some ghosts refuse to let go. Justin's brow furrowed. You mean you left them to... I mean I failed. Eldrin cut in sharply, his eyes snapping to Justin's. And that failure haunts me every day. The words hung heavy in the air. Lila opened her mouth to speak, but seemed to think better of it. Instead, she studied Eldrin. Maybe you didn't fail, she said gently. Maybe you just weren't ready. We can only carry what we're strong enough to bear. Eldrin snorted, a bitter sound. You make it sound so simple, but it's not. They sat in silence for a moment. The crackling of the fire was the only sound between them. What would you do now? Justin asked. If you had the chance to, I don't know, fix it? Eldrin stared into the flames. I don't know. Sometimes I think it's too late. This was years ago. That the damage is done and all I can do is live with it. Other times, he shook his head. Other times I think maybe there's still a way to make things right. But that would mean facing everything I ran from, and I'm not sure I have the strength for that. Justin nodded slowly, sensing that Eldrin had said all he was willing to say. Lila's voice was soft but firm. You're stronger than you think, Eldrin. Sometimes the hardest part isn't facing others. It's forgiving yourself. Eldrin's lips twitched into a faint, humorless smile. Wise words, Lila. We'll see if they hold true. Eldrin's story wasn't finished. Justin was sure of that. Whether he elected to say more remained to be seen. Eventually, the weight of the night's revelations settled upon them, a gentle reminder that the world still spun, and time never stopped to mourn the lost years. Eldrin stood up, stretching his muscles. Let's break our fast tomorrow, he said. With the sun, our spirits will be enlivened. There is always another day, right? It sounded somewhat hollow, but then again, Justin figured that maybe that was life. Sometimes you couldn't escape the consequences of bad decisions and just had to lie to yourself to keep going. He felt that in his core. They parted ways, and Justin and Lila headed to their room. As they walked, Justin could feel nothing but a distinct lack of belief that this was real, that when he went to bed, he would wake up back in his old life. It hadn't happened yet, but perhaps someday it would. It had to, right? Inside the room, the subdued light from a single lantern flickered. That lantern illuminated the bath Lila had ordered, a detail that Justin had completely forgotten about. It was still warm, its curling steam inviting. Given the somber end to the evening, whatever mood there had been between him and Lila, that was, if he hadn't been misinterpreting things, had been completely killed. But she surprised him by touching his arm. "You okay? That was some heavy stuff?" "It was," Justin agreed. "I hope Eldrin's okay. He seems so friendly. It's hard to believe he's ever done anything that bad." Lila gave a sad smile. "Those who wear the brightest smiles often carry the heaviest sorrows." Justin paused, considering her words. "That's pretty profound, and kind of depressing. I'm a bard. What do you expect?" But before anything more could be said, there was a bump at the window. Justin was wondering if he had imagined the disturbance, when another bump, more insistent, hit the window pane again. Lila went over, peering down. "Someone's down there." Justin joined her, peering into the darkness of the alley below. With a start, he realized he recognized the person down there, and from the stern expression on that someone's face, something was terribly wrong. 14. The Mark of Death. 6 worlds, 6 attributes, 6 gods. Creation is obsessed with 6s. Perhaps the Creator found the number pleasing, or perhaps he simply lacked the imagination to go beyond it. Either way, beware the 7th of anything. That's where things get unstable. Mystic Lorian Cavil. Patterns in the Divine. Justin slid the window open. "Alistair? What are you doing here?" There was a moment's pause as Alistair the Paladin stared up at him in shock and disbelief. His white robes over his steel armor made him stick out like a sore thumb. "Justin? Is that you, lad?" "Yes. Are you following me?" Lila joined him at the window, and Alistair looked at each of them. "I take it you know him?" Lila asked. Before Justin could answer, Alistair cut him off. "Listen, something's amiss. Can we meet in the alehouse below?" "Can't this wait until tomorrow?" "I'm afraid not. Your life is in question, boy. I won't say anything more. Hurry." Alistair headed out of the alley and toward the entrance of the alehouse. "Your life?" Lila asked. "Sounds serious." "He must be confused," Justin said. "I need to go down there." "I'm coming with you," Lila said. "Sure. What about Eldrin?" Just let him sleep. From tonight, it seems like he's ready to go his own way." The duo left the room and headed down to the tavern. There, it was mostly empty, with Alistair sitting alone in a corner. Justin and Lila joined him. "So," Justin said, "what's this about me dying?" "Careful what you say," Alistair said, his eyes scanning their surroundings. "You never know who might be listening." "Okay then," Justin said, quieter. "Why are you following me? It's been a long day and I would like to rest." "I wouldn't be speaking to you if it weren't important, so I'll cut to the chase. I'm on a quest, bestowed by the Templars of Arion themselves." "The Templars of Arion?" Lila said. "Sounds serious." "Aye, very much so. A necromancer is wreaking havoc in the county of Silverton, and I have tracked down an agent of the necromancer to this very inn." As his piercing blue eyes settled on Justin, a silent accusation hung in the still air. But before fear could fully grip him, Lila's voice rang out. "What? Are you accusing Justin?" "Justin, the level 1 Socialite." "Indeed. My paladin's sense detects an agent of darkness sitting at this very table. Death magic is emanating from you, Justin." "You must be mistaken," Justin said. And you are leveling a very heavy accusation. Besides, if you can detect this death magic on me, then why didn't you notice it before, when you helped me at Mistwatch?
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
I don't have time for this. I really need to get sleep. I have a level up to process. Justin rose, but Alistair's arm shot out, keeping him seated with iron strength. He wasn't going anywhere tonight until he'd answered some questions.
You must tell me everything that has happened since we last parted, Justin, Alistair said. You must do so if you wish to prove your innocence.
Where I come from, you have to prove that I'm guilty. Alistair gave an amused smile.
That is not how things are done by the Templars of Arion.
Is that a threat? Lila asked.
Nay, Alistair said. But my sense has never failed me, and it has led me right to your window. There is more to you than meets the eye, Justin Talemaker.
Justin locked eyes with him and sighed. You want to know what's happened with me? Well, I'll tell you, and you'll see I've done nothing wrong. Justin caught him up on everything. It took half an hour or so, but soon Alistair was up to speed. But Justin couldn't help but notice that the paladin's disposition had darkened when they had gotten to their interaction with Baron Valdric. Once done, Alistair seemed to think deeply, taking a deep draught from his mug.
The puzzle is coming together.
What puzzle? Justin asked.
It must be the Baron of Silverton, Alistair said. He is among my top suspects. You mentioned him uttering words in the Foundation language of Vranthilis. What were those words again?
I have no idea. What does Vranthilis have to do with anything? Lila asked.
Could be nothing. Could be everything. The language is mysterious, and there are very few lexicons. But what few lexicons do exist are somewhat known for dabbling in the darker arts, and some have even been known to take up necromancy. It's a path open to lexicons, given the right conditions.
Okay, but what does this have to do with me? Justin asked.
You mentioned that the Baron spoke in Vranthilis. My suspicion is that he placed a death mark upon you, a mark that would make you his to command upon your death.
Justin's eyes went wide. Upon my death? Is he trying to murder me?
Well, there would be little other reason to place the death mark. It takes time to mature, 3 risings of the moon, to be precise. If he did this today, then this would be your first night.
I'm going to die in 3 days? Justin asked, feeling as if he was going to pass out.
Not from the mark itself, Alistair clarified. It merely means that once you do die, the mark will make you controllable by the Baron, bound to him in undead thraldom.
Lila looked at Justin nervously. He did mention wanting you to work for him. That's worse than dying, Justin said. There must be some way to stop it.
There is, Alistair said, but it requires you to pay very close attention to me. Now, I came here to root out the evil in this town that has been festering. On the surface, it might seem a busy and prosperous place, but there has been a string of murders stretching back years, and the local government doesn't seem to want to investigate them adequately. The sheriff, unfortunately, has been bribed to look the other way.
So we've heard, Lila said.
That's where I come in, Alistair said. The Church of Light sent me here to figure out just what's going on, and now I've discovered that things are a bit too much for a single paladin to handle.
Well, what can I do? Justin asked.
Now, this death mark can be cured, Alistair said, but the paths to doing so are far from easy.
Justin was filled with many conflicting emotions: fear, confusion, skepticism. He wanted to trust Alistair, and yet he didn't feel any different. The only thing that had felt strange was that sense of coldness when Baron Valdric had spoken those words. If Alistair was right, The Baron was keeping tabs on him right now and was determined to finish what he had started. He suddenly felt exposed and unsafe, despite the comfortable aura of the inn. "We need to wake up Eldrin," Justin decided. "If I'm really in danger, then he is too by association."
"Eldrin?"
Alistair asked. "A ranger we met in Whispering Pines," Justin said. "We sort of fell in together." "I can go get him," Lila said. She went off, leaving Justin alone with the paladin. Alistair leaned forward.
"If those two aren't to be trusted, simply say the word and we'll be off."
"I trust them." The paladin eyed him closely, then nodded. Eldrin joined them at the table, surprisingly alert for the late hour. "What's this about Justin being in danger?" "I have a death mark on me, apparently, courtesy of Baron Valdrick." Eldrin's eyes widened at that. He looked at Alistair. "You can confirm this, Master Paladin?"
"Aye."
"I cannot determine the nature of the mark, but given the certainty of there being a necromancer in this town, it cannot be anything else." "And what is your suggestion? I suppose I must be in danger too?"
"All of us are," Alistair said.
"There are only two ways for Justin to rid himself of this mark. The first is a near impossibility, taking down the Baron himself, who uttered the incantation. But if the disappearances of the past few years are any indication, it's not only the Baron we'd have to contend with, but also those working for him."
"You think he has a small undead army in his halls?" Eldrin asked.
"I'm certain of it," Alistair said. "And in fact, I suspect that army might not be small. Worse, Valdrick's level far exceeds anyone sitting at this table. There is no record, but he had to be at least level 20 to have access to the lexicant class, and it's likely, given the bloody work in this town and its environs, that he must be much higher than that. More than a match for even me." "Then why did you come here thinking you could take him down?" Lila asked.
"I didn't. I came to learn more."
"But how do I get rid of the mark?" Justin pressed. "You said there's a way."
"Yes," Alistair said. "You must come with me to the Templar chapter house on Montalea. There, the High Priest of Arion can remove the mark. He's the only one I know who for sure outlevels the Baron and has access to the right kind of magic. It's about 100 miles north of Belmora."
"That far?" Lila asked. "We can't cover such a distance in 3 days."
"No, we cannot," Alistair agreed, leaning forward. "But I will be with you every step of the way, protecting you from any and all pursuit. Remember, the mark becomes active in 3 days, and it won't kill Justin outright. But it will allow the Baron to know exactly where Justin is, if he's close enough. We need to be well ahead of them when that time comes. What's more, once the Baron realizes I'm here, he will act immediately."
"Then we must leave now," Eldrin said. "Although, if all this is true, then surely the gates will mark our passing."
"There is a hidden way," Alistair said. "It's a mountain path located on the north side of the pass, by the silver mines. That way will be little watched, and if you're coming with us, Eldrin, all the better. Your Pathfinder's pace will be vital to our escape. I assume you have that party tactic?"
"I do," Eldrin confirmed. "I stand ready to help." "Wait a second," Lila said. "What do you think was in the parcel? Does it have anything to do with this?"
"Perhaps," Alistair said. "Or maybe it was just a coincidence that Justin was the one who made the delivery."
"Maybe the Baron uses these parcels to lure new victims into his manor," Eldrin suggested.
"That is also possible. But the point is, Eldrin is right. We must leave immediately. For whatever reason, he wants to enthrall Justin."
The only question Justin was left with was, why? However, he doubted that the question could be answered by anyone here. "I need to gather my things," Justin said. "Let's reconvene in 5 minutes," Alistair said. "Try to hurry." Justin and Lila rushed to their room. The darkness of the hallway seemed altogether threatening as he fumbled for the room key and unlocked the door. But everything inside was undisturbed, awaiting their arrival. It only took a minute for Justin to pack, along with Lila. They both shared a look, slightly unbelieving of the situation, before they rejoined Alistair and Eldrin in the alehouse below. But as soon as Justin came forward, he reached for the dagger on his belt. Alistair and Eldrin were no longer alone. 15. Flight from Silverton.
The first and most important rule of necromancy? Don't get caught. The second, always have an alibi that doesn't involve graveyards after midnight.
Merrick Duskbane reportedly said hours before he was flayed and burned alive. Standing with them was a group of heavily armed men, with no identifying markers that would attach them to any particular house or government. To Justin, the room felt much colder, and at least half of the men bore expressions completely devoid of humanity, their eyes carrying a dull, almost lifeless glint. Justin didn't want to think it, but he knew that these men were undead. He felt fear twisting his stomach into knots just by being in their presence. "Looks like the Baron didn't waste any time," Alistair commented dryly, his hand resting on the haft of his silver hammer. His posture was rigid, ready for a fight. Justin could feel his heart pounding in his chest. Beside him, Lila held one of her daggers on her belt, her stance defensive yet ready to strike. Eldrin seemed ready to draw his longsword at a moment's notice. The leader of the group, a tall man with cold, gray eyes, wearing leather armor and a dark cloak that seemed to drink in the surrounding light, stepped forward. "Well, well, Alistair of Drakendale," he sneered, his voice echoing strangely in the silent room. "Looks like you've been sticking your nose where it doesn't belong again." Alistair didn't respond to him. His face was a stoic mask as he stared down the challenger, but the tension in the room seemed to increase tenfold. "Justin, listen to me," Alistair said, his voice low. "I want you to take Lila and run. Fancy words won't do any good here. I'll hold them off." "Not alone you won't," Eldrin said. His eyes flickered toward Justin. "I'll catch up with you later." "No, we can't just leave you here," Lila protested, but Alistair's stern gaze silenced her. "This is not a request, Lila. It's an order. Now promise me, you know where to go." The moment hung in the air, and Justin could sense her uncertainty, and then reluctant acceptance. Finally, Lila nodded. "I promise." The leader watched all this play out in silence. His gray eyes found Justin, looking at him with obvious disdain. "Seems like you've gotten yourself into quite a mess, boy. But not to worry. The Baron is quite merciful. It is you he wants, and if you come with me, you can save the lives of all your friends. He only wants to talk." "If that's true, then why bring all these swords?" Justin asked. "Justin, go!" Alistair ordered. Alistair stepped forward, and with that movement, the tensions snapped. Alistair and Eldrin moved with a synchronicity born of years of training. Alistair's hammer swept in a wide arc, felling the rightmost undead lackey, while the ranger shot forward with adroit ease, engaging another of the undead minions in a series of swift and deadly strikes. The tall leader took a step back, drawing a long, curved blade that, like his armor, seemed to drink in the surrounding light. "Come on," Lila said, pulling Justin's arm. They sprinted toward the back exit. They burst into the night, the chaos of the battle echoing behind them. There was only a sliver of a waning moon, offering them the cover of darkness as they raced through the empty streets toward the eastern edge of the town. Justin had to trust Lila knew the way. They ran as fast as their legs could carry them, their breaths coming in ragged gasps. The cool night air stung Justin's lungs, but they couldn't afford to slow down, even after the sounds of fighting had long ebbed. At this hour, the streets were mostly empty, and in the smaller alleys and byways Lila selected, no guards challenged their passing. It wasn't long before they were weaving up some steps into the eastern mountain flanking Silverton, on the opposite side of the valley where Baron Voldrick had his mansion. Over here it was mostly industry, mines, smelters, and forges that would be heavy with activity during the day. "Where's that damn path?" Lila asked. "As if we're supposed to know where we're going." Justin didn't answer. It was much too dark to see. He wished he had nabbed one of the lanterns hanging in the inn, but it was too late for that. They had barely taken a few uncertain steps into the darkness when a chilling moan pierced the silence. From the shadows behind them, an armored figure with a pike emerged, its movements jerky and unnatural. It was surely one of the Baron's minions, and it had managed to track them here, ignoring the fight back at the inn. Justin's mind raced. His poison barb ability had always been his go-to in confrontations, but this was something else. All the same, he had to try. With a surge of adrenaline, he unleashed the most cutting insult he could muster at that moment, aiming it directly at the undead creature. "Is this the best you can do? You move slower than a snail with a limp." The undead's only response was a continued, relentless advance, unaffected by the verbal jab. Clearly this creature lacked the sapience of the undead speaker down in the inn. More than that, Justin's ability hadn't even been activated. The creature before them was completely immune to it. But at least the barb caused Lila to wake up. She drew her throwing knives, the blades whistling with deadly intent. Despite the darkness, all three struck true, the last one in the neck. But horrifyingly, the creature barely reacted. Its hollow gaze was fixed on them as it extended its pike. The necromantic magic controlling the minion was not to be denied. Justin felt panic set in. They were being cornered, their backs pressed against the cold stone of a forge. "The head," Justin said. "Go for the head." He was far too tired to run, but even so he made a feeble bid to escape, pulling Lila along with him. He knew they couldn't keep it up for much longer. They had only made it a few steps when something black shot down from the sky with a chilling screech, talons extended. It was Shadowflight. There was a moment of fighting between the brave bird and the zombie soldier, and it wasn't long before the falcon disengaged, buying them another moment. But another moment was all they needed. An arrow whistled through the air, piercing the undead soldier squarely through the head. The zombie stumbled and crumpled to the ground. At the top of the steps stood their rescuer, his robes dark in the night, and Shadowflight now fluttering on his shoulder. "Eldrin!" Justin exclaimed. Eldrin approached, offering a grim smile. "Night's not over yet, it seems." A moment later, Alistair burst onto the scene, his silver hammer gleaming under the moonlight, his expression grim. With a mighty roar and a fatal swing, he delivered the final blow, crushing the undead soldier's head into oblivion with an overhead strike. It seemed paladins were aware of the importance of the double tap. Alistair, breathing heavily from the exertion, turned to Justin and Lila, his expression all business. "We need to move. The Baron's forces won't stop here." "Why does he even care about me?" Justin asked. "You're a loose end. This could crumble all of his ambitions." Justin nodded, the reality of their situation sinking in. They were in the heart of a battle they had barely begun to understand, against forces darker and more powerful than they could have imagined. But with Eldrin and Alistair by their side, they at least stood a fighting chance. "What have I gotten myself into?" Lila asked, working quickly to retrieve and clean her knives. "Eldrin has joined the party. You now benefit from the expertise of his Pathfinder's pace. Alistair has joined the party. You are now refreshed by his divine aura, granting complete immunity to the fear effect. Alistair has assumed the role of party leader." No one answered Lila as Alistair led them into the darkness. Justin could hardly see anything, but the paladin seemed to know the way. Before long, Justin realized they were in a narrow cleft, with a rough trail beneath their feet and nothing but the sliver of dark sky above filled with stars to light their way. They kept climbing, Alistair setting a brutal pace despite his heavy armor and swirling white cloak. Eldrin brought up the rear, periodically turning to watch the trail behind. Shadowflight circled above, seemingly in communion with the ranger. Justin sucked in breath after breath. It never seemed to be enough. Even when they rose above the cleft, the narrow trail before them was engulfed in darkness. Silverton spread below them, hundreds of 2- and 3-story buildings looking deceptively peaceful and cozy below, more windows dark than yellow. The mountain's slope soon became forested, and the dense foliage seemed to swallow them whole. "Should have picked up that parcel while we had the chance," Lila grumbled. Justin was far too winded to respond, but all it took was one thought of those undead minions, who likely didn't get tired, for him to keep moving. In his mind, he couldn't help but see Baron Valdrick's cruel visage leering at him. 3 nights. He had 3 nights. His only hope was to reach Montalea and pray whoever was there could really help him. He wanted to ask if there would be any bad side effects of the mark, but he simply didn't have the breath to ask, and no one else was talking. They ran in bursts, walking only when Justin and Lila could not keep pace. At this point, Alistair cast some sort of light spell that illuminated the immediate space around them, which made the going much easier. Justin supposed Alistair judged that the cover of the forest would block the light from spreading too much. "What's that magic?" Justin asked. "Some sort of spell. Creator's Light, I think it's called," Lila said. "Paladins get some basic healing and support magic." Over the next few hours, they wrapped around the mountain, and Silverton was left behind. Before them spread a forested valley filled with many hills. "The trail ends here," Alistair said. "Eldrin, would you take over and lead with your Pathfinder's pace?" "Of course," Eldrin said. Eldrin, leading the way, seemed to navigate the terrain with an uncanny precision that only a ranger of his caliber could possess. "Keep close," Eldrin instructed, his voice low. "The night is full of more than just shadows." Lila, despite her fatigue, managed to smile at Justin. "He always talks like he's quoting from an ancient tome, doesn't he?" Justin remained quiet at the joke, finding that he was simply too tired to respond. Eldrin's Pathfinder's pace was remarkable. Just as when they went to Raven's Rock, it allowed them to traverse the rough, uneven ground at a pace Justin wouldn't have thought possible. The natural obstacles that should have slowed their progress seemed almost to melt away before Eldrin's expertise. However, as the hours wore on, even Eldrin's skillful guidance couldn't ward off the exhaustion that clung to Justin like a second skin. His legs felt like lead, while every step was an effort of will. The adrenaline that had fueled him thus far was waning, and the emotional weight of his revelations at the alehouse, combined with the physical toll of their escape, was catching up. Finally, noticing Justin's staggering steps, Eldrin called a halt. "We'll rest here." He gestured to a shallow cleft in the hillside that would offer some protection from the elements and concealment from any who might be pursuing them. "We'll have to trust our enemies can't pick up the trail, and for Shadowflight to keep watch. It's only the latter of which I'm certain.
Do you believe your Pathfinder's pace has not adequately covered our tracks? Alistair asked.
I'm certain it has, Eldrin replied. However, against the power of a high-level lexicant and necromancer, it can be difficult to predict the future. On that ominous note, they settled into the cleft, the ground hard and unwelcoming beneath them, but Justin was too tired to care. Lila and Eldrin busied themselves with setting up a minimal camp, while Alistair stood watch, his gaze scanning the darkness. He allowed his creator's light to dissipate. As Justin lay down, the ground beneath him seemed to spin. He closed his eyes, and within moments, the exhaustion overtook him, pulling him into a deep, dreamless sleep. His last conscious thought was a mix of gratitude for the safety of the moment and a lingering worry about what the dawn would bring. 16. A new skill.
Over the millennia, countless kingdoms and empires have risen and fallen across the face of Eyrth. Each has clung to the vain promise that one day they might reclaim the glory of the ethereal era. But such a promise can never be fulfilled. Why? Because magic, for all its power to create and build, is equally and tragically the greatest agent of destruction. The higher civilization soars on the wings of magic, the more devastating its fall when those wings inevitably burn. Chronicler Elisar Vane. When Empires Fall, A History of the Aftermath. As soon as Justin felt the first bit of consciousness, the voice entered his mind, or at least what Lila called the voice. He supposed, if he was in this world too, perhaps he should think of it in the same way. You have reached level 2. A new day has dawned, and despite the challenges you have thus far faced, you feel hopeful for the new day ahead. Much to Justin's surprise, he actually did feel hopeful, though he had no real reason to, given the circumstances, as when he reached level 1, the feeling seemed to enter from outside himself. You have 1 attribute point to distribute. His interface sat open before him, waiting for him to place his new point. Justin considered whether it might be beneficial to put it in endurance to increase his survivability and perhaps even help with the long marches ahead. In the end, he heaved a sigh and locked his point into charisma. Your charisma is now 12. Almost instantly he felt a lightening of his spirit that was hard to quantify, too subtle to put into words. As a level 2 socialite, you have unlocked your next class skill. Choose wisely. There is no going back. Justin looked through both of the skills that were presented to him. Dazzling Display. Rare. Once a day, channel the charisma of legendary figures you have encountered, adopting their gravitas, movements, or manner of speech, enthralling those in your presence. This effect deepens as your charisma grows. Justin thought it over. The first thing that caught his attention was the rare marker, something he had yet to see. That told him that this skill, in particular, might be quite powerful. He examined his other option. Tantalizing Miasma. Exude an indelible aroma that enchants those around you, boosting your charisma by 5 for 5 minutes. Cooldown 4 hours. As the morning light filtered through the dense canopy, Justin mulled over each skill with quiet intensity. Dazzling Display and Tantalizing Miasma. Each skill whispered potential. Each a tool that could shape his path in this world. Dazzling Display seemed like a beacon in the chaos,
A flare shot to momentarily gain a crowd's attention. Its once-a-day limit underscored its potency. In a world where swords and spells decided fates, could a charismatic display sway the balance? Distraction could mean the difference between safety and peril. A sudden, captivating gesture could provide the critical seconds needed for escape or to turn the tide of a negotiation. Then there was tantalizing miasma. Unlike dazzling display, it could be used once every 4 hours, which made it more useful in that way. The +5 boost to charisma was reliable, and that it hung around for an extra 5 minutes was nice. But, unlike dazzling display, it seemed less of a guarantee to get what he wanted, and more of a slight advantage. In a land governed by alliances and enmities, words could be as sharp as any blade. The tantalizing miasma skill offered the opportunity to forge connections, to unravel intentions, and perhaps even to unveil secrets hidden behind layers of diplomacy or deceit. He could imagine himself in a social situation with a lot of people, like a party, where this skill would be incredibly useful. Justin pondered his past life on Earth, filled with missed cues and misunderstood intentions. He thought about the loneliness that had gnawed at him, the isolation of not quite fitting in. Here, in Eyrth, was a chance to rewrite that narrative, to be someone who not only belonged, but thrived. He considered the future, too. Encounters with bandits, negotiations with potential allies, and perhaps even audiences with royalty lay ahead. The path of a socialite was not to overpower, but to weave through society's fabric, influencing threads one conversation at a time. Words could topple kingdoms, or build them more surely than a single sword. Tantalizing miasma felt like the right choice. However, dazzling display felt like the more interesting choice, and also like more of a sure thing. Plus, there was the rare modifier, telling Justin that the skill could be quite powerful, even if he didn't understand how it worked in practice. With a decisive mental click, Justin selected Dazzling Display. You have chosen Dazzling Display. May your poise and flair become your destiny. As he stood, stretching muscles sore from the night's exertions, Justin felt a newfound confidence. He was still a socialite, yes, but increasingly he was becoming one well-equipped to navigate the complex tapestry of Eyrtherian society. Or was it Eyrthi society? Assuming he ever made it back to society. With a nod to himself, he rose to face the day. You too, huh? Lila asked with a smile. Justin turned, surprised to see that not only was she awake, but that Eldrin and Alistair were breaking camp. Yeah, Justin said. I'm level 2 now. Wonderful, Lila said, beaming. Me too. Justin quickly checked his interface. Experience to level 3, 404 of 250. Level up available. He frowned. I have enough experience to be level 3. So, why am I not? You'll have to sleep again, and it needs to be real sleep, not just a nap. You can't do 2 level ups in one night. What defines real sleep? The gods, of course. Now what skill did you get? Justin told her his decision, and she looked impressed. Dazzling display. That sounds pretty useful. What's your skill? She concentrated, as if reading something in the air. Rhythmic barrage. Unleash a flurry of knife throws, with each successive hit increasing damage based on a percentage of your coordination attribute. The barrage can chain up to 6 times. That sounds like it could be powerful. That's why I picked it. Could have come in handy last night. Now I've just got to get me some more knives to throw. By now, Eldrin and Alistair were putting out the night's fire. With practiced efficiency, the entire camp was picked up. Shadowflight was nowhere to be seen and was likely scouting behind them for signs of pursuit. "What about breakfast?" Lila asked. "Leveling makes me hungry." "Enjoy those early levels," Eldrin said with a wink. "Progression takes longer the higher you go." "What do you mean?" Justin asked. "Levels start off unlocking quite quickly," Alistair explained. "For example, it takes just 1 point to go from 0 to 1, and only 200 points to go from 1 to 2. After that, the experience requirement for each level increases roughly by 30%. So, in practice, it's quite easy to reach level 10, but beyond that, it gets tougher. Which is why you won't find very many people who are level 20 and beyond." "How many levels are there?" Justin asked. "Most say 40 is the limit, but if there are any of those, there aren't many." "We should get moving," Eldrin said, passing around some cheese and bread. "We'll eat on the trail." Not a few seconds later, he was blazing a rapid trail through the bush. The morning sun cast shadows through the trees as Eldrin led them deeper into the wilderness. The air was crisp, laden with the scent of pine and damp earth. Birds chirped their morning songs, providing a soundtrack to their journey. It seemed they were well into the mountains now, though Justin supposed they might fairly be called tall hills. So far, there were no signs of the Baron and his minions. Justin hoped it would stay that way. Eldrin's Pathfinder's pace was nothing short of miraculous. Despite the uneven terrain and dense underbrush, they moved quickly and efficiently. Justin marveled at how effortlessly Eldrin navigated the forest, avoiding obstacles and finding the best paths with ease. Every so often, Eldrin would stop, raising a hand to signal them to listen or observe a particular detail. A broken branch, a footprint, or the distant call of an animal. Justin and Lila kept close behind, their eyes scanning the surroundings for any sign of danger. Justin wasn't sure how much good he was doing, but he figured it was better to look busy. As they walked, he couldn't get rid of the sinking feeling in his stomach. Just the idea that the Baron had marked him for death made him feel a sense of dread, even if nothing was different physically. Alistair brought up the rear. From time to time, he'd call out the general direction for Eldrin to go, and the ranger would dutifully find the most efficient path there. As the hours passed, they encountered various wildlife. Deer grazing in a clearing, a family of rabbits darting into their burrows, and even a majestic stag that watched them curiously from a distance. Despite the situation, Justin felt a sense of wonder at the natural beauty around him. It was a far cry from his previous life. This reality was just as real as his own, almost to the point where he was wondering if his world was the dream. Thoughts of his old life still came to the fore. But as the days passed, as this world took firmer hold, it was starting to feel more distant. Occasionally, they would come across strange runes etched into the bark of trees or carved into broken masonry along their path. Clearly, this area had once hosted buildings, or even entire cities, now reclaimed by nature. Eldrin would pause to examine these markings, his brow furrowed. "What are those?" Justin asked. "Markers left by past travelers," Eldrin said. "They often denote areas of significance or hidden dangers." "Hidden dangers?" Lila asked. "Like what?" "That remains to be seen." "I think we must have taken a wrong turn," Alistair said. "I've traveled these lands before and have never run across these markings." "The Umber Range has many hidden pockets and secrets," Eldrin said, somewhat mysteriously. "One could spend years here and not uncover a quarter of them." "You've led us astray, Ranger." "Nay, This is a faster way to the Guardian Pass. It's much safer. Alistair gave a grunt.
I hope so. Lead on.
As they continued, the forest began to change subtly. The trees grew taller and denser, their branches forming a thick canopy that filtered the sunlight into dappled patches on the forest floor. The air grew cooler, and a strange tension seemed to permeate their surroundings. Justin almost wanted to describe it as electricity, but it wasn't that. It was some form of energy. Magic, maybe? All he knew was that he didn't really like it. It felt like someone or something was watching him. By late afternoon, they reached a small stream, its clear water bubbling over smooth stones. They paused to refill their canteens and rest for a moment.
Are you sure we're going the right way?
Alistair asked. Yes, Eldrin confirmed. I've been in this forest before. Its magic will make anything undead think twice before crossing through it.
It feels weird,
Justin said.
I hope we pass it soon.
It shouldn't be long, Eldrin said. We're making good time. He glanced up at the sky. If we keep this pace, we should reach the outskirts of the valley by nightfall. Good, Alistair said, his eyes scanning the horizon.
The farther we get from Silverton, the better.
They moved on, the land sloping upward slightly. No one spoke, and an hour later, the silence was broken. The pass to the Eyrthian plain beyond should be coming up shortly, Eldrin said. We can make camp on the other side. But as they made a final bend around a cliff, Justin didn't see a pass at all. A narrow canyon greeted them, at the end of which stood the entrance to a cave. A barrier of light covered the cave's entrance, affixed with runes that glowed faintly. Justin and Lila gasped at the sight, while Eldrin and Alistair looked grim.
Is this some trick, Ranger? Alistair said. You had better take care in how you answer.
This is no trick, Eldrin answered. This is the pass. I know these lands like the back of my hand. This is surely not a cave.
What are you talking about?
Justin asked nervously. Alistair heaved a sigh.
Alas, it would seem, for better or worse, that we have stumbled upon a vault.
The party stood for a moment, considering. When Alistair had talked about vaults, this wasn't what Justin had in mind. He'd imagined decrepit castles, ancient ruins, and temples inside a volcano. Standard RPG fare. This cave, or vault, looked perfectly ordinary, aside from the barrier of light covering it. Justin cleared his throat.
Didn't you say vaults were highly dangerous, Eldrin?
Very much so. We should turn back, Lila said, her face pale. This is far too dangerous for people like me and Justin.
I concur, Alistair said. What's the fastest path around?
We'd have to do a fair bit of backtracking, since we've already come so far up the slope, Eldrin said. But to go back would also be risky.
Risky how? Justin said. Riskier than this vault? That's hard to believe.
At this moment, there was a dark flutter of movement that fell from the sky as Shadowflight perched on Eldrin's shoulder. The ranger communed with the bird for a moment, his expression grave. They're getting closer. 15 men, some undead, some not. They are a mix of soldiers and mages, with Gareth at the helm.
Arion above, Alistair said. It's worse than I thought.
We have to remember that every step backward is a step closer to them. Despite the failing light, we were quite exposed going up the mountain here. If any member of their group has a class that grants enhanced sight, they might have been able to see us up here, though I've done my utmost to cover our tracks. So the question becomes, is there time to choose another way?
Is there another way? Alistair asked. If this vault has sprung up on the pass, then the pass is closed to us anyway. We have no choice but to turn back, no?
Not necessarily, Eldrin said. Hypothetically speaking, if we were to clear this vault, it would disappear, allowing us to continue on our journey through the pass.
I know how vaults work, Alistair said, almost grumbling. However, clearing the vault would take time. Assuming we are successful, the Baron's minions might be awaiting our exit.
The pass itself is quite long, Eldrin said. About 5 miles. Worst case, assuming the vault takes up most of the space on the path, we would have a 5-mile head start on our pursuers, assuming we can come out the other side. My guess is, given the vault's location, that option will be open to us. And once we enter the vault, its magic will prevent anyone else from following after us. That should give us enough time to make it to Highcliffe. From there we can push on, picking up the Queen's Road to the Gulfway, and then north to Montelea.
I say it's too much of a risk, Alistair said. And yet, going back could be even worse if your falcon has the right of it. The soldiers I can handle, but even a mage or two could tip the scales.
The longer we talk here, the more we're trapped, Lila said. She glanced at Justin. What do you think? Should we give it a go? Justin hesitated, weighing their options. The vault could be a faster route, but it was also filled with unknown dangers. Plus, at least in the games he was used to, dungeons were cleared by damage-dealing characters, tanks and healers, and most assuredly not socialites. What good would he be? Alistair and Eldrin would be carrying them all, most likely. Even Lila had the benefit of her knife-throwing skills. What was he supposed to do? Dazzle his enemies with small talk and charm them into submission? He glanced at Alistair and Lila, seeing the concern etched on their faces.
I don't know, Justin admitted. It's risky. What if we run into something I can't handle?
Alistair nodded in agreement.
It's true. Vaults are unpredictable. We could find ourselves in more trouble than we bargained for. And once we enter, there are 2 ways out. Clearing it or dying.
Putting it in such a way made Justin feel a cold dread. There are different types of vaults, Eldrin said. Some are static. The dangers and challenges within are the same, no matter the composition of the party. Some, however, are dynamic. That means they are calibrated for the levels and classes of the people who enter. They will be a challenge, but are set up to be achievable. The trick is, how can we tell which one is which? Lila asked.
Well, that's the thing, Alistair said. We can't, really. If we were to go closer, we'd get a sense of what to expect inside from the vault description, but that's hardly a guarantee. I imagine there would be treasure, Justin said. Right?
Assuredly, Eldrin said. Given the danger pursuing us, I say we press on. It's the most direct route, and something tells me that this vault may have been formed for a reason. It's entirely too coincidental. That's speculation, Lila said. If there's another option, what is it? Justin and I are incredibly vulnerable. To go in would be irresponsible. The ranger shrugged. We would need to backtrack about an hour and then head north. In another week, there will be another pass, harder to cross. We will be greatly slowed since our supplies won't stretch so far. While we need to stop and eat, the undead have less need for sustenance. Their progress will be slowed in the daytime, true, but at night, they can travel faster than even we can. 7 days would be enough, perhaps, for them to catch up entirely, not to mention that it takes us close to Orcish territory. Eldrin paused for a moment, seeming to sense something the others could not. Lila opened her mouth, but Eldrin held up a hand, pointing his ear down the mountainside. "They're close now," he whispered after a moment. "Maybe a mile behind us? It seems the decision has been made for us." Justin swallowed and felt his heart miss a beat. He reached for Eldrin's dagger at his belt, though he supposed the dagger was his now. Alistair's face was grim. "Well, I am a level 25 paladin, and one would think that counts for something. Eldrin, though you are level 10, you fight well beyond your abilities. Between the two of us, we should have no trouble clearing this vault's trials. Indeed, as you said, we have little choice." He turned to face Lila and Justin. "Stay close, and no harm will befall you." Justin and Lila both nodded shakily. Reluctantly, the party moved toward the entrance of the cave. The ancient runes flared to life as they approached, casting an eerie glow on everyone's faces. Vault discovered. The Guardian Pass. Recommended party level, 12. Average party level, 9.75. Risk level, highly dangerous. Your party is below the recommended level. Disaster, dismemberment, or death is likely. Proceed with utmost care. Description: The Guardian Pass once bore witness to a great battle between the Guardian force of the Kingdom of Veloria and the Shadow Empire. Within its depths, your party will face trials designed to test your resolve, unity, and courage. Can you and your daring party rewrite history and turn around an impossible battle? Rewards upon completion. Experience, scaled to party member level. Guaranteed bronze tier item for each party member. Chance for a silver tier weapon for one party member. Do you accept the vault's challenge? Despite the danger of the situation, Justin couldn't help but feel a strange thrill. It almost felt like he was playing a game in his mom's basement again. Almost. "We'll let Alistair lead," Eldrin said. "Stay close to me," Alistair said. "I should vastly outlevel everything here, so as long as you are near, we'll make it out in one piece." Justin surely hoped so. "Lead the way." Alistair gave a firm nod. Justin felt a mental push to accept the vault's challenge. He knew everyone else was receiving the same prod, and the challenge would only begin once everyone had confirmed their willingness to undergo it. Lila sighed. "Well, here goes nothing." Your party has accepted the challenge of the Guardian Pass. May courage be your guide and your resolve your shield. And remember, don't discount the power of a single whisper. Good luck, brave adventurers. Justin felt something like a mental click in his head. In tandem, the 4 party members passed the threshold of light and into the vault. 17. Following a hunch. The vaults are a mystery. Some claim they are the Creator's test, a chance for mortals to prove their worth and ascend their cores. Others whisper they are Morvath's cruel playground or Nyrus's seeds of chaos. Still, others say any divine being can spawn a vault for their own inscrutable purpose. Whatever the truth, one thing is certain. The gods may create the vaults, but it's fools who keep walking into them. Vault Runner Theric Wren, An Adventurer's Guide to Vaults. To Justin's amazement, as they passed through, the cave was completely replaced by what he assumed to be the pass, just shy of full darkness. 2 mountain peaks rose on either side, cloaked in shadow, while the weather had become colder. The sky above was completely clear and full of stars, where before it had been quite cloudy. Justin wasn't sure what was going on, but it probably had something to do with the magic of the vault. In the distance, Justin spied what looked like the light of many campfires, along with pavilions and tents. and shadowy figures moving about. Eldrin sent Shadowflight off to explore, and the dark bird was almost instantly lost to the sky above. But Justin didn't need the creature's intel to know what he was looking at. Even at a distance, it looked like something off the set of one of his favorite TV shows, A Throne of Games. An encampment, Alistair said. This must be the Valorian Guardian force. What do we do? Lila asked. Is the battle about to start? Only one way to find out, the Paladin responded. I imagine we're expected to offer our services to them, to turn the tide in an otherwise hopeless battle against the Shadow Empire. Valoria lost this battle, Eldrin said grimly. Once, their cities completely filled the valleys of the Umber Range. That's what those ruins were then, Justin said. How did they lose the battle? That information might come in handy if we are to reverse history. Unfortunately, I've heard the tale before, but the details of exactly how they lost elude me. All I can say is, Valoria was a small kingdom, hardly able to withstand the might of the Shadow Empire. The Empire went on to rule the entirety of Serenthil for the next 4 centuries. And we're expected to stop that somehow? Lila asked in disbelief. Justin could see just how pale her face was under the moonlight. I would assume so, Alistair said. But remember, this is not an actual recreation of history. This vault is level 12, and as such, it should be perfectly possible to clear for our party. The only thing we can do is find out more. They stepped into the light of the camp and were greeted by a somber scene. Soldiers dressed in heavy bronze armor sat around fires, spears and shields never far away. The martial technology seemed akin to ancient Greece. Steel armor, such as the kind Alistair wore, likely hadn't been discovered yet, or at least wasn't widespread. The soldiers were sharing quiet conversations in a strange tongue that Justin couldn't at first understand. But after a moment, in a strange burst of knowledge likely supplied by the vault itself, he understood it as well as his own native English. They were over 1,000 years in the past, so it made sense that the language was different, especially if this vault was doing its best to correspond to a real historical event. The soldiers were casting glances at the darkening sky. Aye, they'll attack tonight, Justin overheard one of them say. Mark my words. They'll wait until morning, another disagreed. They don't know the pass like we do, and they stand to lose too many men. They say they have 50,000. 50,000 against our 1,000. I don't think the Empire cares about the loss of life. They'll want to end this as soon as they can, especially with our reinforcements a day away. You watch. A bright ray of sunshine, aren't you, Darian? Darian flashed a dark smile, and Justin didn't much like the look of him, though he couldn't have explained why. Is there any point in saying otherwise? I welcome death, and will fight to the last drop of my blood, just like any other guardian. But we'd be fools to deny the truth. Soon, the shadow will cover all of Serenthel. Mayhap death would be a mercy, compared to what our wives and children will have to endure in the coming weeks. I'm done with you, the other soldier said in disgust. If I truly only have a few hours left, I don't want to spend them with you. It matters not, Darian said with a dark chuckle. I need to take a piss anyway. Mayhap the last one of my life. Darian stood and left, while the other nameless soldier simply sat, thinking dark thoughts. Just hearing their conversation made Justin feel a sense of impending doom. Clearly morale was incredibly low, and it wouldn't take much for the men to break. They clearly had their work cut out for them. They stayed out of the light of the fires, Alistair picking a path to avoid the soldiers who were still eating dinner. In this way, they made their way to the center of the camp, where what appeared to be the command tent stood. 2 guards in full bronze armor with spears and shields stood outside, crossing their weapons at their approach. "Who goes there?" the taller of the two said. "State your business or be gone." "Spies," the other guard said. "We are no spies," Alastair said. "We've come to offer our aid in these dark times." Only now did the soldiers seem to register his garb, their stance relaxing a bit. Their eyes seemed to go wide at his steel armor. "Sir Paladin, forgive me. I didn't notice your robes at first. Has the Church of Light at last responded to our call for aid?" "It has," Alastair confirmed. "I must speak with your commander at once." "Where are the rest?" the other soldier said. "It's not just you, is it?" "Alas, this was all they could spare," Alastair said. "But I assure you, I am here to fight, and if necessary, die for your cause." "Bold words, Paladin. Better one Paladin than none, I say. They say the Shadow Empire is bringing the undead to this battle, so your aid will be much needed." The second soldier took in the rest of them. "And who are your companions? A ranger, I see, and that is well enough." He said nothing more as his eyes ran over Justin and Lila doubtfully. "Friends and allies, stronger than they appear, I assure you." "For Valoria's sake, I would hope so. Wait here." The soldier ducked into the tent and not a moment later came back out. "You may go in. Commander Thalon is expecting you." "I thank you," Alastair said. He nodded to the rest and they ducked inside. The commander's tent was spacious and well organized. A large wooden table dominated the center, covered in maps and battle plans. The walls were adorned with black weapons and armor, many filled with wicked points. Justin could only assume the armor had once belonged to the enemy. Dim lanterns hung from the tent poles, casting a warm, flickering light that contrasted with the cold tension in the air. Commander Thalon had the appearance of a grizzled veteran, with several scars marring his face. He was dressed in intricately carved bronze armor that suggested the shape of a stag. A few of his officers stood silently by, also in bronze, with stags carved into their breastplates. The animal was likely the emblem of Valoria. From the empty goblets and plates with bones and trace scraps, Justin got the sense that they had been in here a while. Thalon watched the maps, deep in thought, seeming to search for a solution that wasn't there. His sharp blue eyes lifted as they entered, immediately taking in Alastair's presence with recognition and respect. "Sir Paladin," Thalon said. His voice was weary but commanding. "I had expected at least 9 more of your brethren to heed our call to arms. At least, I got news this morning that the chapter house of Ulua was withdrawing from the Seraphim Range and seemingly abandoning Valoria to its fate. Do you come bearing more ill tidings, or that hammer of yours?" Alastair stepped forward. "My hammer, my lord. Though we are few in number, I would like you to take heart. We are here to offer our assistance in your battle against the Shadow Empire." Thalon gave a dry chuckle. "Take heart. I know not if you mock us, but all of us here know the truth. This is to be our last stand against the Shadow. I have fought against them nearly since my first memory. The mountains have ever been Valoria's shield, even as other kingdoms have fallen around us. But it would be easier to stop a glacier with the palm of one's hand than the inevitability approaching us now." "Maybe so," Alastair said. "But if we can win this battle, your country might have at least a few more years of freedom, and perhaps be able to secure favorable terms of peace. It is our intention to fight by your side, whatever the case. This battle can still be won, and I must ask you to have faith in Arion's plans." "Arion. Yes, some of the men are saying Arion is weak, blasphemy or not. When the Shadow is so strong along with their dark god,
How can a man of faith not question? All of Caledon they hold, and it would seem Sarenthel is next. Save these unwholesome thoughts for another time, my lord, Alastair said. We are here to discuss strategy. My skills and abilities can stand up to the Shadow Empire's minions, and Eldrin the Ranger, who stands next to me, is not to be discounted. And these two? Thalon asked, eyeing Lila and Justin. They seem rather ill-suited to battle. His eyes seemed to dismiss Justin entirely. There is yet time to flee the Seraphim Range if you are fleet of foot. We are here to fight, too, Lila said. Such as we can. Justin nodded grimly, though he felt his stomach sink a bit at the thought. The men's morale seems quite low. Perhaps I can give a speech or two, try to encourage them. A charisma class, Thalon said. Are you a bard, or perhaps a diplomat? A socialite. Ha! Thalon barked a laugh that seemed genuine. The men will have a laugh at that. We need a good joke before we march to our doom. Justin's cheeks colored, but he said nothing. Time is limited, Alastair pressed. I am here to lend my knowledge of military strategy. Sometimes a fresh pair of eyes is all it takes to find a solution. Perhaps, but if you can scrounge a solution from this muddled mess, many songs and stories will be dedicated to your name. It is not my glory I'm worried about, but that of Arion. He has not abandoned you, Commander. Have faith, and we will come out on the other side. Maybe so, Sir Paladin. May I ask your name? Sir Alastair of Drakendale. Drakendale? I've never heard of it, but I pray that it is indeed far from the threat of the Shadow Empire. Justin was beginning to feel worse than useless. Perhaps Lila and I can explore the camp a bit. Maybe we can find something out. Of course, Alastair said. Don't stray too far. Return at once if you ever come under threat. Lila watched Justin curiously, but in the end she followed him out. Once out in the cold night, she rubbed her hands together. I did not dress appropriately for this vault. But Justin was already watching the campfire where they had passed the two soldiers in their grim conversation. Darian was still gone, while the other he'd been speaking to sat alone, staring into the flames. Don't discount the power of a single whisper, Justin mused. Hey, Lila said. That's what the vault description said, right? It has to mean something. Come on. He headed for the soldier, taking up a seat on a nearby stump without waiting for an invitation. He was a wiry man with a thick mustache, along with sharp features and short, cropped hair. His bronze armor, though scuffed and worn, was meticulously maintained. He had an honest face, at least by Justin's estimation. Good evening, Justin began. Dark times for Valoria, eh? The man looked back into the fire, letting out a sharp breath and choosing not to respond. It probably hadn't been the best thing to lead with. Who was that guy you were talking to back there? Justin asked. Darian, was it? This at least provoked an answer. Yeah, that's his name. Shifty fellow. Never much liked him. He's gone now, and that's good enough for me. I'd hoped to speak with him, Justin went on. Has he come back to camp yet? Neither the fuck if I know, the man said. Justin blinked at the expletive. Damn, you'd have to remember that one for a rainy day. Finally, the soldier looked up, seeming to take them both in. What are you both doing out here? Squires to the sir in the tent? Something like that, Justin said. However, with the way things are looking, it would seem we're going to die like the rest of you. The man gave a dark chuckle at that. Well, if you were to head back west, I'd keep my lips sealed. He eyed their weapons. There's not much those knives can do against the Shadow Empire's armies. Well, we're here to stay, for better or worse.
Would you happen to know where Darien is bunking? Why? What's it to you? Justin shrugged nonchalantly. Nothing. We're just going around to talk to the men, see if we can boost spirits. He seems to be especially dispirited. Good luck in that, the man said. He looked at Lila. And what's your contribution? I'm a bard, Lila said simply. Have you heard the tale of the Star of Ilara? The man's face softened into his smile. Aye, who hasn't? What I wouldn't give to find that amulet. We could use a bit of protection right now. He paused for a moment. My name is Georgius, by the way. Georgius, Lila said, softening him up with a smile. Well, Georgius, tell my friend here where Darien went off to, and I wouldn't mind entertaining you with a song or two, and maybe even one you haven't heard of. Georgius said, considering. Well, I can't guess why you'd want to talk to that odd fellow, but I can't turn down a song from a pretty lass. Escape the Star of Ilara, though. Why don't you pick something a bit happier? I'd be glad to, she said. This one's a song from my childhood, of happier times when there was no Shadow Empire to worry about. What's it called? Echoes of the Sunlit Glen, she said. Lila cleared her throat and started singing, and her voice was so sweet that despite its softness, it carried throughout the pass. In no time at all, grizzled men started gathering to watch. First, there were just a few, and then there were dozens. Their eyes were hungry for any sort of hope, any reason to fight. Justin could hardly describe it, but there was definitely some sort of bardic magic in the air. The ballad was one of peace and prosperity, conjuring in Justin's mind memories of simpler times. Images of green fields and clear blue skies entered his mind unbidden, as Lila's voice wove a vivid tapestry. Clearly Justin wasn't alone, from the way all the men hung on her every word. No doubt this was an effect of her bardic inspiration skill. As the final notes faded into the night, the soldiers remained silent for a moment, lost in the reverie Lila had conjured, some even with tears in their eyes. Then, one by one, they began to clap, a slow, appreciative sound that grew into heartfelt applause. For a brief moment, the fear hanging over the camp was lifted. Meanwhile, Justin searched among the men for Darien, but he was absent. One of the soldiers called out, "Do you know Valor of the Fallen?" Lila frowned in confusion. "No, I don't. It might go by a different name in my land." The man quickly hummed the tune in a deep bass, and Lila nodded in recognition. "Ah, that one's called The Hero's Last Stand where I'm from. I do know it, and I'll be happy to sing it if anyone can tell me where Darien went off to." "Darien?" said a thick-set man with a square face, close to the fire. "I saw him walking toward the northern slopes, where we have the latrine, about 15 minutes ago." "Thanks," Lila said. As she started the new song, Justin headed north. He knew it was north because of what Lila had told him about the Star of Ilara. It was blue and bright in the northern sky before him. As Lila's voice faded with distance, Justin exited the perimeter of the camp, smelling the latrine long before he found it. On the way, he grabbed a torch to light his path. He wondered when the Shadow Empire forces were supposed to attack, and it made him nervous to go off on his own. He remembered Alistair's warning to stay close, and fully realized that what he was doing was stupid. And yet, the hunch was too strong to ignore. Lila knew where he was going and would catch up later. When he reached the latrine, he found that it was completely empty. If Darien had already come back to camp, they must have missed each other in the darkness, sometime before Justin grabbed the torch. But for some reason, he didn't think that was why. Possessed by he knew not what, he trekked beyond the latrine, toward a small stream that ran at the base of the north side of the pass. He forded the water at the easiest point he could find in the darkness. The water was horribly cold, but he kept moving, hoping it wouldn't get too deep. Thankfully, he pulled himself from the other side, having only gotten wet up to his hips. As he lit the way, he noticed a trail of water leading up the slope. Someone had been up here, and quite recently. It had to have been Darian. Justin considered his next move, only to hear splashing in the stream behind him. He felt a thrill of fear, but it was far too late to put out his torch. Whoever was down there had already seen him. He reached for his dagger. "It's me," Lila said. "What on earth are you doing up here?" He waited for her to catch up before responding. "I think Darian came this way. There's no reason for him to be up here unless he's up to no good." Lila noted the trail. "Well, he'd have about 15 minutes on us, assuming he's not out there watching from the darkness right now. Where do you think he's headed? Sounds like he was ready to split." Justin already had something of an idea. History had been one of the few subjects he'd enjoyed in school, and he sometimes even listened to history-related podcasts while he gamed. And this situation was definitely tickling that part of his brain. "Let's follow this trail. There's something to this." "We can always turn back if it's nothing, right?" Lila asked. "Besides, you need me to watch your back." "Appreciate it." The duo set off into the darkness. It didn't take long for the water trail to disappear, but there were still boot prints from time to time. Justin was no tracker, but it was impossible to miss the impressions. Darian could have easily stepped on the many rocks to more easily cover his tracks, but the man was in a hurry. The question was, why? After 5 minutes, it became clear they didn't need to follow the tracks anymore, because they were on some sort of trail. "Interesting," Lila said. "Just as I thought," Justin said. "I knew something was off about him." "What about him was off? He's a deserter, clearly. Someone who knows the land. It hardly changes the equation, right?" "I would say the same thing," Justin said, "except we're in a vault. He has nowhere to desert to." "True," Lila said. "So where is he going?" "The Shadow Empire's camp," Justin said. "Where else? And if the Shadow Empire doesn't know about this trail, that could be the thing that tips the battle." Lila's face paled as she considered the implications. "Yes, I can see that. We need to hunt him down before he reaches that camp." "Let's move," Justin said. With that, they followed the trail as fast as their feet could carry them in the darkness. 18. A Dance with Death.
The kingdom of Veloria was a small, often forgotten nation of mountain folk, isolated, hardy, and strong. Under the leadership of Skanderhart, they held their ground far longer than anyone thought possible against Belshar the Nightbringer. To some, their defiance was proof that the gods had not yet abandoned the faithful to the god of death and his dark champion. But I would argue differently. Valoria's unlikely story of endurance is not merely one of divine intervention, but a parable. Sometimes it is the smallest things, an arrow in a chink, a pebble in a wheel, that bring even the mightiest to their knees. Chronicler Erinol Gallant. Truths Hidden in Myths.
Justin wanted to leave the torch behind. It seemed too risky to be seen. However, there was no way they could go fast enough to catch up with Darian without it, especially considering the unfamiliar path. On the other hand, Justin worried that Darian might see them pursuing and either pick up his pace or, worse, get off the trail and ambush them. Eventually, they ditched the torch. It took a few minutes for their eyes to adjust to the darkness, but the risk of being seen was just too great. Besides, the moon and stars were bright enough to lend some light, though Justin tripped more than a few times. As the trail continued, it seemed Justin's original hunch was right. It led to the enemy army's camp. They were traveling due east, and at many points they came right up to the cliff that overlooked the pass. The going was rough, and it was clear this trail was mostly used by animals, perhaps mountain goats. Despite that, there was more than enough room for 2 men to march abreast. Assuming the Shadow Empire used it tonight, the Valorians would have an ugly surprise for them in a few hours. "How did you figure all this out?" Lila asked. "It seems like a lucky guess." "Well, I'm not sure I really figured it out, per se," Justin said. "I just felt like something was off about Darien. When he left the fire and said, 'It matters not,' I thought that was a weird thing to say for someone about to face his death. Second, Georgius had a low opinion of him, calling him shifty and strange, which matched my assessment. And finally, this is where my knowledge of history came in handy." "What knowledge?" "Well, in my world, there was a battle similar to this one, called the Battle of Thermopylae. I won't bore you with the details, but a group of elite fighters, called the Spartans, defended a crucial pass against the much larger Persian Empire. They were doomed to die, but their end was hastened when a goat herd showed the Persians a hidden path, allowing them to surround the Spartans. Instead of using the pass as a choke point, they were forced to defend multiple angles." "I see," Lila said. "So Darien is our goat herd." "I believe so. This trail can lead nowhere but to the enemy camp. In exchange for selling out the Valorians, he wants to save his own skin and maybe turn a profit." "Makes sense. But should we really be doing this part alone? We're getting too far from camp. We've probably walked a mile with no sign of him. What if we're too late and run into the Shadow Empire?" "There's still time to catch him, maybe," Justin said. "And if we're too late, we've probably already failed the vault anyway." "We'd better run," Lila said. "Our eyes should be fully adjusted." As they picked up the pace, there was still no sign of Darien, and within half an hour they'd hit a turn that took them around the mountain, only to reveal a vast camp before them, many times larger than that of the Valorians, lit with hundreds of fires and tents, perhaps even thousands of fires, considering the camp followers. The camp sprawled out like a small city, with rows of tents in neat formations and sentries patrolling the perimeter. Shadows flickered across the canvas of the tents as soldiers moved about, their armor dark in the night. The low murmur of voices and the occasional clink of metal filled the air. Beyond the camp, the land sloped downward, revealing a rolling plain interspersed with low hills. "That's an army if I ever saw one," Lila said. "Seems Darien is already inside. It would be too risky to keep going. There's no way we can catch him and escape with our lives." Justin was considering this when a shadow fell from above. He nearly screamed, but it was only Shadowflight, perching on a nearby branch and regarding him curiously. Fear instantly changed into happiness. The bird certainly had a knack for showing up at just the right times, probably a product of the animal's keen sense of sight. Justin addressed the noble creature. "Tell Eldrin to head north of the latrines. There's a hidden path here that the Shadow Empire is going to use to attack the Valorians." Justin wasn't sure if the bird understood, but before he could even ask, Shadowflight flew off without so much as a screech. Within minutes, he would perch on the ranger's shoulder, relaying the message. Or at least, Justin hoped so. "It's the best we can do," Lila said. "Let's head back." Justin and Lila were about to do just that when a sudden bright light shone, temporarily blinding them and accompanied by a shout. "Halt! In the name of the Eternal Sovereign!" The language used differed from Valorian, harsher and more guttural. As Justin's eyes adjusted, he noticed several guards approaching, until, within seconds, 8 soldiers had him and Lila surrounded. Likely this was an advance party sent to check out the pass for themselves. Justin realized, with a sinking heart, that the vault had meant for them to pursue Darien from the get-go. He wanted to kick himself for not acting on his hunch immediately. The soldiers loomed, decked out in heavy black armor with spikes on the shoulders. Each soldier bore a pike, except for the one who was dressed in black robes, a sort of light spell hovering above his head. That was a magic user if Justin had ever seen one. Justin did his best to plaster on an amiable smile. He was a socialite, so it was time to socialize. "Oh, am I glad to see you guys. We have urgent information about the Valorian forces that could change things entirely. We're working with Darien." The two soldiers in front of Justin, the mage and a soldier whose armor was more ornate than the others, exchanged skeptical glances. It was the latter who spoke.
"And who are you supposed to be?"
"I'm Justin," Justin said. "Justin Talemaker, Socialite extraordinaire, and this is my partner, Lila the Bard. I've been undercover with the Valorians and have gathered key intelligence on their defenses, intelligence that may save thousands of Shadowian lives tomorrow." Justin internally winced at his use of the word Shadowian, but thankfully the soldiers didn't seem to think anything of it.
"A socialite and a bard," the mage drawled, his voice cold and his thin lips curled downward in distaste. "Well, if there's one thing your kind is good for, it's spinning tales."
Lila seemed to be frightened out of her wits, so Justin knew it was on him to respond. He was strangely calm, perhaps an effect of his increased charisma attribute. He just had to keep talking. "We've been gathering information in the guise of entertainers. It's the perfect cover. No one suspects a bard and a socialite trying to earn their keep from those doomed to die anyway." He gave a slimy smile. "And if we thieve a silver here and there, well, who's there to cry boo?"
"Just get on with it, socialite," the mage said. "My patience wears thin. What is this key intelligence?"
"I will speak to no one but the commander of this army," Justin said. "Whoever he may be."
"There's no time for that," the mage said. "I'm Zaramund Darkarish, Archmage of the Nylon Order. I need to make sure this is worth the General's time. Give us something so that we know you're not playing us false. How far away are the Valorian reinforcements? What are their exact numbers? Telling us this would prove your loyalty to the Empire. And who knows, mayhap a few silvers might find their way into your pockets."
"About 3 days away," Justin lied. Maybe if they bought it, they'd be less inclined to attack early, though it wasn't likely. "I can't say how many, but enough to bog things down for the shadow side, for sure. And at least 10 paladins to boot."
10 paladins, you say?" the captain asked. "Our spies must be sleeping behind Valorian lines."
Even Zaramund seemed disturbed by this.
"What about their magical forces? Are they deployed near the front, or are they keeping them in reserve?"
"That I can't say. Commander Thalon has been shifting them around of late."
"What do you think, Captain Varus?" the mage asked the senior officer. "Something's not adding up, that's for sure. Why didn't Darien say anything about you?"
"That's easy," Lila said, coming to her wits. Her voice was filled with indignation. "He hoped to take the entire reward for himself. But this was always our teamwork that pulled this off. He left us without a word."
"I see," the captain said. "Well, perhaps it's time you headed back to camp. The attack will begin soon."
He turned to a soldier next to him.
"Take them to the supply tent and see that they get paid appropriately." "Of course, Lord Captain," the man said, with a sinister smile that Justin didn't much like. "Follow me." "The Empire thanks you for your service," the Archmage said with a thin, cold smile. Now off with you before we change our minds."
Justin tried to repress the lump that was forming in his throat. Instead, he returned his own smile and gave a half bow. "It was our pleasure, my lords." With Shadowflight likely relaying the news to Eldrin even now, there was only one thing he and Lila had to concern themselves with: escaping with their necks intact. They walked a couple of minutes into the darkness in silence, and it didn't take long for Justin to realize they were not going toward the Shadow Empire camp. There was only one reason for that. They were being marched off to be killed, somewhere out of sight and out of mind. He could only wonder why they hadn't killed them on the spot. Perhaps the captain wanted to avoid alarming the troops with the presence of spies or dissenters, or maybe they intended to interrogate them further before disposing of them. As Justin was racking his brain for a way out, the soldiers came to a sudden stop. As they turned, brandishing their pikes, he knew they only had seconds left. He exchanged a quick glance with Lila. Her aim had to be true, but Justin could at least give her a better shot. Immediately, Justin directed his poison barb ability at the leader, analyzing his face and discovering the perfect emotional wound to exploit. This had to stun him, or they were both dead. Justin felt his body fill with an anger and viciousness he had never known. It was as if he were channeling the spirit of someone who had once been unbelievably cruel to the leader. The words flew from his lips furiously. "You know why your captain keeps you in the shadows? Because even he knows your mother sold you for less than a pig's trough, and that you're nothing but a bastard dog licking at the Empire's boots for scraps." The man stopped short, completely stunned. Before the other men could react to the insult, Lila's hands were flashing. One knife flew, then another, whistling through the air and burying themselves in the soldier next to the stunned leader. Poison barb refreshed. The other men, finally waking up to the threat, thrust their pikes forward. Justin and Lila danced out of the way, heading toward the gap created by the leader. Justin hurled another insult, locking onto the shadow soldier closest to them. "You couldn't fight your way out of a brothel, and even a whore wouldn't waste her time on that nub of yours." The man stopped short, even throwing a hand over his heart, as if he were truly in pain. The leader, surprisingly, was still stunned and even shaking a bit. From the jerking of his leg, it seemed he was trying to move, but was failing. Lila threw the rest of her knives, all but 3 clinking off their armor. The final one buried itself in the most laggardly soldier's neck. 2 down, 2 to go. Poison barb refreshed. By now, the leader was coming to his senses, along with the other soldier whose manhood Justin had insulted. His poison barb had gone off cooldown, but with both soldiers advancing, there was no time to lob another insult. "Attack! Attack!" the leader screamed. "Kill them!" They had one chance left. Justin wasn't sure how dazzling display would get them out of this, but he had no choice but to try. He activated the skill. As with the poison barb, it felt as if his entire body were taken over. Like a puppet on strings, he had no control over what happened next. He started moonwalking in an extravagant fashion as a spotlight from seemingly nowhere shone down on him. "Hee hee!" he cried, his voice booming ridiculously loud, as if amplified by a stadium's worth of speakers. The 2 soldiers gawked at Justin, their jaws dropping. Their weapons sagged, their expressions a mix of confusion and disbelief. They were definitely dazzled, especially as streamers of light shot from Justin's person in a flashy display. From the corner of his vision, Justin saw Lila rushing to grab her discarded knives. Justin kept moving, though he felt the power of the move waning. Then, the spotlight went out. Justin let out a labored breath. "He?" The 2 men, waking from their trance, charged with a defiant roar, pikes extended. But Lila hurled her knives, felling them both with expert throws. It was long past time to run. After Lila had retrieved her weapons, they stumbled into the darkness toward the pass. "By the gods, that dancing was something else," Lila said. As they ran, Justin could only wonder just why it had happened. It was beyond random. But as he thought about it, maybe it wasn't so random at all. Perhaps the dazzling display skill had scrounged Justin's brain for all his knowledge of entertainers, allowing him to channel what he had seen. The skill had definitely been designed for a person who didn't have access to all the media of the internet age. Justin smiled. This could be very useful. "We need to be careful," Justin warned. "I don't know who else saw the dazzling display." "We might have the entire Shadow Empire tracking us down," Lila said. "You did right in choosing that skill. I'm not sure how else we could have escaped." Justin suppressed a shudder. Maybe tantalizing miasma would have been enough to smooth talk his way out of the situation. But then again, maybe not. He was just glad to have taken dazzling display. At last, they made it back to the trail, taking the switchbacks up quickly. In the distance, there was no sign of the Archmage's light. Surely he was on the trail somewhere. Or, if they were lucky, they had merely come onto the trail to confirm its existence before reporting back to their commander. If it were the latter, they would have a chance of getting back to the Valorians. As they ran up the trail, Justin could spy torchlight in the general area where their skirmish had taken place in the pass below. Clearly they were being hunted, but they had enough of a lead to make it back. There was no way to hide the location of the hidden path, but assuming Shadowflight warned Eldrin in time, the Valorians could at least be apprised of the danger. As these thoughts raced through Justin's head, a sudden bright light shone on the trail ahead, like a miniature sun, and that sun was approaching them fast. Justin felt the fireball's heat warming the air, and there was nothing he could do but grab Lila and jump for the safety of a nearby boulder. Just in time, they reached shelter before it could incinerate them. The fireball exploded on the trail about 20 feet behind them, its heat licking their backs. "Shit," he said. Now they were trapped, with the Shadow Empire's Archmage on one side, who certainly outleveled them mightily, and the entire Shadow Empire army behind them. And worse, Justin had none of his abilities left to use, aside from Poison Barb. "You're going to have to make those knives count," he whispered. "I can use Poison Barb, but for it to work, I have to get a lock on that mage's ugly face." Lila whispered back, "Justin, how can we possibly stand against him? Even if charisma isn't his main stat, he almost certainly has a few points in it. Perhaps enough to resist the insult. We have to try something. Here's the plan. I'll duck out and try to get a read on his face and use Poison Barb. You wait till I'm done before coming out with those knives. Assuming I can stun him, you can take him down easily enough." She looked unsure, but they were all out of options. "All right," she whispered. "I can try to boost your charisma with bardic inspiration, too. Arion protect you, Justin." Justin released a breath, trying to focus. Then, with a single nod to Lila, he stepped onto the path and ran forward, likely to his death. 19. A brief lesson in magery. There are 8 elements, 4 physical, 4 spiritual, each under the purview of the 8 old gods. This is a truth universally acknowledged, even among the adherents of light. And yet, we mages are expected to worship the new gods of the Church of Light, as if their favor grants us our powers. I know not how the old gods have the patience to tolerate such folly, but I pray that patience doesn't one day run out. For when gods tire of mortals, it is mortals who pay the price. Elementalist Velar Thane. Magic in the New Age. Justin charged down the trail, his heart pounding in his chest. The uneven ground caused him to trip over his feet, but he caught himself. He tried to focus on a face in the darkness, but there was nothing. Why wasn't another fireball heading his way? That was when a familiar voice called out, "Hold your fire! It's Justin!" Justin's eyes widened in relief. It was Eldrin. As he came closer, the ranger materialized from the darkness, along with a group of 3 mages, all wearing the violet robes of the Guardian Force. Justin turned his head. "Lila, you can come out! It's Eldrin!" Lila appeared from behind the boulder, marching up the trail to join them. Eldrin watched them both with a quizzical expression. "What in Arion's name are you doing up here? Alistair and I have been looking all over for you." "Shadowflight didn't tell you." "He only told me about the path. We came up here to block it." Justin frowned, wondering why the Falcon hadn't relayed that crucial bit of info. Maybe it was because Justin hadn't directly told the bird to do so? "We followed Darien all the way to the Empire's camp," Justin said. "He was that soldier from earlier who was a real Debbie Downer?" Eldrin frowned at the colloquialism, but seemed to understand what Justin meant. "And?" "We couldn't stop him in time. We also ran into the Shadow Army's archmage, though. Some dude named Zarathustra or something." "Zaramund," Lila corrected. Eldrin's eyes widened. "The archmage? And you lived to tell the tale?" "Yes, thanks to Lila's knives and my sharp wit." "And Justin's dance moves," Lila put in. "I feel there is a story for the ages there, but we really must be moving. Alistair is preparing the army while I've taken all the mages with access to earth magic to bury the pass here. It's all but certain the Shadowists will attack tonight." Shadowists. So that's what Shadow Empire folks were called. Maybe Justin calling them Shadowian had been the slip that had given them away. Eldrin turned to one mage who looked sheepish. "And you," he said sternly, "almost killed our allies with that fireball. Be more cautious next time." The mage, a tall male with a bald head, bowed in apology. "I'm sorry, Sir Eldrin. I thought they were the enemy." Eldrin sighed, nodding. "That's understandable. But just be careful," Eldrin continued. "Right, let's continue our work." He directed his attention to the mages. "We need to collapse this path. Shadowflight has already scouted the key points, and this is the first. Collapse all these key points, and that should slow them down long enough for reinforcements to arrive this evening. Now, do all of you have access to the Terra Shift spell?" "Yes, all 3 of us do," the lead mage said, a woman with close-cropped hair and stern green eyes. "There are 12 points Shadowflight identified. As long as you have the ether reserves for it, I'd like to hit all 12. "It should be no issue," the woman said. "We are elementalists of a decent level." Eldrin nodded. "Right, then. Let's get started. Stand back." The first mage, the woman, began her work. Her hands became wrapped in an aura of green light, which she directed at the slope above the path. The ground trembled as the spell took effect, rocks and earth shifting and burying the path before them. Justin did his best to keep standing as the ground shifted beneath his feet, but the force was mostly targeting a loose strand of rocks above the path. Within seconds, the trail ahead was rendered unusable. "Let's keep moving," Eldrin said. They retreated a quarter of a mile before Eldrin directed the same mage to bury another part of the pass. The work went far more quickly than Justin had believed. As they walked to the next point of interest, Justin turned to Lila. "So, what is an elementalist? A class?" "Yes, it's a mage class. Elementalists have a spirit core. They get access to the elemental school of magic: fire, water, air, and earth."
Well, that's original.
"How do you mean?"
Nothing. Are there other kinds of mages and magic?"
"Of course. Mage is the catch-all term for any class that uses magic as its primary base of skills. You see, some classes, like paladins, are mainly physical, but also have access to lesser life and harmony spells, and as such are not considered mages. There are many types of mages, each commanding a different school. Most mages have either a spirit or intellect core. Spirit cores tend to use ether to power their magic, while intellect cores tend to use cants, basically utterances tied to various foundation languages that shift reality itself.
I see, Justin said. Can you break down the main types for me?
I mean, there are a lot. I don't even know them all. There are elementalists, as we've already said. Then there are wizards, who have an intellect core. They learn their magic from books and dusty tomes. Most have to go to school to learn their spells, which are based on the foundation language of Arcanus.
What about Vranthilis? Justin asked. That's the foundation language Valdric was talking about.
Vranthilis seems to be unique to the Lexicant class, because I'd never heard of it. Arcanus is what most wizards use, and it can only be understood by them. That's advanced stuff, though.
Elementalists, wizards, anything else?
Quite a few. Spiritualists, summoners, illusionists, enchanters, druids. I'm forgetting a few. Again, Justin felt a sense of missed opportunity. He could have been any of these classes. But at the same time, Socialite had felt like the right call. Maybe it had stemmed from feeling vulnerable after his expulsion from the guild.
Without that, his would have been a different story. What about white wizards? You mentioned them once. Are they different from regular wizards?
They're an advanced class. They get access to the best healing spells and support spells, basically.
Interesting. So, to review, a mage is just a general term for a magic user.
That's right. When you say white wizard or fire elementalist, you're being more specific, but both are mages.
Fire elementalist. Is that an advanced class?
Technically, no.
Lila rolled her eyes, but couldn't hide a smile.
It's a focus chosen by an elementalist if they develop their fire magic at the expense of others. In that case, you'd call them a pyromancer.
What's a focus?
You don't know anything, do you?
Justin shrugged. I've been here less than a week. Cut me some slack.
True.
She leaned back, crossing her arms.
Okay, a focus is something you choose at level 10 that influences how your class develops. It shapes your entire progression. Think of it like a class specialization.
That actually sounds kind of cool. What's yours?
Well, I don't have one yet. I'm only level 2, like you. But for a bard like me, the main focuses include singing, instruments, acrobatics, dancing, storytelling, juggling, or something similar. But it's not like you get to pick just any focus. The choices you're presented with are based on the actions you've taken since you absorbed your class core.
Justin frowned. So, what will determine mine?
That's the mystery, isn't it? If I had to guess, you'll get something that involves annoying people with questions.
Maybe I'll get a detective focus or something. What's Eldrin's focus, you think? He's level 10. Why can't I see it on the interface?
You can't see another person's focus. They just have to tell you. Most of the time, people are private about it.
Why? Lila chuckled at Justin's excitement, but her expression grew a touch more serious.
Focuses are personal. They reflect the choices someone has made, their path, their experiences. Sharing that with someone means revealing more about yourself than you might want to. It's not just a skill, it's a declaration of who you are, or the person you hope to become. And if the wrong sort knows it, it gives them a key to defeating you.
Justin raised an eyebrow. So, it's like asking someone for their deepest, darkest secret?
Not quite that dramatic, but close enough. If someone wants you to know their focus, they'll tell you.
Justin tilted his head. I understand all that, but wouldn't it help the party if everyone knew what each other was good at?
Depends, Lila replied. Sometimes a focus reveals a flaw or a compromise, like a fire elementalist giving up their connection to other elements. Other mages will know how to better counter them. Or take the Baron. He might have a focus that helps him do shady stuff.
Makes sense when you put it that way. There was so much to learn, but already they had arrived at the next location. Justin and Lila hung back while the pass was buried, and they moved on to the next one. By the time the female mage had exhausted her mana reserves, the next mage took over. Shadow flight came from nowhere, landing adroitly on Eldrin's shoulder. The ranger inclined his head toward the falcon, nodding. "They're on the move," he said, his face grim. "Both through this pass and the main pass. We need to hurry." Justin felt a surge of determination. "Let's go." They worked quickly to bury the rest of the pass. When the final mage had buried the last bit of the trail, Justin felt assured that they had done all they could. The group made their way back to the Valorian camp. Eldrin led the way, his sharp eyes scanning their surroundings for danger. The mages followed, their faces set in concentration as they prepared themselves for the upcoming battle. Back at the camp, the atmosphere was tense. Soldiers were preparing for the impending battle. The mages left to join their division, while Eldrin led Justin and Lila to Commander Thalon's tent. As soon as they entered, they found Thalon, his senior officers, and Alistair. "There you are," Alistair said. "We feared the worst." "It'll take more than the Shadow Empire to stop us," Justin said. "You can tell us about it later," the paladin said. "What of the path?" "Buried as best as we can," Eldrin informed him. "These two were the ones who got the message to Shadowflight just in time." "You have valorious gratitude," Commander Thalon said. "But I will save my thanks for when we stop the Shadowists dead in their tracks." He turned to his officers. "There's nothing left to discuss. Prepare the troops for battle." Eldrin turned to Justin and Lila. "You two need to stay out of the way. Neither of you is equipped for frontline combat." Justin nodded, though a part of him wanted to argue. "We understand. We'll stay back and do what we can to support." "We can run messages if needed," Lila said. Eldrin nodded his thanks. "You've already done much. It would be a shame to throw it all away." "Good luck, Eldrin," Justin said. With that, Eldrin left with Alistair, Thalon, and the rest of the officers, leaving Justin and Lila alone in the tent. "So, I guess we just twiddle our thumbs now?" Justin asked. "Maybe we can find a good vantage point," Lila said. "I noticed a wooden watchtower of sorts out there. It might be a good place to see what's going on." "Sounds like it would make us an excellent target for the enemy's mages." "The mages will be focused on the front lines, not us," Lila said. "At least, I would hope so. Either way, I want to know what's going on. If things get dicey, we can always get out." Justin almost wanted to tell her it would be much safer to stay right here, but he thought better of it. He was curious to see what a battle from above looked like, complete with mages, fire spells, and the undead. He'd get to see something no human from his world ever would. "All right, Lila, you've sold me. Lead the way." 20. The Paladin's Stand. Necromancers tend to be beings of shadows, preferring to weave their magic unseen and unheard. It is this secrecy that makes them the object of so much fear. But what is far more terrifying is the necromancer who no longer feels the need to hide. The necromancer who grows so powerful that the shadows can no longer conceal them, and nations begin to bow, not in reverence, but in trembling submission. Fear not the necromancer who hides, but the one who deems themselves powerful enough to walk unscathed in the Creator's light. Arlen Cave, High Templar of Arion, defending against practitioners of the dark arts. Justin and Lila found the platform easily enough, climbing to the top. There they had a commanding view of the pass before them, along with the regiments of Valorian soldiers arrayed in a line. From the torchlight, it was easy to see that they completely covered the pass, wall to wall. Purple standards with a silver stag were interspersed among the organized regiments,
their bronze armor dull in the pre-dawn light. Along the ledges on both sides of the pass, contingents of archers, crossbowmen, and ballistae were stationed, and somewhere in there, mages were mixed in. Justin knew if the Valorians were wise, they would keep them hidden so that they wouldn't become targets. They waited there in the frosty early morning for a very long time, even as the sun rose. Justin wondered why the Shadow Empire wasn't attacking yet, when their undead would be less affected by the sunlight. But maybe they were counting on the shade of the mountains covering the ground of the pass, at least through the morning. Justin was wondering if the battle would ever start, when there was a rumbling in the ground. From around the bend in the pass, they came. Thousands upon thousands of black armored foot soldiers, their collective dull roar filling the pass. The Valorian forces held their ground at the top of a slight incline at the narrowest part of the pass. Soon, the shadowest forces came to a stop just outside the range of the Valorian mages and artillery. The dawn made details more discernible. Hundreds of black flags with a crimson serpent coiled around a golden sword waved in the cold mountain breeze, while on the Valorian side, purple flags with the silver stag stood ready to defend. Alistair was easy to pick out among the Valorian troops, standing in shining armor, his white cloak swept by the breeze, his warhammer seeming to glow despite the lack of sunlight in the pass. Justin realized for the first time that he had never actually inspected Alistair's character, nor sought to form a pact that would allow him to see his skills and boons. He set his thoughts upon it, having nothing better to do. There was a moment's pause, as if Alistair was considering the proposal. But after a moment, Justin received a notification. Party pact formed. You may now inspect Alistair in greater detail. Justin immediately looked at his information. Alistair of Drakendale. Class, Paladin. Level, 25. Attributes. Power, 18. Coordination, 13. Endurance, 15. Intellect, 13. Spirit, 15. Charisma, 16. Abilities. Skills. Paladin's Resolve, 0. Divine Strike, 2. Heavenly War Cry, 3. Leap of Faith, 7. Invoke Blessing, 11. Righteous Whirlwind, 13. Arion's Shield, 17. Arion's Hammer, 19. Crusader's Stand, 21. Lay on Hands, 23. Boons. Paladin Sense, 1. Holy Training, 4. Consecration, 6. Bulwark of Faith, 9. Sacred Tactics, 10. Paladin's Grace, 14. The Blessing of Arion, 15. Paladin Magery, 22. Holy Fervor, 25. Party Tactic, Divine Aura, 5. Holy cannoli, Justin said. Did you ever look at Alistair's information? Lila laughed. You're just now looking at that? I made a pact as soon as we left Silverton. Justin shook his head. How is it even possible to level up that high? It would take tens of thousands of experience points, maybe even hundreds of thousands. And here I am, excited to get 500 in one go. I don't even know what any of those abilities do. It's hundreds of thousands of experience points, Lila said. Men like Alistair are a rare breed. We might have actually been okay not chasing Darien, all things considered. That's how strong he is. Damn, Justin said. He did some mental math. If Alistair started with 10 points in each attribute, like him, that meant he had unlocked 30 attribute points. It should have been 25 since only one was gained per level. Is it me, or does Alistair have extra attribute points? Is that from his gear? Lila shook her head. He has 30 because once you adopt an advanced class, you get 2 points per level instead of 1. We don't get to see what his gear is doing for him."
Justin's eyes widened. "Oh, got it." Lila smiled.
"You're in for a treat. Just sit back and watch the show."
Justin hoped it was that simple. Thinking back, it was no wonder the goblins hadn't wanted to mess with Alistair that day on the road. He'd also noticed each of his boons had a number beside them. Justin supposed that was the level they were first adopted. Justin watched the paladin, who now had an aura of divine light surrounding him. The other men around him were laughing and joking, taking heart from his mere presence. And then, with no warning at all, low horns blew, and the Shadow Empire's armies charged en masse, with no regard for life. Well, at least from what Justin could see, they had no regard for unlife. The unmistakable stilted shambling of the first wave of attackers was something he'd seen countless times in zombie films, only these zombies were wielding weapons and wearing black spiked armor. There were even skeletons mixed in, glowing with a shadowy aura. Death magic, Justin could only assume. The hordes of undead ran past wood piles the Valorians had prepared in advance. The elementalists began their attacks at once, shooting fireballs at the wood piles, instantly lighting them up and creating a wall of fire, cutting off the attackers from further support. Many of the undead were instantly lit with flames. Alistair was a beacon of divine power amidst the chaos. His warhammer gleamed as the undead attackers crashed into the Valorian shield wall. Alistair swung his hammer, which somehow spread curious golden flames upon each strike, reducing the zombies to ash. The undead around Alistair recoiled. They didn't seem to fear anything, but something about those magical flames clearly terrified them. "The flames of life," Lila said in awe. "It's a kind of life magic that wreaks havoc on the undead." Alistair pressed forward, his hammer a blur of righteous fury. Each strike was accompanied by a flash of light, the impact sending shockwaves of the flames of life through the ranks of undead, many of them even being set ablaze. Those not set aflame were instantly reduced to ash. The undead shrieked and writhed as the sacred flames consumed them. Their decaying forms crumbled to dust even as they spread the holy fire through their ranks far beyond Alistair's position. A group of skeletal warriors advanced toward him, their bony fingers clutching rusted weapons. Alistair met them head-on, spinning in a tight circle, war hammers sweeping out in a deadly arc. The skeletal warriors shattered under the force of his attack, their bones disintegrating into a fine powder. A giant zombie, twice as tall as Alistair, lumbered toward the paladin, its massive frame covered in tattered remains of black armor. Alistair was not intimidated, wailing on it with several hits, driving it back before swinging his weapon with all his might, the head of the hammer glowing like a meteor about to make impact. The hit was cataclysmic, the zombie's chest caving in with a sickening crunch before the divine energy erupted from within, obliterating it entirely. The undead forces continued to pour in, attempting to overwhelm Alistair. But the paladin was relentless. Even as the elementalists continued to rain fireballs from above, Alistair let out a mighty war cry. "Arion's light, guide my hands!" The shout and its echoes reverberated within Justin's very bones. If he were on the other side of that, he would have pissed himself. A golden wave of invigorating energy spread out from Alistair, boosting the strength of nearby Valorian soldiers. Emboldened by the paladin's presence, they fought with renewed vigor, surrounded by a golden aura, cutting down the undead with ease. Alistair's armor deflected blows from the few undead that struck him. The mage's fires had somewhat died down by now, allowing more Shadow Empire forces to pour through, with human regiments now mixed in among the dead. Alistair summoned a shimmering golden barrier.
During this time, in between knocking back a fiercer breed of undead that attacked with feral tenacity, he focused on healing his comrades. The elementalists' fire spells were slowing. According to Lila, it seemed they were working with a pool of ether they all started with, which they had to wait to recharge. The archers and crossbowmen on the slopes of the pass, along with the ballistae, rained death on the enemy. Some missiles even seemed to be enchanted with fire magic, exploding on impact. Justin watched as one burst among a cluster of zombies, scattering their remains. Justin could hardly believe his eyes as Alistair went right back into it, rallying the beleaguered Valorian troops. He was a one-man army. The undead that dared to come near him were swiftly dispatched, their ranks thinning under his relentless onslaught. The shadowist humans seemed to be more cautious, and when they did attack, they threw a volley of javelins first before charging 10 at a time, pikes extended. Alistair still held his own against them, usually supported by some Valorian soldiers or missile fire from above. And so it was that the battle ebbed and flowed, stretching into the late morning. The initial momentum of the shadowist forces faltered. The Valorians didn't gain ground, merely defending their position against the vastly superior foe. And despite the thousands of dead shadowists, more kept coming down the pass, their numbers never seeming to end. Most of the undead, it seemed, had been dispatched, and Justin recognized them for what they were: cannon fodder. Very few of the Valorians had fallen in the initial wave. Indeed, there were so many fallen shadowists that they formed a wall of corpses. New attackers had great difficulty in even mounting an assault on the Valorian front lines because of this. As morning passed into afternoon, Justin felt a wave of exhaustion. He had been up all night and all morning, and he wondered what Baron Valdrick's soldiers were doing. What seemed like another world away. Were they just waiting outside the vault? It seemed so distant when the situation at hand felt so real. Justin had become fully invested in this battle, even if he knew it was a scenario set up by the vault. Of course, it was easy to be fully invested when one's life was on the line. Justin glanced toward the hidden path, sighting a line of black-armored soldiers on the northern slopes. It seemed they were stuck about halfway. They were still clearing the obstacles the mages had set up, but too slowly. Justin knew the shadowists must have diverted a lot of their mage resources to clear the path, because so few mages had challenged the Valorians directly on the field of battle. Without that, this battle might have turned out differently. It seemed the shadowists were still hoping to set up a flank before the Valorian reinforcements arrived. Battle rejoined in earnest in the middle of the afternoon. The battle line was getting tired, and the Valorians had few fresh troops to switch in. Around late afternoon, a sudden volley of fireballs was shot by the Valorian mages, a pivotal resource that must have been kept in reserve for a surprise attack. It annihilated an enormous chunk of the shadowist army, but that chunk was almost instantly filled in with fresh troops, of which there seemed to be no end. "Come on," Lila breathed. "Survive just a couple of hours longer." To Justin's dismay, the shadowists were making quick progress on the secret path, while the front lines were being pushed back in the main pass, slowly but surely. If the mages at the pass joined with the rest of the Shadow Empire forces, it would spell disaster for the Valorians. "Where are those damn reinforcements?" Justin asked. "We might have to fight ourselves," Lila said. That was when Justin noticed a large boulder being hurled from the direction of the hidden path, sailing through the air, seemingly in slow motion. Right for their watchtower. "Run!" he shouted. Seeing the danger, Lila reacted instantly, going for the ladder, with Justin close behind. One after the other, they slid down the rungs, never minding the splinters and pain. Justin brought up the rear, reaching the bottom just as the boulder made impact. The tower immediately started crumbling as he ran as fast as his feet could carry him. He just barely escaped being caught in the wreckage of the heavy timbers. They didn't stop running until they had reached the command tent, which had been set up as a makeshift hospital. Mages with healing magic were doing their best to triage the wounded. There was more blood than Justin had ever seen in his life. Men wailing in pain, crying for their mothers. It was a far cry from the neutered wars he had experienced in his video games and favorite movies. Justin looked at his palms, scraped and somewhat bloody. The pain was very real, but considering the situation, it could have been much worse. "We stayed up there way too long," Lila said. Justin was about to respond when he heard cries of alarm coming from the western portion of the camp. A massive fireball shot into the air, almost like a miniature mushroom cloud. The Shadow Empire forces had gotten through the hidden path, or perhaps some mages had gone ahead, seeing that time was limited. Justin was about to run when, in an alley between two of the larger tents, he spied the last person he wanted to see. It was the archmage Zaramund, his pale face bloodied, and his eyes bloodshot, his black robes tattered. He gave a sinister smile that made Justin's skin run cold. If this world had boss room music, Justin realized it probably would have started playing right now. "The shadows may falter, but the darkness within us never dies," Zaramund said. "Today, Valoria falls." 21. Valor of the Fallen. The Shadow Wars are long behind us, and for the most part, zombies are a grim tale to scare children. I assure you that they do exist, though you are not likely to run into one. But on the off chance you do encounter one of those shambling horrors, remember the most important axiom of all. Always go for the head. Anything less and you're just wasting time you probably don't have. Priestess Alania Destius. Forgotten Threats and How to End Them. Justin tried to think of an insult for his poison barb ability, but the words caught in his throat. Lila thankfully didn't hesitate. She started lobbing her knives at the archmage, each successive knife shining brighter, an effect of her rhythmic barrage ability. The first 2 blades buried themselves in his chest, hardly slowing him down, while the last 4 also struck true, each one knocking him back farther. The final knife landed in his abdomen, and the archmage actually grunted. But despite this, he still stood, his face hardly registering pain. Weren't mages supposed to be physically weak? In Zaramund's case, apparently not. The knives fell from him as sinews of dark magic knitted his wounds, repairing them almost instantly. Justin was still frozen as Zaramund raised his arms, becoming surrounded by a dark aura of shadowy magic. That was when groans emanated from behind. Justin spun around to see dead Valorian soldiers rising from their cots near the command tent. The healers screamed and fled, none apparently having offensive magic to counter them. The reanimated bodies jerked and twisted, effusing dark magic, their eyes glazed over with death. They hobbled toward Justin and Lila, about a dozen in all. Justin charged for Zaramund, dagger out, but Zaramund raised his hand, completely stunning him with terror. Justin somehow knew he was under the fear effect, but maybe Alistair was too far away to protect him with his divine aura. Justin could think of nothing but the undead soldiers creeping closer with each passing second, and yet he was unable to do anything to counter the spell. Lila could do nothing either, having run out of knives to throw. After 5 seconds, Justin broke from the stun. It was far past time to run, but escape was impossible. The undead were closing in, forming a wall that was impossible to break. The zombies stumbled to a stop, likely at Zaramun's command, a noose ready to tighten. Zaramun's hands then glowed darkly with a new spell. "And now, Socialite, you will become mine. In body, in spirit, in death. Behold, the power of death magic." The air around Justin grew cold, similar to the chill he had felt at Baron Valdrick's mansion. Only this coldness was deeper, seeping into his bones, until that coldness was rebuffed mightily. Zaramun's face twisted in rage. Who has marked you for death already?" Activating his poison barb ability, the perfect insult came to Justin. "Someone far more powerful than you will ever be. You thought taking up necromancy would make you strong, but no, you are still as weak as that helpless, scared child abandoned on the streets of Karadesh, mewing for the mother who told him she'd be back. She's never coming back, Zaramund. Never." Zaramund's eyes widened, and he stood completely stunned. In his gray eyes, it was as if he had gone back in time, reliving the terror of his childhood. The undead stood still, receiving no further orders from their master. "Come on," Justin said. The duo sprinted between two of the undead soldiers who made no move to attack. Poison barb refreshed. Zaramund recovered from Justin's stun, howling in rage. As one, the undead stumbled after them, even as Zaramund began casting a new spell, one Justin was sure would pull no punches and end them for good. But that was when Eldrin swept in, appearing from around a tent with his longsword drawn. He blazed by, and Justin and Lila turned to see the ranger cutting through the ranks of undead with several deft and deadly strikes. Faster than Justin would have believed, Eldrin felled 3 of them in quick succession, slicing their necks clean through. Zaramund's spell was interrupted when Lila threw a knife, not one of her own, but one retrieved from nearby. It took Justin a moment to realize it was his own dagger, the one gifted to him by Eldrin. Despite not being balanced for throwing, it stuck true, landing right in the necromancer's shoulder. He grunted, but this time there was no dark magic to mend his wounds. Perhaps that had been a once-a-day skill or spell. Meanwhile, Eldrin continued fighting the undead, while Zaramund started a new spell, raising more zombies from fallen corpses. Justin focused on the necromancer's face, lobbing another hasty insult, one so pathetic it did absolutely nothing. "Hey, necromancer, your magic sucks." The insult failed to even get his attention. Justin madly searched for some sort of weapon to help Eldrin, who was quickly becoming overwhelmed, when out of nowhere, Alistair entered the fray, jumping in with a gravity-defying leap. His warhammer glowed with divine fury. Zaramund had enough time to widen his eyes and raise a thin, cadaverous hand, just as Alistair's hammer came down, instantly smiting Zaramund into a mixture of pulp and ash. With Zaramund's death, the reanimated dead collapsed to the ground. Alistair turned to Justin and Lila. "Are you okay?" Eldrin groaned, clutching his side. Alistair came over, throwing out a hand and casting Bind Wounds, the same spell he had used on Justin back on the road when he'd first come to Eyrth. When the golden magic faded, Eldrin looked up and nodded his thanks. As the dust settled, a sense of relief washed over Justin. Alistair's clothes and armor were both dirtied and bloodied as he regarded the party. "The Shadowist mages have broken into the camp. As long as we stick together, there's still a chance we can—" The blaring of a horn echoed through the pass. This was not the low horn of the Shadow Empire forces. It was high, trilling and triumphant. Lila jumped for joy. "The reinforcements! They're here!" Justin felt his spirits lift. "Hell yeah!" They ran toward the sound of the horns, only to see the first lines of fresh Valorian troops with purple banners marching toward the camp. Within minutes, soldiers in gleaming bronze armor were pouring in, along with mages who started cleaning up the leftover Shadowist magic users. And among them were not only mages, but several paladins in steel armor and white cloaks, not to mention several other classes Justin couldn't name. Alistair, instead of joining the battle once again, allowed himself a smile. "We've made it. Can't you feel it?" They headed back for the front lines, where Justin watched in amazement as the Valorians, spirits lifted, began pushing back immediately. Within minutes, the Shadowist lines were breaking, especially under the assault of multiple paladins and elementalists with fresh fire spells. As for the hidden path, more reinforcing Valorian mages rained death against it, using a combination of throwing boulders and fireballs. Even at a distance, Justin could see the Shadowist soldiers trying to flee, but such was the treachery of the trail that many fell to their deaths. It was all over in a matter of minutes. Half an hour later, Justin, Lila, Eldrin, and Alistair stood before Commander Thalon, within the throng of celebrating soldiers. Thalon's smile was so wide that Justin thought it seemed likely to split his face. "Gods be praised," he said. "Arion has not abandoned us to the shadow." "Not on this day, nor any day, my lord," Alistair said. "We must always trust in his plans." "I didn't believe you at first, but now I know you were right, Sir Paladin. Because of you and your companions, Valoria will live to fight another day. Thank you from the bottom of all our hearts." Suddenly the scene paused, the image of smiling soldiers freezing in time. Slowly, the surrounding setting faded, replaced by the mountain pass of modern day under starlight. There was nothing but dirt, trees, and a thin path snaking its way around the bend in the distance. The same bend which, hours ago, had swarmed with Shadowist soldiers. "You have passed the trial of the vault of the Guardian Pass," Thalon intoned solemnly. "Alas, would that your party were here a millennium ago in our hour of greatest need. But now, the spirits of the Guardian Force can rest easy, knowing how things might have been." Justin listened solemnly, taken in by the moment. From the somber expressions of the others, it seemed they were of a similar mind. Even Shadowflight, perched on Eldrin's shoulder, was silent, not even ruffling his feathers. "Your party has fought bravely, and each of you is owed 1 bronze-tier item, while one of you will be rewarded with 1 silver-tier weapon." First, Thalon turned to Alistair. "To Alistair the Paladin, I gift the Ring of Valor, which will boost your power and endurance by 10% when targeted by 3 or more foes." Alistair nodded graciously, accepting the proffered purple ring, which seemed to be crafted from pure amethyst. "I thank you, Commander Thalon." Thalon turned to Eldrin, and in his hands appeared an unassuming pair of leather boots, supple and well-made. "To Eldrin the Ranger, I gift the boots of silent steps. They are enchanted to make nary a sound, no matter how hard they press down or what they find underfoot." "A wonderful prize," Eldrin said, taking the boots. "My thanks." Thalon then turned to Lila, producing a gold-chained amulet with an amethyst gem crafted in the likeness of a knife. "And for Lila the Bard, who fights with knives, I gift the amulet of Everblade. When you throw a knife, hold out your hand, and after 15 seconds, it will return directly to you, provided it is within 100 feet. Lila's eyes widened as she took the amulet. "That's pretty damn handy. Thank you." Next, Thalon turned to Justin, and he felt the weight of the commander's blue-eyed gaze. He produced an unassuming silver ring. "And for Justin the Socialite, I give the ring of hygiene. Once a day, become perfectly clean in body and apparel, and get your hair cut and groomed to your exact specifications." Justin accepted the ring with shock, almost in dismay as he inspected its properties. The Ring of Hygiene. Type, accessory. Tier, bronze. Dapper's Touch. Once per day, become perfectly clean and groomed to your exact specifications. He put on a smile, but it was hard not to be disappointed. The others got cool weapons and gear, and he just got free haircuts and showers for life? Surely he didn't stink that much. It was only made worse because Lila looked like she was stifling laughter. "Thanks," Justin said, hardly able to keep the glumness out of his voice. All the same, he slipped on the ring. "Do you wish to bind the Ring of Hygiene to your core?" Justin hadn't expected that, but it made sense. He intrinsically knew the action would make the ring truly his. No one else could use it as long as he was alive. Justin did so with a mental click. He felt its potential, but for now he decided not to use it, even if he was filthy. Thalon stood back, surveying the party. "And now, the ultimate prize. A silver tier weapon for the one the Vault has determined to be the most valuable character." "If it's me," Alistair said, interrupting, "I withdraw from consideration." Thalon regarded him coolly. "It was not you, Sir Paladin." Alistair's eyes widened at that, but he said nothing. Again, Thalon's eyes went to Justin, and he felt a thrill enter him. "Justin Talemaker," he said, "it is by your brave deeds, insight, and decisiveness that the battle was won at all. Trusting your keen socialite's instinct, you read the malcontent soldier Darien like a book, following him to the Shadow Empire camp, a detail missed by all other party members. Though you couldn't prevent him from delivering the fateful message, you at least told Shadowflight, who relayed it to Eldrin, who was able to block the hidden path in time. You also deftly handled the arch-mage Zaramund with skill far beyond your abilities as a level 2 socialite, aided, of course, by Lila the Bard. Alas, Darien the Treacherous, in real life, betrayed the kingdom of Valoria to the Shadow Empire, revealing the path he himself walked as a youth as the son of a goatherd. He betrayed his country, and as his reward, he enjoyed a rich life thereafter. At least until 4 years later, he hanged himself from the rafters of his Belmoran manse." Justin felt a chill at those words, swallowing a nervous lump in his throat. "Justin Talemaker," Thalon began again. "The Vault has determined that your contributions have made you the worthiest of the silver tier weapon." Thalon held out his hand, and within it materialized, seemingly from the ether, a beautiful cane of pure ebony, about 4 feet long and with an amethyst as large as a fist on top, carved in the likeness of a stag's head. Justin's breath caught, and even the others' eyes went wide. "The Cane of Valoria," Thalon said solemnly. "As soon as you wield this cane, you will be granted a permanent increase of 1 to any attribute of your choosing. Besides this permanent increase, you will gain an additional +1 boost to charisma and intellect when wielding this cane. Unlike many weapons, the Socialite's cane can be used both as a bludgeon and a spear, for it has a retractable top that, with a swift press of a button, reveals a sharp knife about 6 inches long, with a blade enchanted to never go dull. Also, when wielding the Cane of Valoria, you gain access to Gentleman's Rebuff. With Gentleman's Rebuff, you will instinctively block the first hostile attack directed at your person, physical or magical, once per day, by any character, monster, or creature up to level 20. This reflects the brave defense the Valorian soldiers made, both in this vault trial and in real life.
Whoa, Justin said. A silver tier weapon with the properties of a gold, Alistair mused. My congratulations, lad.
Eldrin nodded appreciatively while Lila looked amazed. The cane of Valoria is yours, Socialite, Thalon intoned. Wield it with poise and aplomb. Justin accepted the cane, eyes wide. It was lighter than it had first appeared. His interface lit up with information as he regarded the cane. The cane of Valoria. Type, weapon. Tier, silver. Class restriction, Socialite, diplomat. Heroic ascension. Upon core binding, gain a permanent +1 to any base attribute. This enchantment can only be used once. Valor of the Fallen. The heroes of the Battle of Valoria lend their gravitas and cunning while you wield this cane, granting you +1 to charisma and intellect. Gentleman's Rebuff. Block the first hostile attack directed at you once per day by any character, creature, or monster up to level 20.
Now we're talking, Justin said.
A free attribute point and an amazing defensive enchantment? This more than made up for the Ring of Hygiene. The +1 to charisma and intellect was icing on the cake. Do you wish to bind the Cane of Valoria to your core? Justin mentally agreed, and he felt the cane become one with him. The Cane of Valoria has granted you a one-time boost to any base attribute of your choosing. You now have 1 attribute point to distribute. For Justin, it wasn't even a question. With a mental click, he locked it into charisma. Your charisma is now 13. Unbidden, he gave the beautiful cane a twirl and a quick button tap, exposing the knife at its tip from the mouth of the stag. His eyes widened as he almost fumbled it. He pressed the button again, retracting it. This would indeed come in handy, but he still needed to learn how to use it effectively. Thalon stood back, taking in the entire party. Well done, brave adventurers. The trial of this vault is over. The vault has also sensed the danger to your party from those who await your exit. However, you may continue enjoying the vault's safety as you continue out the other side of the pass. But this boon will not last forever. Once again, the Kingdom of Valoria thanks you. Not for saving it, for it can no longer be saved. It thanks you for giving it a cherished memory, so that its inhabitants can rest easy, knowing that faith in Arion isn't misplaced. Fare thee well. And with that, Thalon faded, and the voice came to Justin, speaking as if in benediction. The vault honors your triumph. Now go forth with courage in your hearts, strength in your limbs, and wisdom in your minds. The trial of the vault is complete. Experience gained, 1,000. Your experience stands at 1,404 of 250. Level up available. Justin blinked at that experience notification. During the entire vault, he wondered why he hadn't gained anything, especially for his use of dazzling display. Perhaps the experience from vaults was given as a lump sum toward the end. The air was now warmer than before, telling Justin they were back in the modern day. A thin veil of green magic covered the pass overhead, through which the stars could be seen. That was something, Justin said, examining his new weapon. What a productive vault! It turned out well, Alistair said. Congratulations, all. Eldrin had already changed into his boots, giving them a few steps. Indeed, not a sound was made. He nodded in satisfaction. Lila put on her amulet. She threw one of her knives, embedding it in the bark of a nearby pine, then held out her hand. She waited for 15 seconds, and sure enough, the knife spun backward, its hilt landing in Lila's outstretched palm. Nice, Justin said. That vault was much closer than it seemed, Eldrin said. But we survived. It was at this point that a message interrupted Justin's interface. Warning. The protective magic of the vault will dissipate in 1 hour. We'd better get moving, Alistair said. I know it's been a while since our last rest, but there can be no rest until Highcliffe. And if we push ourselves, we can make it by morning, especially with Eldrin's Pathfinder's pace. The daylight will slow down our undead friends, giving us a chance to rest. We'll be safe there? Justin asked. The Eyrthian plain beyond is less forested, Eldrin explained. There aren't many places for the undead to avoid the sun. They'll be reduced to hiding during daylight hours and making up time at night. Plus, the undead can hardly show themselves on the Queen's Road. They'll either have to journey off-road or leave them behind. We go, Alistair said. If we don't hurry, this will all be for nothing. Dutifully, they followed the paladin. After seeing the way he was fighting, Justin had to wonder if he might have been capable of taking on all the Baron's men on his own. Perhaps that, in itself, was too risky. Alistair's strength during the battle might have been deceptive, since he was mowing down mobs of low-level undead, against which he had strong bonuses anyway. It was also likely that Baron Valdric would have sent minions, which, working together, could feasibly bring down a party like theirs. With that unwholesome thought, they headed due east, toward the eastern exit of the Guardian Pass. Justin used his cane as a walking staff, and as such, found the going much easier. Indeed, these days there was less weight to carry around. He had dropped at least 10 pounds since entering Eyrth. As they walked, Justin summoned his character screen. Justin Talemaker. Class, Socialite. Level, 2. Experience to level 3, 1,404 of 250. Level up available. Attributes. Power, 10. Coordination, 10. Endurance, 10. Intellect, 11. Spirit, 10. Charisma, 14. Attribute buffs. The Cane of Valoria. +1 to Charisma and Intellect. Justin closed his interface, pondering his new items and abilities. It was a lot to take in, and he could only hope he would survive long enough to explore their capabilities. 22. The Road to Highcliffe. They say the Creator gifted mortals the classes to elevate their cores from the imperfect mundane to the wholly ethereal. Well, here's my take on it. Perhaps the Creator wasn't giving us a gift, but a leash. Classes define what we can become, but they also limit what we can dream of being. Maybe the Creator feared what we would achieve without them. Orville the Apostate, challenging the divine narrative. Justin and the rest of the party reached the eastern edge of the vault. They passed through the green, shimmering veil of magic, officially exiting and stepping into the eastern edge of the pass. He was struck by how silent it was, how empty, with no sign of the battle from 1,000 years ago. The tranquility was almost eerie compared to the chaos they had just endured. The land was dark, but the skies had cleared, leaving enough moon and starlight to see the Eyrthian plain spreading below them. It was mostly empty, aside from a few small hamlets. But in the far distance, Justin spied what appeared to be a medium-sized town built on a plateau of sorts, quite high off the plain, the tallest building being, unsurprisingly, a Gothic cathedral that no doubt belonged to the Church of Light. A thin river, dark in the night, made a bend around the plateau, seemingly heading east. By morning, if all went well, they'd be safe within the city's walls. Alistair pointed it out. That's Highcliffe, our next stop. We're getting close then? Lila asked. Alistair chuckled. Oh no, we're just getting started. Justin was absolutely exhausted. They had been up for about 2 full days. I can't wait to get some sleep. You'll be waiting a while longer, Eldrin said grimly. It will take the greater part of the night to get down the pass, and we must keep walking all morning. By then, we will have made it. I'm so tired I'm liable to fall, Lila said, looking down the thin, steep trail doubtfully. I've got just the antidote for that, Eldrin said. He reached into his pack, taking out a vial of a mysterious dark liquid. Grimroot extract, made from the grimroot plant and a few other secret ingredients. It'll keep you wide awake, for a time at least. That concoction is unlawful in Aronthian territory, Alistair said. I will not partake, but I will not stop you from doing so if you deem it best. Justin almost refused, but in the end decided he probably needed it. If this would get him safely down the trail, he would quaff it gladly. Eldrin took a shot of it first, and he handed it to Justin. Half a mouthful, no more or less. Justin nodded. Bottoms up. The thick liquid tasted bitter and earthy, but it wasn't too disagreeable. As Lila took her own drink, the effect on Justin was almost immediate. His eyes widened as he felt strength return to his bones. His exhaustion melted away, replaced by a heightened sense of alertness and energy. His steps felt lighter, and his mind was clearer. Hippity-hoppity, let's go, Justin exclaimed. Lila giggled giddily. We've tarried too long, Alistair said, his voice grave. Let's go. They began the treacherous climb down the rocky path, where they had to be careful not to slip. Every step was a potential hazard, and Justin constantly looked down to avoid missteps. But the increased focus of the grimroot extract meant his footing was sure, aided by the cane of Valoria. They had maybe a 2-hour head start on Baron Valdrick's minions. Alistair lit the way with his creator's light spell, casting a warm, golden glow that illuminated their path. Eldrin's Pathfinder's pace kept them moving swiftly and efficiently. Eventually, the land evened out into a pine forest, the dense canopy above them filtering the moonlight into faint beams. They were heading east, making good progress, when a chilling set of howls filled the air. The sound sent a shiver down Justin's spine, and he instinctively moved closer to Lila. Shadowflight fluttered from the forest's canopy, having returned from scouting. The bird landed gracefully on Eldrin's shoulder. The ranger inclined his head toward him. A pack of dire wolves, Eldrin said, relaying the falcon's message. 10 in all. Dire wolves? Lila exclaimed. Dear gods! Alistair frowned deeply, concern etched on his face. What are dire wolves doing so far south of the Seraphim Range? We need to pick up the pace. No picking up the pace can outrun the pack on the hunt, Eldrin said grimly. All the same, the group increased its speed. But the dire wolves were relentless, their piercing howls growing louder and closer. We must at least get out of these woods, Alistair said. I need room to maneuver my hammer. Thankfully, it wasn't long before Eldrin led them to a wide meadow. They stood in the center, awaiting the creatures that couldn't be far. It was only half a minute before Justin spied the predator's eyes glinting in the darkness from the trees, their forms hulking and menacing. Justin felt fear course down his spine at the sight as they stalked closer. Stay in the center, Eldrin commanded, hand on the hilt of his longsword. Lila, Justin, be prepared to defend yourselves if necessary. Alistair and I should be enough to dispatch these. Lila readied her knives while Justin clutched his cane. He felt his heart rate increase. between a dire wolf's jaws was not the way he wanted to go, and he knew, from his size alone, they would probably find him a decidedly delicious morsel. He definitely wouldn't be getting involved unless he absolutely had to. The dire wolves were enormous, their fur bristling and matted, with eyes glowing an eerie yellow in the moonlight. Their growls resonated deep and guttural, a sound that seemed to vibrate in Justin's very bones. Their teeth were sharp and white, and their breath was visible in the frosty night air, coming in puffs as they circled closer. Justin wondered why Eldrin wasn't shooting his arrows, but perhaps it was because it would take too long for him to transition from the bow to his longsword once battle was joined. For whatever reason, the ranger elected to stand, blade at the ready. Justin could feel the tension in the air. He gripped his cane tightly, his heart pounding. Alistair stepped forward, his war hammer raised high. "Stand firm," he called out. "We'll get through this." One of the dire wolves lunged, and Alistair met it with a powerful swing of his hammer, the blow landing with a sickening crunch. The wolf yelped and was thrown back despite its enormous size, but the others were undeterred, closing in from all sides. Eldrin's blade moved swiftly, landing true and felling another of the beasts. Lila's throwing knives flashed in the moonlight, finding their mark in a white-furred wolf. On the sixth blade, the beast fell into the grass. Lila backed away, hands extended to retrieve her blades. One dire wolf had eluded both the paladin and the ranger, and it looked mean and hungry as it readied itself to lunge at Justin. Poison barb or dazzling display would do nothing against this creature. Justin wondered just how to attack when, faster than he would have believed possible, the dire wolf pounced, teeth flashing. By instinct, Justin raised and twirled his cane, instantly rebuffing the attack and sending the dire wolf staggering back with a pained yelp. "Gentleman's rebuff has shielded this attack." Pumped full of adrenaline, Justin seized the moment, dashing forward while extending the cane's hidden knife, stabbing the dire wolf just under the neck before it could recover. The creature gave a hot exhalation of breath as Justin twisted the blade and pulled it out, dripping red blood. The creature lay in the grass, giving a few more pained wheezes before settling into death. Justin backed away, just in time for Eldrin, Alistair, and Lila to come to his side. Looking around, the remaining direwolves were fleeing the scene, leaving 6 of their brethren scattered in the meadow. Immediately, Alistair cast Bind Wounds on Lila, who had somehow gotten a bite wound on her arm. The golden magic wrapped around the bloody mess, doing a decent job of healing it. The silence that followed was only broken by the rustling of the wind through the trees and a few chilling howls. "We need to keep moving," Eldrin said, his voice urgent. "There could be more of them, and the Baron's men will not be pausing." With Alistair's light guiding them once more, and Eldrin's pathfinding skills leading the way, they continued eastward toward Highcliffe. The forest ended just as dawn tinged the eastern horizon. They were half running, half walking. The effects of the Grimroot extract had long since dissipated, meaning Justin felt like a dead man. He didn't even have the energy to look over his shoulder to see if they were being tailed. Thankfully, the dire wolves were sticking to the forest. Almost as soon as they'd entered the plain beyond the trees, farms took over. They hopped stone fences, walked through fields of wheat and rye yet to be harvested, and followed the thin dirt tracks lined with hedges. They even passed through a couple of hamlets, their progress sped by narrow wagon tracks. In the early hours, they even passed a few farmers heading out to the fields. Around a bend in the path, Justin caught sight of Highcliffe, which seemed much taller now that they were out of the mountains. "Almost there," Lila said. "Just keep walking," Justin said between breaths. At last, the dirt road joined a stone-paved road, an actual highway at least 15 paces wide. Somehow, Justin knew it was the Queen's Road mentioned by Eldrin before the vault, and it was much more impressive than the dirt road connecting Mistwatch to Silverton. He got the feeling that they had entered the main part of Aranthia, where infrastructure was a bit more developed. Somehow or another, he was still set on getting to Belmora and seeing what opportunities the big city could offer a socialite like him. But for now, at least, survival took precedence. That, and the task of getting rid of this pesky death mark. As they approached the plateau upon which Highcliffe was situated, they passed ambling carts making their way both in and out of the city. It was late morning by now, and Justin could barely keep himself from keeling over. They crossed a sturdy stone bridge that spanned the river Justin had spied earlier from the top of the pass. Unfortunately, they had a long series of switchbacks to ascend to reach the plateau upon which the city was situated. Justin was absolutely filthy, coated in dirt, sweat, and even some blood from the fight with the direwolves, as were the others. They got more than a few looks from the traders and farmers they passed on the way. At last, they came before the tall iron gates of Highcliffe. The guards at the gate, bearing spears and shields, were dressed in sky-blue tunics beneath their armor, which had the sigil of a soaring eagle on their breasts. Both guards cast them curious glances, but didn't stop them from entering. Justin imagined it was not the first group of adventurers they had seen. The city beyond was bustling, far busier and more crowded than any Justin had seen thus far. Most buildings were of red brick, lining a wide central avenue of cobblestone. These buildings were 4 or 5 stories tall, hinting at a prosperous city that had been developing for quite a while. Shops and stalls of various sorts lined the streets, offering everything from fresh produce, meats, and baked goods to clothing, jewelry, and books. Blacksmiths hammered away at anvils, and the scent of fresh bread wafted from bakeries. Townsfolk filtered in and out of the various stores, perusing the wares on display in the street carts. Inns and taverns beckoned travelers with open doors, while iron lampposts dotted the sidewalks. Justin noticed metal tracks in the center of the streets, with horse-drawn streetcars serving as mass transit, adding to the sense of activity. 2 of these streetcars wandered through the streets, both filled with people, some even hanging off the sides. The air was filled with the chatter of townsfolk going about their day. They finally came to a cozy-looking inn of 3 stories near the center of town. Its metal placard, swinging in the breeze, proclaimed it to be the Silver Stag. Its sign featured a gracefully leaping stag against a backdrop of what seemed to be pure silver. The inn had a welcoming exterior with large, clean windows, flower boxes brimming with colorful blooms, and a well-kept facade. "Here we are," Alastair said, his voice filled with relief. "Let's get inside. Gregory, the innkeeper here, is a friend of the Templars of Arion. We'll be safe." With that, Justin, Lila, and Eldrin followed the paladin into the inn. 23. The Silver Stag Inn. Beware the northern woods, for nothing escapes a direwolf pack on the hunt. Their howls are the only warning you'll get, and by then, it's already too late. In those moments, you are no longer a traveler. You are prey. Ranger Rowan Lightfoot, Tales of the Savage North. As they entered the Silver Stag, the warmth and comfort of the interior immediately embraced them. The common room was spacious, with polished wooden tables, a roaring fireplace, and the aroma of hearty food wafting through the air. At this time of day, it was mostly empty. A friendly innkeeper behind the counter, a middle-aged man with graying hair, greeted them with a smile, addressing Alastair. "Sir Alastair of Drakendale, it is a pleasure to see you again. Be welcome to the Silver Stag. Will you and your entourage be staying the night or merely taking lunch? Staying the night, Alastair said, retrieving his coin purse and producing 3 fat 5-silver pieces. Lunch, dinner, and breakfast on the morrow, and 4 of your finest rooms. Very good, sir. To confirm, this will not be on the chapter house's credit. No, sir. Off the books. The extra is for your discretion. Of course, sir, he said, almost giddily. All of you seem tired and worn, but the Silver Stag is the finest establishment in all Highcliffe. If you cannot find rest, succor, and peace here, then you can't find it anywhere. He turned his head back. Martha, prepare a swift but full luncheon for 4 guests in the private dining chamber. Then back to Alastair. Will you take ale or wine? Wine, but make it well watered, Alastair said. We've been walking all night through the wilds, and we plan to rest as soon as we have had lunch. Indeed? The innkeeper asked, surprised at this. Well, after your meal we can prepare 4 tubs for you, so that you might wash the night's trails away. You can count on our discretion, Sir Alastair. I thank you, Gregory. Please follow me to the dining room. The innkeeper led them swiftly through the common room toward a door leading into the rear of the establishment. Thankfully, what few patrons there were sat far from the counter, so there was no chance of Alastair's words being overheard. They entered the private dining room, a cozy chamber with a large oak table set for 4. The walls were adorned with tapestries depicting hunting scenes, and a chandelier with candles cast a warm glow. They settled into cushioned chairs. Within minutes, a generous meal was set before them. Roasted chicken, fresh bread, a variety of cheeses, and a hearty vegetable stew. Cool, watered wine was poured, and Gregory left them to their meal. The 4 attacked their plates ravenously. Once done, Justin was so full that he was about to nod off, a feeling aided by the wine's gentle buzz. From Lila's heavy eyes, it seemed as if she were in the same boat. The innkeeper returned. Your baths and rooms are ready. If you are ready, I will take you there myself. Very good, Alastair said. They rose from their seats, following the innkeeper up a set of stone steps. Everyone was too tired to even talk. Here they are, the innkeeper said with a smile, once they had arrived at the end of the hall. He handed them 4 small brass keys. At the Silver Stag, we have a dedicated bathroom for each floor. You shall find it halfway down the hall, separated by gender, of course. Is there anything else I can do for you? Nothing, good innkeeper, Alastair said. Thank you. If you have dirty laundry, it is not too late to begin the early afternoon wash. I can have Martha return it to you by evening if you set it outside your door within the hour. Of course, Alastair said. The innkeeper gave an accommodating bow before retreating down the stairway. Once Gregory was gone, Alastair took the others in. We'll be safe here through the night. I'll be able to detect any trace of death magic if it comes too close to the inn. Those thralls of Valdric are better suited for hunting overland than blending into a city like this. If we leave tomorrow, when the sun is bright, we should get a sizable head start on them. They will be lying in wait for us on the Queen's Road, Eldrin pointed out. By now they've surely figured out where we're headed, especially considering the company we're keeping. That is something we must discuss. Perhaps this evening, when our heads are fresher for rest. Alastair's gaze took in Justin and Lila. You 2 can bathe first. Don't have to tell me twice, Lila said. She then frowned. Just realized I don't have a change of clean clothes. Is it safe for Justin and me to go out and buy a few things? Not a chance, Alastair said. We must stay in the inn until it's time to leave. It's far too dangerous. She pouted a bit, but didn't argue. She was probably too tired for it. "Let's go," Justin said. "You'll have clean clothes tonight, Lila." "I guess." As they headed down the hallway, Lila looked down at the ring of hygiene on Justin's right index finger. "What I wouldn't give for one of those right now. The guy said it cleaned your clothing too, right?" "He did," Justin confirmed. "But a hot soak is just what I need right now." "I hear that." They entered the bathroom, and as the innkeeper had said, there was a partition to separate the two. Justin thought back to what Lila had said about bathing customs. Apparently, here in Highcliffe, modesty was a thing. On the men's side were 3 steaming copper tubs, and on the women's side, just one. Justin bathed quickly. Once dried off, he left Lila there and returned to his room. Alistair and Eldrin had vacated the hall, though he could hear their voices talking low through the door. Slowly he crept up and pressed his ear to the oak. There was nothing at first, and for a moment he believed he had been discovered. That was when their conversation resumed. Justin heard Alistair speak first. "You're right that Voldrick's men are likely waiting for us on the Queen's Road. We have to be ready for that." "Aye. They'll be expecting us to head straight to Belmora before heading north to Montelea. It's the fastest route, but it will also be the busiest, and that can be a sure shield. There are regular patrols of the Queen's Guard every few hours, and the Baron will think twice before trying something." Alistair sighed. "I fear the Baron is desperate. He knows there's little time left before we reach Montelea, and may risk a direct confrontation, even if we opt for the Queen's Road. After all, if we make it to Montelea, his schemes will be foiled. And, of course, I'd rather avoid unnecessary bloodshed, especially if it puts Justin and Lila in danger. That incident with the dire wolves was far too close, not to mention the vault." "Aye, all that's true. There's an old trader's road that breaks off from the Plainsway to Dragor's Keep. It's less traveled, and if need be, we can head east overland and lose them in the wild. My thinking is Voldrick's men might not think to look for us there, and by the time they realize where we went, it'll be too late for them to catch up." There was a pause before Alistair spoke again, his tone contemplative. "That could work. But what of supplies? We'll need provisions for the extended journey, and there are few villages up that way. That would take us through the wilderlands of Baylor. That's rough country." Eldrin's voice was reassuring. "We can stock up here in Highcliffe, of course, which will see us a good part of the way. The hunting is good in the wilderlands. It might slow us down a bit, but we won't want for anything. Winter is still 2 months away, enough time to make Montelea before the hammer falls." "It will take at least a couple of weeks longer than the obvious path," Alistair said. "And let's not forget, after the Wilderlands there's the Bracken Bog. One false step will see you sinking to your death. There are at least 50 miles of that before we reach the Gulfway. And if winter comes early, as it did 5 years ago, that alone would be enough to end us." "Aye, all true. 2 poisons. Pick one. The faster Queen's Road or the less traveled route." Alistair seemed to consider this. "All right. First light, we'll head to the market. We'll need supplies whatever path we choose. We need to be discreet, though. Voldrick surely has eyes here." There was a pause. "What is it about the boy that the Baron would go through all this trouble? It's not just about me reporting him to the High Priest." Eldrin hesitated for a moment. "That I can't say. His story is interesting. You should ask him." "Humph. Perhaps I will, Ranger. But for now, rest is best. Both he and the Bard will need it for the long road ahead." "Do you think she'll want to go her own way?" If she does, would the Baron try to track her down?
That's hard to say. My guess is he'll put all of his resources toward finding Justin and me. Lila is not a concern of his. I will put the decision to her tomorrow, or perhaps this evening. She deserves to have a choice, though it's clear she sees something in the young man. Aye, that she does. Eldrin's voice took on a more serious tone. I'll keep an eye out for any suspicious activity. Alistair's voice softened slightly. Thank you. Your skills have been invaluable on this journey. However, like Lila, I know Valdric is not your fight. When we make Montalea, I'll ensure you are properly rewarded. If what you've just told me about Valdric is true, Paladin, then I would do this for free. However, the money would be welcome. Justin heard movement within the room, so he pulled away from the door and crept down the hallway toward his own room. Thankfully, the floorboards made nary a sound. He wondered at the part of the conversation he had missed, what Alistair had told Eldrin about Valdric. He felt left out, and he wondered why this information wasn't for him or Lila. Clearly, Alistair esteemed the Ranger far more, perhaps because of his age or abilities. Justin returned to his room, the exhaustion at last becoming impossible to ignore. He fell asleep to the sound of creaking wheels, horses, and distant conversations. When Justin awoke, the evening light bathed the room in hues of gold. The noises of the city could still be heard, but they had softened somewhat with the fading of the daylight. He resisted the urge to fall back asleep, even if that was all he wanted. His head was throbbing something fierce, either from exhaustion or perhaps an after-effect of the Grimroot extract. His bones were aching, and his muscles were stiff. As he sat up in bed, the voice entered his mind. You have reached level 3. As you awake to greet the evening, things feel as if they are coming together, slowly. You know you'll get there one step at a time. Justin felt reflective as he pondered his journey so far. Instead of resisting the introspection, he bathed in it for a few minutes, until a new message broke him from his reverie. You have 1 attribute point to distribute. For the first time, Justin felt he faced a tough decision on where to distribute the point. So far he'd gone all in on charisma, which made sense for his character. As a socialite, all of his bonuses depended on that attribute, at least as far as he knew. But after getting stunned twice by Zaramund, and having a close call with the direwolves, not to mention all the hard travel that required endurance, he was torn. Maxing out charisma as much as possible would make sense if he were in a large city, where he could count on guardsmen to keep the peace. For the foreseeable future, at least, it didn't seem like that would happen. If Alistair and Eldrin's conversation was any sign, they had a long, tough road ahead of them. His Cane of Valoria already granted him a +1 boost to intellect and charisma, which was nice, but he had the distinct feeling it wouldn't be enough. So that begged the question, where to put the point? He could do with a boost in either power or endurance, which would help his survivability. From the conversation he'd overheard, if they ended up going up this Plains way, or even running into Valdric's men along the Queen's Road, it might be the difference between life and death. And yet, it still felt wrong. He sighed and locked the point into charisma. Your charisma is now 14. And just like that, the tension of having made the wrong decision evaporated. Besides, he had plenty of banked experience points. If he really needed to put a point in something else next time, he had the full freedom to do so. As a level 3 socialite, you have unlocked your next class skill. Choose wisely. There is no going back. Justin considered both skills that were presented to him.
Dandy's Swagger. Perform a captivating strut that immediately fills you with confidence and swagger, increasing your resistance to the fear effect. You and your allies gain +2 to Charisma for 1 minute, while enemies receive a -2 Charisma Malice. This strut can halt conversations and cause enemies to hesitate, or, with a mocking flair, gain their attention. Cooldown 3 minutes. Tailored Compliment. Deliver an endearing compliment that can soften hearts of stone. Recipients of the compliment treat you as if you have +5 charisma for the duration of the conversation. Cooldown 2 minutes. Justin pondered both skills, weighing their pros and cons with careful consideration. Tailored Compliment seemed straightforward and powerful. The ability to craft a perfect compliment and gain a +5 charisma boost could be invaluable in negotiations or when trying to gain favor with a specific person, and it would definitely be useful. Dandy's Swagger offered a more dramatic and immediate effect. It would not only fill Justin with confidence, but also grant him +2 charisma. Not only that, but it also inflicted a -2 charisma malice on hostiles. That was an effective 4-point differential, making enemies more vulnerable to a poison barb. There was a clear synergy between the two skills. Dandy's Swagger to soften up their charisma resistance so that poison barb would land more effectively. While not as specific and powerful as a +5 charisma bonus, Dandy's Swagger had the potential to turn the tide in larger social confrontations and even in battles. The ability to halt conversations and make enemies hesitate was particularly intriguing, as it could create openings for strategic maneuvers or escape, something Justin could have sorely used several times. Then again, it said it could also be used as a way of getting attention, only adding to its utility. The cooldown of 3 minutes was slightly longer than Tailored Compliment, but it was still reasonable, given the power of the move. Justin reflected on his journey so far. The vault had tested his mettle in ways he hadn't expected. He had faced Zaramun's terrifying presence, endured the treacherous climb down from the Umbers, and survived the direwolf attack. Each challenge underscored the importance of not just charisma, but presence and confidence. The ability to make enemies hesitate could be the edge he needed on the unpredictable and dangerous path ahead. Dandy's Swagger aligned with the essence of his socialite class. It was about more than just words. It was about presence, confidence, and the ability to command attention. He locked in Dandy's Swagger. You have chosen Dandy's Swagger. May your strut own every room you enter. Instantly, Justin felt a surge of confidence wash over him as the knowledge of the skill entered him. He knew he had made the right choice. The road ahead was uncertain, but with his new skill, he felt more prepared to face whatever challenges came his way. He went to the mirror, looking at his unkempt, almost wild hair. Despite this, he was shocked by the transformation. He hadn't lost 10 pounds as previously supposed. He had lost at least 20, and maybe even as much as 30. It wasn't just exercise and fresh air. Something else was going on, too. Maybe it was his class or charisma attribute, or perhaps both. His face was thinner. His double chin was still discernible, but reduced. A jawline was taking shape, and it was magnificent. His facial hair was a right mess. He hadn't taken care of himself in months, and it was even worse now. He looked better than he had in years, perhaps all the way back to his childhood. He observed the silver ring of hygiene on his finger. Perhaps it was time to test out its capabilities. He wasn't sure how it worked, but he looked in the mirror, imagining a clean-shaven face and a classic haircut, with a modern twist. He wanted the top to be long enough to have some volume to create a slight wave, parted to the right. Overall, he wished for a clean, polished look, but with enough length on top to style it a bit. As soon as he was done with that image, he confirmed it with a mental click. An aura of yellow light surrounded him, making it impossible to see just what was happening. After a moment, it dissipated, and Justin stared in astonishment at his reflection. His auburn hair was perfectly styled, just as he had envisioned, with the top long enough to boast a gentle wave, neatly parted to the right. His face was clean-shaven, highlighting his newly defined jawline, and his skin seemed fresher, almost glowing with health. The transformation made him look years younger, a stark contrast to the unkempt appearance he had grown accustomed to over the past years. There, in the mirror, stood not merely Justin Talemaker, former neat, reclusive, and dweller of basements. There stood a proper gentleman, well-groomed, revitalized, brimming with confidence and, yes, even aplomb. With a satisfied nod to his reflection and a sly wink, for he couldn't help himself, he twirled his cane and stepped out of the room, his stride carrying the weight of his newfound self-assurance, his cane clacking merrily on the wooden floorboards. For the first time, he looked and felt every part of the socialite. 24. A Fork in the Road. There is something peculiar about the capitals of once great empires. When the need for endless ambition and conquest dissolves, these cities often transform into places of festivity and indulgence. It's as though, freed from the need to take themselves so seriously, they finally learn to enjoy life. Highcliffe has traded its banners of war for banners of revelry. Here, the ghosts of its former glory drink alongside the living, toasting to an empire no longer burdened by greatness. Chronicler L.S.R. Vane. When Empires Fall, A History of the Aftermath. Justin strolled down the hallway, cane tapping against the wooden floor, punctuating the rhythm of his newfound confidence. He nearly bumped into Lila, who was coming up the steps. She stopped dead in her tracks, her green eyes widening as she took in his transformation. "Justin, is that really you?" Justin couldn't help but grin. "Yes, of course it's me." He gave a small, playful bow. "Just a bit more polished." Lila laughed, the sound filling Justin with warmth. "Polished? You look like you stepped out of a bard's tale." She blinked, seeming to remember herself. "I mean, compared to before." As Justin struck a pose, her gaze lingered on his clean-shaven face and styled hair. Her smile brightened. It was almost as if she were checking him out, of all things. "Lila, are you okay?" She blinked, seeming to come out of a haze before giving a nervous laugh. "Yes, of course. I'm just glad you woke up. I was getting bored. Did you level up?" "Yep," he said. "Level 3, baby!" "Same here." She frowned in confusion. "Though I'm no babe." "Oh, you're not?" Justin asked with a wink. She giggled. "So what skill did you take?" Justin took a step back. "Watch this." Before she could react, he activated Dandy's swagger. With a flourish of his cane, he began an eye-catching strut, his movements exaggerated yet elegant. His entire body glowed with yellow light, and he moved like a panther on the prowl. The mere movement filled him with unbridled confidence. Lila's eyes sparkled as she watched, and as if in reaction to the move, she joined in, mimicking his movements, even her steps syncing with his in a spontaneous, playful dance that echoed through the hallway. Their laughter and footfalls attracted attention. Eldrin and Alistair emerged from their rooms. Likely to see what the commotion was, their expressions a study in contrast. Eldrin's face broke into an amused grin, while Alistair remained unsmiling, his brows furrowing slightly as he watched the impromptu performance. "Quite the moves, Justin," he remarked dryly. "I trust this new energy will serve us well on the road ahead." Justin and Lila slowed to a stop, their smiles lingering. "Absolutely," Justin said. "A little flair can only help, right?" Eldrin laughed. "That's the spirit. We could use a bit of lightness in our step, especially with what lies ahead." Alistair merely nodded, his skepticism clear but not voiced further. Justin knew the paladin had a lot on his mind. Indeed, Alistair seemed far more somber of late than at their initial meeting on the road to Mistwatch. The stress of protecting them from Baron Valdric was weighing on him heavily, and he saw Justin's shenanigans as a needless risk that could get them all killed. Justin realized he might have never had this insight without the recent charisma boost. He was far more able to read the room and the expressions around him in a way he never had before. He assumed a properly modest expression. Alistair nodded toward the stairs. "Dinner should be served soon. It would be a good chance to discuss our plans for the road. And please, for all our sakes, try to keep the dancing to a minimum." "Yes, Sir Paladin," Justin said. "After you, respectfully." The Paladin watched him grimly before heading down the stone steps. Eldrin gave him a neutral look and a shrug, while Lila just winked, her steps light and teasing. Justin let out a breath, following with his head held high. The large oak table in the private dining room was set with a hearty meal: roasted venison, herbed potatoes, fresh bread, a variety of cheeses, and a bowl of cool watered wine. Alistair, Eldrin, Lila, and Justin settled into their seats, the earlier mirth replaced by a more serious air as they prepared to discuss the road ahead. They ate quickly, sensing that Alistair wanted to get started as soon as possible. Once the dishes were cleared, Alistair waited for the door to close before reaching into his pocket, producing a rolled map, which he spread out on the table. Justin's eyes widened at the sight. This map looked far more complete than his, seeming to have dynamic capabilities over all of Serenthel, the continent they were on. Alistair, with a tap of his hands, zoomed in on the map, with Highcliff in the bottom left corner and the Golden Gulf on the right. Along that coast were 3 points of interest: Belmora in the south, Montelea in the center, seemingly on a small island just off the coast, and Dragor's Keep, a fortress town bordering both the ocean and the Seraphim Range, a large mountain range running along the northern edge of the map. All 3 were connected by a single road running along the coast, appropriately named the Gulfway. There were also many other cities, towns, and landmarks, all clearly labeled, but it was far too much to take in at the moment. "We have 2 choices before us to reach Montelea," Alistair began, his voice low. "Each holds its own set of advantages and perils." His hand traced a line, extending from Highcliff across the Eyrthian plain, along which there were several modestly sized towns toward Belmora. "The Queen's Road is the fastest route, patrolled and relatively safe, but it is also where Valdric's men will expect us to travel. They could ambush us, despite the Queen's regular patrols. Eldrin and I suspect he is desperate." Alistair's brow furrowed as he ran a hand along a thinner road snaking its way northeast from Highcliff. "The Plainsway, though less traveled, will take us to Dragor's Keep if we take this old trader's road that breaks off from it, and from there the Gulfway goes south to Montelea. The road is rough. It's dirt in most places, and there are fewer chances to resupply. And, of course, patrols are rare.
This course would take at least a month longer than going to Belmora and then north along the Gulfway.
Why not go up the Plainsway a bit and cut across? Lila asked. Seems that's the most direct route, and we have Eldrin's Pathfinder's pace.
Eldrin came out of his silence. That would take us through the wilderlands of Baylor. Any settlements there are not on a map, and it's rife with bandits and other dangers. The forests are thick, the hills unforgiving, and the streams are many. I've been there a few times, but I spend most of my time in the Eyrthian hinterlands. Some of this ground would be new even to me. Pathfinder's pace will help, but it is no substitute for a well-established road. Lila frowned as she considered this. Alistair watched her, and her eyes rose to meet his gaze. Lila, there is something we must discuss.
What? She asked, her voice thin.
Whatever path we choose, it will be fraught with hardship. You've been invaluable. And while the Baron has seen you with Justin, he is not after you in particular. Eldrin and I have judged that the Baron will put most of his resources into pursuing us to Montelea. If you wish to go your own way, this might be your last chance. Of course, you would be wise to never tread in the county of Silverton for the rest of your days. If we take the Queen's Road, I suggest you take the Plainsway. If we take the Plainsway, you could find a hamlet near here and lie low for a few weeks before deciding where to go next. If you decide to leave, no one here will think less of you. I'm ready and able to supply you with a modest amount of silver to ensure your safety.
Justin tried not to look at her, so as not to influence her decision. He saw Alistair's point, but Lila was the one he was closest to, and she was his friend, and perhaps there was a chance for something more. It would sadden him greatly to lose that, but perhaps it was for the best. Lila's eyes narrowed in thought. Then she shook her head. I'll stay with the group. Her tone left no room for doubt. I'm aiming for Dragor's Keep, and no matter which way the party goes, it's on the way. After Montelea, I might take a couple of days' rest. They say the mountain is beautiful, and the blessing of Arion is not to be missed by anyone who is faithful to the Six.
Alistair nodded, respect clear in his eyes. Very well. We would welcome your company, Lila. Justin felt a sense of relief. He wondered more about the Six. Lila had mentioned the 6 gods before, along with the Creator. He supposed Arion was one of these 6? More questions for later. With that settled, which way should we go? Justin asked. What are the risks of both? Eldrin gave a coy smile. You should know that as well as we do, Justin. From the stares he and Alistair were giving him, he had not been as stealthy as he thought.
What are they talking about, Justin? Lila asked.
All right, I'll admit it. After my bath, I heard them talking, and I got a little nosy and eavesdropped. What about it? Never underestimate a ranger's senses, Eldrin said. Even the quietest eavesdropper leaves a trail. Justin nodded. Okay, point taken. It seems, from what you guys talked about, the Baron is sure to ambush us somewhere on the Queen's Road, despite the regular patrols of the Queen's Guard. The Plainsway and then cutting across this Wilderlands place would be rough going, and I heard something about a bog that's sure to kill us. It seems there's a third way now, going all the way to Dragor's Keep via the Plainsway, and then south on the Gulfway. This way would take the longest, and I assume it might be hard to travel with winter coming on? An accurate assessment, Eldrin said.
Queen's Road all the way, Lila said. It's hard to see the Baron trying to attack us with so much security there.
Simple Queen's Guards will be nothing to the soldiers he is sending after us, Alistair said grimly. As long as there is nothing to tie them back to Valdric, we will be ambushed. You can just take them out, right?
Justin asked. I saw how you fought in that battle. Plus, you took care of their men easily enough at the alehouse.
Nay, Alistair said. Lieutenant Gareth, that's Valdrick's pasty lieutenant you saw at the Silverton alehouse, escaped our fight. There's no doubt he's in charge of the expedition hunting us down.
How did he escape? Lila asked. Alistair paused, seeming to weigh his next words carefully, as if he were wondering whether he should even say them.
Lieutenant Gareth is a shadow blade. One of their key skills makes escaping a prickly situation quite easy.
Justin felt his blood run cold. Shadowblade? Sounds dangerous.
I kept it from you. Didn't want to scare you out of your wits. But maybe it's good that I say as much, just to show you what we're up against. It's an advanced class, meaning that Gareth is at a minimum of level 20, but he is not more than I am. I could sense the stain of death magic upon him, which means he is at most equal to my level, which is 25.
Death magic, Justin said. That would mean he's undead, too.
Valdrick's most trusted soldiers are, Alistair said. Normally, Valdrick would keep such men behind the scenes. He wouldn't want to risk a paladin or mage detecting Gareth's undead status. So the fact that he's bringing him into the open only proves his dedication to taking us out.
Shadowblade, Lila said. I've never heard of that class.
It's the combination of a warrior core and a thief core, Eldrin said. Shadowblades are favored as assassins, masters of both open combat and covert operations. They combine the raw strength and combat techniques of a warrior with the stealth, agility, and cunning of a thief. They excel in hit-and-run tactics, infiltration, and striking from the shadows, making them versatile fighters capable of adapting to any battlefield situation.
Dear gods, Lila said. And if Alistair hadn't come along at the right time, we would have been murdered in our sleep.
That, or worse, Alistair said. I had him cornered, but he doesn't fight fair. Shadowblades get a skill called Cloak of Shadows. They can become invisible once a day, and he used the invisibility to get reinforcements. And you can bet those reinforcements are a well-honed team. While Lieutenant Gareth's retinue won't be level 20 or above, each member likely has a class and is highly capable. Justin almost wished Alistair had kept his mouth shut. Even now, all he could think about was where this Lieutenant Gareth was. Perhaps he was sneaking in the shadows of the city even now, looking for an opening. You should take heart, Eldrin said. In a way, a paladin is the perfect counter to an undead shadowblade. Their chief ability is striking from the shadows, something they can't do if Alistair can sense the mark of death upon them. At best, Gareth can use his invisibility to escape. However, that means you can't stray too far from Alistair. He can detect death magic within a quarter of a mile or so, and that feeling only becomes stronger the closer an undead gets to him. Just stay close, and you'll be safe. Justin nodded shakily. Despite Eldrin's words, it certainly didn't feel as if he was safe. If Alistair was so adept at detecting death magic, he should have detected Gareth approaching the moonlit alehouse back in Silverton. Not to denigrate your abilities, Alistair, Justin said, but I have to ask, if you can detect death magic, then how was Gareth able to approach the moonlit alehouse in the time it took me and Lila to get our stuff from our room? Bad timing, Alistair said. They moved through the streets quickly, but thankfully I was able to gain their attention and lure them into the alehouse itself. If not for that, they might have gone straight for your rooms. Justin felt a chill at those words. So, what are we deciding? Is it not possible that they are trying to block both the Queen's Road and the Plainsway? That's fully possible, Eldrin said.
Whatever the case, they are probably watching the city closely, and we'll know what choice we make no matter what. But the fact remains, they must position their forces somewhere well away from Highcliffe, somewhere with shelter from the sun. Eldrin pointed to Alastair's map at a small forest south of the Queen's Road. My best guess is they're lying in wait there, while they've taken a few of their human soldiers to keep watch over the city for any sign of us leaving. There were 3 ways into Highcliffe: the North Gate, the East Gate, and the West Gate. Will they be watching all 3? Lila asked. Probably. But the West Gate is the least likely to be watched. That's the one we came in from, right? Justin asked. Alastair nodded. Could be our best move to leave through that one. It would be unexpected. Of course, it doesn't matter if we're tailed trying to buy supplies tomorrow, Eldrin said. But if there's any sort of trouble, I'll root it out. A ranger has a keen sense of observation. That was something Justin could attest to personally. Well, that's our plan unless otherwise stated, Alastair said. Leave by the West Gate and head for the Plainsway. As sound a plan as any, Eldrin said. We could even cut across the woods north of town to hit the Plainsway so that we're not obvious. It'll take longer, and of course, there's the risk that the Baron's men are actually camping there. But if we suppose right about the Queen's Road, the woods to the north should be clear. Shadowflight can watch our backs, Justin added. Right? Aye. His eyes are sharper than any of ours. We can adjust as needed. Good plans are like rivers. They bend and flow as needed. Is it possible we can hire some mercenaries? Lila asked. I know it's expensive, but this is our lives we're talking about. And if the Baron is really bad news, whatever they cost would be a pittance in comparison. Alastair shook his head. As well as the Templars compensate me, even I can't afford the number of mercenaries we'd need to travel safely from Highcliffe to Montalea. And even if I could, there are other problems. He gestured outward. First, even in a town as large as Highcliffe, I doubt we'd find enough willing fighters. We wouldn't just need a few extra swords, we'd need 100 or more. And if not that, mages to counter the Baron's own spellcasters. And even if we could find them, getting that many battle-ready mercenaries on short notice, all willing to work for us with no questions asked? Unlikely. Such things take time to put together. Time we don't have. Alastair paused in thought before continuing. And say we do manage to scrape together a company. Mercenaries fight for coin, not loyalty. A clever enough enemy, like the Baron, could simply outbid us. He has a rich prize in Silverton and can easily afford it. We'd spend a fortune just for them to turn on us at the worst possible moment. Justin frowned. And that's a good point. Alastair nodded. Then there's the matter of subtlety. Right now, we're a small group that can move quietly. Hiring a mercenary company is like lighting a beacon. Soldiers mean supplies, wagons moving more slowly and with less flexibility. Lila sighed. So it's not just about the money. No, Alastair said. It's about survival. And to survive, we need to be shadows, not a small army marching to its own execution. Well said, Eldrin agreed. Justin considered all this, realizing Alastair had the right of it. In video games, hiring a few mercenaries was simple. They were basically NPCs who would obey without question. It was naive to think it would be the same here. Given the potential dangers of being watched, Alastair continued, I must insist that we retire early this evening. Highcliffe, while bustling and seemingly safe, could harbor spies, or worse. I don't believe Gareth would risk himself, owing to my abilities, but that doesn't mean he won't contract someone to do the watching or killing for him. Justin's shoulders slumped a bit. He'd hoped to relax a bit this evening, have a bit of a talk with Lila, maybe even go out with her. There would be no chance for quite a while, and if she intended to go on to Dragor's Keep without him, there might never be a chance again. Alistair seemed to read his intent, his normally stony features softening somewhat. As a minor concession, the common room downstairs will remain available to you. It should be safe enough. If Gregory sees anything suspicious, I'll be the first to know. And for Arion's sake, stay inside and don't stay up too late. We have an early day tomorrow. Eldrin grunted in agreement. It's settled then. At first light, we will venture to the market for supplies. We'll keep a low profile, purchase what's necessary, and prepare for the longer journey along the Plainsway. Just to be clear, Lila asked, are we going to Dragor's Keep first, or are we cutting across the wilderlands of Baylor? The former, if possible, Alistair said. I'll take the early snows of the Seraphims over the unknown dangers of the Wilderlands and the Bracken Bog. The paladin gave a firm nod. Good night. As the strategy meeting adjourned, Justin felt a mix of anticipation and apprehension. But most of all, he was relieved by Lila's decision to stay. Alistair and Eldrin rose from the table, heading to the door that would lead to the stairway. Clearly, both had a mind to retire early. Lila caught Justin's eye. She nodded to the opposite door, the one that led into the common room. I'd say we've earned a drink or two. He followed her out the door and into the common room of the Silver Stag. 25. Of Goblins and Karaoke. Enchanters are the invisible architects of civilization. Without them, the tools we depend on, lamps that never dim, pitchers that purify water, swords that cleave through steel, would be mere dreams. They do not just enchant items, they sustain society itself. And all of it is made possible by the ether crystals, the lifeblood of their craft. Yet the power they wield is a double-edged blade. If the crystal trade falters, as it has in the past, the world as we know it would once again crumble into chaos. Arwen Drell, Threads of Magic and History. Within a minute, Justin and Lila were sitting down with pints of cool ale. The common room of the Silver Stag was lively, almost full given the lateness of the hour. The patrons were a mix of working people, dressed in simple, practical clothing, and a few richer folks adorned in finer fabrics and jewelry. This eclectic mix told Justin it was popular among all crowds. The buzz of conversation meant that whatever they talked about wasn't likely to be picked up in their little corner of the common room. So, Justin began, you're from Dayloria, huh? Lila smiled. Yes, what of it? Justin smiled, sipping his lager. Just curious about this world. What's it like? Well, the food is divine, the wine is the best in Serenthel, and of course, the maids are the prettiest. I believe it. It must be quite different from here. Her face fell a bit. Yeah, that's an accurate assessment. He smiled. I've been wondering, how did you end up at that mercenary guild in Mistwatch? She chuckled. Pure desperation? Fair enough. There has got to be more to it, though. Well, I needed the money, and the more well-off folks hire a guard or two to travel the Silver Road these days. I thought that might be a good opportunity. So, you're telling me they let you into the guild as a level 1 bard? Gods, no. I was actually waiting to be interviewed. But when I heard your story about needing to go to Silverton, I leapt at the opportunity. And the rest is history, Justin finished. Pretty much. Of course, I miss home. But I don't miss those thugs coming after me. Where was the last place you saw them? Justin asked. Surely they wouldn't chase you this far. I saw them last in Stonehaven, a mountain town in the Umbers. It's the border between Eranthia and Dayloria. I lost them by paying a farmer to hide me in the hay bales of his cart. I haven't seen them since.
Do you think they're still chasing you? All this way?
I don't want to take the chance. They followed me all the way from Erebar to Stonehaven, over 200 miles. My debt is pretty sizable, and it grows larger every day.
Yes, but at some point the expense of sending thugs after you for hundreds of miles can't be worth it.
You're right.
She took another sip from her mug.
I may have insulted the one who sold me the Bard Core, so it's more than owing money. It's personal.
What did you say? Justin asked.
Lila smirked. I told him he had the face of a troll and the manners to match. Not my wisest decision.
Damn, Justin said. That'd do it.
That's why I'm heading for Dragor's Keep. It's at the butt end of nowhere, at least as far as Aranthia is concerned. They say it's cold and rainy, the opposite of Daloria. I think it's the last place they'd look for me. If all goes well, perhaps I can make a life there. And if push comes to shove, well, it's a port. I can hop on a ship and head to Caledon.
Caledon? Justin said. That's another continent, isn't it?
Lila nodded. Mostly orcs live there, at least in the western half. But there are human enclaves. It wouldn't be a simple life, but at least I'd keep my kneecaps.
An important consideration, to be sure. So, your goal is to strike it rich and pay off the debt? She laughed a bit at that.
Well, not that it will ever happen, but if I make that kind of money, it's probably best to start over somewhere. Even if I paid it back, I'm not sure I would be completely forgiven. Not without making some other gesture.
This guy you borrowed from, he must have a delicate personality.
He's tougher than old leather. It's about maintaining an image. And if the cheeky store owner got away with something, it ruins his credibility.
She sighed.
No, I'm afraid Daloria and I have parted ways, at least for a very long time.
Lila drained the rest of her mug, her eyes going up to an open archway that seemed to lead into a separate common room.
I just noticed that over there. I wonder where it leads.
Justin turned around. It seems to be another room. He noticed patrons flitting back and forth between the two spaces. When Lila rose and headed that way, Justin followed her lead. Gregory the innkeeper gave them a knowing nod, but said nothing as they slipped through the archway. They were met with another common room, cozy and warm, with a more intimate ambiance than the Silver Stag. Clearly it was another inn, or perhaps simply a tavern connected to the Silver Stag. Another archway lay on the other side of this tavern, leading to another one. Seems all the inns here are connected, likely to share customers, Justin said. That's a cool arrangement.
Cool, Lila asked, arching an eyebrow.
It means it's an interesting and fun setup. It allows people to explore different vibes without having to step outside.
Oh, I see. She smiled with mischief. Well, maybe we should explore then. Alistair said it's all right as long as we stay inside.
Normally Justin would have disagreed, but the lively atmosphere of the inn's patrons, combined with the pint of ale and, of course, the smile of a pretty girl who seemed to be interested in him, was a potent combination that could hardly be denied. I don't see the harm. Just an hour of exploring.
Maybe two, Lila said with a giggle.
Justin knew he was as good as lost now. But sod it, they'd run from terror to terror for days on end. Would having a little fun kill them? Well, he realized the answer to that might actually be yes, but at the moment, it didn't seem to matter. They got another drink in the tavern connected to the Silver Stag, which was apparently called the Whispering Willow. It wasn't as busy, so they sidled over to the next one, which was down a set of steps and called the Thirsty Fox. Here they ordered a spiced cider, a specialty drink that was warm and comforting. By now, they were beyond buzzed. Somehow or other, Lila had grabbed his hand as she led him from place to place, and she hardly let go, an arrangement Justin was quite happy with.
Back in his old life, he was rarely, if ever, invited for a night out, so in his mind, he was making up for lost time. The danger of Valdrick's men, and even the threat of the undead Shadow Blade, seemed far away from the lively atmosphere. As long as they stayed within a quarter of a mile of Alistair, things should be okay. Or so his thinking went. After a couple of hours, Justin lost track of just how many inns they'd visited and how many drinks they'd had. Each inn had its own unique charm and specialty, creating a vibrant tapestry of experiences, a kaleidoscope of faces, laughter, music, and revelry. Highcliffe, it seemed, was a party town. They sampled exotic ales, spiced wines, and honeyed meads. And as they wandered, Justin couldn't help but notice people were drawn to him and Lila like moths to a flame. The women watched Lila with jealousy, while some men looked at him in challenge. More still wanted to be his friend, buying him even more drinks. No matter where he went, he was Mr. Popularity, a crowd forming around him, eager to hear his stories. The attention, which he had lacked so much in his former life, was downright addictive. "And then," Justin said, gesturing dramatically with his cane, "the direwolf lunged at me, but with a swift flick of my wrist, I sent it sprawling back." The patrons gasped and cheered, hanging on his every word. Lila's eyes sparkled with amusement and pride as she watched him command the room, hanging on his arm. That was worth more than any amount of attention he was getting. Justin wasn't sure how it happened, but at some point there was a stage in this one inn that called for its guests to come up and sing. He supposed it was something like medieval karaoke. Lila sang a lively drinking song to the crowd's roaring approval. Afterward, she insisted they sing a duet, a song from his world. He tried to say no, but she wasn't taking no for an answer. "Come on, you have an entire world of music that doesn't exist here. What's the best duet from your world?" "Well, the best is subjective," Justin said. He thought of some common duets. Shallow, endless love, a whole new world. None felt right, though. Then a smile came to his face. "Wait, I've got just the one, but are you sure you can learn it quickly enough?" She looked insulted. "Justin, I'm a bard. Sing all the parts for me and I can figure out the rest." "Well, don't say I didn't warn you when I hit those low notes and the floor starts vibrating." So that was how, in the dim corner of the Frosty Mug Tavern, Justin started teaching her Islands in the Stream. He wasn't sure why he chose that song in particular. Maybe it was the warmth and comfort of it, the sense of two people finding each other. Or maybe it was the sense of sailing away, adrift in a new reality, complete with magic, goblins, necromancers, classes, and even enchanted canes. Whatever the case, Lila was right. Her bardic class allowed her to pick it up with surprising ease, with Justin only having to sing each part a couple of times for her to get it down. This was even considering translating the lines into Aranthian. Lila even borrowed someone's lute and was pretty good at picking out the right chords, which gave it a decidedly medieval flair. She had the acumen and ear of a professional musician. "Okay, I think we're ready," Justin said, unbelieving of how fast it had come together. "Don't look so shocked," she said with a wink. "Level 3 bard doesn't mean level 3 talent." She drew him on stage, and within a minute they were facing a half-interested crowd. "This is a new song of our own we've just cooked up," Lila announced. Lila began strumming the gentle, steady rhythm that captured the song's warm, heartfelt mood perfectly. Even edified by liquid courage, Justin was a bit nervous. But then he remembered his dandy's swagger skill infused confidence. So he activated the skill, spreading his arms wide with his cane in hand as if in benediction. He was surprised at the effect. Most of the bar went quiet as he eased into his role. Justin began with a rich, deep voice. He wasn't a bad singer, but he wasn't the best either. When Lila joined in with her part, she easily stole the show. Justin did his best to stay in key, and their voices actually blended together quite well. At one point, when he stumbled over a lyric, she smoothly improvised, making it sound like it was meant to be that way all along. The crowd warmed to the performance, far more so than Justin would have guessed. Several patrons started swaying in their seats, some couples even standing to dance in the corners of the tavern. By the time they reached the chorus a second time, a few voices in the crowd had even joined them. A grizzled man at a corner table raised his tankard in appreciation, nodding in time with the music. When they sang the final notes, their voices blending together in perfect harmony, the tavern erupted in hearty applause, accompanied by the pounding of mugs on tables. There were several cries of, "Well done!" and "Another!" But Justin shook his head. It was time to wind down for the evening. As they headed to the bar, an appreciative patron brought them both a round of frosty ales. They sat, and after the first sip, they shared a look. "Well, I think we killed it," Justin said. "Yeah, I think so too." "Ready to turn in after this round?" "Just one more in," she said. "There's no harm, right?" He laughed. "You're like the Energizer Bunny." She smiled suggestively. "I'm not sure what that is, but I do like to hop, given the right circumstances." Justin nearly spat out his drink at that one. The way her eyes were staring at him made it hard to resist. "All right, one more," he agreed. "But you have to promise." He looked at her lips, which looked especially inviting in the light of the muted lanterns. Lila only widened her smile. Justin touched the side of her face, gently. She closed her eyes, and at that moment, he wasn't thinking about the fact that he had never even kissed a girl. All that was about to change. Within seconds, his heart raced, his face just inches from hers. But just before he closed his eyes to give himself to the moment, he saw, from the corner of his vision, a sight that almost frightened him completely out of his wits. Sitting on the bar stool next to Lila, right behind her, in fact, previously missed because of its small stature, was a goblin. It had long ears, a pointed nose, and wide golden eyes, both of which were looking directly at Justin. Yep, it was a goblin, all right. But there were several differences between this goblin and the ones that had chased him in the wildwood. It had a slighter figure, while it wore finely tailored clothing with a bow tie, suggesting it was a goblin of means, and it had white, almost icy blue skin. It sported a number of jeweled piercings on both of its ears. Lila turned to see what had gotten Justin's attention, though when she saw the goblin, her expression wasn't one of fear, merely curiosity. Before they could say anything, the goblin spoke, his voice surprisingly smooth. "Good evening. Forgive me for interrupting, but I can't help but notice that cane of yours. Quite the piece you have." Justin, deciding the goblin wasn't a threat, exchanged an annoyed glance with Lila before nodding. "Yes, it is. What's it to you?" The goblin, with two hands, took a swig of his frosty ale. The pint glass was almost bigger than his head. Justin would have laughed, but something about the goblin's manner was quite serious. "You're a snow goblin," Lila said, her words slurring a bit. "From the Seraphim range, right?" The snow goblin nodded sagely. "Yes, quite. We aren't often seen in human lands, but this inn is quite accepting of non-humans. More so than others, anyway." He extended a long hand, his nails curled and painted gold. "My name's Gribble Frostfang, of Clan Frostwalker." Justin shook the goblin's hand, trying to ignore the way its sharp nails felt on his wrist. "I'm Justin, and this is Lila. Is there something special about my cane?" "Yes, quite special," Gribble said. "You see, I'm an enchanter of respectable level, and I have a skill that allows me to see an item's enchantment just by looking at it. Yours simply has a very interesting property. Where did you get it?" Justin hesitated for a moment, knowing he probably shouldn't share, but often booze does the talking when the speaker shouldn't. "I found it in a vault." Gribble's eyes widened with interest. "A vault, you say? Fascinating. You see, I could tell there was something special about that cane the moment I saw it. It's not so much the +1 to charisma and intellect. A nice bonus, but nothing too unique. I see that it also grants a free attribute point upon core binding. That is an extremely rare enchantment called Heroic Ascension. It's one I've been searching for all my life to find." "Really? This old thing?" Justin asked, examining his cane. "I suppose you want to buy it from me?" "Yes, very much so," the Snow Goblin said seriously. "It matters not if it's core-bound. I can break down the cane and discover the enchantment, and with luck, replicate it. No doubt, recreating it would require many expensive and rare components, but the rewards, for both me and you, would be great." "I see," Justin said, ready to find a way out of this conversation. "I'm afraid the cane isn't for sale." The goblin's white, bushy brows lowered for a moment before resuming its former friendly expression. "Of course, I'd be willing to pay. Handsomely." "How handsomely?" Lila asked. "For an enchantment of this rarity?" the goblin mused. 10 gold crowns aren't out of the question." It was hard for Justin not to react. 10 crowns? That was over 10 times the amount of money he had on him. Lila whispered in his ear, "I'd take that deal in a flash." Justin was considering it until he remembered something that was general knowledge, at least where he came from. Never take the first offer. "Your offer is generous," Justin said. "However, I'm not sure of the value of the cane, since you're the first one to make an offer. I would need to get it appraised separately." "I know just about every appraiser in this town," the goblin said eagerly. "I'd be happy to arrange it." Justin smiled. He wasn't born yesterday. "I think not, Mr. Gribble. I appreciate the offer, but really, we must be going." Justin rose, with a look at Lila to say to get up too. Reluctantly, she stood up. 20 crowns? Gribble asked. "I'd pay up front, right now." Then the goblin reached into his purse, laying the fat, golden coins on the bar top, one after the other. The coins glowed with an inner light, attracting a lot of attention, but no one made any move to grab them. "Justin?" Lila asked, whispering in his ear. "Take the money." Justin felt himself relaxing, almost giving in, and yet he knew he was being played. Maybe it was his charisma, maybe something about the goblin's manner was throwing him off. They needed to leave, now. He grabbed Delilah's hand firmly to let her know he was serious. "I thank you for your offer, Gribble, but I'm afraid the cane isn't for sale. Have a pleasant evening." He walked firmly away, at first dragging Lila before she fell beside him. "What are you doing?" Lila asked, almost angrily. "You could have been rich. Rich." "Lila, the cane is worth more than that. Plus, I can tell something is off about him. We need to get back to our rooms." But just as they were about to enter the adjoining inn, 4 swarthy men wearing leather armor, each bearing a club, blocked their path. Gribble appeared from the side, all of 4 feet tall, apparently having followed them through the crowd. The crowd shrank back at the impending confrontation. Gribble put his hands behind his tailored coat. "I'm afraid, Mr. Justin, that my offer stands and cannot be refused. Take my money, or take something much worse." "Are you making me an offer I can't refuse?" Justin asked with a smirk. The snow goblin gave a yellow smile full of pointy teeth.
Yes, that's an apt description, Mr. Justin. Don't mind if I steal that for the future.
Justin twirled his cane while Lila reached for two of her knives. Gribble, you're about to see just why you don't mess with a gentleman. 26. Swagger and Shadows. The Creator and his gods know every person's purpose and their strengths, for to each is accorded their core attributes, a reflection of the soul's divine design. These attributes guide the path set before them, shaping their role in the tapestry of creation. But let no one forget, while the Creator grants the foundation, it is the will of the bearer that builds upon it. Purpose is not a gift freely given, it must be earned through trial and choice. The Book of Life, Chapter 12, verses 7 through 10. As the men advanced, Justin activated Dandy's swagger. Instantly he felt the power of this skill enter him, filling his limbs with strength and confidence, with even the haze of his drunkenness fading. With a preening strut, he brandished his cane, his body glowing with a yellowish aura. The toughs paused in their tracks, while the inn's patrons watched in awe, some even mimicking his movements. Some came closer, making fists, apparently ready to come to his defense. The first tough, a burly man with a tattoo on his neck and a sneer that could curdle milk, shook his head, snapping out of his hesitation by swinging his club. But Justin, with a fluid move that belied his experience, sidestepped the blow, swatting the man's club away. Gentleman's rebuff has shielded this attack. The tough's eyes widened at the adroit maneuver, which Justin followed up swiftly with a poison barb. "You swing like a drunkard trying to swat a fly," the man growled, the words making him hesitate for a moment. It was all Justin needed. He was no master of cane combat, but all he knew was that he had the initiative. Buoyed by the confidence of Dandy's swagger, he brought the cane down on the tough's wrist, disarming him with a pained yowl. In the same motion, he jabbed the cane's tip into the man's midsection, knocking the wind out of him. As the tough doubled over, Justin gave a quick strike to the back of his head, sending him to the floor like a sack of potatoes. Lila, meanwhile, performed a graceful flip, evading an attack from the second brawler with ease. She landed lightly on her feet, a triumphant grin on her face. As she aimed her knives, the man raised his hands placatingly, bowing out of the fight. Lucky for him, Lila spared his life. The third and fourth thugs closed in, but Justin's Dandy's swagger had inspired some of the tavern's patrons. A brawny man, the same one who had raised his tankard in salute, grabbed a chair and swung it at one thug, while a group of women threw their mugs at the other. The room erupted into chaos, with other patrons joining the fray to defend Justin and Lila. Justin knew it wasn't just his Dandy's swagger, but the fact he and Lila had warmed up the crowd with their epic duet. With the remaining toughs facing down multiple opponents, the rest of the fight was quite elementary. Justin twirled his cane again, delivering a series of blows that kept them off balance. He knew he had to keep up the momentum, not to give up until the fight was done. With the growing mob of tavern patrons, their opponents could hardly defend themselves. "Come on, you lot," one of them said. "This isn't worth the goblin's coin." The bullies pushed their way through the crowd, leaving behind the one who had been knocked out cold. Gribble's eyes watched in mounting horror. With a squeak, the agile creature beat a hasty retreat, slipping through the crowd. He had lost himself in a matter of seconds. You have gained 10 experience points. Your experience stands at 1,164 of 325. Level up available. Breathing heavily, Justin turned to Lila. Well, that was something. The muscled patron who had thrown the chair approached Justin.
Are you all right, lad?
Yes, completely fine. Thanks for the assistance.
Don't mention it. I don't enjoy seeing bullies like that pushing people around, especially ones as good at singing as you.
Hey, the barkeep shouted. Are you two going to pay for all this? I'm down a chair and several mugs. It was too little too late to prevent property damage, but Justin laid a couple of silver coins on the bar.
Hope that covers it.
The barkeep waved them away. His features softened somewhat. As they left the establishment they were in, heading back to the Silver Stag, Lila laughed. I'd say that was a resounding success. Justin smiled. It's not a night out unless you've been kicked out of the bar, right? By the way, what was that move you did? Lila's eyes sparkled with excitement. I forgot to mention it. I unlocked a new skill, Acrobatic Tumble. It increases my evasion by 50% for 3 seconds and by 100% when targeted by classes of equal or lower level. The cooldown is only 30 seconds. Impressive, Justin said. Seems like it came in handy. Speaking of moves, the way you handled that cane was a work of art. I would never have thought. Her words were interrupted when a hand roughly grabbed Justin's shoulder, yanking him into a booth. He scarcely had time to yelp. But once he saw the one doing the pulling, he relaxed. Eldrin, what are you doing here? The ranger was nonplussed, the cowl of his hood hiding his features in shadow. You draw far too much attention to yourself, Mr. Talemaker. Lila sat down with a smile, joining them. We're just having a bit of fun, Eldrin. Life isn't all death and despair. You're completely drunk. What's gotten into you both? Neither of them had a response. They had been caught red-handed, acting like immature children. Just got caught up in a moment, I guess, Lila said. I'll say. Alistair will know all about this tomorrow morning. Are you going to rat us out? Lila asked. Nay, but the good innkeeper Gregory will. But all that is beside the point. And what are you doing up so late? Justin asked. I've been hard at work, of that I assure you. For the first time, Justin noticed that Eldrin's pint was barely touched. Doing what? Shadowflight returned to me on the rooftop just an hour ago. He's informed me that every gate, including the west gate, is being watched. It seems they've paid men to mark our passing, no matter which way we choose. Then we're stuck, Justin said, sobering at the news. Right? That's what I've been trying to figure out. I've been asking questions, casually, mind you, and I've discovered something interesting. What's that? Lila asked. As you know, Highcliffe is built on a plateau. That's where the name comes from. But did you know that, in the past, it was its own city-state? And not only that, the city was far larger than it is today, extending well beyond even the plateau. It has been reduced in the last few hundred years by several wars and the shifting of trade routes, until 200 years ago it became part of the Eyrthian Queendom. Interesting, Justin said. But why the history lesson? Only to say that the city hosts a grand network of catacombs beneath it that belies its modern-day size, and those catacombs extend well beyond the current city limits, given the city's storied history. Catacombs? Justin asked. So, we can use these catacombs to get out? That I can't say. From what I've gleaned, it's a strong possibility. Either way, it seems to be our only option with the gates under constant watch. Have you told Alistair about this theory? Not yet. I was about to head that way when I picked up on the commotion coming from the Frosty Mug. What about the market? Lila asked. Don't we need to get supplies? It would be too much of a risk now. Food can be found on the road, and in the worst-case scenario, Going without for a few days is a small price to pay to ensure our escape. As for the catacombs, they're accessible from the Church of Light. Using Alistair's rank, we might convince the High Cleric there to let us in. Hopefully by the time our pursuers know what's happening, it will be too late for them to give chase. And even if they figure out the puzzle, there are likely to be multiple exits, giving us options. Will it be far enough from town to make a difference? Justin asked. Almost assuredly, assuming those passages aren't buried. The three seemed to consider the possibilities. Justin had sobered up considerably, both from the conversation and the fight. However, Eldrin was right. They had already attracted too much attention, and enemies. Getting out without being seen was crucial. One thing is for sure, Eldrin said. We need to get some rest. It must be an hour after midnight. We will wake early before first light. Justin nodded. Sounds good. And again, we're sorry. Eldrin nodded. Life is filled with choices, and tonight, yours could have cost us dearly. Let's hope tomorrow brings wiser decisions. Now get some rest. I'll be there shortly. As Justin and Lila made their way back to their rooms at the Silver Stag, the common rooms were much emptier. The success of the night had been dampened by the danger they had put everyone in. It was hard not to feel guilty. Even Lila seemed glum. I'm sorry, she said, once they had made it to the stairs. All this was my idea. I was a willing participant, Justin said. This is on both of us. It's too easy for one thing to lead to another. I was having fun for the first time in months. Years for me. They paused halfway up the stairwell as she took his hands. There's one other thing. I want to apologize. I've acted like a proper ass this evening. What do you mean? She hesitated a moment. I think we've gotten a bit carried away with, well, whatever is going on between us. The silence stretched between them uncomfortably. There had been hand-holding, arm-locking, and sultry looks, not to mention certain words spoken and an almost kiss that had been foiled. I understand, he said. You want to focus on the road ahead, right? It's not that, she said. I'm just not ready, I suppose. I'm not sure how I feel yet. You're my friend, Justin. I don't want to ruin that. Justin was quiet, not sure what to say. She must have sensed his disappointment. You misunderstand me. We've passed the point where it could have meant nothing. That point happened, I think, after Silverton. It's not right for me to encourage things that aren't possible. We have a lot at stake. She sighed. Gods above, I'm no good with words. Justin watched her green eyes, and to his surprise, he could read her like a book. Whatever words she was speaking now, several facts remained. She'd held his hand, had nearly kissed him, not to mention the outright flirtation. Yes, there had been a few drinks involved, but Lila had said similar things without alcohol. She just wasn't sure, and that was natural. Plus, she was right. It made little sense to pursue things when they had to focus on getting to Montalea in one piece, and Eldrin's warning had been a wake-up call. Feelings and relationships gummed things up, and he couldn't be the one to do that. Not while things were uncertain. I agree, he said. There's nothing to forgive. Friends? To his surprise, she leaned into him for a hug. Thank you, Justin. He let her go when he heard the single creak of a floorboard at the top of the stairs. Is that you, Alistair? Justin called. Silence. Lila suddenly grabbed his hand, and not a moment later someone was dashing down the steps above them, blade drawn. Justin and Lila flew down the stairs, making the bottom landing as the assailant behind them gave chase. Justin twirled around, brandishing his cane. The would-be assassin, a young man barely out of his teens holding a pair of daggers, threw his entire body into the attack, both blades out. Justin, by instinct, extended the cane's blade, raising it just in time to impale the young man through the stomach. The assassin stopped short, both blades falling to the floor. He was finished off by 2 of Lila's knives, flying, burying themselves in his neck. The assassin went down. It all happened in less than 10 seconds. Not a moment later, a set of heavy footsteps thudded down the stairs above, Alistair rushing onto the scene, a short sword, what Justin supposed to be his sidearm, in his right hand. Meanwhile, Eldrin swept in from the common room, long sword drawn. Lila held out her hands, and her knives returned, one by one, perfectly clean. Her expression was grim as she regarded the body before her. Justin watched the dead assassin, the blood draining from his face. The assassin had bungled it, a creaky floorboard having given him away. Without that, he and Lila might have been done for. The mere thought of it made his stomach churn. They had been lucky, insanely lucky. Alistair came to stand next to them. His gaze took in all 3 of them. "We must away immediately, before Gareth learns of this failure." Several inn patrons had emerged from their rooms and were gathering at the bottom of the stairs, gasping at the bloody sight. Not a moment later, Gregory appeared in his pajamas, apparently sensing the commotion. His eyes widened upon seeing the dead body before taking in Alistair. Before the innkeeper could even speak, the paladin was giving orders. "Coordinate with the Church of Light in the morning regarding this unfortunate incident. Tell them I sent you. They should offer protection in the coming days. I'm afraid you may need it." The innkeeper's face was pale, but he nodded. "I will do so, Sir Paladin." Eldrin came up to join them on the landing. In a low voice to Alistair, he said, "I've found a way out, one that is safer." Alistair gave the barest of nods. "Let's gather our things, then to the private dining room." Within 2 minutes, all 4 of them grabbed their packs and equipment and were gathered in the dining room downstairs. Once they were alone, Eldrin spoke. "Shadowflight has informed me that all the gates are watched, with no means of passing unmarked. Luckily, my night's work has been productive. There may be a way out of the city using the catacombs beneath it." "The catacombs," Alistair said. "Yes, of course. I don't know why I didn't think of it." "They're often forgotten about," Eldrin said. "And it's been a tumultuous few days. Of course, there's no guarantee they will actually lead out of Highcliffe, but owing to the city's history, the probability is quite high." "Most cities have sewer mains," Justin said. "It wouldn't be pleasant, but that's a possibility too." "And one I've considered. But that way is also likely to be watched, since it leads directly to the river," Eldrin said. "The catacombs, at least, have multiple exits that lead far from the city." "What's the next step?" Lila asked. "We need to speak to the High Cleric. He's likely to be sleeping at this hour, but getting inside the cathedral itself should prove simple enough, and it will offer some measure of safety. Once we're inside the catacombs, we can find some place to pass the night safely. Sleep, unfortunately, is a necessity." "And we are unlikely to be pursued there, given the life magic enchantments every cathedral has," Alistair mused. "It's a brilliant play." "When do we go?" Justin asked. "I assume now?" "Yes," Eldrin said. "I've already charted a course that will get us close. We can simply weave through the various taverns that surround the city's main square. There is one street we'll have to dash across, but I've already scouted a spot the lampposts don't quite reach. If we stick to the shadows and move quickly and quietly, we can hop the fence into the cathedral's courtyard. From there, we should be able to break in. Or, better yet, Alistair might have a way of getting us inside." "Sounds like a plan," Lila said. She stifled a yawn. "Gods, I'm beyond tired." "We should be able to rest in the next hour or two," Eldrin said. "If the plan is good to Alistair, then I say let's move at the first opportunity, before the City Watch gets involved." Alistair considered for a moment. "It's a plan. Lead the way, Ranger." Eldrin nodded. "Then follow me, and try to do so quietly. Once they figure out the assassin is dead, it won't be long before they send another, perhaps in even greater numbers." The Ranger headed out from the private dining room. Alistair nodded at Justin and Lila to follow, intent on bringing up the rear. Justin and Lila exchanged a glance before following. 27. The Sanctuary's Secret. Which pantheon is more powerful, the old gods or the new? A question that has baffled scholars, priests, and clerics alike for centuries. But the answer, my friend, is simple. The most powerful gods are the ones currently pointing a divine spear at your chest. Worship accordingly. Venick Tallow. Practical Theology for the Everyday Fool. The inn was quiet now, the few remaining patrons whispering in hushed tones. The aftermath of the fight and the appearance of the assassin had sobered everyone up considerably. Eldrin led the way through the interconnected taverns and inns, weaving through darkened hallways and shadowy common rooms. Justin marveled at how the Ranger moved so silently, likely thanks to his boots of silent steps. Lila followed close behind, her steps also light. Justin did his best to imitate them, but the occasional creak betrayed his presence. Alistair, in his heavy armor, was the loudest, but that couldn't be helped. They emerged into the final tavern, a place called the Moonlit Rest, which was dimly lit by a few flickering lanterns. The patrons here were asleep at their tables or quietly talking in corners. Eldrin motioned for them to stay close as he approached a side door, his eyes scanning the street beyond. He turned to the others. "Ready?" Justin nodded, gripping his cane tightly, while Lila gave a quick nod, her eyes alert and focused now. The shadowed path they needed to take was clear, about 10 steps across the cobbled street to the wrought iron fence. Beyond lay a dark courtyard filled with trees, with the shadowy spires and buttresses of the cathedral looming above. The half-moon gave the scene a menacing air. He tried not to think about what might be out there in the darkness. Eldrin opened the door just enough for them to slip through one by one. They stepped into the cool night air, the street empty and silent. The iron fence of the Church of Light's courtyard loomed ahead, its spiked top casting long shadows in the moonlight. "Over the fence," Eldrin whispered, quickly and quietly. Justin glanced at the fence, then at Lila. She gave him a determined look before stepping up to the iron bars. With surprising agility, she climbed over. Justin followed, his hands gripping the cold iron as he hoisted himself up and over with a boost from both Eldrin and Alistair. Eldrin and Alistair were over the fence in moments. Justin was surprised Alistair could do so in his heavy armor, but he supposed that was what the power attribute was for. His landing was hard, his armor clanking. Once inside the courtyard, they moved swiftly across the cobblestones, heading for the side doors of the cathedral, up a set of stone steps. Those doors were quite grand, considering they weren't the main entrance. Eldrin reached the doors first, testing them gently, but they wouldn't open. Alistair then approached, placing a gauntleted hand on the wood. A glyph shone briefly at his touch, creating the shape of a radiant phoenix surrounded by a hexagon of 6 lights in the colors of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple. Somehow Justin knew those colors each represented an attribute. The heavy wooden doors swung open with a faint creak. "Stay close," Alistair said, his voice a low rumble in the quiet night.
The next step is to find the High Cleric. He's likely in the Undercroft.
They slipped inside, the sanctuary of the Church of Light illuminated by the soft glow of floating enchanted crystals. The air was cool and still, the silence reverent. The vastness of the space, dimly lit and filled with shadowy columns, made Justin feel as though anything could jump out at them. From Lila's wide green eyes, it seemed she was having similarly dark thoughts. Eldrin led them through the main hall, past rows of empty pews and grand stained glass windows that depicted scenes of fantastical creatures. Clerics healing the wounded, paladins fighting monsters, and what had to be Arion himself, god of power. He was portrayed as a tall, muscular figure with flowing hair and a serene expression, holding a warhammer that emanated red light. At the end of the hall, a smaller, nondescript door led to what had to be the Undercroft. Alistair led the way, knocking softly. The sound was barely audible in the stillness. Justin thought they would never get an answer when a narrow metal grate opened, revealing a sleepy-eyed cleric peeping out.
"What is it at this hour?" he asked groggily.
Then, seeing who was speaking, he straightened and unlatched the door, swinging it open.
"Sir Paladin, you must be here about the bill."
Alistair frowned in confusion.
"What bill?"
"The one sent to Montalea by High Cleric Theophilus. We've been waiting for months." Everyone looked at each other, puzzled. Alistair cleared his throat, his presence commanding even in the dim light.
"I am Alistair of Drakendale, Paladin brother of the Montalea chapter house. I've been away from the Mont for many months now, so I know nothing about a bill. We seek an audience with the High Cleric. It is of utmost importance."
The cleric's eyes widened.
"Of course, Sir Paladin. Please give me a few moments."
They waited in silence for about 3 minutes, those 3 minutes seeming to stretch into eternity for Justin. At last, the cleric returned.
"The High Cleric will see you at once. I can take you to him directly. I'm Brother Eamon, by the way."
"Eamon. Lead the way, brother." They followed Eamon through a series of narrow corridors, and when the Undercroft door was shut behind them, latched and even barred, Justin felt much safer. Perhaps the brother had sensed something in the paladin's manner that had inspired him to redouble the door's security. While Justin was certain that nothing had marked their passing in the street's darkness, it was nice to be as safe as possible. It had taken all of 2 minutes for them to leave the moonlit rest and get inside the cathedral with hardly any sound. If that wasn't good enough, he didn't know what was. Instead, he turned his attention to the gray stone walls, adorned with tapestries and portraits of what seemed to be past high clerics, all wearing crimson robes and pointy conical hats. Finally, they arrived at a humble oaken door, which Brother Eamon knocked on softly.
"Come in,"
a voice intoned from the other side. Brother Eamon opened the door, stepping out of the way, revealing the High Cleric, an elderly man with a flowing white beard and piercing blue eyes, who sat at a large wooden desk. The office was modestly furnished, with a few chairs and shelves lined with ancient tomes and religious artifacts. Despite the late hour, the High Cleric seemed alert and composed.
"Sir Alistair, I've read your name in official dispatches, of course, so it is with great pleasure that I can meet you in person, despite the late hour. Brother Eamon has informed me you haven't come about the bill, but I can't imagine any other reason you'd arrive at such a time."
Alistair stepped forward, bowing slightly.
"High Cleric Theophilus, I wish I could say that was true. However, as Brother Eamon said, we've come for another reason. We seek refuge and safe passage out of Highcliffe. Our enemies are closing in, and we believe the catacombs beneath the city may offer us a way out." The High Cleric studied Alistair for a moment, frowning slightly. "Enemies? What enemies?" "The tale would take too long to relate, and to be perfectly candid, the less you know, the safer you will be." The High Cleric gave a dark chuckle. "Huh, cloak and dagger, is it? Very well, I won't press for details." "This is no joke, High Cleric. I don't believe our pursuers would follow us here, as we covered our tracks carefully, thanks to the ranger here I've contracted. I will say this much. The life magic infused in the cathedral's stones will serve as a sure guard against the ones coming after us." "I catch your meaning," the High Cleric said darkly. "Grievous news indeed, and I sense no lie in your words, though you keep strange company for a paladin. Whatever ails you, you have come to the right place." He studied them briefly, and to Justin it seemed his eyes lingered on him the longest. Perhaps he could sense the stain of the death mark upon him, just like Alistair. With a start, Justin realized that this would be the third rising of the moon since he had received it from the Baron. The very thought made his stomach queasy. "I will do what I can to help," the High Cleric continued, interrupting Justin's thoughts. "Such is my charge to all of Arion's faithful. Should we write to the Mont? As little good as that would do." "I'm going there with all speed, High Cleric," Alistair said. "I must be the one to deliver the message." "Of course. I don't mean to stick my nose into a paladin's business. I only wish to help." "And I am grateful for it. So, will you grant us access to the catacombs?" The High Cleric gave an ironic smile. "Yes, I am happy to. However, I regret to inform you that the catacombs are closed." Justin felt a tinge of fear at those words. Was this Theophilus playing them false? Alistair frowned. "Closed? What do you mean? The dead must be interred, no?" "Indeed they must." "It is too late for riddles, High Cleric," Eldrin said, perhaps a bit too gruffly. The High Cleric, with patience, faced the ranger. "Perhaps it's better to show you what I mean than to tell you. I would let you be the judge. Follow me." The High Cleric rose from his desk, his plain crimson robes seeming to glow as he moved. Justin knew Cleric was a class with access to healing and support magic. A paladin came from the combination of a cleric and a warrior corps, which likely meant Alistair outranked him, but the High Cleric was probably a highly placed church official in his own right, of a decent level and capability. Theophilus led them from his office and down another corridor, where a heavy door was barred twice. The High Cleric removed the bars, opening the door to reveal a small, dusty chapel, quite intimate, likely for the private use of the church's staff. It was so dark that Alistair had to cast his creator's light, as no floating crystals lit its interior. The air was cool and musty, and it was obvious the chapel wasn't being maintained. And, of course, why would a small chapel like this need to be barred? To Justin, it certainly seemed spooky, almost haunted. They passed rows of dusty pews, some laced with cobwebs, until they reached the back, where, behind the altar, a set of steps led downward to a small chamber of stone, at the end of which stood a heavy stone door. And before that door stretched a green barrier of light, flickering with mysterious runes. Justin's skin went cold at the sight. At their stunned silence, the High Cleric gave a sad smile. "Now you see why I've been eagerly awaiting a team from the Mont to arrive. The vault first appeared 4 months ago, and it has only grown stronger since." Alistair's face was pale. "And they have done nothing?"
What level is it now, High Cleric?
Level 13, he said somberly. It began at level 8, which is far beyond our capabilities as a church. I hope your party is equipped to face such dangers. 13.
So, this vault would be even tougher than the Guardian Pass, if only slightly. And of course, the nature of the danger could be very different.
What do you think? Eldrin asked the paladin.
Alistair gave an ironic laugh. Never have I seen so many vaults gather from the ether, and always in the very place we must be going. Something tells me the gods are playing with us. The High Cleric watched the paladin neutrally.
The gods test us for strength and faith, Sir Paladin, so that we may learn to rely on them.
Of course, Alistair said, his voice tinged with annoyance. And I suppose you didn't want to put out a general call to clear it, wanting to keep it within the church?
Theophilus nodded gravely. Yes, if the church is viewed as weak, it would harm our reputation. After all, ours is not the only faith competing for the hearts of men these days.
But you need access to the catacombs, and I need someone within the church to clear it.
This may be the providence of Arion himself.
Indeed, Alistair said, his voice tired. I hope you'll forgive us, Theophilus, but it's been an eventful week. If it's not too much trouble, we would camp here in the chapel, assuming the vault hasn't broken containment.
It has not, the High Cleric said, but I would urge you to reconsider. Though it hasn't broken containment, it could do so at any moment. Though it's rare for a level 13 vault, it has happened.
Justin frowned at yet another concept to learn about.
Broken containment?
Eldrin took it upon himself to explain.
When vaults become too strong or have stuck around too long, they can begin releasing nasty things. Monsters mostly, but sometimes even diseases or curses. The risk is quite low for a level 13 vault, but not unknown.
Indeed, Alistair said.
Then again, there is no safe place for us in all of Highcliffe, and this one seems to be about the safest. The vault should stay passive, at least for one more night.
The High Cleric looked at Alistair as if he were crazy, but in the end he conceded.
Of course, I will leave the decision to you. Tomorrow I can have Brother Eamon bring some breakfast and general supplies. It seems you could use both.
That would be most appreciated.
The High Cleric gave a small bow. I know not from what you flee, but I will have you know you are safe here. All are welcome in the Church of Light. We are ever a bastion against death and darkness. Take what rest and respite you can, and let me know tomorrow if you wish to exorcise us of this curse.
Alistair nodded. I shall do so. Thank you, High Cleric.
Unfortunately, given the danger of the vault, I must bar the chapel for the night. I will post Brother Eamon by the door just in case.
Do what you must, High Cleric, Alistair said. Good night. He withdrew, leaving the party alone. When the chapel door was closed, Justin could hear 2 heavy bars being placed behind the door. It was like 2 nails being driven into a coffin.
Glad I'm not claustrophobic, Lila said.
They made camp in the chapel above, setting up next to the heavy oak door. Within minutes, their bedrolls had been spread out.
Let's sleep, Alistair said. I can take the first watch.
I'll take second, Eldrin said.
Wake me in 3 hours.
With that, Justin, Lila, and Eldrin had settled down to sleep. Despite his exhaustion, Justin had difficulty drifting off. The thought of what might be released from the vault was unnerving. He could only imagine the many horrifying creatures that might emerge from the darkness. Spectral wraiths,
monstrous beasts, or even curses that could afflict them. The weight of the unknown pressed heavily on his mind. In the end, sleep won out. He took some solace in knowing that Alistair and Eldrin were well qualified to keep watch, and the fact that he would gain a level from his banked experience, which could prove crucial for the challenges ahead. 28. Decisions before the door. The Unitary School would have us believe the Creator Supreme is three beings in one: a Supreme Architect, a daughter made flesh, and a disembodied voice. Tell me then, is a craftsman his tools? Is an echo the same as the mountain it bounces from? The Solitary School holds, as ever, that Ayla was mortal, while Eyrth is but the Creator's will. To worship them alongside the Holy One is to kneel before shadows while calling it light. Edrin Volus, Reflections of the Pure Light. Justin awoke still tired, but that changed in an instant when he heard the voice in his mind. You have reached level 4. Your charm and wit mark you as a rising star on the grand stage of life. With your growing mastery of presence, there is no telling how far you might ascend. Justin felt the inspiration of those words, despite the dangers he knew lay ahead. You have 1 attribute point to distribute. Justin, at least this time, felt no temptation to put the point elsewhere. He locked it into charisma. Your charisma is now 15. Justin nodded, satisfied. Now it was time to unlock his next ability. As a level 4 Socialite, you have unlocked your next boon. Choose wisely. There is no going back. Justin checked out both options that were presented to him. Basic cane proficiency. With a touch of flair, you wield your cane as more than a mere accessory. Unlock basic techniques, allowing you to defend yourself with poise and fend off minor threats with confidence. Effortless eloquence. Whether in a ballroom or a battlefield, your wit never falters. The perfect phrase springs to your lips just when it is needed most, turning conversations into opportunities and obstacles into stepping stones. Justin stared at the 2 options hovering in his interface. On the surface, effortless eloquence was the obvious choice. It was flashy, undeniably in line with his socialite roots, and promised an edge in any social encounter. And in a world where the wrong word could get you killed, a little extra social grace never hurt. But as he mulled it over, a seed of doubt crept in. How would effortless eloquence hold up when steel was drawn, and the time for clever quips gave way to the brutal reality of combat? Justin found himself in that situation right now. Then there was basic cane proficiency. The description sounded more like something a fencing instructor would teach to an amateur on their first day. Couldn't he just learn that on his own with the right teacher? But the practicality was undeniable. Eyrth was a dangerous world. His cane had been his lifeline a few times already, and he had only just acquired it. And the boon would improve itself every 4 levels, allowing him to skip the hassle of training. Once he made it to level 20, it stood to reason that he might be a master of cane combat without ever putting in an hour of practice. This boon promised to shore up a glaring weakness. His cane wasn't just a weapon, it was part of his image, his style. If he was going to carry it, he might as well wield it with confidence. Justin exhaled slowly, the decision settling in his chest. Sometimes a gentleman has to get his hands dirty. You have chosen basic cane proficiency. A socialite's weapon is an extension of himself, elegant, versatile, and always ready. Your cane is no longer a prop, it is a promise. As Justin felt the voice depart, he summoned his character screen to see how close he was to level 5 and his next skill. Justin Talemaker, Class
Socialite. Level 4. Experience to level 5, 839 of 420. Level up available. Justin closed the interface. Now he knew exactly what Eldrin meant when he said the first level ups came quickly. Assuming Justin could keep himself alive, he would reach level 5 and even level 6 in no time at all. Justin rolled over to find that Lila was also waking up. No doubt she was level 4 too. "Coordination again?" Justin asked. She shook her head. "Endurance this time." "Whoa, don't go too crazy." "This vault has me scared," she said. "Please tell me you put your point in power or endurance this time." Justin felt unsure of himself for a moment. He'd locked it into charisma without hesitation, but maybe Lila was right. They had a level 13 vault ahead of them, after all. "Charisma," he admitted. "I just can't help myself." "You're going to get yourself killed. Plus, endurance will make travel easier. I can carry more stuff now." "Great. Would you mind taking the cookpot for me?" "Ha, hilarious, Justin." "Did you get a new boon?" Lila nodded. "It's called harmonic amplification. It doubles the buff of my bardic inspiration." "Wow, so +4 to any attribute?" She nodded. "That's right. Should come in handy, right? Though I'm not sure Alistair will want me to belt out a song in a quiet crypt." Justin chuckled at the image of it. "Speaking of, where is Alistair?" "Checking out the vault. I think they want to get started." "It's decided then." "Seems like it. All out of options." Justin supposed that much was true. He and Lila ate quickly, also packing the supplies the monks must have dropped off. That Justin hadn't even noticed their coming only spoke to his exhaustion. Once packed, they headed through the chapel, which was still unnerving, even with Alistair's light spell he'd set to float in the nave. He wondered if the rate of deterioration had been hastened by the proximity of the vault. 4 months couldn't make things look this bad. Justin and Lila went down the steps, finding both the paladin and the ranger just a few feet away from the vault entrance. Both of their expressions were quite severe, more so than Justin would have expected, even given the situation. "Is something wrong?" Justin asked. The two exchanged a glance before Eldrin addressed Justin. "It would be easier if you just examined the vault yourself." Justin and Lila looked at each other before approaching. As soon as Justin did so, the vault description appeared before him. "Vault discovered. The Crypt of King Alaric. Recommended party level, 15. Average party level, 10.75. Risk level, extremely dangerous. Your party is significantly below the recommended level. Catastrophic consequences, including severe injury or death, are highly probable. Proceed with extreme caution." Description: The crypt of the High King Alaric, within the famous and beautiful catacombs of Highcliffe, has been corrupted by the dark rituals of the cult of Morvath, the god of death. Once a place of rest for the beloved king, a renowned and powerful white wizard, the crypt has become a haven for death and darkness. The cultists have risen and venerated dead with necromantic magic, while twisting King Alaric's spirit toward unwholesome ends. To clear this vault, you must defeat the cultists, allowing the king's spirit to rest easy. The challenges within will test your resolve to confront your deepest fears and the vilest sorcery. Rewards upon completion. Experience. Scaled to each party member's level and individual contributions. Guaranteed silver tier item for each party member. Chance for a platinum tier artifact for 1 party member. Treasure. 10 gold crowns to be divided among the party. Do you accept the vault's challenge? Justin stepped back, his face pale. Recommended level 15? What the hell? I thought it was supposed to be 13. It changed overnight, Eldrin said somberly. Alistair was still quiet, still not having spoken. Justin had never seen him so solemn. It was easy to see he had been weighing the pros and cons of entering versus turning back, perhaps for hours. "I have another level up to process," Justin offered. "Lila, too. If we rest here another day, get our bearings, we might enter the vault in a better position. I stand to unlock a new skill." "The risk is too great," Alistair said. "We are likely to wake up and discover this vault is level 17, perhaps even level 20 or more." "It's growing exponentially," Eldrin said. "As you said last night, Alistair, it would seem the gods are playing with us." "We have no choice but to enter," he whispered. "No choice. A level 20 or more Shadowblade and all his classed followers, all knowing exactly where we are. Or the trials of a level 15 vault. The answer is straightforward, but it's not easier to decide." "We must prepare ourselves as best we can," Eldrin said. "I have some potions that can help edify Justin and Lila and improve their survivability. Combined, they'll increase endurance and power for a short time. They can use it if we ever get into any dangerous situations." "Those kinds of potions aren't cheap, Ranger, but I fear we have no choice." Eldrin reached into his pack, producing several vials and handing them out to both Lila and Justin. "Only drink them at need. The gray one, Ironroot Essence, will boost your power by 2 for 1 hour. The red one, Heartwood Elixir, will boost your endurance by the same. You have 1 of each. It's all I have." Justin nodded. "Thank you, Eldrin. I'll put them to good use." Lila nodded. "I'm scared, but I have my knives and my new amulet. Both should come in handy for this vault." Everyone was silent as they watched Alistair, who still seemed to be at war with himself. "I fear most for the safety of you 3. Nothing here should trouble me, but the challenge is to get through while losing no one. Even I could quickly become overwhelmed if caught unawares." "Not too late to turn back, if you judge it best," the ranger said. "It is at least daytime now. That should provide some shield against the undead out on the open road." "Nay," Alistair said. "We are here, and we have no choice. The strength of this vault could easily become overwhelming, threatening not just the Church of Light, but all of Highcliffe. It is our duty to clear it before it can become an even greater threat." "Not to mention the rewards," Lila said. "Let's not forget that." "Aye, a consideration to be sure," Eldrin said. "I'm surprised a platinum-tier artifact is being offered in a level 15 vault. At most, you'd see a gold at this level, and rarely at that." "Maybe the gods are trying to tempt us," Justin said. Eldrin grunted. "I wouldn't put it past them." "And a guaranteed silver-tier item to boot, not to mention the gold," Lila said. "I say we go for it." Justin wondered at Lila's confidence, but if last night was any sign, money was a huge motivator for her, which made sense given her debts. "Plus, Alistair has bonuses against the undead," Justin added. "I'm with Lila." Alistair let out a breath. "The wise know that the inexperienced speak loudly, for they have not yet faced the trials that temper steel into strength." He turned to face Justin and Lila, his blue eyes haunted. "We must proceed with caution and resolve." "Lead the way, Alistair," Eldrin said. The paladin took in the entire group. "This will be our most difficult trial yet. Follow every order without question. Not only do our lives depend upon it, but perhaps the lives of hundreds or even thousands of residents of Highcliffe. Our High Cleric friend did a foolish thing by not nipping this in the bud, reputation or not, and now he's in a terrible bind. We must always remember, reputation is dust when considering the lives of the innocent, who hold the sacred spark of life
gifted by the Creator.
The others nodded solemnly. Justin realized there was no one better to follow into this vault.
"We're right behind you, Alistair," he said. "We'll do everything you say."
Alistair gave a curt nod.
"That is well. My first order is to stay behind me. Eldrin, you bring up the rear. Let's approach. When ready, accept the vault's invitation."
Lila gave a firm nod. "Without risk, there is no glory or gain." Justin nodded. While Lila seemed confident, he couldn't kid himself. This one would be a doozy, and that was putting it lightly. As soon as he was about 5 paces from the vault, a notification appeared. "Welcome, brave adventurers. The crypt of King Alaric lies within. Do you accept the vault's challenge?" Justin clutched his cane tightly, hesitating only a moment before giving his mental assent. As soon as he did so, the stone door was thrown back, revealing a long, decrepit staircase descending into darkness, the only illumination being various magically lit candelabra placed at irregular intervals within alcoves in the walls. A cold, dry wind, smelling of must and decay, escaped into the chapel. "You have accepted the challenge of the vault of the crypt of King Alaric. May courage be your guide, and your resolve be your shield. Good luck, brave adventurers, and remember, a life well lived is the greatest treasure of all." As one, the party of 4 entered the catacombs of Highcliffe. 29. Descent into the Catacombs. The catacombs of Highcliffe are often overlooked as one of the world's great wonders, a mistake born of ignorance. Its 12 levels, masterful pillars, and the Hall of Heroes, with its 100 statues, are marvels of craftsmanship. Yet, it is also a tragedy. The builders, at the height of Highcliffe's glory days, made the perennial mistake of all great empires. They believed they were creating an eternal legacy, never imagining a time when no one would remain to tend it. Chronicler Elisar Vane, When Empires Fall, A History of the Aftermath. The party began its descent into the catacombs of Highcliffe, down a long, winding staircase carved into ancient stone. The steps, worn smooth by countless years, spiraled downward into the darkness. Within minutes, the candelabras had extinguished themselves, leaving only Alistair's Creator's light to illuminate the path ahead. As they descended, the air grew cooler and heavier, carrying the faint mustiness of long-sealed tombs. Justin observed the ancient carvings and inscriptions along the walls, depicting the history of Highcliffe. Scenes of battles, peace treaties, and moments of royal court life unfurled before him, offering glimpses into a past long gone. Quite a few seemed to show a fair-haired king sitting on a throne, wearing vestments of sky blue, bearing a scepter in his hand and a crown upon his head. Of note was also a glittering amulet that shone with the 6 lights of each attribute, those lights depicted with various colored jewels etched into the artwork. Though Justin couldn't say for sure, he was certain the figure presented was King Alaric himself. The descent felt interminable, each step echoing softly in the enclosed space. Justin couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching them from the shadows. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, they reached the bottom, and the party looked around in awe at a vast hall of marble and pillars. So vast was it that Alistair's Creator's light couldn't even reach the ceiling, nor see too deeply into the forest of columns.
"Major Moria vibes," Justin said.
"A place from your world?" Lila asked.
"Yeah, I guess you could say that."
Alistair turned his head back, giving them what Justin could only describe as the look. Justin resolved to keep his lips sealed. The hall was breathtaking, a testament to the grandeur of a bygone era. Eldrin had mentioned Highcliffe was once a rich trade city with a grander past, but Justin hadn't expected this. High ceilings soared above, supported by intricately carved marble pillars, each a masterpiece of craftsmanship. Statues of ancient heroes and imposing gargoyles lined the walls, their glinting ruby eyes seeming to follow the party's every movement. The floor was a mosaic of variously colored marbles, meticulously depicting scenes of Highcliffe's past royalty, many dedicating themselves to King Alaric's life. He led armies into battle, offered mercy to the defeated, and embodied ideals of justice and compassion. And in nearly every representation he wore that same amulet with the 6 colored jewels. "What is that amulet he's wearing?" Justin whispered, unable to help himself. No one answered him, and Justin figured that was their way of getting him to shut up. Along the columns were sarcophagi on raised pedestals, the last resting places for the nobility and heroes of Highcliffe, each adorned with inscriptions and carvings telling of their deeds and lineage. Scanning a few of the lines, they seemed to be written in an archaic form of Aranthean. They were hardly decipherable. While the hall's splendor was undeniable, there was a pervasive chill, an unease that hung in the air. Justin was certain it had something to do with the cultists and their death magic. Speaking of, where were those cultists anyway? Justin had so many questions, but he had to keep them to himself. This god of death was definitely not a part of the pantheon of the Church of Light. Bad guy material, then. Maybe the foil to the creator, whoever they were. At last, the columns seemed to end, a square doorway of marble appearing at the end of the hall. Justin couldn't perfectly decipher the writing above it, but he definitely recognized the word Alaric. They were heading the right way. As they proceeded, the temperature seemed to drop further. Shadows danced ominously in the corners of the room, flickering from the orb of light shining above them. Eldrin turned to them all, letting them know that something was about to happen. Justin remembered his class boon, Ranger's intuition, which gave him an uncanny knack for knowing when danger was imminent. Justin gripped his cane tightly. It was then that the first signs of movement caught Justin's eyes. Shambling figures emerging from the darkness between the pillars and mausoleums. Stumbling into view were skeletal warriors, their bones clad in ancient rusted armor, along with zombies whose decayed flesh barely clung to their frames. The undead, with hollow eyes and jerky movements, were surrounded by an aura of darkness, bearing weapons as aged and brittle as they were. The party sprang into action. As Justin twirled his cane, Alastair leaped and landed directly in the middle of the mob, instantly drawing their attention. As they charged at him, he let out a roar, swinging his hammer in a wide arc that instantly smote the first wave of attackers. Flames of life covered their bodies, a true awesome sight. As they screeched in dismay, Justin felt no heat from those flames. Apparently, they only affected the undead. With the pressure taken off the rest of the party, the others engaged. Lila's knives flashed, focusing on the zombies' heads. Justin used his cane, finding the blade was quite effective at stabbing through the zombies' faces, or just below the base of the skull. Despite his fear, it was easy to fight when all the attention was off him. The movements seemed to come easier, likely a product of his cane proficiency boon. Eldrin swung his longsword, easily lopping off the heads of skeletons and zombies alike. The air was filled with the sound of clattering bones and the dull thuds of falling corpses. As the last of the undead crumbled, the party took a moment to catch their breath. Looking around at their handiwork, there were at least 30 or 40 undead. Without Alastair, who'd racked up well over half of the kills, it was obvious the party would have been overwhelmed. Glad we have a tank, Justin said, trying to lighten the mood. Is everyone all right? Eldrin asked. Not a scratch, Lila said. Her knives had already been retrieved and were secured in the holsters strapped to her thighs. Justin raised his hand as if he were in a classroom. Question. So, if a zombie bites you or something, do you turn into a zombie too? The others looked at him in confusion. Nay, Alistair answered. It requires death magic to be turned, and you must first be dead yourself. However, with the mark given to you by the Baron, this would be your fate should the worst happen. Although your undeath would be markedly different. Different how? Justin was afraid to ask, his stomach twisting just knowing there was a worse fate than becoming a zombie. It had been 3 risings of the moon since receiving the death mark. While he didn't feel any different, he was all too aware of it. Then I just have to stay alive. The 6 willing, Alistair said. And the Creator, Justin added. Alistair frowned at this, and Justin wasn't sure why. Perhaps invoking the Creator's name was out of place or disrespectful in this context? So many questions about this world, too few answers. If he had a pen and paper, he could make a long list. Whatever the case, the immediate threat had been neutralized. We are getting closer to the crypt itself, Alistair said, his voice low. Stay by me. The others nodded and proceeded through the doorway, down a wide, curving staircase that led deeper into the catacombs. Justin soon realized that this staircase, circling down into darkness, gave access to lower levels of the catacombs, each deeper than the last. From time to time, Alistair would pause at each landing, reading inscriptions that detailed who exactly was buried on each level. But each time they continued down to the next level, deeper and deeper underground. The first levels seemed more crowded, filled with the remains of commoners, their skeletons clearly visible in loculi within the walls, with the next levels becoming more ornate, with more generous tombs and individual details. Clearly, the lower one went, the more important the deceased were, and it became easy to guess just where King Alaric would be laid to rest, given his importance. As they descended, Eldrin held up a hand to signal that danger lay ahead. They rounded the final spire as quietly as possible, finding before them a smaller chamber, dimly lit by a few flickering candles. In the center stood a female figure, clad in black robes, on the front of which was embroidered a skeletal hand grasping a wilting white flower, which had to symbolize the god of death. She was chanting in a low, guttural voice in some indeterminate tongue, and before her lay a row of 6 corpses, adorned in richer clothing and robes. The cultist of Morvath was completely oblivious to their entrance, engrossed in her dark ritual. The surrounding air crackled with dark magic. Quick as a flash, Eldrin raised his longbow, nocking an arrow. At a nod from Alistair, he let loose with a twang. The arrow flew true toward the cultist's head. But somehow sensing the intrusion, the cultist cast a ward of dark magic, and the arrow clattered to the stones beneath her feet. Alistair charged, giving a running leap with his hammer extended. From the distance and speed with which he jumped, Justin knew he had to be using a skill of some sort. Just as the cultist raised her arms, ghostly apparitions issued from the bodies before her, swirling as she stepped back. Wraiths, Eldrin warned. The wraiths were ghastly, their spectral forms shifting between solidity and intangibility. They bore grotesque faces, which Justin could only assume was a macabre mockery of their former selves. Their semi-solid forms hinted that physical attacks might work, but it might be difficult to inflict damage. Alistair landed hard among the specters, drawing their attacks. Flashes of red light glanced off his armor as the wraiths attacked him. The paladin brightened his creator's light, which slowed the wraith's movements. Eldrin wove among the specters, his sword doing some work, but the attacks were mostly ineffective. Lila threw her knives from a distance, each one sinking into one of the closer wraiths. The knives only seemed to annoy the creature, which turned its attention to them. Justin stood next to her, cane twirling as the specter floated toward them. "Justin!" Lila cried. The wraith advanced, and with a blood-curdling screech, lunged at Justin, ethereal jaws agape. His gentleman's rebuff was still on cooldown, so Justin had to make the best of it. He raised his cane, keeping his eye on the ghost as he gave his weapon a mighty swing. Much to Justin's surprise, he knocked the wraith back a suitable distance, the weapon's tip flashing yellow. Eldrin spun fiercely, wailing on the creature with his sword. He drew the wraith's attention, but from the look of things it seemed to be an even match. Justin charged forward, joining in Eldrin's attack. Lila's voice pierced the din. "Justin! Eldrin! Duck!" Justin immediately dropped to the stone floor, and as soon as he did, 6 whistling knives flew overhead, each burying themselves in the wraith before sinking through its body and clattering to the floor. The wraith advanced toward Justin, who stood between it and Lila. Justin gave it a strong thwack with his cane. While the attack connected, flashing yellow at the point of contact, it did little. The entity floated forward, surrounding Justin with its frigid, spectral force. Justin felt a horrible cold and despair, such as he had never known. Just as his vision began to go dark, a strange sensation surged within him, a resistance that miraculously forced the wraith back with a screech. Justin had no time to ponder this. He followed the wraith, which was now outright fleeing from him. With newfound confidence, he chased it down, slapping it repeatedly with his cane. "Take that, and that, foul specter!" The wraith screeched in both pain and fear, especially as Justin cornered it in the chamber. He wailed on it repeatedly, rage fueling his attacks, until it was reduced to almost nothing. Destroying it took far longer than Justin would have liked. Again, his cane flashed yellow with each strike, and it took him a moment to realize that it was from the enchantment. Lila's knives and Eldrin's sword seemed to go through the wraith at least half the time, not finding purchase. Eventually, the wraith collapsed into a puff of blue smoke. Justin, panting, turned around to find that the rest of the wraiths had already been dealt with, a low blue fog hanging over the stones. The cultist's head had been smashed to a pulp, thanks to Alistair's hammer. Alistair was watching him curiously, while Eldrin nodded in respect. Lila's green eyes were wide. "It was afraid of me!" Justin exclaimed. Alistair came to stand by him. "It would seem it feared the Baron's mark. Wraiths like this feed on the living, draining the spark of life from one's core. If successful, the victim is doomed to become just like them. The Baron's mark of death may have helped you, at least in this situation. It is not you they fear, but him." It was a sobering reminder of just how powerful the Baron was. Justin suppressed a shudder. "This happened with Zarmund, too," Justin mused. "Maybe it's a blessing in disguise." "It is no blessing, I assure you," the Paladin said. "Now, fully mature, the mark will be detectable by the Baron himself if he gets close enough. Given the extent of the situation, it wouldn't surprise me if he made his own way to Highcliffe soon. We must be well away from the city before that happens." The party took a moment to regroup. The air was thick with the acrid tang of the specter's remains, which were thankfully now dissipating. "Glad we got that taken care of," Justin said. "Where's our prize?" Eldrin snorted. "Prize? We're just getting started, lad." Justin frowned. "Wait, that wasn't the boss fight?" "Nay," Alistair said. "That was a lackey at best. A death mage of middling level. About equivalent to Zarmund, if I had to guess." Zaramund was the boss last time? We are now in a level 15 vault, Eldrin said quietly. The boss, as you put it, is now just another goon. Justin gulped. Yikes. For the first time, Justin took stock of just what the cultist had been defending. They stood before a grand door, wrought of what seemed to be pure gold. It was a magnificent piece of craftsmanship and art, intricately carved with scenes from King Alaric's life. The images depicted his coronation, his battles to defend Highcliffe, and moments of wisdom where he sat in council, dispensing justice and mercy. Above, King Alaric himself was a majestic eagle in flight, the symbol of the city of Highcliffe. Above the door, an inscription read, Here lies interred Alaric, good king of Highcliffe, a king just and balanced, beloved of the people, guardian of the realm, protector of the peace, wise wielder of the magic of life. In death he doth rest with honor. Never shall his like be seen again. The door stood slightly ajar, a sliver of darkness visible through the crack. Alistair sighed sadly. They say good King Alaric was one of the most powerful white wizards to live on Eyrth, and besides that he had mastered the blade. It is ill indeed that the cult of Morvath has so perverted his legacy. Arion willing, that won't be true for much longer, Eldrin said. Aye, Ranger, Alistair said. The Six will it so. Justin remained silent, still shaken from the battle. He still couldn't get over the fact that they hadn't even reached the main boss yet. Once again, he'd only survived by luck and forces beyond his control. His gentleman's rebuff was gone, and the death mark had kept that wraith from absorbing his life force. But maybe there was something to this death mark. Despite what Alistair said, it might allow him to take risks the others couldn't, at least regarding monsters that wanted to feed on his so-called spark of life. It was something to keep in his back pocket, perhaps. At last, Alistair shifted on his feet, steeling himself for what lay ahead. I don't know what lies beyond this door, but I know it will test us dearly. Lila, Justin, remember your potions. Take them as soon as the final battle starts. I would take no risks. Will do, Justin said. Lila's response was a firm nod. We stand behind you, Paladin, Eldrin said. Lead on. Alistair started forward, slipping through the crack through which a cold draught wafted, carrying the faint smell of decay mixed with an oddly sweet scent. Justin shivered. It was as if death itself lay just beyond this door, waiting for them to step through. 30. Puzzles in the Crypt. Adventuring is a hard business. The vaults promise riches, glory, and relics of untold power, and every would-be hero dreams of claiming them. But when you factor in the cost of travel, the endless supplies of potions, splitting the loot, and even bribes and dues paid to local officials or guilds, the whole endeavor starts to look less like a heroic quest and more like a reckless investment. For every adventurer who strikes it big, 10 more come back broke or broken, or not at all. Vault Runner Tharic Wren, An Adventurer's Guide to Vaults. As the party stepped through the golden door, a short passageway led into a vast chamber with an austere feel. In the center of the stone floor was an empty square, with a slight depression about 3 or 4 inches deep. There were 6 rectangular slots in that square, like missing jigsaw pieces. On the left and right-hand walls were 6 rectangular stone reliefs, each depicting a scene from Alaric's life. Eldrin was the first to approach the panels, surveying them. Justin and the rest followed. "What are we supposed to do?" Justin asked. The ranger frowned. "It seems we need to arrange these reliefs on the wall in the correct order to proceed." "What kind of order?" Lila asked. "Chronologically, I would assume." Justin took his time examining each scene. The first clearly depicted some sort of war or battle filled with chaos and conflict. Alaric's face was grim as he faced an army with his sword raised high and golden magic covering his other hand. He wore the same amulet Justin had noticed upon first entering the catacombs, with the 6 colored jewels. The second relief showed the king much younger, receiving a crown and scepter, with subjects bowing before him. Again he was wearing the amulet. The third showed what appeared to be a death scene, the king lying peacefully with flowers, surrounded by mourners and, of course, the amulet around his neck. The fourth showed Alaric sitting on his throne, surrounded by scholars, warriors, and citizens, with a crown of jewels set in gold, along with the amulet. The fifth showed Alaric and the amulet shaking hands with a foreign ruler, the scene radiating calm, with doves flying in the background alongside the eagle of Highcliffe. Last of all was a scene of what had to be his birth, or perhaps the birth of one of his own children, showing the royal family rejoicing. The resemblance of the baby to Alaric in the other images was striking, but not definitive. "These look familiar," Lila mused at last. Eldrin nodded, his expression thoughtful. "Yes, I remember seeing all of them as we descended, and I'm certain they were shown in a particular order, an order we must recreate on the floor over there." "This isn't familiar to me," Alistair said. "I was looking out for threats. If I had known—" He trailed off, clearly regretting not paying closer attention. "So, left to right on the floor over there?" Justin suggested. "Pictures 1 through 3 will go on top, and 4 through 6 will go on the bottom?" "That's right," Eldrin confirmed. He approached the birth scene. "This one seems likely to be our first." "How do we know it's first?" Lila asked, her voice tinged with concern. "That could be him as a father with the birth of a son." Eldrin pondered this. "Well, the background shows symbols of new beginnings and prosperity, which are traditional for birth scenes. You can see the rising sun, a common emblem for the start of life, and the abundant flowers and green vines, which often symbolize growth and potential." "Damn, Eldrin," Justin said. "Did you take an art history course?" He cracked a smile. "Never underestimate the value of a well-rounded education, even for a ranger." "He's also not wearing the amulet in that one," Justin said. "He is in all the others." "More to the point and definitive," Eldrin said. "The amulet is clearly important to him." "This begs the question," Lila said. "What happens if we get this wrong? Instant death?" "That's hard to say," Alistair replied. "Something bad, that's for certain." "Okay, birth first. Then what?" Lila asked. "Likely the coronation scene," Eldrin said. "He looks quite young there." "Birth and then coronation," Lila repeated. "Death obviously would be last, which leaves the war, the one with the scholars, and the one where he's shaking hands." "He's likely brokering a peace in the handshaking one," Justin suggested. "That would naturally come after the war. The doves are an obvious symbol of peace." "I think you're right," Eldrin agreed. "So I think we have the right of it so far. We just need to place the court scene." Lila thought about it. "It could be a council debating going to war, which would place it third." Justin considered this. "Highcliffe is known for its golden age, right? That scene could represent the prosperity and wisdom that followed the war. There are scholars in it, after all." Eldrin thought about it, weighing the merits of both arguments. The court scene seems more like a time of peace and governance, possibly before the war. Let's place it there. Justin didn't agree, but he also didn't want to be a pedant. There were merits to both arguments. Let's give it a go then. They moved the panels into position, everything going smoothly for the first 2 scenes. However, when they placed the 3rd panel, it instantly popped out, as if the grooves were rejecting it. "Uh-oh," Justin said. A loud rumble shook the chamber, followed by hidden doors sliding open, unleashing a horde of zombies and skeletons into the room. "Brace yourselves," Alistair shouted, drawing his hammer. The following moments were pure chaos. Justin found himself face to face with a skeleton wielding a rusty sword. He parried the blows with his cane, doing his best to keep it at a distance. With an adroit maneuver, he knocked the skeleton's head off, but not before a zombie grabbed his arm, taking a vicious bite with sharp teeth. Justin screamed as red-hot pains seared up his arm. Lila was there in an instant, her knives flashing as she buried them both in the back of the zombie's head. Justin felt himself being pulled to the center as his 3 companions surrounded him. Blood gushed from the wound as his vision went hazy. The sight and smell of blood seemed to drive the undead into a frenzy. It was all Justin could do to keep his feet. About a minute later, the rest of the undead had been taken care of. As soon as the threat was neutralized, Alistair turned, wrapping Justin's wound with golden magic. It felt as if he had been plunged into ice water, but it brought relief as his flesh was knitted anew. All the same, he felt a burning sensation just beneath his skin. He tried not to think about what nasty bacteria might have been lingering in that zombie's decaying mouth. Eldrin pushed a potion into his hand, green in hue. Draught of Viridian. It will fight off even the most potent infections. Justin downed it. The taste was truly vile. "Thanks." He chased it with a swig of water from his canteen, the aftertaste stubbornly clinging on. The group was panting, exhausted, and Justin could still feel the sting of the wound. Hopefully, Eldrin's potion would do its work. "We got it wrong," Eldrin said, frustration clear in his voice. "But now we know that one likely comes after the war scene and the peace scene." "Let's move these bodies off the puzzle," Alistair said. "Then we can proceed." They did so, Justin not relishing the task. This time they had to get it completely right. He might not survive another fight like this. "War is next," Eldrin said, confidence returning. "I'm sure of it." "Let's do it," Alistair agreed. They moved the war piece into place, and it clicked agreeably. "Yes," Lila said. "Not out of the woods yet," Justin said. "Peace," Eldrin said, moving the corresponding panel into place. As expected, it clicked in perfectly. Now, only the court scene and the death scene remained, and it was pretty easy to figure out the order. They moved the court scene into place, and it clicked perfectly. Finally, they placed the death scene. Once all the pieces were in place, the entire puzzle glowed green, while the sound of stone grinding against stone filled the chamber. The door at the far end of the room began to open. Justin smiled, relieved. "We did it!" Eldrin wiped the sweat from his brow. "Barely. One more mistake might have finished us." Lila managed a small smile. "At least we got it right before the end." Alistair nodded. "It's time to move on. This is just going to get tougher." They followed a short corridor into another vast chamber, this one illuminated by a soft, ethereal glow. The light seemed to emanate from a massive statue at the far end of the room. The statue depicted King Alaric in a regal pose, his expression stern and noble, as if gazing down at his subjects with both wisdom and authority. In his right hand he held a sword pointed downward, its tip aimed at a spot just above where a person's head might be. The chamber was eerily silent, the only thing being the faint echo of their footsteps on the stone floor. As they approached, Alastair's creator's light revealed a gruesome sight previously missed in the room's shadowy corners. 5 dead cultists, their bodies bloody and contorted, as if they had been impaled by an unseen force. The blood pooled beneath them was dark, weeks or even months old. Their collective smell was musty, with a faint, sweet scent of decay. Justin's stomach churned. This doesn't look promising. Alastair nodded, his expression grim. There's no telling what dark magic might be at play here. The party stood in a semicircle around the statue, from time to time eyeing the lifeless cultists warily. Suddenly, a green aura formed beneath the sword's tip, expanding into a circle large enough for a person to stand in. As the aura brightened, an ethereal voice echoed through the chamber, clear and commanding. A gift unasked. Some get less, others more. It binds us all from first to final door. But the only question for which you should care is whether you've spent me with joy or despair. The riddle hung in the air. It was unmistakably King Alaric, or rather his spirit. Eldrin was the first to speak. It seems we must answer the riddle to proceed, but we must choose our answer carefully. The fate of these cultists suggests the consequences of a wrong answer. Alastair nodded. Indeed, it seems we have as many chances as we have party members, although losing anyone would be grievous. Lila glanced at the cultists, her expression set. I'll go first. Alastair and Eldrin are more pivotal to clearing the vault. What about me? Justin asked. Arguably, I'm less pivotal than you. Lila ignored the question, and he didn't like that. He felt a pang of fear at the thought of losing her. Lila, we need to think this through. If I die, at least I'll still be alive, in a manner of speaking, assuming the Baron's mark makes me undead. That is not a possibility, Alastair said grimly. Lila shrugged. If I get it wrong, at least we know what not to say. Eldrin considered the riddle, frowning. Whatever the case, we can probably discuss it among ourselves, as one of us must enter the light to give an answer. True enough, Alastair said. Any ideas? Justin pondered it. Normally he was pretty decent at riddles, but of course, coming up with an answer with someone's life on the line had a way of muddling things. The riddle felt like it should be obvious, but the answer eluded him. I'll start, Eldrin said. The riddle speaks of something given to everyone, binding us all together. It could be something like time or perhaps fate. Alastair shook his head. No, it must be something more personal. Can time be said to be truly a gift, or fate? Fair points, the ranger conceded. Lila stepped forward, her face thoughtful. Maybe it's money. Everyone gets different amounts, and it definitely influences how we live our lives. It's certainly influenced how I've lived mine. You'd be a fool to spend it poorly and wise to spend it well, either giving you joy or despair. Eldrin nodded. That's a possibility. But does money really bind us all together? There are societies that do without money. In that way, the riddle doesn't fit. Alastair spoke up. It could be duty or responsibility. We all have different duties, and our lives are often shaped by them. Justin listened, his mind racing. Each suggestion seemed plausible, yet something about them felt off. The line about joy or despair particularly stood out to him. But an hour ticked by, and then 2. They couldn't afford to spend more time on this riddle with the Baron's men skulking outside the city walls. Thankfully, there didn't seem to be any sort of time limit. By now, Gareth had certainly figured out they were no longer staying in the inn, and they hadn't left the city. Eventually, they'd put two and two together, erasing their advantage. At last, Alistair's face relaxed. It's money. It must be. Everyone looked up, considering it. Indeed, of the couple of dozen answers they'd contemplated, it seemed to fit best. Money was a common element in all their lives, and perhaps at the time the riddle was devised, they hadn't considered other cultures that didn't use it. Justin, however, couldn't shake the feeling that money was too materialistic for someone like good King Alaric, and yet he had nothing better. "Shouldn't we think about it some more?" he asked. "This is important. A life is on the line, Lila's life." "Time is pressing," Alistair said. "We've dedicated 2 hours to this riddle, and we can scarcely dedicate one more. If we think it out any longer, our brains are liable to turn to mush." "That's better than one of us dying." "Better than all of us dying," Lila said. "The Baron's men can't be given any more time to find us than they already have." "That begs the question," Eldrin said. "Who will answer? You mentioned yourself, Lila, but to make things fair, I would let fate decide." He produced a silver mark from his pocket. On one side was the head of some unknown historical figure, while on the other, a hexagon denoting the 6 attributes. The ranger gave a playful yet sad smile. "Heads or tails?" "So, to be clear, the winner is the one who goes to answer." "Yes," Eldrin said. "Tails," Lila said. As soon as the word escaped her lips, Eldrin flicked the coin up, allowing it to land on the stone. When tails stood revealed, Justin's heart dropped. Lila only smiled. "It's only fitting. Money was my answer, and money decided it." The ranger smiled. "Good luck." No one said anything, and she turned slowly and walked toward the green aura. Justin wanted to say something, anything, but the words were caught in his throat. Deep down, he knew the answer was wrong. He needed to think quickly. His heart pounded, and he felt as if he might throw up. In seconds, Lila would be dead. He knew it. He ran up to her. "Lila!" She slowed, but didn't stop walking, set on her goal. He caught her by the arm. She tried to shirk his grasp, but he didn't let go. "Justin, you must let me go." "Please, there are things I'd like to say first." Tears welled in her eyes. "You're making this more difficult than it needs to be." "I know. Will you give me just a moment?" She gave the barest of nods. "Yes, as long as you let me go after you're done." "I will," he promised. Now what? He hesitated, struggling to find the right words. "Some people make life worth living. Life is hard enough as it is, but it's the people we share it with that bind us together. None of us asked to be here, but because we are..." He trailed off. "It's people like you who make life worth living." "Stop," she said. "How am I supposed to do this when you say things like that? It has to be me, Justin." He smiled. Before she could respond, he brushed past her toward the aura. He had it. "Justin," Alistair ordered. "Justin, stop this instant!" "Sorry," Justin said, a determined edge in his voice. "That's one order I'm going to have to disobey." He heard the paladin's armor clanking as he ran forward to restrain him, but Justin was too close now. He stepped into the green aura and was locked in. Alistair reached the edge of the light and, with a quick swing of his hammer, tried to break it. The weapon only rebounded and clattered onto the stone floor. "Justin, you know not what you've done," Alistair said. His blue eyes were fearful, close to tears even. "If you die..." He trailed off, not finishing. Eldrin just looked at him in shock, and it seemed like death itself was written on his face. Only Lila's face was filled with hope. Like Justin, she knew the answer. And unlike the others, she knew he knew. But he wouldn't know for sure until he answered. Justin turned to face the statue, feeling the weight of the moment. He looked up at the sword, just inches from his face, and smiled. Life. There was a brief silence. Then the sword lifted, and a resounding click echoed through the chamber, as the doorway beyond was unlocked and rolled back. The green aura vanished, and the others looked at him in awe. Life, Alistair said, a note of admiration in his voice. Of course it's life, what I swore to defend. So simple, so elegant, it fits the riddle perfectly. Justin nodded, relief washing over him. Alaric was a white wizard, and the riddle talks about something everyone has, though to different extents. The true value of life isn't in wealth or duty, but in how you live it. More than that, these cultists serve the god of death, the ultimate perversion of everything Alaric stood for. It makes sense they guessed wrong 5 times. Life was the only answer that fit every part of the riddle. Eldrin hummed thoughtfully. Well said. The question of joy or despair speaks to the quality of one's life, not just the material aspects. Good King Alaric would have valued life more than anything else, including money. He gave Justin a respectful nod. Sharp thinking, lad. Lila, looking pale but relieved, embraced Justin. How did you figure it out? He smiled, shaking his head. I didn't. I just wanted to stop you and started talking to drag it out. That's when the answer came to me. Well, this isn't over yet, she said. But it's a good start. Justin had another epiphany. Even the vault description hinted at the answer. A life well lived is the greatest treasure of all. Let's press on, Alistair said. We should save our congratulations for when the vault is cleared and Alaric's spirit rests easy. I think the last trial is before us. The air around them felt lighter, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. The door behind the statue now stood open, revealing a passageway leading to the next chamber. They advanced, Alistair in the lead with his hammer, Eldrin with his bow, Lila with her knives, and Justin with his cane. It was time to clear this vault and get the hell out of Highcliffe. 31. A King and Queen. Summoners are the most dangerous class to mortal civilization. They don't merely gamble with their own souls, they gamble with ours as well. For when the chains of their summoned entities slip, as they eventually do, it's never just the summoner who pays the price. Erinal Sharion, a treatise on the magical classes. As the party stepped into what Alistair had suggested was the last chamber, they were met with a scene of solemn grandeur. The room was vast, dominated by a majestic sarcophagus at its center. A dark, pulsating energy surrounded the sarcophagus, casting a sinister glow over the room and filling the space with an eerie hum. The malevolent force at work sent a shiver down Justin's spine. This was the heart of the crypt, the final resting place of the great King Alaric, now desecrated by dark rituals. Yes, Justin mused, classic boss room material. At the foot of the sarcophagus stood a figure cloaked in dark robes, facing away from the party. A stream of dark magic tethered him to the sarcophagus. As they approached, the figure turned, revealing a gaunt, pale face with eyes that glowed with cold, malevolent light. His robes, like the other cultists, bore the insignia of a skeletal hand grasping a wilting white flower, and he grasped a dark staff, at the head of which was a red demonic skull. Who dare disturb the meditations of the dread summoner Malachor?
he intoned, his voice low and menacing. Great, Justin muttered. He refers to himself in the third person. Malakor's eyes narrowed as he smiled faintly. Ah, a fellow practitioner of the magic of death. Why would one such as you ally yourself with these life-loving fools? I'm not really a practitioner of death magic, more of a dabbler, really. Malakor looked like he was about to blow some more hot air, so Justin figured it was the perfect opportunity to down his potions. He reached into his pouch, uncorking the first of them. The pop echoed loudly through the chamber, along with Justin's gulps. The ironwood essence tasted almost like blood. As he put the empty vial back, Lila followed his example, probably realizing this would be her last chance to edify herself for the fight. Next, Justin downed the heartwood elixir. This one was woody but had a pleasant bite, even with notes of umami. As both potions worked, he felt strength and power enter his limbs. Ah, much better. Now, where were we? Malakor's expression darkened. Such insolence. Well, you wouldn't be the first. As if a couple of potions could save you. All of my companions perished to bring me here, but it was a small price to pay. They have joined my master in the Netherrealm, while I have gained an even greater prize. You talk too much, Alistair said, stepping forward with his hammer. But Malakor raised his hand, sending him flying back with a telekinetic push. Alistair recovered quickly, hammer in hand, ready to strike. Fool, the vault grants me this moment to speak, and you will listen. Behold. With a dramatic gesture, the sarcophagus burst open. The party stepped back as the amulet, the same one Justin had seen in the artwork, floated from the skeletal neck of King Alaric. The amulet affixed itself around Malakor's neck as dark magic swirled around him. Lo, I now possess the Amulet of Equilibrium, King Alaric's most treasured artifact, the source of his power and wisdom. As he held up the amulet, its 6 colored gems glinted ominously in the dim light. The party tensed, uncertain of the artifact's power, but Justin was sure it was formidable. With the power of the amulet, I will transcend mortal limits. Weep now, foolish life-worshippers, as I summon a servant fit for a king's tomb. Malakor raised his hands, chanting in a guttural, otherworldly language. The air itself darkened as a portal opened, revealing an abyss of pure black. From this void, a monstrous form began to coalesce. A towering undead demon emerged, its skeletal wings stretching wide as it let out a bone-chilling roar. It was a grotesque fusion of a giant skeleton and a zombie, with a fetid face and a torso that combined exposed bones with patches of decaying flesh. The creature's eyes burned with green fire, casting an eerie glow around the chamber. In one clawed hand, it wielded a massive, jagged sword. There were no pithy words Justin could muster to downplay the situation. He felt a moment of panic, even pissing his pants slightly as the demon's wings fluttered, filling the chamber with an aura of death and decay. The very air seemed to rot under its presence, making it hard to breathe. Justin glanced at his companions. Their faces were set in grim determination. This was it. Within seconds, the battle would begin. With a flourish and a decidedly evil laugh, Malakor lowered his hands, and the demon advanced on its insect-like legs. Alistair led the charge, his hammer glowing with holy light as he struck the demon's legs with a wide, sweeping attack, attempting to bring it down quickly. The demon screeched as several legs were lopped off and engulfed in holy flames. The demon swung its jagged, oversized sword, but Alistair surrounded himself in an aura of golden light, tanking the blow entirely.
His hammer then glowed with red, latent power as he slammed it into the demon's midsection. The demon reeled from the impact as Alastair followed it up with several further strikes, sending waves of holy fire rippling through the monster. As Eldrin loosed arrows and Lila threw knives, Justin wondered what he should do. So he activated his dandy swagger, strutting like a peacock in a full display. Yellow magic surrounded him, infusing his allies and temporarily boosting everyone's charisma. It seemed useless in a direct fight, but it was something. Perhaps the only thing he could do without risking immediate death. But maybe it wasn't entirely useless, because now Alastair was fighting with increased confidence, while Lila and Eldrin moved with more vigor. Justin couldn't help but crack a smile. Alastair had been wrong. The solution wasn't less dancing, it was more dancing. And not only that, but Justin felt an insane surge of confidence from the skill. Twirling his cane, he edged closer to the beast, positioning himself behind Eldrin and Lila, who were continuing to deal steady ranged damage while Alastair took on the role of the tank. Malachor, meanwhile, lurked behind his demon, casting dark magic to support it, presumably healing or buffing it. A classic summoner, then, Justin thought derisively. Hiding in the shadows and letting his minion take the hits was not how a gentleman should fight. If there were a way Justin could sneak up on Malachor, this fight could be over in a jiff. Reel it back, he thought. The swagger is making you a bit too confident. Instead, Justin stood next to Eldrin, who was shooting arrows with uncanny accuracy, targeting the demon's eyes and joints. Lila moved with a dancer's grace, darting around the demon, her knives flashing as she aimed for weak spots. She deftly avoided the demon's sword and wings, and every time she ran out of knives, she simply held out her hand to recall them. Justin remembered that his swagger would also give the demon a charisma malus. With his +1 boost from his cane of Valoria, his current charisma was actually at 18, a respectable number. Coupled with the demon's -2 charisma penalty, perhaps a well-placed poison barb would be the ticket. Justin cleared his throat. What are you, a failed science experiment? I've seen scarier things on a haunted house ride at the county fair. The demon seemed to hesitate for a moment, probably more confused than anything else. But this hesitation, however slight, allowed Alastair to land a pivotal hit, driving the demon further into the chamber's corner. But despite their combined efforts, the demon was incredibly resilient. Its tough, leathery hide and death magic defenses, bolstered by Malachor, deflected much of the damage. Alastair's hammer, though powerful, seemed to have a limited effect, while Eldrin's arrows often glanced off without penetrating. Lila's knives, while more effective, couldn't be thrown fast enough to make a significant impact. The battle raged on for at least another 30 minutes, each member of the party pushing their limits to bring down the formidable foe. Alastair was doing what paladins did best, tanking with clutch heals on himself and others, while dealing a respectable amount of damage. Justin had to remember, despite the demon's size and ferocity, it was still only level 15, while Alastair was level 25. In a way, the fight was going about as well as it could. Of course, as soon as Justin had this thought, it all started coming apart. Alastair landed what should have been a decisive blow, his hammer crashing into the demon's chest. The demon collapsed on its scuttling legs, ceasing all movement. Eldrin prepared to finish it, drawing his sword and charging. But that was when the demon's form began to crackle and distort, its body convulsing violently before exploding into a swarm of wraiths. The ghostly figures, about 30 or even more, quickly filled the chamber, their eerie moans echoing off the walls. The wraiths darted toward each member of the party, at least 7 or 8 to a person. Justin, standing back and having dealt no physical damage during the entire fight, was totally ignored. But maybe that wasn't a bad thing. Perhaps now was the time to go after Malachor and end the fight once and for all. If the summoner died, so would his summons, or at least so Justin thought. But alone, Justin couldn't hope to face Malachor. Despite being a summoner, Malachor still had plenty of spells at his command, for which Justin had little resistance. He needed to use his charisma to turn the tide. But how? With mounting dismay, Justin realized things were not going well at all. The party's weapons were passing through the wraiths with limited effect. Even Alistair was overwhelmed by sheer numbers. Lila and Eldrin struggled against the onslaught, their movements slowing. Now, off cooldown, he activated Dandy's swagger again. His comrades were overdue for a morale boost. Justin's strut was angry, almost violent. He even did a few twirls, his cane arcing through the air and tracing trails of yellow magic. He was bursting with confidence. His charisma once again boosted to 18 while all these nasty wraiths were getting a -2. But, of course, this was not enough on its own, for he had one last trick up his sleeve. Justin bowed his head. It was up to him now. And Freddie Mercury. Why Freddie Mercury? He couldn't say. It was just the first thing to pop into his head as soon as he activated his dazzling display skill. He wasn't sure if it was going to work, but as far as charismatic individuals, well, Freddie had to take the cake. As the spirit of Freddie Mercury infused into Justin, he felt a surge of magnetic energy. The move's power, he knew, was going to be much more than when he had previously used it. Justin felt the raw charisma and stage presence of a rock god coursing through him. He spread his arms wide, a confident grin on his face, and belted out in a commanding voice that filled the chamber. "Ayo!" The very stones shook with this mighty emanation. And not only that, but a sparkling yellow aura rippled through the air, infusing the surrounding wraiths. The specters paused, their attention snapping to Justin. They seemed strangely captivated by the unexpected display, their forms flickering in response. Alistair, Lila, and Eldrin all looked at Justin as if he were a madman or a hero. It seemed the wraiths needed a bit more coaxing. "Ayo!" The second call seemed to do the trick. They shot toward him as if of one mind, their ethereal faces twisted in confusion and anger. "Get Malachor!" Justin shouted, as the skill's power left him. "This won't last long enough to—" But then the wraiths were upon him, one after another. Justin felt an intense coldness, unlike anything he'd ever experienced, a coldness that seemed to freeze his very soul. He imagined that this feeling must be what it was like to float at the edge of the universe. But he only felt it for a moment. Once again, as before, Justin felt the internal resistance, the repelling magnet that was the death mark. The wraiths let out a high, discordant screech and recoiled from him, their ghostly forms scattering. Justin gawked in amazement. By the 6, it had worked. It had actually worked. Malachor, witnessing this unexpected turn, was visibly shaken. "No, this isn't how it was supposed to be." The path to Malachor was clear. The party, as one, turned their focus to the dread summoner. Alistair, Eldrin, and Lila advanced, weapons at the ready, while Justin, still glowing with the aftermath of his dazzling display, moved with renewed confidence, brandishing his cane. Malachor's dark eyes widened in fear. He cast quick spells to empower the wraiths that were still scared witless and finally cast a dark shield around himself. The wraiths, bolstered by Malachor's magic, regained some of their cohesion and surged toward the party, but they were disorganized and weaker than before. But the party pressed their advantage. Alistair led the charge, his hammer ablaze with the power of his attack. He easily shattered the dark energy shielding Malachor. Eldrin shot arrow after arrow, each one finding its mark in the summoner's body. Lila's knives flashed as they embedded themselves in Malachor from head to toe. Malachor made no sound, despite the pain he must have surely felt. Blood stained his clothes and dribbled from his cadaverous face. Dark tendrils of energy snaked around the summoner's body, attempting to heal him, but there was no way he could take this amount of damage. To add insult to injury, Justin gave him a few hard thwacks on the head for good measure. The summoner fell, and with his sure death, the wraiths eddied out of existence, creating a thick, icy fog on the floor. As the echoes of the battle faded, the dark energy that had once surrounded the summoner, the central sarcophagus, and the amulet itself, had dissipated. Against all odds, they had done it. The vault was clear, and Malachor had been vanquished. Now, it was time to claim their just rewards. 32. The Treasures of Alaric. The faithful always ask, why would anyone willingly embrace the god of death? It is easier than you would think. Some seek to defy their own mortality. Others see in Morvath a grim kind of mercy, a release from the pain of existence. Others see it as an easy path to power. And then there are those who simply relish in the cruelty of their master. Whatever their reasons, one thing is certain. The cult of Morvath thrives on desperation, and desperation is a currency the world is never short of. Isander of Dufal, Altars of Shadow, a study of the nether gods. A soft green aura emanated from the sarcophagus. Justin watched in surprise as the amulet of equilibrium, which had been around Malachor's neck, suddenly lifted into the air and floated back toward the sarcophagus. The amulet settled around the neck of a spectral figure that was now rising from the stone tomb. It was King Alaric, adorned in the royal attire he had been depicted wearing in the carvings. He had shoulder-length blonde hair and piercing blue eyes. The amulet, now gleaming with a soft violet light, hung around his neck. His eyes, wise and kind, scanned the party, and he smiled warmly. "Brave adventurers," King Alaric's voice was deep and resonant. "You have freed my spirit from the dark ritual of the god of death that sought to bind me. For this, you have my eternal thanks." The party stood in awe. For the first time since entering the catacombs, Justin relaxed. "As a token of my gratitude, I bestow upon each of you a gift matched to your valor," Alaric continued. "A silver tier item, one guaranteed for all party members." With a wave of his hand, an armlet appeared before him, a beautifully crafted piece of silver adorned with intricate engravings of swords, shields, and eagles. It gleamed with a faint blue light. "To Alastair the Paladin," the king intoned, "I present you with the Armlet of the Eagle. It is a silver tier arm piece that will bolster your endurance by +2, while reducing the duration of negative status effects by 30%, allowing you to stand strong in the face of danger." Alastair accepted the armlet with a solemn nod, slipping it onto his wrist. "Thank you, Your Majesty. I will wear it with honor." Alaric waved his hand again, producing a longbow made from sleek, dark wood, polished to a high shine. Its string was a silver thread. "And to Eldrin the Ranger," the king continued, "I gift the bow of Eagle Sight. Made from the finest ebonwood, it will upgrade your eagle eye skill to Eagle Sight while wielded, allowing you to see things at great distances as an eagle would. In addition, the bow grants a +2 boost to coordination." Eldrin's eyes widened in admiration as the bow floated toward him. He tested its balance, giving a pleased nod. "A fine weapon indeed. Long have I coveted an enchanted weapon that would have the power to bring down ethereal enemies. Thank you, Your Majesty." King Alaric nodded regally, next producing a delicate ring made of a fine, woven silver band set with a small orange gem, fashioned in the shape of an eagle. "And to Lila the Bard,
I gift the Ring of Eagle Strike. It will confer the boon Eagle Strike when you wear it, which increases your attack speed by 20% when using throwing weapons. It will also confer additional nimbleness in playing stringed instruments, such as lutes, guitars, harps, or dulcimers. Her eyes widened as the ring floated toward her, and she instantly slipped it onto her right middle finger, a slight orange aura surrounding her person.
This will serve me well. My thanks, King Alaric.
Last of all, the king raised his hands, and a beautiful long blue coat materialized, with golden trim that glowed subtly. The emblem of Highcliffe, an eagle in flight, was embroidered on the back. And for you, Justin the Socialite, I gift the coat of Highcliffe's elegance. It's of a kind that might have been worn by the nobles of my court, but unlike many enchanted coats socialites wear, this one provides a bonus not for charisma. It gives you +1 to coordination and endurance, perfect for a gentleman on the go. The coat also contains an enchantment of featherweight, which reduces its weight when you wear it, helping with mobility and reducing fatigue during long journeys. Justin's eyes widened as the beautiful coat floated toward him, and when he reached for it, the luxurious fabric felt soft under his hand. The magic of the vault supplied a description of its enchantments. The coat of Highcliffe's elegance. Type, chest piece. Tier, silver. Class restriction, socialite, diplomat, merchant. Highcliffe's elegance. +1 to endurance and coordination. Featherweight. Greatly reduces this coat's weight without sacrificing its quality. He immediately put it on. Do you wish to bind the coat of Highcliffe's elegance to your core? Justin gave a mental affirmation, and just like that, he felt its effects as soon as he donned it over his shirt. He felt hardier and nimbler, and such was its lightness that he almost felt like he wasn't wearing it at all.
This is incredible. Thank you, Your Majesty.
Lila turned to him, giving a thumbs up. There was a moment of silence as they knew what came next, the dispersing of the platinum tier artifact. King Alaric smiled warmly. These gifts are but a small token of my gratitude, but the true prize is the very amulet I'm wearing around my neck. It is called the Amulet of Equilibrium. In my life, it was my most treasured possession, but the tale of its acquisition is sad. King Alaric seemed to collect his thoughts. Justin knew they were in for quite the speech. As a young man, my father took me, along with some of his strongest knights, to the Seraphim Range after hearing rumors of the return of the Vault of Aeternum. Many brave and talented people perished trying to claim its treasures. At last, our party ventured inside, facing a creature of unimaginable power, the Elder Shadow Worm, a being of pure darkness and malice, whose progeny were causing much grief in northern Serenthel. The battle was fierce, and many of our company fell, including my father. However, through great skill and even greater luck, we brought the beast down at last. Alaric continued, Although the vault did not deem me worthy of the Amulet of Equilibrium, I was still young, after all. It was given to me by Sir Garrick Stormblade, one of my father's most loyal knights, a spell-sword of great renown. He was loyal to my father above all others. As he handed me the amulet, resisting its call to power, Sir Garrick said, Use this well, young prince. Let it bring pride to your father's memory and wisdom to your rule. As Sir Garrick said, my father was a wise man, and I resolved to honor him by seeking wisdom myself. I used the Amulet of Equilibrium toward this end, and I used it to boost my intellect greatly, granting me insight beyond my years, bringing me fame, wealth, and power. However, such power attracted many enemies. The amulet's unique abilities made it a highly coveted prize. Only by my death could it become unbound from my core, allowing it to be wielded by another. With the enhanced intellect the amulet granted me, I led my small kingdom to victory, subduing many threats. My plan was to pass the amulet on to my son, but tragically he passed away before me. Alaric paused sadly for a moment before continuing. Therefore I ordered the amulet to be buried with me, locked within my crypt, for I could not trust any other to wield its power. I ordered the magically enchanted key to be thrown into the sea. However, there must have been some treachery after my passing, and somehow, by and by, over the centuries, the key fell into the hands of the cultists of Morvath, who used it to unlock my tomb. Here they remained for months, using their fell magic to unbind my sarcophagus of the mighty life magic that protected it. All of this explains why, despite this vault being only level 15, such a priceless treasure is available, and why the cultists were so desperate to get it. While all this was interesting, it didn't tell Justin what the amulet actually did, as well as who would receive it. But he knew that it would be coming soon. The spirit of King Alaric looked at each party member thoughtfully. The amulet, of course, is the platinum tier artifact I will give to one of you. In life, there was no one I trusted with it, but one of you has shown the courage and wisdom necessary to wield its mighty power. Indeed, I have watched your deeds and weighed your contributions ever since you first entered this vault. The party exchanged glances, each wondering who Alaric would choose. Each of you has shown remarkable courage and skill, Alaric began. Your combined efforts have freed my spirit and cleansed this sacred place. Let us reflect on your individual deeds. He turned first to Alastair. Alastair of Drakendale, your steadfast bravery and unyielding faith have been a pillar of strength for your comrades. Your leadership and holy hammer protected your allies and struck down the darkness that sought to consume us all. You have been a staunch defender of life, and your wisdom has been invaluable to this party's success. Alastair bowed his head. Thank you, Your Majesty. It is my duty and honor to serve and cleanse this place of darkness. Next, Alaric looked at Eldrin. Eldrin Thornwood, your keen eyes and sharp aim have been crucial in this battle. You navigated the challenges of this vault with insight, recalling the details of my life in the murals you observed with accuracy. You were wrong only once, while the cultists got it wrong several times, arguing and bickering over the proper order. Not only that, but your arrows found their mark when it mattered most, and your strategic mind has aided your companions. Your generosity in giving your companions your potions, precious indeed, is noted. Eldrin nodded, a faint smile playing on his lips. I did what I could, Your Majesty. I'm glad to have played a part. Turning to Lila, Alaric's expression softened. Lila Fairwind, your agility and resourcefulness were clear at every turn. Your deft movements and quick thinking kept the ground safe, and your precision with your knives proved essential. You faced danger without hesitation, and your courage was a beacon of hope. You were also the first to offer to answer the riddle, at the risk of your own life. Lila met his gaze, her eyes bright with emotion. Thank you, King Alaric. I'm just glad I could help. Finally, Alaric's gaze settled on Justin.
His expression grew contemplative, as if weighing something deeply.
Justin Talemaker, you have displayed an extraordinary talent for inspiration. Your unique abilities are unlike anything we have seen in this world, and perhaps that is because you learned them from another.
Justin's eyes widened at this, wondering how Alaric could know that. But maybe, as a spirit, he had access to knowledge that mortals didn't. Alaric continued.
You turned the tide in the party's favor, especially when you faced the wraiths. There was a moment, however small, when all 36 wraiths attacked your very core, from which they hoped to drain your spark of life. Such an attack would have ended even the strongest member of your party within seconds.
By the 6, Alistair said, his face pale.
You didn't know if it would work, but you did so anyway, perhaps not knowing that if it failed, you would have suffered a fate worse than death, joining the demon Zalthor of the Netherrealm from which the wraiths issued. Not only that, but you discovered the answer to the riddle. You gambled everything for the chance to save your friend Lila. That took great bravery, even if you were confident in your answer. Your actions, though unconventional, were pivotal to the group's victory. At all this, Justin felt a flush of pride.
I just did what I thought was right. It was a team effort.
King Alaric nodded. Indeed, it was a team effort. Yet, in every challenge there is one who stands out, whose actions are critical at a key moment. You all have shown great valor and wisdom, but the Amulet of Equilibrium requires a bearer who understands the value of balance, both in power and in life.
He paused, letting his words sink in.
Justin Talemaker, I bestow the Amulet of Equilibrium upon you. It holds a rare enchantment called Unbound Ascension. When you wear the amulet, the hard cap of raising a single attribute to more than twice the average of all other attributes is waived.
Justin's eyes widened at that. He hadn't known that it was a restriction, which meant that upon reaching level 10, assuming he went all in on charisma, he wouldn't be able to place a point in it. He supposed the enchantment was useful, but he couldn't imagine any character, much less him, reaching that point.
That's not all, King Alaric said, for it contains a unique enchantment for which the amulet is famed, the likes of which cannot be found in all the realms of Eyrth.
Alaric paused, probably for dramatic effect.
This enchantment is called Grace of the Six. Grace of the Six takes your highest base attribute and divides it by 6. The resulting number, rounded down, is then applied to all your other attributes.
Whoa, Justin said, unable to help himself. Even the others gasped at that. It seemed busted, but maybe that was the power of a platinum-tier artifact. And because of the dynamic nature of the enchantment, it would remain useful at all levels. Right off the bat, it would grant Justin a +2 to all other attributes that were solely lacking, 10 levels worth. And once he got to a higher level, say 24, it would grant a +4 in all other attributes. And since only one attribute point was granted per level, with rare opportunities to get a free one here and there, that was powerful. Extremely powerful. Even Gribble the Snow Goblin had pointed out that the free attribute point he'd received from the Cane of Valoria was extremely rare.
The Amulet of Equilibrium is yours, Justin Talemaker. You have shown that strength does not solely lie in physical might or magical prowess, but also in the courage to inspire and protect others, even at significant risk to oneself. Use this amulet to continue guiding and uplifting those around you. But be warned, if you raise your highest base attribute to more than twice the average of all others, The amulet cannot be removed except by death. Justin considered this warning soberly. This wouldn't be an issue for a long time. The more important consideration was whether it would make him a target. The enchanter class, it seemed, could see what enchantments certain items had. Some blessings could become curses and liabilities. But all the same, the risk seemed to be worth it, at least for now. He had until level 10 to decide if he wanted to change his mind by taking it off. That was when he'd get to raise his charisma attribute to 21. The amulet floated gently toward Justin, the 6 colored jewels glittering in the light of the glowing sarcophagus. As it did, he could see more detailed information regarding it. The Amulet of Equilibrium. Type: Artifact. Tier: Platinum. Relic of Life. This artifact cannot be bound by those with a death affinity. Grace of the 6. The 6 gods smile upon your singular dedication to mastery. Divide your highest attribute by 6, then apply the result to all other attributes. Unbound Ascension. Let no being, god, or mortal stand in the way of your progress. All attribute caps have been lifted. But be warned, if you raise a base attribute to twice the average of all the others, the Amulet of Equilibrium cannot be removed. His eyes widened as it settled around his neck with a soft violet glow. Do you wish to bind the Amulet of Equilibrium to your core? To his surprise, Justin hesitated. Once the amulet was bound, it would be his, and he knew others might want to kill him for it once they recognized its power, as they had wanted to kill King Alaric. He could at least keep it hidden under his shirt, offering some measure of protection. But as he considered it, the pros far outweighed the cons. He had risked himself greatly to clear this vault, and he deserved a just reward. Justin immediately gave his mental assent. He frowned. Nothing had changed. Core binding failed. The Amulet of Equilibrium cannot be bound to those with a death affinity. Justin's heart sank. Death affinity? What in the blazes was that? Then he realized the truth. This mark, this damn mark! What he had half-jokingly called a blessing was now a glaring obstacle. A platinum artifact was right here, around his neck, but he couldn't even use it. The frustration was beyond visceral. It was almost maddening. King Alaric noticed the change in Justin's expression. His eyes softened. This situation is unprecedented. I had considered giving the amulet to another. However, I chose you, Justin Talemaker, knowing the mark was not something you sought. It is a foul doing of death magic, so powerful that the gods, for whatever reason, are treating you as if you are a practitioner of death magic yourself. Justin's voice was tight with frustration. Nothing could be further from the truth, so I really can't use the amulet's benefits? Alaric nodded solemnly. The Amulet of Equilibrium is a relic of life, and as such, it cannot be bound by those aligned with death. The mark of death has shifted your alignment. However, this is not an insurmountable obstacle. Removing the mark will take away your death affinity and allow you to use the amulet. Lila placed a comforting hand on Justin's shoulder. We'll remove the mark, Justin. That's the whole reason for this quest, right? Justin forced a smile, but inside, the frustration churned. At the beginning, he'd never dreamed he would be the one to get the reward. Alistair as a paladin was far more deserving. But the amulet could have been Justin's way of enhancing his meager abilities to contribute to the party more effectively. Now it was a reminder of the dark mark he carried and the influence of the Baron. Eldrin looked at him with sympathy, while Alistair's face was grim. King Alaric's voice broke through his thoughts. Take heart, Justin. It seems your friends are committed to removing the mark. This challenge is an opportunity to prove your strength and determination, to become even more worthy of the amulet."
"Do I have to give it back?" Justin asked.
King Alaric shook his head. "No, it was given to you, and that cannot be undone. You may keep it for yourself until you can remove the mark, or you can give it to another."
Justin's face fell. "That's probably what I'll end up doing. I'm just a level 4 socialite, and I can't even use it. If this is a relic of life—" He turned to Alistair. It wasn't easy, but he lifted the amulet of equilibrium from his neck. "Alistair, would you take it?" Alistair's blue eyes regarded the mighty prize, and Justin could see his desire for it. He reached for it, but did not take it. He simply closed Justin's hands over it. "It's yours, Justin, and I swear that you will get to wear it one day and wield its power. It's one more reason to keep going for Montalea. The gods would not have given you this amulet if they didn't want you to have it. They would test you first, so that you can prove you are truly worthy." Justin nodded, putting the amulet back around his neck. "I'll do everything I can to be worthy of it, then." Alistair gave a respectful nod. King Alaric smiled warmly. "Your ties of friendship are commendable. It is in these bonds of strength that we can rise above ourselves and achieve greatness." He nodded, satisfied. "And though it might seem a small prize in comparison, as promised, each of you shall receive 2.5 gold crowns, a substantial sum, to aid you in your future endeavors. 2 gold crowns and 50 silver marks have been added to your inventory. You now have 3 gold crowns, 11 silver marks, and 24 copper pieces." Justin whistled. "That's a lot of pints." "Thank you, King Alaric," Alistair said, bowing deeply. "Your generosity is unmatched." "Thank you," the others echoed. King Alaric's form shimmered, his time in the mortal realm drawing to a close. "You have my eternal gratitude. Should you ever find yourselves in Highcliffe, know that my spirit watches over you." "Good king," Alistair said, "if I may ask one question before you fade to the ether realm, is there a way to use the catacombs to leave Highcliffe to the north?" Alaric nodded, his form growing faint. "Indeed, there is a passage that leads to the northern outskirts of the city. Follow the path through the Hall of Heroes 2 levels up. You will find a hidden passage behind the statue of the first king. Fare thee well, brave adventurers." With a final grateful smile, King Alaric's spirit dissipated. The silence was soon interrupted by the voice. "The vault honors your triumph. Now go forth with courage in your hearts, strength in your limbs, and wisdom in your minds. The trial of the vault is complete. Experience gained, 750. Your experience stands at 1,589 of 420. Level up available." And just like that, it was over. Justin looked around the tomb, finding that all traces of the fight, including Malakor's body, were gone. Everyone crowded around him to check out his prize, the prize that would not give him its benefits. "Tough luck, Justin," Lila said. "It's a beautiful thing." "Congratulations, lad," Eldrin said. "We'll make sure you get to Montalea and get that mark removed." Justin nodded numbly. Montalea was a long way off. Alistair's blue eyes regarded the amulet. "I am certain now the gods' hands are in this. They watch over you, Justin, and that is the greatest gift of all. We will do everything we can to ensure you are free of the mark." "The gods watch us all, do they not?" Lila asked. "Yes, of course," the paladin responded. "And yet,
It is clear there is something about you, lad. Eldrin said you had a story, and an interesting one. But that will have to wait for another day. We must leave Highcliffe at once." The others nodded. "Lead the way, Alistair," Justin said. As the paladin did so, Justin frowned in thought. Despite the others' words, he only felt sick. Part of the appeal was seeing the numbers go up. The more they went up, the better. The Amulet of Equilibrium would have been a way for his numbers to go up significantly. In a way, he almost wished it had been Alistair to get it. Then he wouldn't be feeling this pain. Lila sidled over, wrapping an arm around him. She didn't say a word, but Justin appreciated the comfort. He looked at her, forcing a smile. "I should be grateful. I'm richer than I've ever been, got a spiffy coat, and have friends to watch my back. Yet I can't stop thinking about what I could have had." She smiled. "It's human nature. Think of it this way, though. It will make it all the sweeter once you have that amulet working." "Maybe," Justin said. The party continued out of the dead king's crypt, reaching the main part of the Highcliffe catacombs. One day, he determined he would get to bind the amulet to his core. It was another reason to keep going, to keep fighting. He followed Alistair and the rest up the spiral staircase.